In this country, men are given wives every year. Men with broad shoulders and a thick waist are not only popular, but also fought over by many. Meanwhile, slim men are unwanted and looked down upon. Originally, the man was a modern-day good young man, but inexplicably, he crossed over to this country and became a poor man. Not only was his mother in labor when she gave birth to him, but his father, a traditional stubborn man, was determined to save his son. 2 years ago, his father went up the mountain to chop wood, but accidentally fell into a mountain stream. He passed away within 2 days. With both parents deceased and a house in hand, he seemed like an ideal match at first glance. But in reality, he was about to run out of food. Thinking of this, he let out a long sigh. However, due to constant external wars here, the people led a very difficult life. Taxes were very heavy, and to increase the population, the country would provide single men with wives. Today happens to be the day for distributing wives, regardless of anything else. First, get the wife and then talk. The man quickly tidied up, without even eating, and followed Uncle Wang to the village entrance. At the village entrance, 2 lean dark-skinned men were already waiting, clearly skilled farmers. At this moment, they were eagerly watching the dirt road outside the village entrance. In this moment of waiting, at the end of the dirt road, a group of people walked slowly towards us. Leading the group was a middle-aged woman. This was the Yunyang that Uncle Wang mentioned, responsible for distributing brides. Behind her, there were 5 young women, each with a mix of anticipation and nervousness on their faces. The first 2 were sturdy and robust, typical rural women who looked capable and strong. However, the other 3 presented a different sight, fair and delicate, with slender figures and graceful movements. Wow, there are such beauties. Men thought that the distributed brides were like unwanted goods, similar to modern welfare recipients. Let these honest folks from poor families take them. But little did they expect that among them were exceptional beauties, 3 in fact. At that moment, Yunyang looked towards the men and said, "These are the eligible bachelors from your village this year. There are only 3 of them, fewer than last year." Uncle Wang smiled and nodded. "Alright, let's proceed with the selection." Yunyang also nodded and then instructed the 5 women to step forward. When they saw the 3 graceful figures, completely different from the village women, the 2 burly men who were also choosing brides had their eyes fixed on the 3 slender-waisted women with desire. However, after a moment's hesitation, they gritted their teeth and turned to select the other 2 sturdy women. Although Dalong has a daughter-in-law, he still has to pay a head tax. The more people there are, the more tax he has to pay. The more he pays, under the high pressure of the country, everyone except the deceased must pay taxes. Even the emperor is not exempt. In this era, it's difficult for the common people to survive, caught between staying alive and enjoying beauty. People can only choose to survive first. 2 suitable ones have been chosen, the remaining 3 are all unsuitable. Uncle Wang, the village head, frowned when he saw the 3 girls, and asked Yunyang, "Are they the only ones left? Are there any others left? My nephew is weak, and we can't afford idle people in the family." These words are subtle. Since the man's old wife passed away, he can't find happiness anymore. If another idle person comes, the whole family will starve to death. Starving to death is one thing, but it also brings relief. What they fear is not being able to pay the head tax again. In Dalong, the punishment for not being able to pay the head tax is extremely terrifying. Men are directly enslaved and sent to the army. Women are sent to the brothels to become prostitutes, generating income for the country. As the words of Uncle Wang fell, Yunyang remained silent, but the other 3 girls became anxious. This is their last chance today. Before this, they have been eliminated numerous times. If no one chooses them today, they will be labeled as worthless to Dalong and forcibly sent to the brothels. To create longevity for Dalong, as a respectable family, women are sent to the brothels to serve customers. This is more painful than killing them. But in reality, even if they wanted to commit suicide, they wouldn't dare, because if they did, it would bring harm to the rest of the family. So the only solution is to marry oneself off, otherwise, the fate would be tragic. At this moment, the 3 women competed eagerly to promote themselves, afraid of being rejected and ending up as brothel women. The men were momentarily speechless. In the past, women of this quality wouldn't need to be pursued. Even if one begged, it wouldn't be possible to obtain. But now, they were eagerly making all sorts of promises, almost kneeling down to him. "What's going on? What are you all doing? Go back and stand properly," scolded the aunt with a cold face. The 2 big men following behind even drew their knives menacingly. Seeing this, the 3 women turned pale, frightened into silence. But with pitiful teary eyes, they kept looking at the man, pleading in their gaze. "Alright, make your choice quickly. This is the batch for this year, there are no others." The aunt arranged it, and the three women revealed smiles again, looking at the man. But the man remained silent. Faced with the pleas of the three women, he naturally wanted to save them from their plight, even though he knew about the reward for capturing DeLong. With his current situation, it's hard enough to support himself, let alone three more who would definitely be sent to forced labor. But as a modern good man, he couldn't bear to see the young ladies cry. And he really wanted all of them. Just then, Ding Dong detects the host's distress, and the matching system starts to activate. The Marry and Prosper, Many Children, Many Blessings system officially serves the host. The sudden arrival of the system for the system, the man is surprised but not surprised. As a time traveler, the system can be said to be standard, but this Marry and Prosper, the Many Children, Many Blessings system, however, leaves her somewhat puzzled. Soon, a piece of information appears in the man's mind: as long as he marries, he can obtain various. The rewards make the man feel like taking off on the spot. Looking at these three beautiful maidens in front of him, tearfully waiting for him to choose. Previously worried about not being able to afford the head tax, but with the system, is there still a need to worry about this? What is the young man thinking? Hurry up and choose, or it will be next year. Yun Yang's urging words came, pulling the man out of his thoughts. The man smiled and said, "Only children make choices. I want them all." Looking directly at Yun Yang, he asked, "Yun Yang, can I choose them all? Can I choose them all?" Yun Yang was stunned on the spot when he said he wanted to choose them all. "Are you crazy?" Wang Lichang also widened his eyes. The two burly men next to him who had chosen wives also looked at him in disbelief. The man wasn't crazy, he dared to say such things. Choosing all three wives is indeed possible. All the people of Dalong have this right. But the head tax that the three wives have to pay, even ordinary wealthy households cannot bear it. Considering the situation where men are all alone, choosing one to go back is tough enough, picking three is courting disaster. Can it be done? The man pays no attention to everyone's reactions. His current situation, choosing one or three makes no difference. If the system is not working, even choosing one, he can't afford the head tax. He decided to take the plunge, and these three delicate and pitiful beauties. How can a compassionate man bear not to provide a reliable home for the other party? There are no leftover women, a good man must dare to strive. You really want to choose all? Yun Yang confirmed with some hesitation. The three pitiful girls, at this moment, are also staring blankly at them. They thought the man would choose one of them, but they didn't expect him to choose all. Choosing all, the man's expression is firm and unwavering. Yun Yang nodded and replied, "We, DeLong, don't refuse multiple selections, but I have to remind you, if you choose three ladies, it's not just a matter of paying the head tax for three people, it is cumulative." "I know this." The man nods to indicate understanding. "Knowing that you still choose three, who do?" Wang Lichang angrily rebukes. Looking at the man's gaze, wishing iron could turn into steel. The man is somewhat helpless about this, but he doesn't know how to explain it. He can't just say "I marry, I rule." At this point, Yun Yang spoke again, "Since you are aware, I won't say much. I have brought the marriage contract. If there are no objections, go ahead and sign it. From now on, they will be your wives. There aren't so many rules for allocating brides, just sign the contract and pay the head tax. I have to say, this is quite humanizing." The man responded with a word and then went forward to sign on the marriage certificate. Wan Lichang saw this, could only grit his teeth, and ultimately sighed, letting him go. He sighed, shook his head, and then turned back to the village. No need to look back. So the man smoothly signed on the marriage certificate, pressed 3 times, and at that moment, "Congratulations! The host successfully married and received the reward of a lively dragon egg. Congratulations! The host successfully married and received the reward of a top-level blacksmith mouse. Congratulations! The host successfully married and received the reward of hunting tigers in the mountains." The boxing technique rang 3 times with reward prompts, each one being a skill or item that can lead to wealth. Upon hearing this prompt, the man also showed a satisfied smile. But now is not the time to claim the rewards. "Let's take the 3 charming ladies home first, let's go. Ladies, come home with me." The man spoke to the 3 women for the first time, and the first thing he said was to take them home. This is absolutely unthinkable in modern times. But the 3 women did not refuse. They obediently followed behind, their faces showing gratitude. Regardless of whether the man could share a bed with them next time, at least for now, they didn't have to be taken to the brothel. Just arrived at the doorstep, the 3 women saw the drafty walls of the husband's house. Their expressions all changed, but quickly they gritted their teeth and remained resolute. The man had actually been paying attention. Seeing the reaction of the 3 women, he also nodded slightly. The system is reliable, providing for the family is not a problem, it just depends on whether the wife is up to par. The reactions of these wives have not disappointed him. As for deeper matters, it will take time to get to know each other. Look at these adopted daughters. This is your husband's home, and will be your home in the future. The man pushes open the courtyard door. He brought the 3 daughters in. It's the husband. The 3 daughters are a bit uncomfortable, their faces slightly flushed at this moment. Hey, you all rest in the hall first, the husband will go cook for you. Seeing this, the man clears his throat, planning to entertain the wives. Let everyone get acquainted, consider it a small wedding feast. Although it's a bit simple, there should still be a ceremony. But when the wives heard this, Aunt Chi-Chi quickly spoke up. How can we let the husband work? Let us do it, eagerly rushing to help. You wouldn't dare to think this in modern times, but it is indeed the case now. And they all rushed to help together. The man was initially complaining about his crossing, but now he just wants to state a fact. However, he plans to use cooking as an excuse to deal with his system rewards. Naturally, he wouldn't let the 3 wives spoil it. He directly urged them to sit down and wait, then went to the kitchen himself. Seeing this, the 3 wives couldn't help but feel moved. The man could only sigh. The girls in this world are really too naive. He shook his head slightly. She started to handle things in the kitchen as soon as she arrived, her thoughts moving. A red pill bottle appears empty in the man's hand. The Vitality Pill, with a simple and bold name, can enhance physical fitness and bestow a vigorous physique when consumed. Initially, the man was worried, having married 3 wives at once, especially since he naturally had a weak body, let alone 3. Even one might not be able to do better. This reward of the Vitality Pill is truly a timely blessing. Max level blacksmithing iron. The profession of blacksmithing may not have a prominent reputation, but skilled blacksmiths are highly popular and even revered. The legendary divine blacksmith Gan Jiang is one of the representative figures, with famous divine weapons that people spare no expense to purchase. If one can forge sharp weapons, they need not worry about wealth. While they may not be wealthy, paying a small head tax is not an issue. The man quickly claims this reward. The first is to compensate for physical shortcomings, giving him the foundation for a revolution, and the second is a skill for survival, allowing him to marry without worries. The third, just by the name, one can tell it's a means of self-preservation, especially with so many beautiful women around him. At this rate, there will be more in the future, possibly attracting seducers. Without self-defense capabilities, nurses may come knocking in the future. This marriage reward from the system is indeed considerate. The man smiles and compliments, very good. Following the tiger fist, as the name suggests, one punch can kill a tiger, and there are 3 mother tigers at home. After eating, let's practice seriously. The man smiled, clenched his fist, set his sights on the 3 mother tigers just brought home, and with this thought, he began to itch. With this in mind, he killed the only old hen left at home that laid eggs, starting the first wedding feast of his life. A very simple wedding feast, but it moved the bride more than the modern weddings that cost tens of millions. A pot of chicken soup, a large bowl of yellowing plain rice, made the 3 women burst into tears. Hey, why are you crying? The man was busy preparing the meal, but he saw his wives suddenly crying. Are you feeling wronged or missing home? We are so moved. Husband, you are too good to us. The 3 wives choked up a bit. They thought that with their conditions, even if someone chose them, it would be rough men or even officials, leading to a bleak future. But now, not only is the husband gentle and kind, but he is also very good to them. The man laughed and said, "Oh, what did I think it was? What's so touching about this? Since I am your husband, isn't it natural for me to treat you well? My family background is simple, as long as you don't mind." Bringing home 3 daughters-in-law, not only lacking in any grandeur, but even the decent food is missing. The whole table is just a large plate of stewed old hen, which would be heavily criticized in modern times. Even in impoverished ancient times, it would be considered somewhat shabby. After all, this is a wedding. Not minding at all, the 3 women shook their heads repeatedly. Husband doesn't mind. We are left with nothing but our appearance. How could we mind? That's good. Eat quickly. I believe you must be hungry after traveling all the way. The man smiled. Speaking of the soon-to-be distributed brides, traveling through villages and towns is quite physically demanding. Not being hungry is a lie, not to mention the countless times the 3 women were rejected. Who knows how many places they have been to. Husband, you go ahead and eat, starting with the tallest young lady. She shyly picked up food for the man. Well, you all eat too. The man nodded happily, and also greeted the 3 daughters-in-law. In modern times, marrying a daughter-in-law is so difficult, but within a few days of her arrival, he brought home 3 daughters-in-law, and each one is as beautiful as a flower, with outstanding figures. Being able to marry one is a blessing for 3 lifetimes. But now he married 3 at once. The man sighed again. This world is truly something else. In the aspect of time travelers, he should be the luckiest one. As they ate and chatted during the meal, the night quietly engulfed the mountain village. The man's family was poor, with no lighting fixtures. Inside the entire house, only the bedroom where the man rested had a candle for illumination. 3 ladies cleaned up and were led into the bedroom by the man. Upon seeing that the bedroom only had one bed and not even a chair to sit on, they blushed in embarrassment. The thought of sharing a bed made them flustered, and the idea of sleeping together added to their shyness. Before they could speak, the man reproached them, mentioning the poverty in their home and apologizing for only having this bed temporarily. Seeing the man's reproachful expression, the 3 women put aside their embarrassment and shook their heads in unison, saying they were not wronged. They expressed that it was an honor for them that the husband did not mind, and this was no lie. If the man hadn't chosen them, they would have been taken to the brothel to serve clients by now. Now, they feel no grievance in their hearts, only deep gratitude towards their husband. They even thought about it, if they couldn't pay the head tax, their husband would be exiled. They decided to commit suicide together to maintain their husband's honor. Since they were married off and the husband had no other family members, they didn't worry about implicating others. The man opened his arms, embraced the 3 women, and suggested going to the bridal chamber since it was getting late. The women blushed and lowered their heads but did not refuse. Ching Ching sniffled softly. The man, full of vigor, blew out the candle from a distance. He then proceeded to lift each lady onto the bed, and what next? It was time to sleep. It was destined to be a sleepless night, a night of restlessness. It wasn't until the second day, with the sun rising 3 poles high, that the man opened his eyes from the battlefield, or rather, the bed, and lazily stretched. The family next door is no longer here, but the messy bed has been tidied up. That's what life is about. The man is in high spirits, feeling the burden of life. Truly, it's like a magical reward from the system. It must be said, the system understands men, and no matter what, one must maintain the current life. Lying on the bed, the man reminisces and makes a firm decision. With determination, he quickly gets up from the bed, ready to embark on his uniformed mission. To maintain the current life, sleeping at the grave is an insurmountable obstacle. Only by solving this problem can he live a good life with his beautiful wives. Of course, to be happier in the future, this problem must also be addressed. Having skills rewarded by the system is not a big issue. Stepping outside, the man sees his 3 wives. Each one is working diligently, the 3 wives each doing their part without any quarrels. Harmonious and peaceful. The man's face beams with happiness, his heart blooming with joy. Regardless of the future, at least for now, they are happy. Seeing this scene, the man's heart becomes even more resolute. Husband, you're up. Yi Xiaoro is hanging out the laundry, happily greeting the man. The other 2 women also smile, both sides truly becoming close. They have truly become husband and wives. Ah, you're up. Wives, you've worked hard. The man greets with a smile. Husband, please wait a moment. We'll be able to eat soon. Su Xiaoxiao, with a broad mind, is responsible for managing the ample food at home. She's good at her job as a cook. The man nodded again, then walked over to the blacksmith forge on the side of the yard. There are smelting tools here, along with some unfinished iron farming tools and charcoal. It's a bit rudimentary, but with the man's maxed out blacksmithing skills, it's not a big issue. Picking up the fire starter, the man lit the furnace with a fire. Husband, are you ready to forge an iron saw, my little lady who's turned the soil over? Wang Dandan walked up and asked curiously. The man nodded and said, yes, I'm preparing to forge a versatile long sword. Wow, husband, you're so amazing. You can even forge a long sword. Wang Dandan exclaimed in surprise. There used to be a blacksmith in the village who usually made farming iron saws for some villagers, like hoes and sickles. At most, he would make a plow handle, but he had never seen him forge knives and swords. There's a fundamental difference between the two. It's not something an ordinary person can forge. Although Wang Dandan doesn't understand these things, she's naturally very proud of her husband for doing what others can't. That must be impressive. The man smiled, gently touched his wife's delicate nose. The admiration from his wife naturally brought joy to his heart and mind. You're amazing, husband. Wang Nannan has a lively personality. His intimate gesture instantly made his eyes squint with a smile, like 2 crescent moons. Husband, you are truly skilled at forging swords. This is Yi Xiaolong, the eldest mistress, approaching with excitement. Yes, the man naturally understood the other's intentions. Coming from a once wealthy family, he naturally understood more than Wang Nannan from an ordinary household. Being able to forge swords signifies something. Without further ado, the most crucial household tax will no longer be a threat. The matter is confirmed. Yi Xiaoro burst into tears. Oh, big sister, why are you crying? Wang Nannan is unaware of the situation. Seeing this scene, he was momentarily stunned. It's okay, big sister. The happy man put down what he was doing, approached his eldest daughter-in-law, gently wiped away her tears, and reassured her, "Since I brought you back, I will definitely take good care of you and ensure you won't suffer anymore." The man comforted his eldest daughter-in-law and also made his promise. Yi Xiaoro nodded repeatedly. His character was considered the most resilient, having experienced a decline in family fortune. Yet he was also the softest, with no one to rely on in this world. "It's time for dinner," Su Xiaoxiao's voice came through. "She has already prepared meals for everyone. Let's eat first." Su Xiaoxiao has already prepared the meals. "We can talk about other things later." The man reassured once more, washed his hands, and led his two daughters-in-law to the hall inside the house. "There's some leftover chicken stew from yesterday, paired with some wild vegetables picked at the doorstep, overall quite abundant, may not mean much in modern times. But in the difficult Dragon King dynasty, this is already considered a festive feast. Everyone takes their seats to eat, waiting until they've had their fill." Suxiaxio hesitantly spoke to her husband, saying that there's not much grain left at home, and they're out of salt. "Don't worry, I'll take care of these matters, including the head tax. With you here, my dear husband, everything will be fine." The man didn't wait for his two wives to finish speaking before comforting them once again. "There are too many wives, you have to repeat the same thing a few times, quite troublesome." But the man is happy about it. After all, this kind of trouble, many men can't even dream of. After eating and drinking, the man didn't talk much. Talking now is just empty words, action is the truth. He returned to the blacksmith shop. The man poured all the remaining charcoal into the furnace. "The things here haven't been used for a while. The wild refined large iron hammer and such have become rusty. An ordinary blacksmith facing these conditions, not to mention forging swords, even making some farm tools is tough. But the man is no ordinary blacksmith, even with basic conditions, forging some exquisite swords is a piece of cake. After all, weapons are always in demand in the Dragon King dynasty." "Husband, I'll take care of the fire." Su Xiaoxiao will return to her usual work. When the furnace fire needs to be stoked, she vigorously pulls the bellows. Yi Xiaoro and Wang Dandan are assisting each other. Whatever is needed, they provide. The three wives work together seamlessly, a perfect match of men and women, making work effortless. With the help of the three wives, the man begins the forging work, effortlessly lifting the heavy iron hammer for tempering. This tool is heavy, not easy to handle. In the past, men might have struggled to lift it, let alone undergo rigorous forging. But now, he is tireless, ready for any challenge. Swinging the heavy iron hammer is like child's play for him, full of vigor and vitality. This is no joke. The three well-supported wives are the best proof of his abilities. With top-notch blacksmith skills and powerful techniques, along with the support of the wives, the heavy forging becomes effortless, the iron hammer in his hands perfectly controlled. The three wives watch mesmerized by his side. While others see forging as crude, they find it pleasing when their own husband does it. Their eyes are filled with admiration. "Husband, you are so handsome." Wang Nannan can't help but express her feelings. Her chubby, rosy, and cute face blushes. "You are handsome too." The man smiles and compliments, then looks at the other two wives. "Of course, you are also beautiful, all like heavenly fairies." The three women shyly smile. They find praise from others frivolous, but when it comes from their own husband, they are delighted, eyes filled with love. Ancient women were so pure and simple. Time passes quickly. As the long sword finishes the tempering process, the sky outside darkens again. It seems it won't be finished today, but the man is not in a hurry. After all, there is still some time before the next tax collection. He puts away the unfinished long sword. Under the care of his three wives, the man takes a relaxing bath. After a simple dinner, as the night falls completely, the man loosens his belt, leading his somewhat shy wives into the only bedroom in the house. There are no entertainment programs here at night, so the man can only tease his three shy and tender wives. Continuing from the previous episode, the man rises from the battlefield. He looks at his family sleeping beside him. His fighting spirit is at its peak. He arrives at the blacksmith's workshop. With a few swift movements, the long sword is forged to its highest level. With his blacksmithing skills, he handles this little thing firmly. Just as the man feels proud, he notices his two wives with teary eyes, apparently touched by him, understanding what they are thinking. Suddenly jokingly teasing, "Oh, if you want to cry, you can't do it now. I don't like to comfort people in the morning. Cry at night," the man says with a mischievous smile. "Why?" asks the innocent Wang Dandan, puzzled. But the nearby Yi Xiaoro blushes, and those who understand, understand. The man raises an eyebrow, planning to pay special attention to her tonight. Make the other person understand why your nose turns red when you cry at night. At this moment, broad-minded Su Xiaoxiao prepares breakfast. After a simple breakfast, the man heads out to sell swords. With the vigorous body of a man, he quickly arrives at the Divine Weapon Pavilion. "What would you like to buy, sir?" a young man politely asks as he stops in front of the door. "I'm selling a long sword," the man replies. When the long sword is mentioned, Xiao Xi's eyes light up. Swords are the hottest items here because those inexperienced newcomers love to pair them with a long sword, dreaming of embarking on a martial arts journey. These big spenders are the ones who can fetch a good price, boosting the performance of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Half of it is supported by selling long swords. "Sir, please come inside. Let me invite our second shopkeeper to appraise it for you." Xiao Xi leads him to a side room. Before long, a man in green robes walks in. His eyes light up even more when he sees the sword in the man's hand. "What a fine sword," the second shopkeeper sincerely praises, gently stroking the blade. "Young man, if you're really selling this long sword," the second shopkeeper takes a deep breath and sets down the sword in his hand. The man nods, indicating that if the young man is really selling, the Divine Weapon Pavilion is willing to offer 50 taels of silver. What does the young man think? The man is taken aback at the mention of 50 taels. A random broken sword is worth this much? He might as well take off flying. In the Great Dragon Dynasty, 50 taels are enough for a family's expenses for 5 years. Indeed, it's 50 taels of silver. "What do you think, young man?" The second shopkeeper smiled and said, "Let's settle the payment and goods. With just one move, you'll be rich." The marriage control system is indeed authentic. The man suppressed his excitement, put away the silver in his hand, and left the Godly Arms Pavilion, planning to continue forging new weapons. "I must purchase some raw materials to take back." After finishing all the chores, night had fallen. Traveling at night here is unsafe, not only because there could be bloody battles at any time, but also the risk of getting lost. Therefore, the man found an inn to stay for the night. Tonight, the young wives can only guard the empty house alone. As the man found an inn, he prepared to spend the night. Suddenly, a big shot arrived at the Godly Arms Pavilion. With the arrival of this important figure, everyone at the Godly Arms Pavilion respectfully stood by. "This sword has just been received." Holding a long sword in his hand, he presented it and asked the two shopkeepers. The second shopkeeper, upon hearing this, replied. Bowing, he replied, "Yes, elder. This long sword was indeed acquired from a young man by our disciple, at a cost of 50 taels. The 50 taels spent on paper. Do you still remember the appearance of that young man?" I remember. The second shopkeeper nodded and said with a bow. "Then go back and find a painter to sketch his rough likeness for the article." The important figure, expressionless, ordered the second shopkeeper to quickly comply. "Yes, go ahead." The important figure waved his hand and struck the second shopkeeper. As second shopkeeper leaves, the chief shopkeeper who didn't speak earlier brings over a pot of wine. "Could this sword of the elder have some hidden secrets, causing you such sadness, he? This is the long-lost 100 techniques in the martial world. This elder is curious who has mastered it again." The important figure smiles. The 100 techniques involve the purification of the 4 elements. The chief shopkeeper, upon hearing this, takes a deep breath. It's rumored that this forging method can turn decay into wonders. Even ordinary scrap iron can be crafted into sharp divine weapons. At this moment, the important figure firmly states, "Find this person for me at all costs, bring him to me. I'll go immediately to oversee the handling of this." The chief shopkeeper becomes excited. On the other side, the man is unaware of the major events unfolding at the Divine Arms Pavilion. Without Ruyu by his side, he feels a bit uncomfortable with the unlit pipe in his mouth. With nothing else to do, he forces himself to sleep. The next morning, as the man steps out, he encounters a familiar face. It's none other than Yunyang, who had brought his wife to him a few days ago. Big sister Yunyang, who had brought 3 beautiful ladies to him. Since they've met, a greeting is in order. "Oh, it's you. Little brother, indeed. But I'm not a little brother, I'm already an adult," the man clarifies with a smile. Are you truly an adult now?" Yunyang lightly taps the man's chest and chuckles affectionately. Seeing the situation, the man discreetly took a step back. This middle-aged lady squatting on the ground, is she rare earth material or what? Brother Yunyang immediately smiled, then glanced at the things behind the man, surprised. "Little brother, looks like you're living quite prosperously, displaying so many things." The man replied, "It's alright, all thanks to Sister Yunyang's help. I'm just telling the truth." However, Yunyang thought it was a joke, so she followed along and jokingly said, "Since that's the case, if there are more young ladies that can't be matched next time, sister will bring them to your place." So, faced with such a good opportunity, the man naturally didn't refuse. Even if a train full of such young ladies arrived, he wouldn't panic. With the system in place, this could be described as a blessing in disguise. "Brother is flattering you." Yunyang's smile became even more radiant. A surge of emotions rose in her chest, and her gaze towards the man started to feel unusual. The man couldn't endure it, afraid that the other party would stick to the system. After exchanging a few more words, he hurriedly left, hastily saying goodbye. His wife at home is still waiting. He might even be worrying about her now. Thinking about his wife at home, she has less flexibility. With the system in place, she only needs to live a good life. By marrying more in the future, they can live a happy life. The rewards from the system, any of them can change an ordinary person's fate. Having 3,000 beauties in the harem every day, who dares to challenge the Dragon Empire? As the saying goes, marry a wife and receive 3 gold bricks, marry 30 wives and gain a kingdom, marry 300 wives and receive elixirs. If one marries 3,000, what kind of effect would that have? There are rewards for having children as well. As he thought about it, the man became excited and decided to go back to find his wife first, and then talk about having more children. Driven by this motivation, the man hurried back home. But as he walked back to his doorstep, he felt uneasy when he saw the gate forcibly knocked down. Instantly, his expression turned cold. In the courtyard, the young landlord Wang Fa, accompanied by several strong men, arrogantly declared, "How dare you steal chickens from my house? Today, I will catch you and bring you to justice." Wang Fa's expression turned fierce, pointing to a rooster with broken wings in the courtyard. "We didn't steal it, you threw the chicken into our yard yourselves." Su Xiao and Wang Nan trembled in fear at the sudden intrusion of Wang Fa. "If you say you didn't steal it, then you didn't. Let's go to the official and see who they believe," Wang Fa sneered, insinuating the bias of the ancient officials towards landlords over commoners. "The officials speak with 2 mouths, don't come in without reason or money." This is not just talk. Wang Fa was certain that these people in front of him would not dare to go to the officials with him. Indeed, when they heard about going to see the officials, both Su Xiao and Wang Dandan turned pale, as they were both ordinary farmers. They had an instinctual fear of the officials. Only Yi Xiaoro remains relatively calm, but he is also unwilling to go see the official with the other party. He is well aware of how officials behave when facing both sides. What kind of attitude will they adopt? Scared now? Wang Fa saw the changes in the 3 women and immediately smirked smugly. His elder brother was not at home before, and he himself was somewhat afraid of men's strength, so he had never dared to cause trouble. It wasn't until his elder brother returned today that he immediately became emboldened. When he saw that the man was not there, Wang Fa's mind was filled with various thoughts. Seeing the 3 beautiful wives brought home by the man, he could hardly take his eyes off them, wishing to molest them fiercely. At this moment, Wang Fa sneered and said, "I see you men are fleeing in fear of punishment, but it's fine. The 3 of you will come with us to face the consequences today." The other party clearly had no good intentions, so naturally the 3 women were unwilling to go with them. Feeling guilty, the other party showed signs of hesitation, making Wang Fa feel pleased. The trick he played can be considered very low-level, but undeniably very effective. Taking advantage of the attack in the courtyard is the most compelling evidence. Not only can he obtain beautiful concubines, but he can also easily control the men without worrying about their resistance. If they dare to resist, he can simply call the officials. Now he has an additional idea, which is to possess these 3 young ladies, with the men taking responsibility for them. If they can't pay, they will be sent to the frontier for military service, but the 3 beautiful concubines brought back will be taken care of by them in the future. If you don't want to see the officials, that's fine too, it depends on whether you are willing to cooperate. Wang Fa sees that he already has the upper hand. Then it's time to resort to despicable means. "What do you want?" Yi Xiaoro furrowed her brows. The unmasked lewdness in the other party's eyes made him very uncomfortable. But with his husband not at home, he could only endure this inappropriate behavior. "It's simple," Wang Fa said with a smirk. "The thing is, we haven't been feeling well these days, and we want you 3 to make us feel better. Otherwise, you will all end up in jail." He greedily eyed the 3 women's attractive figures. "We would never betray our husband, even if it means death," the 3 women said in unison, unwavering. Their words were resolute, without any hesitation. "I won't allow you to refuse. I suspect there are other stolen goods in your house. Take these 3 women in and make them confess to the other stolen goods." Wang Fa's heart was filled with malice. Initially, he wanted to seek revenge on the men, but now he planned to deal with the 3 women first. Once they were taken care of, he would frame the men for stealing his chickens and have them sent to the authorities. At that point, everything they said would be dismissed as slander. He intended to use the false accusation of chicken theft to manipulate them and fulfill his own desires. The other sturdy men were all dependents of Wang Fa's family. Despite their reluctance, they couldn't resist Wang Fa's orders. If they did, their housing would be taken away, leaving their families to starve. They had no choice but to comply. Several men exchanged a glance and then slowly moved forward to carry out the order. The three women immediately began to resist. The more you resist, the more excited I become. Witnessing this scene, Wang Fa burst into laughter, his eyes filled with a lecherous look becoming even more intense at that moment. Being in a remote location, the sounds here cannot be heard outside. Feeling unrestrained, Yi Xiaoro and the three women were immediately forced to retreat in this situation. The man returned just in time to witness this scene. Unable to bear it, he angrily shouted, "You will die soon." He dropped what he was carrying and charged towards Wang Fa, the instigator of all this. Seeing no reaction from the other side, he used a move resembling up the mountain, beat the tiger fist, almost allowing Wang Fa to gain the upper hand. Seeing his wife being bullied like this, he felt the urge to kill the other party. The men thought the man was scared and would run away, but to their surprise, he not only didn't run but also fought back directly, delivering a punch that left Wang Fa's fate uncertain. When they saw the man's murderous gaze, they immediately wet themselves. Husband, when the familiar figure stood in front of them, the three women who were initially in despair were instantly moved to tears, overwhelmed with excitement. Their love surged, and they immediately wanted to start a family with the man. "I'm sorry I didn't take care of you. It's all my fault." The man looked at his tearful wife. Burning with anger, he retaliated with a set of tiger fist techniques. Several men lying neatly on the ground, their bones broken, goodness knows how many. "Kill him for me, kill him." The pampered young landlord has never experienced such an injury before. He catches his breath and then roars, instructing his entourage of spoiled children. "Still want to kill me?" The man's eyes flash with coldness, his killing intent rising once again. "Don't act rashly." A few defenders who came to help shout when they see things going awry. They can't just stand by and watch the young landlord get into trouble. Aiding the tyrant in his wrongdoing, you are no good either. The man's gaze is icy, his disdain for these people evident. With a cold snort, he prepares to show his skills. However, at that moment, a round of applause is heard from outside the door, followed by a young man who bears some resemblance to Wang Fa then walks in from outside the courtyard. Continued in the next episode. Just as the man is about to unleash his skills, a man resembling Wang Fa walks in. It's clear this guy knows a thing or two. The man looks at the man with a disdainful gaze. Wang Wei looks at the newcomer, Wang Fa's elder brother, a prominent figure in Tianfeng City and a core member of the Sisui gang. He may not be as learned, but his martial arts skills are top-notch, making him a local legend. Wang Fa dares to act arrogantly in the village, engaging in all sorts of mischief. All because of Wang Wei, his older brother. "Since you recognize me, why not kneel down? Do you think a little brute force can resist me?" Wang Wei, with a confident smile on his face, looked down at the man and said, "A rural villager from the countryside, even with a little brute force. What can you amount to in front of martial artists like them? Make me kneel down? Who do you think you are?" The man doesn't go looking for trouble, but he's not afraid of it either, this little shrimp. Making him kneel down and beg for mercy, how is that possible? Upon hearing this, Wang Wei burst into laughter, as if he had heard a huge joke. He hadn't returned to the village for some time, and many had forgotten about his presence as the Wang family's distinguished figure. Wang Wei continued to smile. His expression gradually turned cold. Oh no, Wang Fa, who knows his older brother well, saw this scene and became instantly delighted. Knowing that his older brother was provoked. "I'll give you a chance to make a move. If you win, today's matter ends here. If you can't win, well, then these three women of yours will serve as compensation for my brother." Wang Wei smirked coldly and said, "Thank you, big brother." Upon hearing his older brother's words, Wang Fa felt a mix of pain and joy. "You're asking for death." The man's expression also turned cold, treating his wives as gambling chips. This can be considered as continuously trampling on his bottom line. "Are you very angry? Then show me the strength to defeat me." Wang Wei, seeing the man's angry expression, smiled instead. Returning to his hometown from the county town this time, he wanted to stir up some trouble. Now that there was some fun to be had, he didn't mind playing alone. As for being defeated, how is that possible? He is a genius rarely seen in the Sisui gang for 10 years, considered a master in the entire Tianfeng city. Yet this simple villager easily subdued him with just a finger. The three wives of the husband saw through Wang Wei's demeanor, realizing he was not simple, and couldn't help but worry at this moment. The man reassured his wives and then walked towards Wang Wei. An imposing aura that even the Tiger King would yield to emanated from the man. Facing such hooligans, only by subduing them would they speak to you properly. As a man, the thing he hates the most is someone bullying his wife. When patience runs out, naturally it's time for a heavy blow. You dare to make a move, truly ignorant of martial arts experts. Thinking brute force is enough for confrontation, it's pitiful and laughable. Wang Wei initially looked disdainful. He never even regarded this useless man. But when the man truly made his move, his expression drastically changed, exuding a majestic aura that seemed to crush everything ahead. How is this possible? Feeling this aura, Wang Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. Nothing is impossible, the man said indifferently. His fist moved forward unstoppably, overwhelming with momentum, executing the climbing the mountain and beating the tiger technique rewarded by the system. Isn't it just a false reputation? With a tiger's roar, the once arrogant Wang Wei was now accompanied by his good brother. With just one punch, his left arm was disabled. If he had dodged a bit slower, he would have had to treat the whole village to a meal. How is this possible? I am a genius martial artist. Xiao Wei's face is full of disbelief, but before her stands a genuine rural villager. Wang Fa witnessed this scene, his jaw almost dropping. This couldn't be happening. His proud elder brother was instantly pinned to the ground and rubbed in. Nothing is impossible. Today, you will atone for your sins. Just as the men were about to act, the commotion here finally caught the attention of the villagers. Led by Captain Wang, a group of villagers hurriedly made their way to the man's house. Someone saw Wang Fa and his men kicking open the man's door, frightening the man's young wives. They were scared and kept screaming. Faced with Wang Fa the bully, the villagers began to cry out. It's becoming more lawless by the day. How dare they barge into someone's home? Are they not afraid of being sent to labor camp? Captain Wang gritted his teeth. Wang Fa, the ruffian and rogue of the village, has long been unbearable for many villagers. They have had to endure it due to the family's circumstances. Captain Wang Li, regardless of your reasons, you must make a stand today. Otherwise, how will the village remain peaceful in the future? The villagers pressured Captain Wang Li. If everyone turns a blind eye to such matters, will it not happen to them in the future? Can their village survive? Wang Lichang furrowed his brows tightly. His relationship with the man's old father was good, but his heart was also very angry at this moment, yet Wang Fa added a water pump to their house. It's not something he can afford to provoke. Let's go over and take a look first. No matter what, stop them first. Wang Lichang could only sigh to himself, planning to resolve the matter first. This Lichang only has some status in the village. Faced with this response, some of the elderly in the village could only sigh. When have they not understood this truth? However, when they arrived at the scene and saw the sight before them, they were all stunned, showing expressions of disbelief. How about the man? They knew best. Since childhood he was frail and sickly. If it weren't for his father's extreme care, he would have gone to the Western paradise long ago. Could it be that marrying a wife caused this lad to undergo a complete transformation? This is too far-fetched. Wang Lichang finally fixed his gaze on the man. At this moment, Wang Fa saw so many villagers coming, his eyes lit up. Thinking of something, he opened his mouth and started making a fuss. Wang Lichang, you came just in time. Not only did he steal my chicken this time, when I went to reason with him, I was attacked with the intent to harm you all. Quick, arrest this villain and take him to the authorities. Through the words of the other party, the arriving villagers confirmed that the bewildering situation in front of them was indeed caused by the man, but the words of Wang Fa, the villagers did not believe. You see, that's the stolen goods. It's because he stole my chicken that I came to confront him. Wang Wei on the side added another blow. Although the villagers are all sensible, the evidence is here. If you scrape off the mud, it's still feces. Village head Wang frowned. If it's really like this, then this matter is a bit troublesome. Theft is a serious crime. It might lead to imprisonment. At this moment, the man suddenly laughed. Wang Shu is talking nonsense. I just returned from the county town. A few people at the village entrance, those two aunties can testify for me. Yes, the villagers all echoed in agreement. Wang Fa, do you have anything else to say? Captain Wang looked indifferent, glancing at Wang Fa. Stealing chickens is just a trick played by the other party. Seeing the plan exposed, Wang Wei couldn't stay any longer and disappeared in an instant. The man didn't stop him. With so many people present, he couldn't kill the other party. But this matter won't end like this. The bystanders in the courtyard all left without a word. Wang Fa naturally didn't dare to delay any longer. With the support of several villagers, he grudgingly left. Seeing this, the villagers also dispersed. After the villagers left, the man looked at the frightened daughters-in-law. Don't worry, it's all over. They won't come to disturb us again. The man reached out and embraced the three daughters-in-law, speaking gently to comfort them. The three daughters-in-law nodded obediently. And Yi Xiaoro thought of something, softly saying, Husband, you can't do anything foolish. Dalon's rules are very strict. I don't want anything to happen to you. Don't worry, I won't. The man patted his wife's head, smiled, and nodded in agreement. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? And at that moment, the man took out the silver from Ma Jian. Upon seeing this, the two young ladies were so excited that they wanted to kiss the man. Yi Xiao's eyes turned red, more excited than her two innocent sisters. This eldest sister of his has more on her mind. The husband has already done what he should with his abilities, so shouldn't the wives also do what they should? As he thought about it, his face suddenly blushed, thinking about giving birth to a big, chubby son for her husband. Yi Xiao, as the eldest daughter-in-law, naturally had more things on her mind. Previously, when the head tax issue was unresolved, it was very likely that the next tax collection would be a dead end, so she definitely didn't dwell on it. But now things were different. With her husband capable, at least the head tax problem was no longer a worry. As the eldest daughter-in-law, she had to consider the future generations of the family. After all, in ancient society, continuing the family line was a top priority. Xiao, why is your face turning red again? Lin Chen saw his eldest daughter-in-law looking fine but blushing once again, and he couldn't help but be curious. It's nothing. Yi Xiao blushed shyly. She naturally didn't want to say it out loud. If she really wanted to, she could do it quietly at night. Lin Chen didn't think much of it, assuming his eldest daughter-in-law was just too excited. Thinking of this, he took out daily necessities and fabrics first, then unwrapped the jewelry he had bought for a few daughter-in-laws one by one. Husband, what is this? Seeing the different packages, the three daughter-in-laws were immediately curious. Good things, Lin Chen smiled and replied, then opened the packages. As the packages were opened, exquisite pieces of jewelry appeared before the eyes of the three women. Is this jewelry? When they saw the contents of the packages, the three women couldn't take their eyes off them. Women naturally liked all kinds of delicate jewelry. It was in their nature, regardless of anything else. Yes, it is jewelry. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, then handed out the jewelry to the three daughter-in-laws. I didn't know what you all liked, so I bought one of each. Take a look and see if you like them. Seeing the jewelry handed to them, the three women's eyes welled up with tears. It wasn't just about the jewelry, it was also about their husband's consideration for them. Deeply moved, tears fell uncontrollably. They thought no one wanted them, that they were like weeds picked up by their husbands. But in reality, their husbands treasured them dearly. The more they thought about it, the more tears flowed. Hey, why are you crying so much? Don't tell me you don't like what I bought? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. He didn't understand why they were crying when he was giving them gifts. According to his understanding, giving jewelry to his daughter-in-law should make them happy, shouldn't it? We like it. We're just so happy. The three women answered with tears in their eyes, truly overwhelmed with joy. However, soon they felt sorry again because of the cost of so many pieces of jewelry. All of this was their husband's hard-earned money. And when they looked at the empty basket, they realized that besides buying things for them, Lin Chen hadn't bought anything for himself, not even a pair of worn-out shoes. Husband. Thinking of this, the three women truly cried this time. Seeing his daughter-in-laws crying and laughing again, Lin Chen was completely baffled. Should he comfort them well or just laugh along with the young daughter-in-laws? Lin, who had never been in a romantic relationship, encountered a knowledge gap at this moment. The modern knowledge he had learned seemed to be of no use at all. Fortunately, Wang Erxiao, who had just gone back to tie up the cow, came in with bowls and chopsticks in a hurry, which calmed the three young daughter-in-laws down and they began to tidy up the things Lin Chen had brought back. Brother Fan, what's wrong with the sisters-in-law? Wang Erxiao looked at the tear-streaked faces of the sisters-in-law, feeling puzzled. It's nothing, it's adult matters. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, you little brat. Lin Chen scolded with a smile. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he was also confused. Okay. Wang Erxiao scratched his head, not wanting to dwell on the issue. But the half-grown child couldn't sit still, and soon couldn't help but ask, Brother Fan, what are we having for dinner today? Chicken. Lin Chen pointed to the rooster left by Wang Fa when they left. Isn't this from Wang Fa's family? Are we really going to kill it and eat it? Wang Erxiao naturally wanted to eat chicken, but he knew whose chicken it was. If they killed it, wouldn't the other party come looking for trouble? Let's not eat it, let's save it for the new year. Lin Chen glanced at the other person, then took out a kitchen knife and slaughtered the rooster. This was just a small interest payment. The real settlement has not even begun yet. Come help pluck the feathers. Come on. Wang Erxiao was still worried, but seeing Lin Chen looking indifferent and asking him to pluck the feathers, he decided not to bother and went happily to help pluck the chicken feathers. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last ate chicken, and now his mouth couldn't help but water. Wipe your drool, look at you, so pathetic. Lin Chen scolded with a smile. Wang Erxiao didn't retort, just wiped his drool and continued plucking the feathers swiftly. The meal was very sumptuous. In addition to the rooster sent by Wang, there was lamb brought back by Lin Chen from the county town, as well as some dried fish. Under the cooking of Su Xiaoxiao, the kitchen maid, the fragrance was tantalizing, making one's appetite soar. Wang Erxiao held his bowl, missing a corner, and drooled. Oh my goodness, this is too delicious. Wang Erxiao swallowed his saliva eagerly, but Lin Chen and the others didn't start eating, so he didn't dare to either. If it smells good, then eat quickly. Lin Chen smiled and picked up his chopsticks, picking up a chicken leg for the other person. Yes, Erxiao, help yourself, treat it like your own home. Yi Xiaoro and the others, seeing the half-grown child in front of them, who had gone back to the village to seek help when they were being bullied, were very grateful and also helped pick up the food. Yes, thank you, Fangu, thank you, sisters-in-law, thank you. Wang Erxiao politely thanked them, then couldn't help but start eating heartily. Suddenly, as he ate, he started to cry. He had many siblings at home. His parents struggled to support them, never having time to care for him. Now that someone was being so kind to him, he couldn't control his emotions. Why are you crying? In the future, when you're with Fangu, you'll have meat to eat every day, isn't that great? This time, Lin Chen didn't scold him, but just smiled and patted his head. Wang Erxiao nodded heavily, then put on what he thought was the most fierce expression and said, Fangu, if Wang Fa dares to bother you again in the future, I'll take care of him for you. Ha ha, you'll have to eat more for that to happen, your head alone won't be able to help me. Lin Chen laughed heartily at his words. Okay. Wang Erxiao nodded heavily again and started eating heartily. It was just a joke for Lin Chen, but this half-grown kid took it seriously. He even secretly vowed that whoever dared to cause trouble for Fan Ji's family, he would make them regret it. Lin Chen was unaware of this, as he truly meant it as a joke. After all, he wouldn't have to worry about Wang Fa coming to bother him soon. Wives, you should eat too. Lin Chen snapped out of his thoughts and started arranging for the wives to eat. This meal was indeed very sumptuous for ordinary people. Even Lin Chen, who came from an era of abundance, was stuffed. Wang Erxiao was also full, almost rolling his eyes from being so full. Lin Chen smiled at this and gave a signal to his eldest wife, Yi Xiaoro. Yi Xiaoro understood, picked up Wang Erxiao's bowl, cleaned it, and then put the remaining food into it for him. Sister-in-law, what's this for? Wang Erxiao was a bit puzzled. Take this back with you, let your younger siblings taste it too. Yi Xiaoro explained gently. How can this be? Wang Erxiao was completely at a loss. It was one thing to help eat a little, but to pack up food to take back home for the family to eat was different. In their poor mountain village, meat was very precious, hard to come by even during the new year. Now, not only did he eat his fill, but he was also given a big bowl to take home. This made him not only at a loss but also deeply moved. Take it. It's just some food. Yi Xiaoro's demeanor was gentle as she handed the bowl to Wang Erxiao. Take it. Lin Chen spoke up at this point. The other two wives didn't say anything, but they smiled and nodded. Thank you, Fangu, thank you, sisters-in-law. Wang Erxiao shed tears again, bowed deeply in gratitude, and carefully carried the large bowl in his hands back home. He wanted to return immediately to satisfy his younger siblings' cravings and his parents. Wang Erxiao returned home. Everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Lin Chen glanced at the sky outside and solemnly said to the three young wives, Ahem, 3 ladies, the husband has traveled 100 miles and is tired. Please attend to him for bathing and changing clothes. Yes, husband, you've worked hard, the 3 blushing wives replied. That night, in the largest and most magnificent courtyard in Wang family village, Wang Fa was treated by a doctor and lay on the bed, groaning in discomfort. Big brother, are we just going to let this go? Wang Fa looked at his elder brother beside him, feeling more emotionally pained than physically. Who does Lin Chen think he is? An outsider. A sickly weakling. In the past, as long as he wished, he could humiliate and control him at any time. But today? Not only was he severely injured, but he was also publicly forced to flee in embarrassment. How could he, who was always arrogant, swallow this humiliation? Let it go? Ha ha, Wang Wei coldly laughed. I have never suffered such a loss. How could this matter be just let go like this? Wang Fa's eyes brightened at his words, but thinking of Lin Chen's terrifying strength, even his elder brother couldn't defeat him, he dimmed again. But we are no match for that guy, how can we seek revenge? The more he spoke, the more uncomfortable he felt, accompanied by a sense of powerlessness. In the end, they were just relying on their family's wealth. If the things they relied on collapsed, they would be at a loss. Humph! I may not be his match, but in the Sisui gang, there are plenty of opponents. Wang Wei's expression turned even colder, the pain in his left arm fueling his hatred towards Lin Chen to the extreme. He couldn't beat him, but the Sisui gang had even stronger experts. Big brother, are you planning to hire someone? Do you want me to help? Wang Fa's dim eyes lit up again. You don't need to worry about that, just stay home and recover. Wait for my good news. Once my injuries stabilize a bit more, I will return to the county town tomorrow. Wang Wei pressed on his left arm, his injuries not suitable for a rushed journey at the moment. He needed to rest and stabilize his condition. Alright, I'll wait for your good news, big brother. Wang Fa became excited, already anticipating the miserable fate of this enemy, Lin Chen. You're just waiting to die, he thought fiercely. The next day, Lin Chen woke up refreshed. Compared to Wang Fa's family courtyard, Lin Chen's home was quite simple. But a golden nest is not as good as one's own dog kennel, let alone anything else. Soft jade in his arms. This is what real sleep is like. As for the rest, it's just about staying alive and not dying suddenly. Husband, I'll go prepare the meal. Su Xiaoxiao, the cook, was always the first to wake up every day. Yes, wife, you've worked hard, Lin Chen nodded. I'll help my sister. Wang Nan had also woken up and offered to help. Yes, wife, you've worked hard, Lin Chen nodded again with the same words. The two wives went to work. Lin Chen also got up from bed, not planning to sleep in. Even if he fought on all sides every night, his vigorous physique showed no signs of fatigue. If it weren't for considering that his wives couldn't handle it, he could work until dawn without any problems. Yi Xiaoro, the eldest wife, also got up and gently helped her husband get dressed. Lin Chen wasn't used to this, he wasn't so pampered. But the eldest wife insisted, and if he refused, she would get upset, even teary-eyed. Lin Chen could only helplessly enjoy it. Ah, this is what life is all about. Lin Chen sighed again. Husband, why do you sigh? Yi Xiaoro asked when she heard him sigh. Nothing, just happy to have all of you ladies, Lin Chen smiled and replied. Yes, I feel the same way. Yi Xiaoro smiled back and leaned against Lin Chen's chest. Oh, I almost forgot, take these. After embracing for a while, Lin Chen remembered something and handed a purse to his wife. What's this? Yi Xiaoro took it, puzzled. You'll know when you open it. Lin Chen pretended to be mysterious for a moment. Alright, Yi Xiaoro obediently nodded and opened it. Silver? When she saw what was inside, she immediately looked at Lin Chen. Husband, why did you give me silver? You are the eldest daughter-in-law at home, so naturally, you will manage the household finances, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Although there were 3 daughters-in-law at home, whether it was the second daughter-in-law or the youngest daughter-in-law, none of them had received an education. Although they were gentle and virtuous, and listened to their husbands, they lacked in arithmetic. They could manage normal purchases, but if there were too many, they would get confused and unable to keep track. The eldest daughter-in-law was different. Coming from a wealthy family, she had received a good education, even attending school. Not to mention arithmetic, she could have her own opinions on some articles. Coupled with her gentle yet firm personality, she remained calm in all situations, handled things fairly, and was the most suitable for managing the household finances. Indeed, there was a need for someone to handle the household expenses. As for Lin Chen himself, he had no desire to control these matters. If he was short of money, he would just forge some divine weapons himself. The coal and iron he bought from the coal and iron department should be delivered today. When the time came, he could easily forge a few, so why worry about not having silver on him? Once a man had the ability, there was no need to worry about finances. Yi Xiaoro lightly bit her lip, then nodded heavily and put away the silver. Since husband believes in me, I will definitely manage it well for you, she assured Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded seriously. I naturally believe in my wife's abilities. Breakfast was relatively simple. With the help of Wang Nan, Su Xiaoxiao quickly prepared it. After a simple meal, Lin Chen brought some yellow mud to renovate the blacksmith's furnace. With 3 daughters-in-law helping, the work was done very easily. The 3 daughters-in-law were also very happy and enjoyed this kind of life. In no time, the adobe furnace in the blacksmith's room was completely renovated. It was at this moment that the sound of horse bells came from outside. Wang Erxiao rushed in from outside, shouting, Fan Gu, a carriage driver is looking for you. A carriage driver is looking for me? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned at the news, but quickly realized that it was the courier from the coal and iron department finally coming to deliver the goods. Alright, I understand, Lin Chen replied to the messenger Wang Erxiao, then washed his hands and walked out of the courtyard gate. On the dirt road outside the courtyard gate, a gray-haired groom led a horse pulling a carriage, swaying towards Lin Chen's house. As the horse moved forward, the horse bell on its neck jingled crisply. Behind the groom, there were 2 armed men, the escort staff from the coal and iron department, who were also responsible for collecting the remaining payment. The coal and iron purchased by Lin Chen were all loaded on the horse-drawn carriage. Are you Lin Chen? Stopping at the doorstep, a staff member approached and asked. Lin nodded, yes, that's me. Please show me your receipt. The staff member inspected Lin Chen and then said, the receipt is correct. The coal and iron you requested have been delivered. You can inspect the goods, and if there are no issues, please settle the final payment. Okay, thank you. Lin Chen naturally had no objections and, with the 3 daughters-in-law, began to check the goods. Wang Ershio volunteered to help and soon placed the coal and iron in the blacksmith's room. All the materials for forging were in place, but Lin Chen did not immediately start forging swords to make money. Instead, he told the 3 daughters-in-law that he had something to do outside and left with a straw hat. Calculating the time, Wang Wei should have stabilized his injuries by now and gone to get reinforcements. Lin Chen glanced at the sun in the sky and quickly walked into the woods along the road leading from Wang's village to the county town. There were many eyes in the village, making it inconvenient to do certain things. However, in the deep mountains and old forests, many things became easier. On the calm dirt road, only the sounds of birds and beasts undulated, with hardly a few people passing by in a day. In such a place, any other sound would seem very abrupt. And indeed it was. When the sound of hooves approached, it could be heard clearly from afar, startling a flock of birds and beasts. On the horse's back was a young man dressed in sturdy attire, his face cold, occasionally flicking the reins to urge the horse on as if in a hurry. However, as he passed through a dense mountain forest section, he suddenly pulled the reins to a stop. Who goes there? The young man stared wide-eyed, glaring at a figure emerging from the forest, blocking his path. So soon you don't recognize me? The figure blocking the path slowly raised his head, revealing a handsome face with a smile beneath a straw hat. It's you! The young man's eyes widened even more, a hint of fear in them. You want to kill me? These 2 individuals were Lin Chen and Wang Wei, and it was clear what Wang Wei intended by blocking the path. Lin Chen smiled and replied, otherwise, should I wait for you to find someone to come back and kill me? Wang Wei's identity as a core member of the Sisui gang was not a secret in the village. His younger brother Wang Fa often boasted about it, and everyone from the elderly to the children knew about it. Lin Chen was not a fool and naturally understood the situation. Knowing the other party's identity, it was not difficult to guess how he would react after suffering a major loss. And knowing how the other party would act, Lin Chen would not sit idly by, eliminating the threat. This was the correct way to handle it, rather than waiting for the other party to come knocking and causing uncontrollable events. Humph! I am a core disciple of the Sisui gang. Dare you kill me? Wang Wei coldly threatened, revealing his identity. It's precisely because you are a core disciple of the Sisui gang that I want to kill you. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Enough talk, if this is your last words, then let it all end here. With that, Lin Chen charged forward, his terrifying power unleashing an unparalleled burst, like a cannonball firing. Without any reaction, Wang Wei's horse was punched in the head and collapsed with a loud crash. In a moment of screams, the horse fell to the ground, instantly killed. Damn it! Wang Wei did not expect Lin Chen to be so decisive, acting without hesitation, leaving him unable to react. Fortunately, he was also a skilled martial artist and managed to roll to avoid injury. However, the wound on his left arm, just stabilized, now sent sharp pain through him. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse, his resentment towards Lin Chen unquenchable. But before he could react, Lin Chen's attack came again. Without any fancy moves, he leaped into the air and with his terrifying power, a solid stomp could have peeled off Wang Wei's skin even if he didn't die. Faced with the threat of death, Wang Wei could only grit his teeth, enduring the pain as he rolled on the ground to evade. Have the guts to let me get up first. Wang Wei shouted loudly as he rolled. Humph, I'm targeting you, you coward. No need for you to get up. Lin Chen had no intention of showing mercy, the result was all that mattered. After all, he was a young man. Did young men need to show mercy? You fool! Wang Wei was in a sorry state, rolling on the ground continuously, completely devoid of his usual arrogance and domineering attitude. Lin Chen didn't waste any more words, unleashing his strongest power, a barrage of attacks like a storm, leaving no room for error to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Wang Wei was no match for Lin Chen to begin with, and with his injured left arm and losing the initiative, after struggling desperately, he finally could not continue. First, he took a sidekick from Lin Chen, breaking countless ribs on the spot, his waist exploding as if hit by a detonator. Following that, his chest was brutally trampled, and a cracking sound rang out. Puff! Wang Wei spurted a mouthful of blood, his resistance growing weaker by the moment, the gleam in his eyes dimming visibly. The Sisui gang will not let you off, soon you will accompany me in death. Wang Wei knew he was doomed, filled with regret but more so with hatred. I'll be waiting. Lin Chen's gaze was calm as he pressed his foot hard on the opponent's neck. With a forceful push, a crisp sound accompanied the end of this crushing battle. To ensure he wouldn't be threatened in the future, Lin Chen had to be ruthless. With strength on his side, he could always run if he couldn't win. But what about his wives? So, no matter his state of mind, this major threat, Wang Wei, had to die. However, even after disposing of the body and erasing all traces at the scene, Lin Chen's hands couldn't stop trembling slightly. After all, this was his first time killing someone. Killing someone may sound simple, but only the person involved truly understands the reality of it. Some murderers, when caught, show signs of abnormality. Lin Chen, though not overly exaggerated, was also unable to remain calm. But the thought of his wives at home no longer being threatened strengthened his resolve. He was ready to do it again. He would not hesitate to eliminate this major threat. Wang Wei. At home, Yi Xiaoro and the other two wives waited at the door for their husband to return. Although Lin Chen had left pretending to be carefree, the women's sensitive sixth sense made them aware of something amiss. However, they didn't want to cause trouble for their husband and pretended not to notice. But as time passed, they couldn't help but worry and feel anxious. Sister. Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nannan looked towards Yi Xiaoro, the eldest sister, on the verge of tears. Don't worry, our husband is capable and nothing will happen to him. Besides, he just went out to handle some matters, no need to worry. Faced with her sister's concerns, Yi Xiaoro could only smile calmly. Being the most intelligent, she already had a faint understanding of what her husband had gone out to do. But now was not the time to act rashly. She even had to pretend not to know about it. She emphasized that Lin Chen had just gone out to handle some matters. To prevent the two women from overthinking, the fewer people who knew, the better. MMHM. Upon hearing this, the two women calmed down considerably, breathing a sigh of relief. Xiao Xiao, you go prepare dinner. Our husband will surely be hungry when he returns. Nan Nan, you and I will continue making clothes for him. Let's try to finish them today. Yi Xiaoro took charge as the eldest sister and began organizing things at home. Okay. The two women obediently nodded and started doing their respective tasks. Lin Chen didn't return home until evening. Seeing this heartwarming scene at home, he couldn't help but smile contentedly. It was all worth it. Husband, you're back. The eldest wife, Yi Xiaoro, had been maintaining a calm demeanor to stabilize the household, but deep down, she was the most worried. She had a faint suspicion of what her husband had gone out to do. Naturally, she was deeply moved by it, but her worry overshadowed everything else. When she saw Lin Chen return safely, she couldn't hold back her tears, and all her strength crumbled under the weight of her emotions. Yes, I'm back. Lin Chen smiled gently, ruffling his wife's hair. I made you worry, it's my fault. No, it's not your fault. Yi Xiaoro shook her head firmly. How could any of this be her husband's fault? Only those who truly understood knew how much her husband had sacrificed for their family. Alright, let's have dinner first. Lin Chen didn't dwell on the topic, nodding before changing the subject. Dinner that evening wasn't extravagant, but everyone ate contentedly. The following days were spent in tranquility, comfort, and happiness. Lin Chen did not immediately forge swords to sell for money. Instead, he rested for 2 days and then crafted some farming tools for his family. Unable to stay idle, or perhaps wanting to share some pressure with Lin Chen, as strongly requested by his 3 daughters-in-law. Under their coaxing, Lin Chen couldn't resist and ended up crafting various household items for the 3 women. From kitchen knives to firewood choppers, hoes, and even delicate scissors, using premium forging materials, these ordinary household tools surpassed the long swords Lin Chen had forged before, cutting iron like mud and effortlessly slicing through hair. If Lin Chen hadn't held back for fear of hurting his daughters-in-law, his craftsmanship would have been even more formidable. A master blacksmith. In the martial world, he would be considered a legendary craftsman. This level of skill was no mere boast. Nevertheless, it was sufficient, and the daughters-in-law were all very pleased. Husband, the firewood chopper you made for me is so sharp, much sharper than the one we had before at home. Thank you, Wang Nannan exclaimed, waving the new chopper. Wood that was previously hard to split now yielded effortlessly to the new tool, making her work much easier. She thanked her husband with a cheerful smile. You're welcome, as long as it's useful, Lin Chen replied with a smile. After a few days, his restless heart finally calmed down. He had no regrets about what he had done, in fact, he felt it was the right thing. However, while things were settling down on his end, trouble was brewing at home, where his elder brother, Wang Fa, was anxiously awaiting his return. Over the past few days, Wang Fa had gone from hopeful anticipation to confusion and doubt, and finally to worry and anxiety. After all, his elder brother, Wang Wei, had promised him when he left to gather reinforcements in the county town that he would return within 2 days at the latest, bringing back a true expert, a king among men, to assert their dominance. They would then witness Lin Chen's downfall together. Yet now, not just 2 days, but 5 or 6 days had passed, and there was still no sign of his elder brother. Initially, Wang Fa could console himself, thinking his brother must have been delayed by some urgent matter. But as time went on, he found it harder and harder to reassure himself. And today, two burly men exuding a strong martial aura arrived at his home, standing before him. "Who are you people?" Wang Fa felt a growing sense of unease upon seeing them. "We are from the Sisui gang," the two men replied coldly, then asked, "When was the last time you saw Wang Wei?" "Sisui gang?" Wang Fa was taken aback, never expecting the Sisui gang's reinforcements to arrive while his own elder brother was nowhere to be found. "Answer us," the two Sisui gang members demanded impatiently, showing no courtesy to a simple villager. Wang Wei had only taken a 3-day leave, but now it was the 7th day, and there was still no sign of him. This raised suspicions within the Sisui gang, prompting them to dispatch search parties. The martial world was far from peaceful. A sudden disappearance often meant trouble. As a core disciple of the Sisui gang with close ties to the leadership, Wang Wei was highly valued by the gang. These two members had been sent by the higher-ups to investigate, and their first stop naturally was Wang Wei's hometown, where he had returned on leave. "My brother. We last saw him 6 days ago," Wang Fa stammered, feeling a chill run down his spine. But as he contemplated the grim possibilities, he hurriedly asked, "Brothers, has something happened to my brother? 6 days ago?" The two investigators' expressions darkened upon hearing this response. After a moment, one of them spoke up, "Since Wang Wei returned on leave, he hasn't been seen again. We suspect he may have been killed. We are currently investigating his whereabouts during these days." As family members, they did not hide anything from Wang Fa. But upon hearing this, Wang Fa couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. His elderly father, Wang Yukai, happened to have a servant bring in some tea, but upon hearing the news, he nearly fainted. Wang Wei's son, he was Wang Youcai's pride. His status when he went out was something he often boasted about. As for Wang Fa, this prodigal son, he was just an accident. If it weren't for his big brother Wang Wei's constant care, he wouldn't even bother. But now, his precious son seemed to have been harmed. "Impossible, impossible," he shouted in disbelief. "Quiet." The two investigators scolded, making the frantic Wang Yukai calm down before speaking. "Think carefully, before Wang Wei disappeared. Did he offend anyone, or was there anything unusual?" "It's Lin Chen, definitely Lin Chen." Wang Fa snapped out of it and screamed like a madman at that moment. "Who is Lin Chen?" The investigators who came to investigate perked up at this statement. When someone with information speaks up, their task becomes much easier. "It must be him." Wang Fa grew more and more excited, then recounted the previous conflict. "Tell us in detail what happened," the two investigators asked. Wang Fa didn't hesitate at all and quickly explained the situation. "Mountain folk with strange strength?" The two investigators who came to investigate exchanged glances upon hearing this answer, then quickly made a decision. "You are not allowed to mention this to anyone. We will handle it. Otherwise, don't blame us, we won't follow the rules of the Jianghu." The two finally warned, their eyes carrying a hint of cold killing intent. They were just investigators, there were naturally others who would take care of the rest. But once they returned, this matter would not end so easily. The Sisui gang, renowned in Tianfeng County, overseeing many gray industries, the common people shrank back at the mention of its name. Its leader, Tai Chingfei, was a second-rate expert in the Jianghu world. His 2 iron legs were extremely powerful, allowing him to cross water surfaces for a short period of time based on strength alone, earning him the nickname in the Jianghu world Iron Legs Water Drifter. When he first established the gang in Tianfeng County, it attracted many knights-errant from the Jianghu world. However, as the years went by, he grew older and rarely handled matters, remaining in a semi-retired state. Currently, most of the gang's affairs were entrusted to the deputy gang leader within the gang. And this deputy gang leader was Wang Wei's support within the gang. This time, Wang Wei's disappearance was the result of his leadership in dispatching gang members to search for him. The two investigators hurried back to the gang's headquarters and reported to this deputy gang leader. "Being able to defeat Wang Wei with a single punch does show some strength, but daring to provoke our Sisui gang, this level of strength is far from enough. Lu, you personally lead a group to bring him to our leader. Our leader wants to interrogate him personally to see if he did this." This deputy gang leader was not tall, but his arms were very thick, showing his formidable skills, and he appeared quite imposing. After listening to the investigator's report, he instructed a middle-aged man beside him. This was the gang's guardian, a third-rate peak expert, far superior to the ordinary third-rate like Wang Wei. "Yes," Lu, the guardian, replied with a bow. Not long after, this guardian led a group of gang members and quickly left the gang's headquarters. On the other hand, Lin Chen was unaware of the situation with the Sisui gang. In the matters of the Jianghu world, he was still not experienced enough, failing to anticipate that Jianghu gangs do not need evidence to act. As long as they suspect you, they will deal with you directly, preferring to kill by mistake than to let go. As for silencing him and not letting the Sisui gang get any information, that was unrealistic. After all, even if they killed Wang Wei's whole family, the villagers all knew he had conflicts with Wang Wei. Killing them would only increase suspicion. They couldn't possibly kill all the villagers, right? So, no matter what Lin Chen did, the Sisui gang would come looking for trouble. If they didn't kill Wang Wei would bring trouble to him, and if they did, after the Sisui gang's investigation, they would still come looking for trouble. This is the Jianhu. However, Lin Chen was not yet sophisticated enough to realize this. After finishing their meal, he leisurely went out with Wang Erxiao, the cowherd, to the river to fish. In this world without industrial pollution, there were still plenty of fish in the river. Fangu, I've dug up the earthworms. Wang Erxiao busied himself, completely deferring to Lin Chen. It was not bad to have someone obediently following orders, and Lin Chen did not refuse the company. Well, let's go then. Lin Chen nodded and took the bamboo fishing rod he had prepared, swaying towards the small river at the edge of the village. The three wives were at home looking after the house. Lin Chen had bought back a lot of cloth, and they had been busy making clothes these days. The work was a bit monotonous, but they found joy in it. However, as soon as they closed the courtyard door and were about to take out their tools to start making clothes, the door was gently knocked. Could it be that my husband doesn't want to fish and has come back? Wang Nan wondered, then set down what she was holding to open the door. However, it was not Lin Chen outside, but a group of strangers. Led by an old man, there was a young and beautiful woman standing beside him, followed by two men and women dressed as servants. If Lin Chen were here, he would surely recognize one of the men dressed as a servant as the second shopkeeper he had traded with at the Divine Arms Pavilion when selling long swords. However, the second shopkeeper, who had exuded a strong aura of authority before, now appeared as a servant, following behind the other two, carrying bags and items, showing utmost respect. The fact that the second shopkeeper of the Divine Arms Pavilion treated them this way indicated the status of the other two individuals. Whom are you looking for? Wang Nan was unaware of the situation and asked as she saw strangers at the door. Is this Lin Chen's house? The leading old man politely inquired. Wang Nan became alert and replied after a while, yes, do you have business with him? Since the visitors had found their way here, they must have inquired with other villagers. Even if she lied and denied, it would not work, so it was better to admit it openly and ask what they wanted. Yes, we have a matter to discuss with him. The old man smiled and nodded, then seemed to sense Wang Nan's concern and explained proactively, rest assured, we mean no harm, just here to inquire about something with him. Hearing the commotion at the door, Yi Xiao and the other woman set down what they were holding and came to the door. Could you tell us what this is about? My husband is not at home right now. Yi Xiao was more alert than Wang Nan and could tell at a glance that the visitors were not ordinary. It was good if they meant no harm. If they did, it would be troublesome. Rest assured, we really mean no harm. I had a transaction with Master Lin before. The second shopkeeper took the initiative to speak up. They had come to visit this time with no ill intentions, just to ask Lin Chen about the information on the lost forging technique master. The reason for their delayed visit was that they had only recently obtained information about Lin Chen. You had a transaction with my husband? Yi Xiao did not relax her guard but carefully scrutinized the visitors. That's right. The second shopkeeper tried to make his smile more friendly, nodding. It was just a few days ago when Master Lin sold us a long sword. We are here today just to ask a few questions. Are you from the Divine Arms Pavilion? Yi Xiao had heard Lin Chen mention the sale of long swords, so when the visitors mentioned it, she immediately made a guess. She was not unfamiliar with the Divine Arms Pavilion, a well-known business in Dalong with a good reputation for honest operations. If they were from the Divine Arms Pavilion, the chances of them being bad people were not high. That's right. The second shopkeeper smiled, and since their identity had been guessed, the conversation became easier. This indeed dispelled some of Yi Xiao's concerns. She did not ask further questions but instructed Su Xiaoxiao to inform Lin Chen about the matter and invited the visitors into the courtyard. Since they had come politely as guests and even brought gifts, it would not be right to leave them waiting outside. Moreover, the other party also has female companions, so there is no need to worry about gossip when entering the house. Please have a seat first. My husband should be back soon. Yi Xiao arranged for the other party to sit down and went to the kitchen to prepare some tea for them. The guests followed the host's lead. The people from Shinbing Pavilion didn't say anything, casually surveying the courtyard. Wang Nan was a bit shy and did not entertain the guests. Instead, she sat in the courtyard, holding a hatchet and continuing to chop the firewood she had collected. Winter was approaching, and more firewood needed to be prepared at home. This action did not attract attention at first. But when the people from Shinbing Pavilion saw the hard firewood being split like paper under Wang Nan's gentle swing of the hatchet, they were immediately captivated. "Miss, could you lend me the hatchet in your hand to have a look?" The leading elder, as if discovering something, stood up excitedly and asked. "Ha!" Wang Nan was taken aback by the unexpected request. However, it was just to take a look, so she nodded and handed the hatchet to the elder. The elder solemnly took it, gently stroking and tapping the hatchet as if inspecting something, showing exceptional focus. Finally, as if confirming something, he murmured excitedly, "This is truly the thousand forging technique, a technique that only legendary craftsmen can master." "Elder, what is this?" The second shopkeeper was also taken aback by the elder's excitement. Who was this elder? He was a figure of unimaginable importance, not an unknown person even in the entire Dalong dynasty, especially in the martial world. Just a stomp of his foot could shake the entire martial world. This time, being able to assist was enough for him to boast for a lifetime. Such a presence could remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Even though the hatchet in front of him was extraordinary, it was not enough to elicit such a reaction. The young woman who followed along had been calm all along but now became curious, watching the elder's excitement. "Grandpa Jian, does this hatchet have some kind of secret? You seem so excited," the young woman asked. It was her first time speaking, her voice clear, melodious, and penetrating, like the singing of a sword. When she spoke, everyone in the room was drawn to her. "Miss, have you ever heard of the thousand forging technique?" The elder took a deep breath, slightly calming his emotions, and asked in return. "The thousand forging technique?" The young woman was slightly taken aback by this sudden turn of events. "Yes, the thousand forging technique," the elder nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, the young woman replied, "I have some impression. It seems that there are records of it in the family's scripture tower. It is said that this is the supreme forging technique that only legendary blacksmiths can master." As she spoke, she suddenly realized something and widened her eyes, looking at the hatchet in the elder's hand. "Grandpa Jian, you don't mean to say that this hatchet was forged using the thousand forging technique, do you?" In the elder's incredulous gaze, he slowly nodded. "I find it hard to believe as well, but this hatchet in my hand was indeed forged using the legendary thousand forging technique." This information was absolutely monumental. However, upon hearing it, the young woman furrowed her brows slightly and said, "But Grandpa Jian, according to the ancient records, weapons forged with the thousand forging technique would contain sharp edges. Without a certain level of martial strength, holding it would cause harm. This lady here is just an ordinary woman and shouldn't be able to wield it." "Miss, you are correct. But it is precisely because of this that I am amazed. This is the work of a true master craftsman who, using a special technique, sealed the sharpness on the surface, allowing ordinary people to use it. Although the blade has been weakened, the conditions for use have been lowered," the elder said with admiration and awe. "Master craftsman?" Next to him, the second shopkeeper was shocked to hear the old man's explanation. Master craftsman. This was the legendary figure. Every time such a figure appeared, it would drive the martial artists of the Jianghu crazy. Because with this figure, as long as specific materials were found, one could forge a true divine weapon. This divine weapon was no boast. It was a true divine weapon in every sense, comparable to the likes of the heaven-reliant dragon-slaying saber. If a top expert were to wield such a divine weapon, they would be invincible in the Jianghu, commanding respect and making countless experts bow down. Unfortunately, such figures were rare, almost existing only in legends. If it weren't for the divine weapons forged by master craftsmen still existing in the Jianghu, occasionally displaying brilliance, people might not even believe in such existences. It was just that these figures were so rare. Blacksmiths who mastered the art of 100 forgings were already formidable enough to be personally recruited by the Divine Weapon Pavilion. But in the presence of a master craftsman who mastered the art of 1,000 forgings, the former was just a junior. They were not on the same level. "What are you talking about? This is just a firewood chopping knife my husband made for me." Wang Nan was naturally innocent and didn't understand why the others were so excited. She couldn't help but mutter a sentence. In her eyes, it was just a knife for chopping firewood, something her husband casually made for her. She even helped fan the flames when it was being forged. What was there to be so surprised about? The kitchen knives and hoes at home were all made in the same way, just ordinary household iron tools. Her words were light, but to the people of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, they sounded like thunder. "Young lady, are you saying that this firewood chopping knife was made by your husband?" The old man, who had just suppressed his excitement, couldn't contain it once again. And this time, it wasn't just him, others were equally astonished. The technique used to forge this firewood chopping knife was the art of 1,000 forgings that only master craftsmen could master. If Wang Nan wasn't lying, would they soon meet this master craftsman? Why yes, what's wrong? Seeing the other party's overly excited expression, Wang Nannan was a little scared and took a step back. "I'm sorry." The old man also realized that his reaction was a bit too much, so he forcibly controlled his emotions once again and apologized. But this time, it was difficult to completely control himself. Master craftsman. What a great figure. If he could have this figure tailor make a divine weapon for him, his strength would definitely soar, and he would be unbeatable in the Jianghu. However, ancient records stated that those who reached the level of master craftsman often had some flaws in their character. For example, extreme obsession. After all, only those who were obsessed with something could excel in this industry. There was once a master craftsman who was so obsessed that he sacrificed himself to forge a divine weapon that satisfied him, jumping into the furnace. Such a person. If he didn't want to, even if you held a knife to his neck, he wouldn't compromise. Pressuring such a figure to help forge a divine weapon wouldn't work, only gentle methods would. It was best to owe them a favor. In the past, when master craftsmen helped others forge divine weapons, it was usually in return for a favor, which was the most effective method. But while this method sounded simple, it was actually quite difficult to execute. This troubled the old man. Favor was a tricky thing. It could be simple or difficult, depending on the circumstances. It required a fortunate opportunity, otherwise, it was impossible to fulfill. But what kind of person was a master craftsman? Even if they seemed impoverished now, as long as they wanted to, casually forging a weapon would be enough to attract the attention of the heroes of the Jianghu. Spending a fortune. This was no exaggeration. And just as he was worrying, the guardian of the Sisui gang arrived at Wang's village with his men. Following Wang Fei's lead, they kicked down the gate of Lin Chen's house. "Lin Chen, come out and face your death." Wang Fei, dragging his severely injured body, led the charge. As the big brother who relied on him, it seemed like he was betrayed by Lin Chen, which made his hatred towards Lin Chen indelible, even if he used all the waters of the 5 lakes and 4 seas. At this moment, all he wanted was Lin Chen's life. Lu, the leader of the Sisui gang, held a long knife, leading his men in with an imposing manner, exuding a terrifying aura that made people tremble in fear. The old man was originally worried, but when he saw the scene, he suddenly smiled. "What a coincidence, just as I was getting drowsy, someone brings me a pillow." Wang Fei was unaware of this, swaggering around the courtyard searching. However, as the leader of the Sisui gang saw the people in the courtyard clearly, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He then slapped Wang Fei hard across the face. Puff! Blood sprayed from Wang Fei's mouth, and most of his teeth fell out during the process. Facing this sudden turn of events, Wang Fei's head was buzzing, and he was dumbfounded at that moment. What was going on? Weren't they here to kill Lin Chen? Why did they end up attacking me instead? There will be an extra update tomorrow at noon. Everyone can come and read it then. Thank you for your support. Hello everyone. I am the author Xiao Xiao. According to the editorial notice, this book will be available at noon today, just informing the readers. It's definitely early, considering the book has only reached 50,000 words so far. However, the current pace of creation is like this, following a membership model, and the starting point is the channel. But there is a benefit, that is, the author will not continue to control the amount of updates to wait for recommendations. There will be occasional extra updates, even reaching 10,000 words in a day is not a problem, allowing everyone to read to their heart's content at once. This book is free for members. That means once a membership is opened in the creation, there is no need to spend any more money on this book. For friends of the starting point who feel that the book is being released too early, they can also open a membership in the creation to read, which will only cost around 10 yuan a month. Finally, thank you for your support, and I hope you will continue to support in the future. Thank you very much. Your support is the author's motivation to keep writing. A newcomer with a new book. Thank you, everyone. Wang Fei was dumbfounded on the spot. For the 3rd time. 3 times in a row. These days, every time he tried to cause trouble for Lin Chen, it never went smoothly. The first time, he was beaten by Lin Chen. The second time, he called himself the big brother to intervene, but both he and his big brother were beaten. The third time, the skilled members of the Sisui gang came, thinking they could turn the tables. But to his surprise, he was beaten once again. And this time it was even more heartbreaking, as the one beating him was the person he thought was standing up for him. How could he not be dumbfounded? "Why are you hitting me? Why?" Wang Fei's speech became erratic, tears falling at that moment. He was truly crying. He didn't understand any of this. Why was it always him who had the bad luck? He needed an explanation. However, the Sisui gang protector who had harshly slapped him, didn't even look at him, and approached with fear and trembling, saying, "I didn't know Senior Sword was here. I have disturbed Senior. I deserve to die 1,000 times. Do you know me?" Although the old man was completely shocked before, facing the legendary master, the myth of the martial arts world. But when facing the people of the Sisui gang, that aura belonging to a big shot emerged, making the other party unable to even catch their breath. This was his true image. I am the protector of the Sisui gang. I had the honor of following our gang's Iron Master some time ago and witnessed Senior Sword's true appearance. The Sisui gang protector nodded and bowed, the strong aura of a big shot making him sweat profusely, his whole body tense. It wasn't his fault. It was the old man in front of him, who could easily crush him. Even without taking action, as long as the other party expressed dissatisfaction with him publicly, the semi-retired gang leader would definitely not hesitate to clean house, bringing his head to apologize at the door. Isn't the Divine Weapon Pavilion amazing? Their business spreads throughout the entire Great Long Dynasty. Whether official or local factions, they all have to give some face. The Sisui gang in Tianfeng City dares to collect protection fees from any business, except for the Godly Sword Pavilion. In reality, the Godly Sword Pavilion is just one of the industries of the Godly Sword Villa, a tool for making money. On the other hand, the elder of the Godly Sword Villa, the current sword protector, a top expert in the martial world, is unmatched in the entire martial arts community. Just mentioning a title is enough to scare the Sisui gang. Looking at the second shopkeeper of the Godly Sword Pavilion, who is proud to lend a hand, reveals his identity. If one offends such a figure, what fate awaits a mere law protector, a third-rate character? The followers of Tai Fei? The old man's expression remained unchanged as he looked at them indifferently and said, "From the looks of you when you entered just now, you must be here to cause trouble for the owner, right? Don't you know that the owner is a friend of mine? Your friend?" The law protector of the Sisui gang was stunned upon hearing this. To cause trouble and find the friend of the sword protector, he must have a death wish. But before dying, he wanted to deal with Wang Fa, the one who led them here. If it weren't for him, this situation wouldn't have arisen, and he wouldn't be here. Damn it! He gritted his teeth inwardly, his gaze towards Wang Fa filled with intense killing intent. Not just a friend, he is also a distinguished guest of our Godly Sword Villa, an honored guest. The old man emphasized again, it was never wrong to please a master craftsman. Not only him, even the Godly Sword Villa behind him, as long as they could gain the friendship of a master craftsman, everything was worth it. The law protector of the Sisui gang was not just stunned at this point, he was on the verge of exploding. To find out that he had caused trouble for the friend of the sword protector was enough to make him go through hell. Being a distinguished guest of the Godly Sword Villa, and an honored guest at that, even if he were to be killed, it wouldn't be surprising at all. It might even be considered a relief from the disaster he had brought upon himself. Elder, this is a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. We came here this time because we were misled by this trouble, not because we intended to cause trouble for your friend. The law protector of the Sisui gang finally couldn't bear the pressure and knelt down directly. The followers who came with him were at a loss when they saw this scene. They were not qualified to know someone of the old man's caliber, and their gang leader wouldn't take them to meet such a person. It was because of this that they were unaware of the old man's identity. But seeing the reaction of their law protector, even a fool could guess. This was a big shot. And a huge one at that. Thump thump. The followers who came along also knelt down at this moment. They were also accomplices this time, and if they didn't have any foresight, they wouldn't even know how they died. These ordinary followers might not have much strength, but they definitely knew how to read the situation, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until today. In just a moment, the entire courtyard was filled with kneeling figures. Wang Nani, who had been frightened earlier, was stunned by this turn of events. The fierce and menacing person who had kicked down their courtyard door just a moment ago, she knew, was here with Wang Fa seeking revenge for her husband. But in the blink of an eye, everyone was kneeling. Not only was she unharmed, but Wang Fa, the instigator, was knocked down on the spot. And all of this was because the old man, who had been so kind and friendly when talking to her earlier, couldn't contain his excitement when he saw her firewood axe. Earlier, she had found his reaction to her firewood axe quite strange and had secretly labeled him as a weird old man in her mind. This sudden turn of events had truly shocked her heart. Yi Xiaoro heard the commotion in the courtyard and ran out from the kitchen, witnessing the scene and realizing that the old man who had come was even more important than she had imagined. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a brief appearance that made everyone kneel down. Although she did not know the identity of the troublemaker who had come, seeing the fierce and menacing appearance of the person at the beginning, she knew that he was not a good person. It was highly likely that he had blood on his hands, maybe more than one life. But now, this desperate person, upon recognizing the old man's identity, knelt down in fear, without a hint of resistance or defiance. What kind of status was required for this? Yi Xiaoro's gaze towards the old man gradually began to change, not understanding why someone of this status would come looking for her husband. And the woman next to her, who spoke very little and was referred to as Miss, seemed to have an even higher status, given the respect shown by the old man. What kind of status was this again? Her thoughts were in turmoil, and she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. If her husband was involved with these people, it might not be a good thing. The old man was unaware of her thoughts. He looked coldly at the kneeling members of the Sisui gang and said indifferently, "I don't care about any grudges you have with my friend, right or wrong. This matter ends here. Otherwise, I don't mind going to have a chat with Tai Fei myself. Now, scram." Yes, senior. Despite being scolded without mercy and even threatened, the guardian of the Sisui gang felt relieved rather than resentful. At least he was still alive. After expressing his gratitude, he was ready to lead his group away. However, he was stopped by the old man. "Take this trash away, and remember, I don't want my friend to be harassed again in the future. Do you understand me?" Yes. The guardian of the Sisui gang transformed into a flatterer, nodding and bowing, then took the trash like Wang away, just like carrying a chicken. With Wang gone, his fate was sealed. By the small river, Lin Chen was fishing. It had to be said that the natural resources in this world were really good. No need for fancy equipment or heavy investment. Just a bamboo pole and a worm could easily catch fish. The Air Force? A fisherman never goes empty-handed. Wang Ershio was tending the cows by the river, helping with the fish and baiting the worms. The two worked together quite well. But just as Lin Chen was about to continue fishing, his second daughter-in-law, Su Xiaoxiao, ran towards him in a hurry. "Husband, there's a group of people at home looking for you," Su Xiaoxiao said, slightly out of breath from running so fast. "A group of people looking for me?" Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly at the news. Besides his wives and the villagers, he didn't know many people in this world. Even those he knew were just passing acquaintances. It didn't make sense for them to come looking for him. "Do you know who they are?" Lin Chen started packing up his fishing gear and asked his second daughter-in-law. It seems they are from the Divine Weapon Pavilion, that's what they said," Su Xiaoxiao replied after thinking for a moment. "Divine Weapon Pavilion?" Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly, understanding the situation somewhat. "Let's go back and talk about it." After learning the general situation, Lin Chen packed up his things and headed back. Wang Erxiao still had to tend to the cows, so he stayed behind to clean the fish they caught. The small river was not far from home. Lin Chen returned home in no time. "Husband." The two wives at home finally found their backbone when they saw Lin Chen. Although the recent incident had been resolved by the visitors who came, they were still a bit shaken and more wary of the old man and his companions. But seeing Lin Chen, their hearts settled. Although they hadn't been together for long, Lin Chen, their husband, had never let them down, earning their deep trust. I made you worry." Lin Chen reassured his wives and then looked towards the familiar shopkeeper to confirm the purpose of their visit. But before he could speak, a surprised voice rang out. "It's you?" The one who spoke was the young woman addressed as Miss, her voice clear and pleasant, looking at Lin Chen with surprise and confusion as he had just returned. "You are?" Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled by this. He was certain he had never seen the other person before. He was very sure of that. Because since he came into this world, he had never seen such a stunning beauty like the one in front of him. It wasn't just about how pretty she was, but the unique aura she exuded, like a continuous sword intent, making people yearn for it but also fear getting hurt. Not to mention, her looks were outstanding too. Among his three wives, only his eldest wife, who had the highest looks, could compare to her. The other two wives paled in comparison. Such a remarkable woman. If Lin Chen had seen her before, he wouldn't have forgotten. Seeing Lin Chen's puzzled expression, the other person also seemed taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered, cleared her throat lightly, and then spoke. "Brother Lin, have you forgotten me so soon? You are Sword 14? When he heard the familiar voice, Lin Chen's eyes widened instantly. The voice belonged to none other than the young swordsman Sword 14 whom he had saved when he went up the mountain to fight a tiger. The strange name of the other person, even though it had been several days since they last met, left a deep impression on him. But what he didn't expect was to see her again and witness such a drastic transformation. Not only had she turned into a woman, but she had become an unimaginable beauty. This was just unbelievable. "It seems Brother Lin still remembers me." Sword 14 smiled, as if Lin Chen had recognized her right away, which made her very happy. "I do remember, but your transformation is quite drastic." Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel. This change was not just significant. Apart from a faint resemblance in the facial features, everything else, from skin complexion to body shape, was completely different. The gentlemanly sword from before had fair but slightly rough skin. However, the other person's skin now was as white as jade, smooth and delicate. And her figure. Those towering, exaggerated chest muscles were like night and day. It was truly unbelievable to recognize her in this new form. Brother Lin, don't laugh. When traveling outside, a slight disguise is just to move more freely in the martial world. It's just a small trick. I hope Brother Lin doesn't mind. Sword 14 apologized with a smile. I understand. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. Indeed, it would be inconvenient for her to travel in the martial world with her current appearance. Not only would fierce tigers target her, but some lecherous individuals in the martial world would also not let her off. Sword 14, that's not your real name, is it? Lin Chen asked another question, feeling that meeting again was somewhat fateful. Indeed, it's not. Sword 14 nodded. My real name is Sword Spirit, but Sword 14 is a name I chose for myself. Lin Chen didn't quite understand her choice of name, but he didn't dwell on it. Meeting unexpectedly again, they exchanged pleasantries before returning to the main topic. What business do you have with me? Since they were acquaintances, the following conversation naturally flowed more casually. The old man had a pleased expression on his face. He hadn't expected his young lady to know the other person. With this connection, the upcoming conversation would be smoother. He had planned to wait for Lin Chen to return and discuss it himself. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Since his young lady knew the other person, she could handle the conversation. Sword 14, no, Sword Spirit, didn't refuse and took over the conversation, saying, Brother Lin, let me introduce myself. I am the junior master of the Divine Sword Villa, and the Divine Weapon Pavilion is our family's business. Her words were concise but carried a significant impact. I didn't expect Miss Sword Spirit to be a wealthy woman. Lin Chen was truly astonished. He was unfamiliar with the Divine Sword Villa, but he was very familiar with the Divine Weapon Pavilion. In the Great Long Dynasty, this colossal entity was said to be making a fortune discreetly, and such an existence turned out to be a part of her family's business, and it seemed like just one of them. How wealthy must they be? Calling her a wealthy woman was not an exaggeration at all. Sword Spirit blushed slightly at the words, feeling a bit embarrassed by the term wealthy woman. She wasn't angry, but instead smiled and said, well, I can be considered wealthy, but I'm still young. Can't really be called an old lady, can I? You're making me sound old. Ha ha, Lin Chen laughed heartily. Although the person in front of him had changed, their temperament was quite similar. Come in and have a seat first. No matter what the matter is, it's not proper to discuss it in the courtyard. Lin Chen finished laughing and invited the person inside, truly treating them as a guest. The elders and the second shopkeeper below couldn't help but show joy at this moment. This was considered gaining the friendship of a master craftsman. Even though it was different from what was expected, it didn't matter at all. The result was what mattered. Inside the house, everyone took their seats one after another. Lin Chen's current home could be described as simple, exuding a homely atmosphere. But no one looked down on it. Instead, they felt that this simplicity held profound meaning. This was the influence brought by the master craftsman. Although it was plain, it was made to seem profound. The house is simple, please don't mind, Lin Chen politely said. No, not at all. The person opposite waved their hand repeatedly in response. The Sword Spirit also smiled and said, Brother Lin, you're being too polite. Those of us who roam the martial world have experienced all kinds of environments. There's no need to talk about simplicity. Well, everyone, have some tea, Lin Chen said politely, and upon hearing this, he didn't say more and gestured for tea to be served. The three women, including Yi Xiao, set down the tea and then withdrew. The husband and wife were discussing important matters, so it wasn't appropriate for them, as the inner chamber members, to be present. Lin Chen didn't think much of it, but the three women insisted, so he didn't say much. Brother Lin, is it true that you personally forged the firewood knife in your home? Sword Spirit didn't beat around the bush, took a sip of tea, and got straight to the point. Lin Chen had already guessed this and nodded, yes, I did forge it. Upon confirmation, Sword Spirit couldn't help but feel emotional. When I met Brother Lin last time, I could tell that you were not an ordinary person, but I didn't expect you to be even more extraordinary, a true master craftsman. It's just some survival skills, Lin Chen waved his hand. For him, it was indeed just a survival skill. Getting a wife came as an added bonus. There was really nothing remarkable about it. But for him, in this world, a master craftsman was an unimaginable existence. This was the power of the system's golden finger. Even the simplest means of getting rich were invincible. Brother Lin is too modest, Sword Spirit shook his head and said, if the abilities of a master craftsman are just survival skills, then what in this world is worth praising? Master is indeed modest. The elder couldn't help but sigh at this moment. The more experienced one was, the more they understood what a master craftsman represented. It was not an exaggeration to say that if their sword sect could have a master craftsman settle in, their position in the martial world would definitely soar, even reaching the peak. There were plenty of top experts who would seek a master craftsman to forge divine weapons tailored for them. Once they made a request, would they oppose the sword sect? It was clear as day. Who is this? Lin Chen had long noticed the elder. After all, the imposing aura emanating from him was undeniable. Although he didn't understand where this pressure came from, he knew without thinking that this elder was definitely not simple. Sword Spirit introduced, "This is my senior, also the current protector of the sword sect, renowned in the martial world and can be called a leading figure." Protector of the sword sect? Lin Chen's eyes flickered. Without a doubt, the sword sect was a top force within the Great Long Dynasty, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to maintain the huge industry of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. If he could be the protector of the sword sect, earning the respect of the sword spirit, he was definitely a truly important figure. In the martial world, even third-rate experts like Wang Wei were not worthy to be compared to him. Lin Chen didn't expect to encounter a true expert in the martial world, no wonder he felt pressured. This was a remarkable individual. "I didn't expect to meet a senior, I have been rude." Lin Chenchao gestured towards the other side. "Master, you're too kind. I may look a bit older, but if you don't mind, just call me Old Sword. There's no need for formalities between us." The old swordsman returned the gesture politely. He wouldn't dare show off in front of a master craftsman. The friendship that had been established was precious to him, and he would regret losing it due to his arrogance. Custom-made divine weapons. He was now counting on Lin Chen. Previously, this was just a thought, but now it seemed achievable. As the guardian of the Sword Spirit Villa, he cherished his sword like his life, but due to the intense nature of his cultivation technique, a regular longsword couldn't bear it. Until now, he hadn't found his destined sword. Sword practitioners usually combine swordsmanship with martial arts, making him quite unique. It was because of this that he had always regretted this issue. "Alright, since you are the elder of the sword spirit, I will address you as Old Sword from now on." Lin Chen nodded without hesitation. He didn't like playing the role of a grandson to anyone. After all, he didn't seek anything from others. "It should be so," the old swordsman smiled. The second shopkeeper beside them wanted to interject but thought better of it and just smiled awkwardly. "Lin Xiong, to be honest with you, we initially wanted to invite you to join the Divine Weapon Pavilion, specializing in forging weapons for us. However, it seems a bit inappropriate now. With Lin Xiong's true abilities, the Divine Weapon Pavilion may not be suitable. Even our Sword Spirit Villa may not be qualified to have you serve us. But we can collaborate. What do you think?" The Sword Spirit and the others took over the conversation after exchanging greetings. There was no beating around the bush. Lin Chen appreciated this straightforward approach. Talking to such people was indeed reassuring and effortless, without the need for pretense. "I indeed have no intention of serving anyone. As for collaboration..." Lin Chen nodded, took a sip of tea, and then smiled at the nervous gaze across from him. "I am somewhat interested, and I also believe in Miss Sword Spirit's character." "That is truly my honor," Sword Spirit said with a smile, radiating warmth like the blossoming of spring flowers. She was almost a perfect woman. Lin Chen, for a moment, was slightly distracted. Sword Spirit was carefree by nature and didn't think much of it. She had a good impression of Lin Chen, even considering him her savior. Even though Lin Chen's actions were a bit abrupt, she didn't mind. However, the old swordsman beside them, upon witnessing this scene, had a flicker of emotion in his eyes. With both parties reaching an agreement, the atmosphere became even more pleasant. "Lin Xiong, I promised to repay you when we met again last time. Do you remember?" Sword Spirit suddenly smiled charmingly. "Return the favor?" Lin Chen also smiled. He thought they wouldn't have another chance to meet, but here they were. It was truly fate. "Ah, yes, return the favor. But not now. Let me give you a little gift first." Sword Spirit laughed heartily, exuding a contrasting yet captivating aura. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. She was truly an extraordinary woman. Before Lin Chen could say anything, Sword Spirit handed him a yellow paper. It was a deed. Lin Chen took it, looked at it with confusion, and then glanced at her. "Miss Sword Spirit, are you giving me a house?" "Yes, this is a manor located outside the Tianfeng County, prepared by the Divine Weapon Pavilion. It was originally for my stay during visits, but since I will be returning home soon, it would be a waste to leave it unused. So, I'm giving it to Lin Xiong." Sword Spirit nodded in response. Giving away a manor just like that. She truly was a wealthy woman. Lin Chen, in his 2 lifetimes, had never freeloaded like this before. All he could think was, this is too good to be true. Giving away a house just like that. And it was a large estate. This was the true mark of a wealthy woman, completely beyond ordinary imagination. "This is too valuable," Lin Chen said, unable to resist the temptation. After all, it was a grand estate. but no good deed goes unrewarded. He had never expected any repayment from her after saving her from danger before. Now receiving such a grand gift from the other party seemed to go against his true intentions. Moreover, with the system's golden finger at his disposal, he wouldn't lack these things in the future. What's this? Sword Spirit, seeing Lin Chen's hesitation, shook his head and said, compared to Lin Xiong's life-saving grace, this is just a trivial matter. Could it be that Lin Xiong thinks that the life of a sword spirit is not worth a manor? All right. Lin Chen, seeing the other party's exceptional sincerity, pushed back the land deed that was not accepted, and instead looked angry, could only nod. I can accept your manor, but it's not to repay a life-saving grace. After all, when I helped back then, it was just a casual gesture, without any thoughts of repayment. This gift can be considered as a token of friendship. He then looked at the other party's long sword. The material of your personal long sword is good, but the forging technique is a bit rough. I will help you refine it, as a token of my gratitude. Then I thank Lin Xiong. Sword Spirit's eyes brightened at the words. The effort of a master craftsman was truly invaluable. After all, refining was a different level compared to forging with scrap iron, requiring considerable effort and not something to be done casually. And the long sword she wore was made of extraterrestrial meteorite iron, a rare masterpiece. It must have cost a lot to forge it initially. If a master craftsman were to refine and recast it with great effort, even if it didn't reach the level of a divine weapon, it wouldn't be far off. She wanted to refuse. She had given the manor as a token of gratitude, a small prelude to her thanks. But Lin Chen had given too much. As a sword cultivator, there was nothing more tempting to her than this. The old sword expert beside her was also excited. Now he was sure that his young lady had gained the friendship of a master craftsman, and not just a little friendship. Although he found it strange to hear about life-saving grace, but that didn't matter. A good relationship between the two was enough. As for the rest, when they had free time later, they could inquire as they pleased. As long as they maintained the relationship, their Sword Peak Manor would definitely gain an advantage. With accumulation in the future, they would eventually be able to ask Lin Chen to help forge a true divine weapon. Lin Xiong, this is my Qingfeng sword, I'll trouble you with it. Sword Spirit handed over her sword with both hands. Lin Chen smiled and took it. No need to be so polite, it's just a matter of using my skills. Although the other party's Qingfeng sword had a rough forging technique, it already had a foundation. With the use of top-level forging techniques, refining it would complete the upgrade, fully utilizing the potential of the extraterrestrial meteorite iron. In fact, upon seeing the other party's long sword made of extraterrestrial meteorite iron, he felt a bit itchy. After all, a top-level blacksmith also yearned for good materials to forge and unleash his skills. Unfortunately, good iron was hard to come by. Helping refine the other party's sword now was also satisfying his little hobby. It might take some time, so why don't you rest inside for a while? Lin Chen took the long sword to the blacksmith's room and spoke to the few people. How can we let Lin Xiong work alone? Sword Spirit, help him with the fire in the furnace, it's also a way to contribute. Sword Spirit shook her head to offer help, not the delicate type of woman, more inclined to be a female swordsman. The other three had no objections to this. Not only did they need to contribute, but also during the refining process, the user had to cooperate, describe their usage habits, and try whether it fit during the process. Crafting a weapon that completely matched oneself was not that simple. Various habits, as well as one's strength and physique, would affect the compatibility with the weapon. Only a master craftsman had the ability to achieve this through extraordinary skills, but it also required the cooperation of the wielder. Lin Chen had originally planned to call her out when cooperation was needed. After all, the other party was a guest. But since the other party was not procrastinating, he naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it. Then help with starting the fire. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. At first, he thought that this young lady might not be able to start a fire, causing some embarrassment. But to his surprise, not only could she start a fire, but she was also very skilled at it. In the blink of an eye, she had the fire going. Lin Xiong, how much more coal should I add? Jianling asked, looking up. Fill it up. Okay. With this brief exchange, the prelude to the stove was set. Watching the young lady skillfully at work in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel impressed. She was truly different from ordinary young ladies. Not only was she cheerful, but she also had various life skills at her fingertips. No wonder she dared to venture out into the world. What's wrong? Did I get dirt on my face? Jianling saw Lin Chen looking at her and immediately wiped her fair, rosy cheeks with the back of her hand, wondering if she had gotten something dirty on her face while starting the fire earlier. No, your face is very clean, fair, and rosy. Lin Chen joked with a smile. It was just a joke. But Jianling blushed slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure, and Lin Chen thought he might have been mistaken. Seeing Jianling not saying anything else and instead continuing to focus on the fire, Lin Chen didn't say much either. He took out his own food, a newly forged large iron hammer. Compared to the rusty old hammer passed down by his father, the large iron hammer Lin Chen had reforged had taken a lot of effort, using the technique of 1,000 forges. Not only did its weight increase significantly, but it also came with a stable effect, allowing for more precise and stable hammering without the need for warm-up. With his divine forging skills, as soon as he picked up the forging hammer, he entered a state of concentration. After carefully examining Jianling's long sword, Lin Chen began his work. The refining process didn't take much time, but it required concentration. Building upon the existing foundation, he meticulously refined the weapon, repairing any flaws and correcting any inconsistencies. If refining was already challenging, then half recasting the green-edged sword to perfectly suit Jianling's own conditions was even more difficult. However, Lin Chen was not just a divine blacksmith, he was at the highest level, max. Anyone who has played online games knows that this value is not just a level, but that this attribute has been maximized. In the current version, this attribute cannot be further improved. The difference between a novice divine craftsman and a max-level divine craftsman was undoubtedly significant. Clang! After inquiring about Jianling's usage habits, Lin Chen struck the first blow heavily. The technique of 1,000 forges, also known as 100 refinements. This didn't mean striking 1,000 times, but with each blow, there would be 1,000 vibrations, making the forging target more compact and forcing out impurities from within. Why was it so difficult to become a divine craftsman? Because each blow required 1,000 vibrations, which was incredibly challenging. Even achieving 100 refinements, meaning 100 vibrations with each blow, was a rare feat. Without a good inheritance and mastery of advanced striking techniques, it was impossible to achieve. Jianling didn't understand all this, but watching Lin Chen hammer each time seemed to contain a certain power. The normally harsh sound of hammering became like music, soothing and uplifting. This was the ability to turn decay into magic. This was the divine craftsman, a god in the forging world. Jianling was witnessing such a miraculous technique for the first time, unable to tear her gaze away, momentarily entranced. In Tianfeng County, at the residence of the Sisui gang, while Lin Chen was refining Jianling's sword, Lu, the deputy gang leader who had gone out on business, rushed back with his men as if their backsides were on fire, finding their vice gang leader in the shortest time possible. Thud! When they saw the vice gang leader, they collapsed as if they had exhausted all their energy and spirit. What happened? The vice gang leader had a serious expression, ready to hear the report from his subordinates. His favorite disciple had been killed, so this matter was definitely not going to be easy to resolve. But to his surprise, before he could ask anything, the other side took action first. They all collapsed. Could it be that they were poisoned? Thinking of this, the deputy leader couldn't remain calm for a moment and stood up from his seat. Leader, something big has happened. Lu, the law protector, gasped for a few breaths, then with a somewhat pale expression, he spoke up. What big thing happened? Also, why haven't you brought back the person you were supposed to capture? The deputy leader directly fired off 3 questions. Don't mention it, leader. Lu, the law protector, smiled bitterly at the words. It's precisely because we went to capture this person that the big issue arose. What do you mean? The deputy leader was somewhat confused. The investigators had looked into the person they were ordered to capture, just an ordinary mountain folk with some unusual strength. Although Lu, the law protector, was only a third-rate expert, he was at the peak of the third rate. Not to mention someone with unusual strength like the mountain folk, even ordinary martial artists from the martial world might not be his match. In his opinion, the capture operation this time should have been a piece of cake with his skills. Even if there were some ripples, Lu's strength was enough to suppress them, and there shouldn't have been any problems. But now, it seemed like there was a problem. Tell me in detail. The deputy leader, feeling anxious as he asked, was met with tears and no response from the other side, prompting him to impatiently scold. Normally, when their leader was angry, even the law protectors in the gang had to apologize. But this time, Lu, the law protector, didn't, still wearing a mournful expression. This abnormal behavior instantly made the deputy leader somewhat uneasy. Speak up, what's going on? He became increasingly agitated. And he wasn't disappointed. When Lu, the law protector, recounted the whole incident with fear in his voice, the deputy leader was so shocked that he slumped back into his chair, his eyes wide open in disbelief. What? What did you say? The mountain folk we were supposed to capture is actually a friend of the swordmaster? The deputy leader was dumbfounded for a while before regaining his senses and staring at Lu, asking with widened eyes, is this for real? Lu nodded, it's true. You can ask the others, they were all there at the time. The deputy leader immediately looked at the other gang members. There was no need to ask. The other gang members who had narrowly escaped all nodded in unison when faced with his gaze. On their way back, Lu had already informed them of what he had encountered. The Sword Master's villa was a top force in the martial world, a powerhouse that could easily overwhelm the entire Sisui gang with just a cough. Even without lifting a finger, as soon as the martial world knew that the Sisui gang had offended the Sword Master's villa, there would be plenty of experts coming to wipe out the Sisui gang to please the Sword Master's villa. Oh my god. Upon confirming that this was indeed true, the deputy leader was left dumbfounded. The matter he had orchestrated had indirectly offended the Sword Master's villa. What was left for this deputy leader to do now? As for concealing the truth, it was impossible. In fact, that was the case. Seeing him stunned, Lu bid farewell and went to a small courtyard to report the incident to an old man who was playing with birds. He was just an executor in this matter, following orders from above, so the blame wasn't on him. And he had handled the situation well. At least the Sword Master showed no intention of pursuing the matter. In this situation, he naturally wouldn't conceal the truth for the deputy leader to bear the burden alone. The old man was the semi-retired leader of the Sisui gang, known as Tai Chingfei, with the nickname Iron Leg drifting on water. He was initially relaxed but nodded slightly when Lu finished speaking. The birdcage in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. The beloved bird, usually cherished, let out a tragic cry, but he paid no attention. What did you say? Repeat what you just said to me. Tai Chingfei's eyes revealed a cold light as he stared firmly at Lu, the law protector, standing in front of him. Lu's scalp instantly tingled, but he could only grit his teeth and repeat, "The deputy gang leader sent us on a mission, offending the Swordmaster and the Divine Sword Villa." Bang! Just as Lu finished speaking, a leg shining with a metallic hue struck him, sending him flying with no resistance, crashing into the courtyard wall, shaking the entire structure. Put! Lu immediately spat blood, but dared not resist, struggling to get up and kneeling back down. He knew his punishment had passed. Although he had been kicked hard, the physique of a third-rate expert could withstand it. At most, it was a severe injury. Death was not that easy. Why don't you all just die? Tai Chingfei roared in anger, his eyes red, almost on the verge of flying into a rage. Some days ago, they had been asked by the Swordmaster to help with something, and he had the privilege of meeting the Swordmaster in person, the legendary master of the martial world. This had made him quite proud, but he had never expected that just a few days later, this incident would occur. Offending the Swordmaster and, by extension, the Divine Sword Villa. They were asking for trouble. How could he not be angry? Bring your good deputy gang leader to me. Tai Chingfei tried to suppress his anger, but it was futile. Their friendship with the Swordmaster was gone, and now they had offended him instead. If the Swordmaster sought revenge, could anyone in their gang, including himself, escape unscathed? Misfortunes never come singly. Poor Tai, the gang leader, felt like crying at that moment. This matter needed to be explained. The coldness in his eyes intensified. Yes. Lu, feeling like he had been pardoned, quickly rushed out of the courtyard. The deputy gang leader was in for a rough time, but that was no longer his concern. Having taken a hard blow, he had managed to extricate himself from the situation this time. But as the one in charge, the deputy gang leader couldn't just walk away. Someone of importance had to step forward to take responsibility. In Wangjia village, by the stream in the courtyard, after a busy half-day, the refining was finally completed as dusk approached. Take a look and see if it fits well. If there are any areas that feel off, let me know. Lin Chen handed back the refined green-edged sword to the sword spirit, the sword's owner. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, the sword spirit nodded and took the green-edged sword. Although it had been refined, even partially recast, the overall appearance of the green-edged sword had not changed much. However, holding it in her hand, the sword spirit felt a complete transformation. While it had always been handy before, now it felt like an extension of her arm, responding effortlessly to her commands. She even faintly sensed the sword's breath in her hand. The inexplicable sensation caused the sword spirit's eyes to widen suddenly. The materials are still somewhat lacking. Although I managed to complete the forging of the spirit, it's only at the level of a semi-divine weapon, Lin Chen said with a smile, noticing her reaction. Weapon forging with a spirit was the first step to creating a true divine weapon. It wasn't about giving birth to a spiritual body or creating a spirit from scratch, as in cultivating immortality. It involved using 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements to inscribe special spirit patterns, allowing the weapon not only to be wielded more effectively in combat but also to better channel the internal energy of martial arts experts. The reason the heaven-reliant and dragon-slaying swords could unleash sword energy at will was because their creator had inscribed these special spirit patterns into them. With this condition met, the wielder could convert their internal energy into sharp attacks, inflicting damage on their enemies. In the martial arts world of this world, although not as powerful as in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, the masters here can cultivate various internal forces. With divine weapons that can enhance internal force damage, one can imagine how their strength will increase. A half-divine weapon is almost inferior, but as long as one is close to it, it becomes a terrifying killing tool. This is not an exaggeration. With the blessing of a half-divine weapon, Sword Spirit can easily defeat the Tiger King she encountered before. It was confirmed. Sword Spirit was dumbfounded. She never expected Lin Chen to refine a half-divine weapon for her. A half-divine weapon. Even in the highest hall of swordsmanship like the Divine Sword Villa, there is only one, in the hands of her father as the current head. She could only obtain it by inheriting the position in the future. But now, she has it in advance. Looking down at the Qingfeng sword in her hand, Sword Spirit remained silent for a long time. What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate? Lin Chen asked when he saw her silence. No, it's very appropriate. Sword Spirit took a deep breath and shook her head. How could the divine weapon refined by the top-notch craftsman not be suitable? As long as it's suitable. Lin Chen smiled at her response. It was quite rushed to forge a half-divine weapon in just half a day. Fortunately, the result was not disappointing. Lin, thank you. Sword Spirit expressed her gratitude like never before. No need to be polite. Since we are friends, there's no need for such formalities. Lin Chen waved his hand casually. Although he had been busy for half a day, his vigorous physique made it not too tiring, similar to his daily physical training. The materials for forging were provided by the other party, and he only contributed some coal. In comparison to the other party's estate, his costs were almost negligible. Sword Spirit realized that Lin Chen was not being polite but genuinely felt that way, and she couldn't help but look at him with a slight change in her eyes. However, she quickly recovered and said with a bright smile, "All right then, since Lin said so, Sword Spirit won't thank you anymore. From now on, we are friends, good friends. That's more like it." Lin Chen appreciated her straightforward personality and smiled back. After finishing their business, Sword Spirit and her group left first. It was getting dark, and Lin Chen had female family members at home, while there were many men in their group, so it was not suitable to linger. However, as they were leaving, a young girl who had been inconspicuous all along quietly asked Lin Chen, "Master Lin, do you still remember me?" Initially, Lin Chen would not have recognized her, but after learning Sword Spirit's identity, he guessed who she was. The young man who was almost scared out of his wits by the giant bug. "How could I forget?" Lin Chen replied with a smile. This young girl was the one who had been with Sword Spirit before, crying out for help when she was scared. Like Sword Spirit, she had also undergone a transformation. She was still petite but had a sweet appearance, with a crescent moon-shaped smile, a delicate and lovely type. It was no wonder she had been scared to tears back then. She was indeed unable to withstand the fright. Hearing Lin Chen remember her, she smiled even more happily. But when she heard the part about almost wetting her pants, she immediately pouted unhappily and hummed, "I didn't wet my pants." She defended herself indignantly. "Ah, yes, yes." Seeing her defensive look, Lin Chen nodded repeatedly with a smile. It seemed like he acknowledged her defense. However, the young girl couldn't find joy in it and felt that something was off. "Xiao Chang, let's go," Sword Spirit called out to her companion who had fallen behind. "Coming, miss." Xiao Chang replied and prepared to catch up with her mistress. But after taking a few steps, she turned back to Lin Chen and said, "Master Lin, thank you for saving me last time. My name is Xiao Chang. I hope to see you again in the future." "Sure, until we meet again." Lin Chen waved goodbye with a smile. The night was very quiet. However, the three young wives in the room were finding it hard to remain calm. They were all in a daze as they looked at the property deed on the table. If it were just an ordinary deed, they wouldn't have felt anything special about it. The Lin family also had property deeds for their old house, but the deed before them was for an estate. With the financial power of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, buying an estate for their young mistress, how could it be a simple one? Although they hadn't seen it yet, upon learning that it was a gift from the Sword Spirit, they knew this estate must be extraordinary. They were aware of their husband's skills, being able to forge swords for wealth, but they never imagined that in just half a day, he could exchange it for an entire estate. Moreover, seeing the expression on the other party's face as they left, looking like they had gained a huge advantage and feeling embarrassed, to reward an estate in half a day and gain such a huge advantage? Their husband's abilities were far more impressive than they had imagined. At that moment, they felt incredibly lucky to have been chosen by their husband, as if it were a result of their ancestors' virtues. Otherwise, how could they, with no special qualities, be chosen by their husband in the most desperate times? What are you staring at? Quickly put away the deed. Once everything is arranged in a couple of days, we'll move. Although this place is cozy, it's a bit small. When we have children, there won't be enough space. Lin Chen looked at the dazed expressions of his wives and chuckled. When the three women wanted to say something earlier, considering moving was a big deal. But upon hearing the latter part, they blushed and softly replied, "We'll follow your orders." Ha ha! Lin Chen burst into hearty laughter, ready to face new challenges. Tonight would be another night of hard work. It was truly impressive how robust his physique was. Just as he had woken up early without doing his usual morning exercises, there was a knock on the courtyard door. Peering through the narrow window, Lin Chen saw that it was still dim outside, wondering who would be up so early and knocking on his door. The urgent knocking made the door seem unstable. In just a few days, his door had been kicked down a few times, and now it was barely hanging on. If left unchecked, it might collapse. Husband. The wives were also awakened by the knocking, looking worriedly at Lin Chen. In these days, any disturbance at the courtyard door had never brought good news. "It's okay, I'll go check." Understanding their concerns, Lin Chen reassured them softly before getting out of bed. The wives, feeling uneasy, got up and followed him outside. "Who is it? Who's knocking on the door so early?" Lin Chen asked irritably. Being disturbed like this early in the morning was unsettling for anyone. "It's me, Wang Lichang. Open up quickly." Wang Lichang's voice came from outside, sounding even more urgent than the knocking, as if something serious had happened. Sensing the urgency, Lin Chen quickly opened the courtyard door. Standing before him was Wang Lichang, with red eyes and a distressed expression. "What's wrong, Wang Lichang?" Seeing his appearance, Lin Chen grew even more curious. "Something terrible has happened," Wang Lichang blurted out. "What happened?" Lin Chen's expression turned serious. Wang Lichang took a deep breath to calm himself before saying, "Early this morning, a villager went to borrow something from the Wang family and found that the entire Wang family had been wiped out." Wiped out? Lin Chen was shocked by the news. It was indeed a serious matter, especially in a rural area like theirs. But gradually, Lin Chen felt that something was amiss. If the Wang family had been wiped out, they should report it to the authorities. What did it have to do with him? Was it necessary for them to urgently inform him by knocking on his door so early in the morning? He didn't have a close relationship with the Wang family. Even if they were mourning, his house should have been the last place they'd come to. "Wang Shu, you don't think that I'm the one who wiped out the Wang family, do you?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Wang Lichang remained silent, but deep down, he did have such thoughts. In the village, the only one with the motive and power to do so was Lin Chen. Even Wang Wei, a skilled martial artist in the Jianghu, was easily dealt with, indicating Lin Chen's strength. Coupled with their enmity, Lin Chen was indeed the prime suspect. "Tell me the truth, is it really you? If it is, you better run. Some villagers have already reported to the authorities, and the officials will be back soon. It will be hard to escape then." After a moment of silence, Wang Lichang sighed and spoke, "It's not me." Lin Chen answered earnestly. "Really not you?" Wang Lichang still had some doubts. "Really not me." Lin Chen looked straight at him without hesitation. "Then who could it be?" Wang Lichang was completely puzzled, muttering to himself, "Could it be some notorious thief from the Jianghu targeting Wang Youcai's wealth, plotting to rob and kill? But that doesn't make sense, the wealth is still there. Wang Shu, don't dwell on it. It was done by the Sisui gang. It's best for you not to get involved. Since it's been reported, let the authorities handle it. But most likely, it will be left unresolved." Lin Chen interjected at this point. "Sisui gang?" Wang Lichang's pupils constricted at the mention, then he looked at Lin Chen and asked, "How do you know?" Lin Chen didn't hide anything and informed him of the incident where Wang Fa brought trouble with the Sisui gang members to him yesterday. However, he didn't go into detail about the swordmaster and the affairs of the Divine Sword Villa, just mentioning that a prominent figure from the Jianghu happened to visit, intimidating the Sisui gang. Blaming Wang Fa for inadvertently offending the influential figure, the Sisui gang sought revenge. This was understandable. However, he didn't expect the Sisui gang to be so ruthless, directly wiping out the entire family. This time, he truly experienced how brutal the factions in this world could be and how chaotic the Jianghu was. The saying "defying the law with martial arts" has been passed down through the ages as a timeless adage. Violence is common in the Jianghu. In this world, to live peacefully, one must have strength. While Lin Chen was reflecting on this, Wang Lichang was stunned. He knew about the Sisui gang, a well-known major gang in the county town that no one dared to provoke within 100 miles. Even within the official circles, they had deep connections. The fact that the gang members of such a major gang were intimidated by Lin Chen's friend and dared not cause further trouble, fearing to upset the influential figure and end up killing Wang Fei's entire family to show their stance, was beyond belief. If Lin Chen wasn't lying, Wang Fei's family might have truly perished. As expected, when the authorities went to the government office, they merely sent 2 bailiffs and an investigator to make a cursory investigation before hastily closing the case. The Wang family of 13 had been poisoned by mistakenly consuming sugar water boiled with rat poison, resulting in their deaths. When the villagers heard this announcement, they were shocked. How could they have been poisoned by rat poison? And Wang Fei's body was mutilated beyond recognition, with limbs brutally severed. When did rat poison become so deadly? However, the bailiffs who came to investigate ignored these details, signing off on the investigation report with the investigator, concluding the case hastily, leaving behind a pot of sugar water resembling porridge. The process was extremely sloppy, to say the least. Even a fool wouldn't drink this sugar water. This is simply playing with people's lives. A righteous man couldn't bear it and exclaimed as he looked at the mushy sugar water. In a pot not much larger than a bowl of sugar water, there was at least 3 caddies of rat poison. The smell was so strong that even a fool wouldn't drink it. Who knows, maybe the Wang family are a bunch of fools. Those who held grudges against the Wang family couldn't help but gloat at this moment. Wang Yukai was able to raise a son like Wang Fei, naturally not a good person. Initially, he relied on his eldest son to act tough, but ended up encroaching on their land, digging up all their fields. When someone couldn't take it anymore and came to argue, Wang Yukai had his son break the person's legs. As a result, the family lost its labor force, couldn't pay the head tax, and his wife and daughters were all forcibly sent to the brothel. The man, spared from being sent to labor camp due to his disability, watched helplessly as his wife and daughters were taken away to the brothel, and that night, he climbed into the kitchen and slit his throat with a kitchen knife. What a tragedy! Their family was destroyed by the other party. This scum is now dead. It's truly a stroke of luck. The righteous man who helped speak up earlier was actually Wang Youcai's cousin, who usually benefited from the other party, and now that he's dead, there will be no more benefits. Most people in Wang's village have no good feelings towards Wang Youcai's family, some even despise them. Wang Youcai's relatives wanted to say something, but seeing many villagers looking at them coldly, they wisely kept quiet, admitting that Wang Youcai's family of 13 were poisoned to death by rat poison. Lin Chen also arrived at the scene. How should this be put? You reap what you sow. Harming others will eventually harm oneself. Today's 4th update. Thank you all for your support. The results are a bit disappointing. Is there any friend who can offer support and give the author confidence to continue writing? Without Wang Fei stirring up trouble, Lin Chen's life finally calmed down. However, in a couple of days, when the vegetables in the yard grow a bit more, he plans to move. The environment in Wang's village is nice, but the house is simple and too remote. He can handle it, but his delicate wives may struggle if trouble comes knocking. After experiencing the terrifying incident of the Sisui gang wiping out families, he fully understands how dangerous the world can be. In this world, there are many gangs like this. Moreover, going out is inconvenient, as it takes dozens of miles of mountain roads to reach the county town, which is time-consuming, laborious, and dangerous. Just think about having to walk dozens of miles to buy firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Whether for the sake of his wives or for a more convenient life, moving is the best choice. Besides, living in a luxurious mansion and not in a mud house, Lin Chen has not reached that level of natural simplicity. Husband, look, the vegetable seeds I planted before have started to sprout. Early in the morning, Wang Nan dragged Lin Chen to the vegetable garden in the yard, looking proud. Lin Chen smiled, ruffled the little wife's head, and praised, "My little wife is amazing. From now on, you will be in charge of all the vegetables at home. Husband, leave it to me." Wang Nan clenched her small fist, earnestly waving it in front of her. "Ha ha, then you have to work hard, or else we'll all go hungry." Lin Chen, teased by her serious look, ruffled her head again until her hair was messy. Okay. Wang Nan didn't mind. Instead, she smiled happily, enjoying her husband's indulgence. After playing around for a bit, Wang Nan continued to work in the vegetable garden, taking good care of it all this time. Despite her petite stature, she was very diligent. "Husband, try this on, see if this robe fits you." Su Xiaoxiao held out a robe and walked up to Lin Chen, wanting him to try it on. Winter was approaching, so it was time to prepare winter clothes. These days, besides the not-so-skilled little wife busy in the vegetable garden, the other 2 wives were making clothes. The cloth Lin Chen had bought before was almost used up. Okay. Lin Chen didn't refuse the caring gesture of his wives, nodded in agreement, and reached out to take the robe to try it on. However, Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Husband, you stand, I'll help you put it on." Lin Chen touched his nose. Is this the life of a wealthy landlord? What's wrong? Husband, do you not want Xiaoxiao's help? Are you looking down on Xiaoxiao? Su Xiaoxiao saw Lin Chen's reaction and immediately looked sad. How could that be? Go ahead and put it on. Lin Chen felt somewhat helpless. These young wives were going to spoil him. All right. Su Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes gleaming mischievously. After these days of interaction, she had gradually understood her husband's character. No matter the situation, as long as they looked sad and upset, her husband would be very gentle. This made them very happy. Sometimes they would pretend on purpose to enjoy her husband's tenderness. Seeing the pleased look on his second wife's face, Lin Chen could only shake his head helplessly. However, he didn't mind the playful banter between husband and wife, he enjoyed it. This was what marriage was about. The clothes are made very well, very comfortable to wear, thank you, my lady. After his wife helped him put on the clothes, Lin Chen felt it and praised with a smile. It wasn't just flattery, it was to make his wife happy, and it was genuinely well made. Not only were the stitches very good, but the decorations were also handled well. The clothes not only fit comfortably but also suited his style. Lin Chen was already fair and handsome, and with the new robe, he completely shed the rustic air of a village farmer, resembling a scholarly and elegant young gentleman. Without any machinery, just with a needle and thread, making well-fitting, comfortable, and beautiful clothes was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Husband, you're too kind, these are things we should do. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head in response, then smiled, clearly very satisfied with the clothes Lin Chen was wearing. Xiaoxiao, who did you learn your tailoring skills from? They are so exquisite. If you open a tailor shop in the future, it will definitely be a hit. Lin Chen looked at his happy wife and continued to praise her. But what he didn't expect was that his wife, who was just cheerful a moment ago, suddenly lost her smile. Not only did she lose her smile, but her mood also became low. What's wrong? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. She was just cheerful a moment ago, but now she had completely changed. Did he say something wrong? Could he make someone cry with praise? It's nothing, Su Xiaoxiao shook her head with her eyes down, indicating that she was fine. However, with Lin Chen's excellent eyesight, he saw tears falling to the ground. Did I say something wrong, husband? Lin Chen reached out to gently lift her chin, helping to wipe away the tears. Husband didn't say anything wrong, it's just that Xiaoxiao is feeling homesick, missing my mother, not knowing if she's okay now. It's almost winter, are her legs hurting again? Su Xiaoxiao choked with tears. Back then, not wanting to burden her family, she followed the government's arrangement without hesitation. From constantly being rejected, to finally being chosen by Lin Chen, and living together, it had been almost 3 months. She left home at the end of summer, but now it was almost winter, which was a long time for a young girl who had left home for the first time. Her mother's worried eyes and reluctance were deeply engraved in her heart, appearing in her mind every night. Although she was living well now, she couldn't help but miss her mother who loved her dearly. Finally, Lin Chen understood the situation. It wasn't that he said something wrong, but his question made his wife think of her mother who taught her needlework. Longing for home. In ancient times, this was indeed a common issue. Leaving home was not easy, not to mention the busy farm work that kept daughters who were married away from having the chance to return home. Many women who were assigned elsewhere might never have the opportunity to go back home. Once they left, it could be a lifetime. But for Lin Chen, these were not issues. Just feeling homesick? Just go back home. Regarding his mother-in-law, Lin Chen also felt that he should pay a visit to express gratitude for raising such a good daughter-in-law. Don't cry. Once we settle in our new home, I will accompany you to visit your family. If your mother is willing, she can come to our estate to serve. After all, we are not lacking in anything. Lin Chen comforted his homesick wife, embracing her in his arms. Really? Will my husband really accompany Xiaoxiao to visit her mother? Su Xiaoxiao became excited upon hearing Lin Chen's words. She had heard many people say that in many cases, families did not allow wives to have much contact with their own families, in order to make them wholeheartedly devoted to the husband's family. In their village, most women were like this. Because of this, she had never dared to mention missing her family to her husband, fearing it would upset him. This time, touched by his consideration, she couldn't help but shed tears. But this time, it was not sadness but gratitude. Husband, Xiaoxiao wants to have children with you, many children. Su Xiaoxiao said earnestly with teary eyes, wanting to repay her husband's kindness. Ha ha, alright. Lin Chen laughed heartily in agreement. How could he refuse such a request from his wife? Tonight's focus would be on sowing the seeds for this desire. A friend suggested wanting to see some heartwarming daily life scenes, so here is the first attempt. Please forgive any shortcomings, and a new plot will unfold soon. Time flew by, and evening approached. Lin Chen had planned to take his wives out for dinner, as it had been a busy day. However, as soon as they picked up their chopsticks, the the village was filled with noise and the sound of dogs barking. What's going on? Lin Chen, puzzled, set down his chopsticks and walked out to see what was happening. The village was almost isolated, with no entertainment at night except for closing the doors and playing some intimate games with their wives. But today, there was such a commotion. Fan good, fan go. Wang Erxiao ran over from a distance, seeing Lin Chen at the door, and shouted anxiously. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Something big has happened. Wang Erxiao also chimed in with a classic line. Don't worry, tell me slowly, Lin Chen reassured him somewhat helplessly. However, Wang Erxiao couldn't calm down and urgently said, there's a big beast in the village. It not only killed 3 uncle's sheep but also injured him. What? A big beast entered the village? Before Lin Chen could speak, his wives who had followed him couldn't hold back. A big beast, in other words, a tiger. Even in modern times with firearms, facing such a king of the forest required careful handling, as any carelessness could lead to bloodshed. Now, with a tiger breaking in, it posed a threat to the entire village. However, big beasts usually didn't dare to enter the village, considering the many villagers and some hunters with strong bows, which posed a significant threat to them. In the eyes of predators, human villages were like aggressive herds. Although there was an abundance of food, entering recklessly could result in injury or even being shot by a strong bow. Wild animals were very cautious in this regard, fearing injury because it would make hunting difficult and could lead to starvation. Yet now, a beast had entered the village and injured someone, a rare occurrence. But each time it happened, it was a disaster for the village. Roar! Before Wang Erxiao could reply, a sudden roar echoed. Then, a blood-stained tiger rushed out from a nearby intersection. Its colorful appearance stained with blood exuded the majestic aura of the king of beasts. With a gust of bloody wind, it charged towards Lin Chen and his group. Be careful! Behind the fierce tiger, a group of villagers wielding various weapons were chasing. Leading them was village chief Wang Li, holding a powerful bow, but the tiger was running too fast for him to aim. Just as he hesitated, he unexpectedly saw the tiger being chased, somehow already at the edge of Lin Chen's house in the village. Seeing Lin Chen and others standing at the door, he immediately shouted anxiously to warn them. However, the tiger was too fast. Moreover, having been injured in the previous struggle with the villagers, its temperament had become even more ferocious. Seeing Lin Chen and the others blocking its path, it let out a deafening roar and pounced towards them, its huge mouth revealing long, sharp teeth gleaming coldly. Ah! The 3 daughters-in-law were shocked and pale. Facing such a fierce beast, not to mention weak women, even an ordinary man would be scared out of his wits. Wang Erxiao was also frightened, but he did not back down. Instead, he roared, if you want to harm my brother Fan's family, you have to get through me, Wang Erxiao, first. His roar bolstered his courage. He was ready to rush towards the tiger. His malnourished, skinny body was like a bean sprout in front of the tiger. Nevertheless, he pressed on without hesitation. All of this was for one thing. Anyone who wanted to harm Lin Chen and his family had to get through him first. Lin Chen had initially thought it was a joke, the enthusiasm of a half-grown child. But he had not expected Wang Erxiao to be serious. Fan brother, you take the sisters-in-law and leave first. I'll stop this big beast. Wang Erxiao stood in front, urging Lin Chen and the others to leave, even though his voice trembled with fear. But at this moment, he did not flinch at all. Your courage is commendable, Lin Chen nodded approvingly. He would not stand by and watch someone walk into their death, so he pulled Wang Erxiao behind him. But this is not something you can handle. Leave it to me. Fan brother. Wang Erxiao was momentarily confused. Just now, he couldn't even resist a bit and was lifted up like catching a chick by an eagle. Despite his long-term malnutrition, he weighed only about 70 to 80 pounds. But it was not so easy to lift him up with just one hand like catching a chick. Yet Lin Chen did it effortlessly, casually pulling him back. Not to mention Wang Erxiao, even the villagers who were chasing the tiger were a bit bewildered at this moment. The tiger had arrived. Someone foolishly stood in front, which was one thing, but to not only stop but also replace that person and face the danger alone, they dared to chase because they had weapons in numbers. Almost all the able-bodied men in the village were present, but even in this situation, they did not dare to get too close, for fear of the tiger retaliating. Their pursuit was only to drive the tiger out of the village. Is Lin Chen really that brave? Some young people began to exchange glances, finding it hard to believe what they were seeing. Wang Erxiao could be said to be hot-blooded, but Lin Chen shouldn't be. Although Lin Chen had changed somewhat in these days, in the villagers' eyes, he was still synonymous with being weak and sickly. Not to mention facing a tiger alone, even a stray dog could make Lin Chen run around the village. This was not an exaggeration but had happened before, not just once. The contrast now was too great. And they did not know that the upcoming contrast would be even greater. Lin Chen's gaze hardened as he stared at the tiger, and with a glare, the tiger that had been charging forward uncontrollably suddenly halted its steps, as if sensing some danger. What's going on? Those witnessing this scene became even more puzzled. They knew how fierce the tiger was when they were driving it away just now. If village chief Wang Li, a former soldier, had not led them in the charge, they might not have dared to confront it. But even so, several people had ended up injured. Yet now, with just a stern glare from Lin Chen, the ferocious tiger dared not move recklessly. How was this possible? And this was just the beginning. What happened next was even more unbelievable for those present. The fierce tiger suddenly stopped in its tracks, sensing something silently as if it had perceived a terrifying presence. It then turned and leaped into the nearby stream, swiftly escaping without daring to look back, as if frightened. With just a glance, the injured tiger, provoked into aggression, was so scared that it didn't dare to act ferocious and instead fled awkwardly into the stream. Could a human really do such a thing? The villagers who were chasing the tiger were dumbfounded at that moment. Husband is amazing. 3 daughters-in-law who were protected at the back were now starry-eyed. Wang Erxiao was even more bewildered. He had been standing behind Lin Chen just now, facing the tiger that had intruded into the village. Only when facing it did he realize the immense pressure the tiger exuded. Just with a single glance, scaring away such a terrifying presence was not something that could be achieved just by being formidable. It was about momentum. A momentum fiercer than the tiger itself. Wang Erxiao might not be well educated, but he knew that the fierce beasts in the mountains all possessed a unique momentum, using it to suppress each other in battles. Indeed, just now, although Lin Chen had only focused his gaze, he had actually employed the unique suppressing momentum of the mountain tiger fist. The tiger that intruded into the village, although very ferocious and capable of scaring an ordinary person to death, was nothing compared to the Tiger King encountered before. Even the Tiger King had been subdued by him, so how could an ordinary tiger dare to bare its teeth in front of him? It was only concerned about a possible counterattack that might harm the daughters-in-law nearby. Otherwise, the village would have had a tiger feast today. Wang's son, who previously offended Lin Chen by barging into his house, could this massacre be related to him? Someone swallowed hard and put forward a terrifying idea. Just a single glance from Lin Chen was enough to scare off the ferocious tiger, which was definitely not as simple as they had previously thought. Coincidentally, Wang's son had recently offended Lin Chen badly and had cruelly met his end. This couldn't help but lead to speculation. And when this idea was heard, the face of a middle-aged man turned pale in an instant. This man was none other than Wang Ergo's father, who had also previously offended Lin Chen. With the threat of the big worm gone, the gathered villagers gradually dispersed. However, the events of today left the entire village in turmoil. Especially Wang Ergo's father, who seemed a bit shaken as he left. He was truly scared. If the massacre at Wang's house was really related to Lin Chen, then his own family was in danger. After all, his wayward son, who had followed Wang Fa in causing trouble and had also offended Lin Chen. Although his elder brother Wang Lichang had helped to mediate the situation, claiming to have resolved the matter, there was still a lingering fear. Who knew if Lin Chen would hold a grudge? If one dark and stormy night, he were to sneak into their house, with just a single glance capable of scaring off the king of beasts, could their family survive? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Lin Chen, the protagonist, was unaware of the fear gripping the old father. With Wang Lichang, the respected elder, personally interceding and having already punished Wang Ergo, he had no intention of delving further into the other party's wrongdoings. After all, punishment had already been meted out. The punch thrown in anger earlier was no joke. It had broken several of the man's bones. If not for luck, it could have been fatal. It's all right. Lin Chen watched as the other villagers left, then gently reassured his wives. Husband, how did you do that? Wang Nanny asked with admiration, believing that scaring off a tiger with just a glance was akin to a deity descending to earth. Otherwise, how could such a formidable presence be possible? Facing his wife's admiration, Lin Chen chuckled and said, "It's simple, just be fiercer than the other party. Wild animals don't want to get hurt. As long as you show a threat, they won't easily confront you." Wow, my husband, you know so much, you're amazing. Wang Nan was simple-minded, believing everything Lin Chen said, and immediately showered him with admiration. It felt really good. You were very brave just now. Lin Chen enjoyed his wife's admiration and then glanced at Wang Erxiao beside him. Wang Erxiao scratched his head shyly. Courage is commendable, but next time you encounter such a situation, you need to assess the situation clearly. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. That's being irresponsible to your own life, Lin Chen said seriously. He was touched by the other's actions, but he didn't want anyone to lose their life because of it, especially Wang Erxiao. Not only was he the eldest son at home, carrying his parents' high expectations, but also the main pillar of the family. Without him taking care of his younger siblings, given the ordinary conditions of the Wang family village, it would be impossible for all the children to grow up, with half of them dying prematurely being the norm. If something happened to him, Lin Chen would feel extremely guilty, and the other's family would also suffer a huge blow. This kind of outcome would be harder for him to accept than getting injured himself. Okay, I understand, Fan Gu. Wang Erxiao obediently nodded, but only he knew if he truly meant it. Alright, it's getting late, you should go home now so your parents won't worry. Lin Chen didn't say much more, seeing that it was late and didn't insist on him staying for dinner. Okay. Wang Erxiao nodded again and then caught up with the villagers leaving. The big bug had just entered the village to cause trouble, and he didn't dare to walk alone. Lin Chen watched him leave until he caught up with the dispersing villagers before retracting his gaze. Husband, we should thank Erxiao for what he did just now. Why did you end up scolding him instead? Su Xiaoxiao asked, somewhat puzzled, not quite understanding Lin Chen's actions. Although Wang Erxiao's efforts were in vain, his character was still commendable. Even if they didn't thank him, scolding him wasn't the right thing to do, it would only make him sad. If you sacrifice yourself to save someone and they not only don't thank you but also scold you, would you feel comfortable? It's precisely because of that I had to say something to him. Lin Chen didn't explain further, changing the subject. Let's go home and eat. The food will get cold if we wait and have to reheat it later. Okay. The two young wives obediently went back inside, leaving the eldest wife standing quietly beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at her, and she responded with a smile. Only she, with her clear mind, understood why Lin Chen, her husband, acted that way. Lin Chen also smiled and took her hand. Let's go inside, eat, take a bath, and sleep. Okay. Yi Xiao's face blushed slightly, knowing that sleep wasn't just an adjective but a verb. She had always been puzzled. How could her husband be so capable that none of the three of them could satisfy him? No wonder he could scare away a fierce tiger with just a glance. He was truly more fierce than a tiger. Lin Chen didn't know what his eldest wife was thinking at that moment. After a quick dinner, he called the wives to take a bath. Once they were clean and fragrant, the old bed in the house made a crisp sound again, not daring to bear too much weight. Su Xiaoxiao, the second wife, was particularly proactive tonight, allowing Lin Chen to be even more unrestrained. The night passed quietly. When the sun rose again, a new day began. Lin Chen, who had been busy all night, hadn't woken up yet, and the weather-beaten courtyard door was knocked on once again. Damn! Lin Chen could only mutter a curse. He didn't know who his courtyard door had offended to be disturbed so early in the morning. Husband, who's here again? The three wives were still half asleep, exhausted from the busy night, and now very sleepy. Lin Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know either. It seems like we can't stay in this house anymore. Husband, go and see. The person knocking seems urgent. There must be something important, Yi Xiao said gently. Okay. Lin Chen nodded, then got up from the gentle township. The eldest daughter-in-law also wanted to help him get dressed, but he shook his head to stop her. You continue to rest, I can do it myself. With a swift movement, he put on his clothes and walked out of the room, opening the door to the courtyard. Uncle Wang, it's you again? Lin Chen was speechless the moment he opened the courtyard door. The one who knocked on the door early this morning was still the familiar Uncle Wang. However, compared to before when he came alone, this time he brought a few more people, including one who was being carried. Uncle Wang, what's going on? Seeing the lineup on the other side, Lin Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Coming over early in the morning was one thing, but carrying an injured person, what was the intention? However, when he saw that the injured person being carried was Wang Ergu, he roughly understood. Obviously, what was said yesterday had made the other party's old father genuinely scared. This is your Uncle Wang heir. This time he came to apologize on behalf of his son Ergu. Village head Wang pointed to a middle-aged man next to him, explaining somewhat helplessly. Not long after returning home last night, his younger brother came in a panic, saying he was afraid that their family would suffer the same fate as the Wang family, wiped out overnight, and begged his elder brother to help him. At that time, he was a bit confused. When he understood the situation, he said he had already handled it. But his younger brother was still worried and insisted on him helping, wanting to come together to apologize. To show his determination, he even personally broke his own son's leg. Wang Ergu was now being carried because his father had broken his leg. Mountain folks are not good with words, so they express themselves through actions. However, this made Wang Ergu suffer. His injuries had just stabilized, and now his leg was broken again. And the one who did it was his own father. How tragic is that? In less than half an hour, the apologetic old father left without taking away a cloud, leaving behind a pile of dried mountain goods and some cured meat that could only be eaten during the new year in the village. Thinking of Wang Ergu being carried away, looking so desolate, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. After this incident, he believed the other party wouldn't dare to cause trouble again. Ah, such a useless troublemaker, I hope he will be more sensible after this. Village head Wang couldn't help but sigh at this moment. I think he will be, Lin Chen smiled and replied. After being dealt with so miserably, he wouldn't dare to show his face for a while. As for continuing to cause trouble, the leader Wang Fa's whole family had already been wiped out. They couldn't cause any more trouble. Village head Wang sighed again. After a while, he asked Lin Chen, I heard you're moving? Is that true? Yes, it is true, Lin Chen nodded in response. Where are you planning to move to? Village head Wang furrowed his brows, not knowing that a large manor had been given to Lin Chen. Suddenly hearing that the younger generation, Lin Chen, was moving, he felt a bit uneasy. After all, before Lin Chen's father passed away, he had entrusted him to take care of his only descendant, not letting the Lin family's lineage die out. For the past 2 years, he had been doing just that. If it weren't for his constant help, the former owner, who was weak and sickly without the ability to work, wouldn't have lasted until Lin Chen's arrival. I'm planning to move near the county town, Lin Chen answered after some thought. Although he hadn't seen the exact location of the estate, he had a general idea of its whereabouts. When he was ready to move, the second-in-command of the Divine Arms Pavilion would come to help him with all the arrangements, so he didn't have to worry about anything. That's not a bad idea, village head Wang nodded in agreement. Then there was silence. When the time comes to move, let Uncle Wang know, and he will help you gather people to assist. Village head Wang didn't know what else to say, so he left after saying those words. In these days, Lin Chen's changes were seen by him. He knew that this junior he had watched grow up since childhood had truly become capable, making it impossible for him to see through. First, he defeated the tough guy in the village, Wang Wei, who was known as a master in the martial world. Then he met important figures, even causing the Si Shui gang to keep their distance. To maintain a good relationship and avoid displeasing the important figures, he even turned around and wiped out Wang Wei's family. The reactions of the officials who came to investigate at that time all confirmed this. There was also the incident with the giant bug last night. Having once mingled with the military, he was certain that the ferocious giant bug was indeed scared off by Lin Chen. However, it wasn't just a matter of a fierce gaze, but a terrifying aura. This kind of aura was rare and not easily encountered by ordinary people. However, among the military, some brave generals possessed such an aura, which he had seen during his time in the military. All these things made it very clear that the junior he had watched grow up had truly emerged as a hidden dragon. The turning point of all this was when he brought home 3 wives that day. Could it be that in this world, there are really people who, after marrying a wife, can undergo a complete transformation? Wang Lichang, who was leaving, couldn't help but think, for a moment, he also wanted to rejuvenate himself. But he quickly dismissed the idea. All of this was nonsense. The tigress at home would never allow him to do such a thing. On the other side, Lin Chen, who watched his elders leave, shook his head and returned to his own courtyard. After looking at the thriving vegetable seedlings and washing them with a bucket of clear well water, he went to the blacksmith's workshop, poured in some kindling, and started a fire. Since he had some free time, he planned to forge a batch of swords. Although the raw iron in his hands was not as good as the celestial meteorite iron of the sword spirit, it was still much better than the scrap iron he had used before to forge long swords. If he forged them seriously, they might not be demigod weapons, but they would still be rare treasures. After all, being a max-level divine craftsman was no easy feat. Learning about the rampant killings in the martial world of this world and the omnipresent dangers, Lin Chen gradually began to have some thoughts. The clanging of the iron rang out, and the 3 wives soon got up. Seeing their busy husband, they felt a bit embarrassed and reproached themselves for their laziness. Then they each went about their own tasks, also starting to get busy, cooking, cleaning, and watering the vegetables. Under the curling smoke, the warm atmosphere of the home was like a painting. Lin Chen smiled and continued to swing his big hammer. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. Early in the morning today, the second shopkeeper of the Divine Weapon Pavilion arrived with a team of carriages waiting at the door. Master, the caravan is ready and waiting for your orders at any time. The second shopkeeper bowed slightly in front of Lin Chen and respectfully said, Well, thank you for your hard work. Lin Chen politely encouraged him. It's not hard, it's an honor for me. The second shopkeeper replied with a smile, keeping his position very low. This kind of humility didn't make him feel anything, but rather he felt it was an honor. After all, being able to work for a living divine craftsman was something that others couldn't even dream of. If it hadn't been for his good luck when he first contacted Lin Chen, how could he have had the opportunity to do this? When they returned a few days ago, his boss, the head shopkeeper, was so envious. Not only did he volunteer to help Lin Chen move, but he also wanted to offer his daughter to contribute to the Divine Sword Villa. If it weren't for Swordmaster rejecting it, today it wouldn't be him coming, but his boss, bringing his so-called contributing daughter along. Such a rare opportunity, how could he not be respectful and humble? If he pleased Lin Chen and mentioned his good deeds in front of Swordmaster, he would definitely benefit greatly. By then, not only the head shopkeeper of the Divine Weapon Pavilion in Tianfeng County, but even the head shopkeeper of the Divine Weapon Pavilion in the prefectural city and even the state city would have to be polite in front of him. A friendship of a master craftsman. It's really impressive. However, Lin Chen didn't know that, or perhaps he hadn't adapted yet. After all, in modern society, no matter how big the class difference is, it's relatively equal, at least on the surface. But in this world, inequality is just that, stark and naked. Previously, when the Sisui gang offended the swordmaster of the Godly Sword Villa, they wiped out Wang's family without any hesitation. Both sides are human, but the treatment is completely different. Under this huge status, Lin Chen's move this time didn't require him to worry about anything, just to be informed of what needed to be moved. As for the rest, he didn't need to bother. The second shopkeeper took care of everything diligently. The three daughters-in-law had already packed their things, standing beside Lin Chen, envisioning their new home. Su Xiaoxiao was the most excited because once they settled in the new home, she could go back to her mother's house with her husband. The things were quickly packed, carefully loaded onto the carriage. However, Lin Chen didn't immediately let the convoy depart. Instead, he looked towards the road outside, as if waiting for something. "Master, are you waiting for someone?" the second shopkeeper cautiously asked. "No, just thinking about some things." Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. He had walked out from here before, bringing back three daughters-in-law along this road, and his fate changed from this place, welcoming a new life. Now leaving, it felt a bit unfamiliar, but there was no hesitation. After quietly watching for a while, he looked towards his daughters-in-law. "Is everything packed?" "All packed." "Good, then let's go to our new home." Lin Chen nodded again, then personally locked the courtyard gate. He might rarely come back in the future, but this was his birthplace, leaving behind a memory. The convoy set off in a grand manner. In a remote mountain village like Wangjia village, a convoy might not arrive even once a year. It was because of this that when the convoy came in, it had already attracted the attention of the villagers. Seeing Lin Chen sitting on the carriage, they knew what was happening. Lin Chen was moving to a new home. This news had already spread in the village these days. It wasn't a secret. After all, the village was so small, nothing could be hidden. "I heard that Lin Chen has encountered a nobleman, and now it seems true." Yes, otherwise, the previously weak and sickly boy wouldn't have changed so much. "I envy that. When will we also encounter such noble people?" Watching the convoy of Lin Chen moving, the villagers were envious. They knew very well what kind of person Lin Chen used to be, but now, he had turned the tables. They didn't know about any system. They thought all this was because he had met a nobleman. In their eyes, only by meeting a nobleman could all this be achieved. This indeed made them envious. Wang Lichang, the elder of the Wang family, stood quietly among the crowd. Knowing that someone was helping Lin Chen move, he didn't cause any trouble, just silently watched as they bid farewell. "Taiju, your child has made it. You don't have to worry down there anymore. And as for the issue of the Lin family's inheritance, you don't have to worry either. Your child hasn't let you down." Wang Lichang sighed inwardly. Lin Chen's current situation could be considered as giving an account to his old friend. The most important thing, the inheritance of the family line, could now be said to have been more than fulfilled. "Stop." At this moment, Lin Chen's voice rang out, and the convoy came to a halt. When the carriage stopped, Lin Chen jumped down and walked straight to Wang Lichang. "Uncle Wang, this is for you." Lin Chen greeted, handing over a rectangular wooden box he had prepared in advance. "What is this?" Wang Lichang asked in confusion. "You'll know when you open it." Lin Chen didn't say much, handed over his prepared gift, then turned back to the carriage. The second shopkeeper had been accompanying him, watching with envy as Wang Lichang held the gift in his hands. Wang Lichang didn't know what it was, but he could roughly guess. Most likely, it was a weapon specially prepared by a divine craftsman. Judging from the aura, Wang Lichang could tell that the owner had a military background, so the weapon inside was likely a long sword. A long sword forged by a divine craftsman. Leaving aside its quality, just the nature of it made it priceless. If the other party was willing to sell, he would be willing to spend all his wealth to purchase it. However, this was a gift from Lin Chen to his elders, and Wang Lichang didn't have the courage to inquire about it. Wang Lichang didn't know its value, thinking of it as a parting gift from a junior, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse it. After taking a look at it, he accepted it. The convoy left the village. However, as they reached the village entrance, they were stopped by a young boy. The boy who blocked their way was none other than Wang Erxiao, the cowherd boy who was familiar with Lin Chen. "Brother Fan, you are a capable person. Can I work with you?" Wang Erxiao looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression and hesitantly asked, "Why do you have this idea?" Lin Chen didn't immediately agree or refuse but instead asked in return. Wang Erxiao fell silent for a moment before speaking up. "My younger siblings are growing up, and just herding cows in the village won't help my parents support them. And staying in the village, there's no future, just herding cows for a lifetime. I feel a bit unwilling. Are you saying that by following me, you can have a future?" Lin Chen smiled at the words. "Yes." Wang Erxiao nodded without hesitation. "Then get on the carriage." Lin Chen pointed to the convoy's carriage. "Ha!" Wang Erxiao was momentarily taken aback. He thought Lin Chen would refuse. After all, he only knew how to herd cows. Even if Lin Chen agreed in the end, he wouldn't have agreed so readily, not to mention setting clear terms. But now, with just a confirmation, he was allowed to board the carriage directly. "Brother Fan, you agreed?" Wang Erxiao asked excitedly. "Why else would I ask you to get on the carriage?" Lin Chen rolled his eyes. "Thank you, Brother Fan." Wang Erxiao's face flushed with excitement. He tightened the bundle on his back and jumped onto the carriage. "You came prepared." Lin Chen noticed the bundle on his back and chuckled. It was evident that this matter was not a sudden decision. Wang Erxiao smiled awkwardly. He indeed didn't decide on a whim. Upon learning that Lin Chen was moving to a large manor, he had this idea. After all, according to the elders in the village, living in a large manor required servants, whether for housekeeping, security, or cleaning, manpower was needed. Although it was servant work, it was better than herding cows. He also knew that his brother Fan was a capable person, and he was willing to follow such a person. His grandfather had told him that if the weak wanted to change their fate, they had to find a way to attach themselves to the strong. Only then could people like them have a chance to change their destiny. Lin Chen didn't say anything about this. He indeed needed some trustworthy people, not just for household chores but also for some tasks that required reliable individuals to save his time. He had been planning his path these days and now had some clues. With the cowherd boy who wanted to change his fate, the convoy set off once again. This time, there were no more ripples. As the sun began to set, the convoy stopped in front of a massive manor. This manor was built on the outskirts of the county town, nestled between mountains and water, with tall buildings inside the high walls, along with gardens and artificial lakes, covering an estimated area of hundreds of acres. In modern times, having a house of a few hundred square meters was already remarkable. But now, a large manor covering hundreds of acres. Is this the wealthy, no, the manor that Sword Spirit Miss sent to me? Lin Chen silently assessed the manor in front of him and turned to ask the second shopkeeper who was following him. Visiting a temporary mansion for leisure turned out to be so astonishing. Is this the financial power of a wealthy woman? Yes, this is our young lady's mansion, a gift for you, master, the second shopkeeper nodded with a smile. This place was his choice from the beginning, forcibly bought from a wealthy merchant, a new mansion that had not been lived in yet, quite satisfactory, even praised by the Sword Spirit. Initially, the Sword Spirit used this as a gift, which showed full sincerity. Although Lin Chen eventually returned a semi-divine weapon, making a huge profit for the Sword Spirit, the intention was indeed genuine. "A very nice place, thank you to your young lady on my behalf," Lin Chen replied. "Master, you're too kind. The young lady will be very happy to know you are satisfied," the second shopkeeper said, seeing Lin Chen's satisfaction with the mansion, his face beaming with a smile. As long as he was satisfied, everything would be easier in the future. Moreover, Lin Chen promised cooperation from both sides, ensuring a more harmonious relationship in the future. As the one responsible for running errands, his position would also rise in the future. Even now, Lin Chen was unaware of the influence represented by the full-level blacksmith skill his system had gifted him. "You're also excellent. In the future, you will be in charge of coordinating with the Divine Weapon Pavilion. When I see Master Jin next time, I will personally discuss this matter with him." Lin Chen understood the other party's enthusiasm and what it was for, so he smiled and satisfied the other party. It was the same no matter who he coordinated with, but having a familiar person to coordinate with could save a lot of trouble. Especially if this person was good at handling things, it would save even more trouble. "Thank you, Master Lin." The second shopkeeper was instantly excited and flushed at the words. He was indeed excited for this. "Work hard, the future is long." Lin Chen patted the other's shoulder, knowing that his cooperation partners would not change in the short term. Not to mention the generous gift from the wealthy woman, just the reputation of the Sword Spirit Manor was worth cooperating with. After all, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The sword spirit manor got what they wanted, and he also got what he wanted. Welcome back, sir. Just as the group stopped in front of the mansion for a while, the mansion's gates opened, and a group of maids dressed in servant attire, led by an old man, lined up neatly to welcome them. The second shopkeeper introduced, Master Lin, these are the servants in the mansion. The head is Steward He, with decades of management experience and absolute trustworthiness. If you have any instructions, just let him know. These servants were previously serving as the young lady of the Sword Spirit Manor, the young master, each carefully selected and absolutely trustworthy to be arranged here. As long as Lin Chen maintained a good relationship with the Sword Spirit Manor, he could indeed rely on them. As for not cooperating anymore, that went without saying. Yes, I understand, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction once again. With hundreds of acres of land in the mansion, it was impossible to manage without matching servants. Even though he had many wives, he still couldn't handle it all. Unfortunately, the mansion was just too big. However, with so many servants to support and the additional cost of marrying multiple wives, he wouldn't be as carefree as before. Fortunately, the wealth-generating ability rewarded by the system was strong enough to handle these expenses, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear it. It's only natural, the second shopkeeper didn't take any credit, as he had already received what he deserved. After another reminder to the servants in the mansion to fully obey the new master's orders, the convoy unloaded and left. As for the goods brought over, the mansion's servants would take care of them. These outsiders were not allowed to enter the mansion without permission. No matter how you were before, from today onwards, the rules of my wives and I are the rules. Don't try anything else with me, or don't blame me for kicking you out. Once the second shopkeeper and the others left, Lin Chen, the new master, began his speech, or rather, stated his attitude. Servants can be mediocre, but they must be obedient and follow the rules. Otherwise, why spend so much money to support them? I obey the master's orders. Under the lead of the old steward, the other servants nodded in agreement. Don't be too nervous, we are not bad people. As long as you do your job well, we won't mistreat you. Lin Chen didn't continue to scold them. Seeing his alert attitude working, he reassured them. Yes. This time, the voices became more orderly. In the Great Long Dynasty, servants had no status. If the master killed them, it would be in vain. Not obeying meant seeking death. These three are your mistresses. Lin Chen introduced his three wives so the servants could recognize them. Greetings to the three mistresses. Also under the guidance of the old steward, the servants all bowed to the master's wives. No need to be polite. Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nannan felt a bit uncomfortable and waved their hands, while only Yi Xiaoro nodded slightly, understanding her husband's intentions. Alright, I won't say more unnecessary words. Let's move the things inside first. Lin Chen completed the process and didn't continue with idle talk. He didn't have the same habits as those wealthy landlords. As long as he did his own things well and everyone did their job, it was enough. There were no strict rules and regulations here. Air Xiao, watch them move. Just stay by my side and follow orders. You don't need to do anything else. Lin Chen stopped Wang Xiao from helping. He wanted him to follow him, not to do servants' work. Okay. Wang Xiao didn't think much and just followed Lin Chen's orders. He might have limited abilities, but he was obedient and trustworthy. The busy servants, hearing their conversation, envied them. This was definitely a special treatment. Although these servants had limited knowledge about the new master, they understood from the second steward's instructions that the young master in front of them was a remarkable figure. Otherwise, the young lady they served before wouldn't have given up this estate. Even the second steward of the Divine Weapon Pavilion wouldn't have been so respectful. Just a simple encouragement made them feel like they had found a treasure. What are you all thinking? Didn't you hear the master's orders? Focus on your work. Seeing the servants distracted and not working seriously, the old steward scolded loudly. Being shrewd, he knew that their new master was not simple. As the estate steward, he naturally had more information than the others. The servants dared not think further under the old steward's stern gaze. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Having a reliable old steward made things much easier. He Bo, in the future, you will have to take care of the household affairs. Lin Chen acknowledged. It's what this old servant should do. The old steward remained humble, not daring to underestimate Lin Chen because of his youth. Ladies, come with your husband to see our new home. With everything arranged, Lin Chen smiled and invited his three wives. Okay. The three wives naturally agreed and followed Lin Chen into their new home. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen moved, thousands of miles away from the estate, in a grand and majestic mansion, the upper-class figures inside were all stirred up. Not only had someone returned, but they had also brought back a semi-divine weapon. Furthermore, they brought astonishing news that the legendary divine craftsman had reappeared in the world. The semi-divine weapon was crafted by the divine craftsman. Thank you to the readers for their support and donations. Today, 4 updates are presented. Thank you. Lin Chen's first impression of the new home was that it was huge, very, very huge. You can imagine, 1 acre is about 666 square meters. In an ordinary household, having such a vast area of land was truly remarkable. With hundreds of acres, the sheer size was beyond comprehension. For someone with poor eyesight, they might not even see the end at a glance. Being in such a place made one feel incredibly small. The estate was divided into inner and outer courtyards, with the outer one designated for servants and guards. The inner courtyard belonged to the main family, where only the maidservants serving the family were allowed, and no one else could enter. Beyond the courtyards, there was a sizable garden and an artificial lake, combining environment and elegance seamlessly. Such an estate, just in terms of construction costs alone, would conservatively amount to over 10,000 taels, if not more. The disparity between the rich and the poor. Regardless of the world, the gap remained immense. Wow, it's so big. Huang Nannan gazed at her new home, completely awestruck by it. In her previous living environment, whether it was her own home or Lin Chen's family, they were all just ordinary houses. But this new home before her was entirely different, like night and day. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a large garden, you probably won't find one this big in the entire county. Yi Xiaoro smiled and nodded in agreement, gaining a deeper understanding of her husband's capabilities. She had anticipated that the estate wouldn't be small, but she hadn't expected it to be this vast. What was originally a choice made in despair with no other options had turned out to be a hidden dragon. In this moment, a glimmer of memory that had once been abandoned in despair resurfaced in her heart. Seeing how pleased you all are with our new home? Lin Chen, seeing his wives so happy, couldn't help but smile along with them. He also felt a sense of emotion. It had only been about a month since he arrived in this world, yet in this short time, his life had undergone a complete transformation. First, he unexpectedly gained 3 lovely wives and started living a life he had only dreamed of before. Now, through the system's rewards, he was living in a luxurious grand estate. Compared to this estate, those so-called detached villas from before were nothing. No wonder everyone wants to time travel, it's really cool. Although the good times had just begun, Lin Chen was already starting to enjoy them. The following days were spent settling into the new home. Lin Chen had been busy these days, building his own blacksmith shop by the artificial lake with Wang Erxiao. As a master blacksmith, he was very familiar with his tools, and only those he built himself felt more comfortable to use. Fang Gu, when did you learn Uncle Tieju's skills? You didn't know how to forge iron before, did you? Wang Erxiao helped out, but he was puzzled. After all, the previous Lin Chen didn't show any signs of inheriting the family business. Especially after going to school, he never even went near the family's blacksmith shop. Because in the former Lin Chen's eyes, how could a scholar like himself get involved in such a vulgar industry? It didn't fit his status. I really didn't know before. Lin Chen didn't lie to his little brother, but smiled and said, but for the sake of living, I gradually learned. Wow, Fang Gu, you're amazing. Wang Erxiao looked up to him. In his mind, a person with skills was a capable person. Especially someone like Lin Chen, not only skilled but also possessing abilities that made the entire Wang family village respect him. Work hard, and one day you'll be amazing too. I believe in you, Fang Gu. Lin Chen gave the young lad a boost of encouragement. Wang Erxiao nodded in agreement, then worked diligently on his assigned tasks as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Lin Chen could only think to himself, to be young again. Clang! In the days that followed, Lin Chen began his hard work to ensure his wives lived a good life. Being a responsible man was the most basic operation. However, when he was about to settle down and prepare to visit his mother-in-law with his second daughter-in-law, Su Xiaoxiao, 2 people came to visit. Sir, there are 2 visitors outside, one old and one young, who wish to see you. They seem extraordinary and are probably not ordinary people. The old housekeeper reported respectfully about the visit. Lin Chen was busy with something when he heard this and felt puzzled. Did they mention anything about themselves? He had been in this world for a while, but he didn't know many people. Especially since he moved to a new house, he knew even fewer people. If they were acquaintances, the housekeeper should recognize them. After all, the old housekeeper knew the acquaintances who knew he lived there. They didn't say much, just that they wanted to meet you and discuss some matters, the old housekeeper replied. Let them wait in the living room, I'll be there shortly. Lin Chen wiped the sweat off his face, feeling curious about these unexpected visitors. Yes, sir, the old housekeeper acknowledged and went to make arrangements. Without delay, Lin Chen set aside his work and returned to his residence. With the help of his daughters-in-law, he changed into clean and fresh clothes. In less than half an hour, Lin Chen arrived at the living room. There were indeed two people waiting, a young girl and an elderly man with white hair. They had been waiting for a while, and when they saw Lin Chen approaching, they all turned to look at him, sizing him up. Seeing that they were strangers, Lin Chen spoke up with curiosity, "Who are you? I don't think we've met before." Instead of answering, the girl in the red dress looked at him for a moment and then said, "We haven't met before, but we will soon become acquainted." "Oh?" Lin Chen chuckled, intrigued. "I really don't know why we would become acquainted so quickly. Could you elaborate?" The girl who spoke was undeniably stunning, with a fiery figure, a delicate face, large eyes, and a rosy complexion, making her a rare beauty. However, no matter how beautiful she was, she had nothing to do with him. The girl didn't think much about it and introduced herself. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Dao Miao Miao, the junior master of the Tyrant Blade Manor. I came here to seek cooperation with you." "Dao Miao Miao? Tyrant Blade Manor? Cooperation?" Lin Chen was puzzled by this sudden turn of events. He understood what the other party said, but he didn't grasp the meaning behind it. "Cooperation? What kind of cooperation?" Lin Chen asked directly. "Just like how you cooperate with the Divine Sword Manor, we can cooperate in the same way. And you can rest assured, whatever the Divine Sword Manor can offer you, we at the Tyrant Blade Manor can offer as well, and even better," Dao Miao Miao said confidently, with a smile. Lin Chen remained silent, furrowing his brow slightly. His knowledge of cooperation with the Divine Sword Manor was very limited. Apart from the sword spirit and the two shopkeepers who were currently by his side, no one else knew about the dealings between the two sides. Even his identity was unknown to others. The two shopkeepers were relying on him for their promotion now and wished they were the only ones who knew, to avoid competition and uncertainties. Apart from them, there were only the sword spirit and his companions. They were even less likely to know, as both the sword spirit and the sword master were core members of the Divine Sword Manor, and the interests of the Divine Sword Manor were their own. As for the last maid Xia Qing, as the personal maid of the sword spirit, the two grew up together since childhood and would marry together in the future. Their relationship was the closest, and they should not have leaked any secrets. But now, someone has come looking for her. Moreover, judging by the other party's appearance, it was obvious that they knew his identity and also knew about his cooperation with the Divine Sword Villa. They claimed it was cooperation, but in reality, it was to cut off the Divine Sword Villa. This action did not need any explanation. Someone had definitely leaked the information. Otherwise, the other party would not have shown up today. "How did you find out about me?" Lin Chen asked after a moment of silence. Dao Miao Miao smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, we have our sources. I don't mind telling you that we learned it from the Divine Sword Villa. It's a gesture of goodwill to inform you, and also to remind you that the Divine Sword Villa is not as reliable as it seems on the surface and is not a good partner for cooperation." "Is your Tyrant Blade Villa more reliable?" Lin Chen chuckled and asked. "Of course." Dao Miao Miao nodded without hesitation. "You can go out and inquire about the situation of our Tyrant Blade Villa. It's definitely not something the Divine Sword Villa can compare to." Lin Chen remained silent. He had never even heard of the Tyrant Blade Villa, let alone understood their situation. "So, how about it?" Dao Miao Miao regained her confidence. "How about what?" Lin Chen glanced at her and asked. "About the cooperation." Dao Miao Miao's beautiful eyes narrowed, showing impatience. Not interested, Lin Chen shook his head directly. He was not someone who lacked integrity, especially considering his good relationship with the sword spirit. His cooperation with the Divine Sword Villa was based on his trust in the sword spirit as a person, not because he valued the villa itself. As for the leak, the Divine Sword Villa was a large establishment, bound to have some traitors and scoundrels. It was not a big deal. Besides, he was not hiding anything. Once their cooperation was underway, the weapons he forged would be sold, and it was only a matter of time before the truth came out to those who knew their craft. After all, in this world, there were more discerning people than just the sword master. Dao Miao Miao couldn't remain calm at that moment. She thought that after saying so much, the situation would stabilize, but she didn't expect her words to fall on deaf ears. Lin Chen didn't even hesitate, he simply rejected her outright, which she couldn't accept. As the young master of the Tyrant Blade Villa, she was usually adored wherever she went. As long as she spoke, countless so-called young heroes would flock to her. But here, she hit a wall. And not just any wall, but a blunt rejection. How could she accept that? "Have you never heard of our Tyrant Blade Villa?" Dao Miao Miao thought of a possibility. Only someone who hadn't heard of them would be so straightforward. Lin Chen nodded honestly. "Indeed, I haven't heard of it. Would you care to introduce it?" Dao Miao Miao smiled again upon hearing this, pouted, and said, "I knew it, you're just ignorant." Today, as the young mistress of the villa, I'll enlighten you about it so you know what you've rejected." With that, she cleared her throat and began to educate Lin Chen. She started with the Tyrant Blade Villa itself, then moved on to the various major forces in the Great Long Dynasty's martial world. The Tyrant Blade Villa, a behemoth similar to the Divine Sword Villa, was a prominent figure in the martial world, even having deep connections with the military of the dynasty, with many disciples holding important positions in the army. Among the four major forces in the martial world, known as the Four Absolutes, East Sword, South Blade, West Fist, and North Leg, the South Blade, belonging to the Tyrant Blade Villa, was one of them. As a significant entity, they naturally had profitable industries to support their daily operations. Similar to the Divine Sword Villa's Divine Weapon Pavilion, the Tyrant Blade Villa had the Tyrant Blade Pavilion, specializing in selling weapons. However, unlike the Divine Weapon Pavilion that sold a variety of weapons, the Tyrant Blade Pavilion exclusively sold blades of all kinds. They did not deal in other types of weapons and only operated in cities above the county level, not in smaller towns. In addition to mentioning the vague connection, Ba Daogu also has cooperation with the military. Many of the high-quality long swords used by military officers are provided by them. They can do arms business. Naturally, their influence is unquestionable. In theory, Ba Dao Mountain Villa and Xinjian Mountain Villa, one following the high-end route and the military route, the other following the ordinary route and the popularization route, should not have conflicts. But through Dao Miao Miao's introduction, there seems to be a deep bias against Xinjian Mountain Villa. Every mention is derogatory and disdainful, as if the other party is worthless. Now that Xinjian Mountain Villa has found a divine craftsman, they came running without hesitation, even offering a guarantee to lure Lin Chen away. "Do you have a grudge against Xinjian Mountain Villa?" Lin Chen asked directly in confusion. "Humph, are they even worthy? At most, we just don't like them," Dao Miao Miao said disdainfully. But the more she acted this way, the more it proved that there was animosity between the two sides. Otherwise, as major powers, they would still maintain appearances and not be so openly hostile. "So, now that I've told you, can we discuss cooperation?" After belittling Xinjian Mountain Villa, Dao Miao Miao returned to the main topic. Still not interested, Lin Chen shook his head. It's not that the other party is bad, but since he has promised someone else, he won't easily go back on his word. Apart from his relationship with the sword spirit, his upbringing also doesn't allow him to do so. "How can you be so ungrateful?" Dao Miao Miao couldn't hold back anymore, stood up abruptly, slamming the tea table beside her. With her already stunning figure, her sudden movement was like a surging wave. Lin Chen thought his wife was unbeatable, but the other party seemed even more fierce. "Whose subordinate is she? Or rather, whose daughter is she? I'll give you one more chance. Will you cooperate with us or not?" Dao Miao Miao puffed up her cheeks, glaring at Lin Chen fiercely. The fierce Dao Miao Miao stared as if she was about to pounce and bite at any moment. In response, Lin Chen smiled and said, "What? Are you trying to force us, Ba Dao Mountain Villa?" "Nonsense." Dao Miao Miao was clearly angry, her tone sharp. "Then what do you mean by this?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows in anger. They were already making threats, yet claimed not to be forcing anyone? "Our young master just asked if you want to cooperate." "When did we force you?" Just a louder voice, "Do you think we are Xinjian Mountain Villa?" Dao Miao Miao's face showed displeasure as she subtly belittled Xinjian Mountain Villa, always ready to degrade the opponent. "And they say there's no animosity between the two sides?" Lin Chen didn't engage in this and continued, "Since Ba Dao Mountain Villa doesn't force people, please leave. I currently have no intention of changing my cooperation partner." Rejected once again, Dao Miao Miao's chest heaved with anger, the pressure increasing on her fitted red dress. Lin Chen was a bit worried that the dress might burst. Leaving aside Ba Dao Mountain Villa for now, they certainly knew how to handle people. "Master, won't you reconsider?" At this moment, an old man who had been silent suddenly spoke up. Compared to Dao Miao Miao's clamor, the man was much more polite, not constantly using you. However, the moment he spoke, Lin Chen sensed a similar aura to the one he felt from the sword old man before. In other words, this was a peerless master like the sword old man. Lin Chen's gaze slightly hardened, but he still shook his head and said, "I currently have no such intention. After all, I have already made an agreement with Xinjian Mountain Villa and cannot easily break my word. But if I ever consider it in the future, I will definitely think of Ba Dao Mountain Villa first." The old man fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded and said, "In that case, we won't force you. This is my identity token. When you've made up your mind, you can take this token to any branch of Ba Dao Gu to find me." "Good." Lin Chen reached out to take the identity token. The token was not large, with no fancy decorations, only a bold sword character. Without thinking, it was clear that the other party was a figure as significant as Sword Master. Dao Miao felt a bit unwilling, indicating that the old man had made up his mind, so he had to leave. However, as they just left the main gate, they ran into Sword Spirit, who had come for a visit as well. Sword Spirit was in a good mood initially, having gained the friendship of the divine craftsman and even obtained a semi-divine weapon. The entire divine sword villa was eager to have her, with some radicals even suggesting the current lord step down. The poor old father wanted to scold his daughter for her stubbornness, but he was overwhelmed by the senior residents of the villa. His position was almost compromised. With Swordmaster not needing to intervene this time, the other party dared not press for marriage again. Due to this, Sword Spirit was in a good mood, and after briefly informing about Swordmaster's situation, she brought her maid Xiaoqing to visit Lin Chen, the benefactor who supported her current good life as a divine craftsman. Little did she expect that as soon as they arrived at Lin Chen's new home, they would encounter their archenemy. Dao Miao? Sword Spirit? The two just exchanged a glance, sparks already flying in their eyes. Swordmaster and the old man from the hegemonic Blade Villa also locked eyes, appearing calm on the surface but exuding an invisible pressure between them. Faintly, a towering sword and an extremely domineering long blade could be seen clashing. Old man, you're still alive? Swordmaster sneered before speaking. The old man opposite him also sneered, if you're not dead, how could I leave first? How about a practice session another day? Swordmaster glanced at the long blade behind the other party, proposing, I'm ready anytime. The old man opposite him also glanced at the long sword behind Swordmaster and readily accepted. The two old men faced off, albeit discreetly, as both were renowned figures in the martial world. However, the two younger individuals below had fewer constraints and were more straightforward. Why are you here? Isn't it better to play with your big blade at home? Sword Spirit teased, displaying a different demeanor from her usual boldness. Hee, why do you need to worry about where I go? Haven't I heard that your old father is forcing you to marry and have children? Instead of preparing to have children at home, why are you running around here? Dao Miao was not one to back down, hitting right at the core. Being forced into marriage had always been a sore spot for Sword Spirit. In the past, she even left home with her maid in a fit of anger. Now, being mocked directly by the other party about this issue made her a bit unstable. However, as a female warrior who often trained alone, she was not so easily shaken. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she smiled and said, at least this proves that someone wants me, unlike some people who are so hot-tempered, wanting to overturn the heavens but no one dares to marry them. They can only rely on their family to pay a hefty fine to avoid the fate of being sent to a brothel. Who can't get married? Dao Miao jumped up as if her tail had been stepped on, her eyes wide with anger. Whoever responds, I'll talk about them. Sword Spirit replied casually, effortlessly gaining the upper hand. With Dao Miao's looks and status, she had countless suitors in the past. However, since a few ardent pursuers were cut off by her fiery temper, no one dared to try again. Pursuing other women might cost money, but pursuing Dao Miao would cost more than just money. Who could afford that? Due to this, those eligible suitors didn't dare to take the risk. There was simply no need. As a result, even though she wanted to marry, no one dared to marry her. If it weren't for the hegemonic Blade Villa's wealth and ability to pay fines for violating official regulations, she would have been forcibly assigned like an ordinary woman from a common family. If they still can't be allocated by then, they will have no choice but to enter the brothel. Emperor Delongwu established these regulations in order to rapidly increase the domestic population, while also increasing financial revenue, to satisfy his ambition of continuous external warfare and territorial expansion. Under this core, the wealthy naturally can avoid punishment. However, this money is not something an ordinary family can afford, and the longer it is delayed, the more they have to pay. It is similar to the nature of a head tax, something ordinary people simply cannot afford. As the young master of the Badeo Villa, there is no need to worry about not being able to pay. But being publicly mentioned now is like being insulted. It would be strange not to be angry. This girl is as beautiful as a flower. Could there really be no one interested? Dao Miao gritted her teeth. The fitted long skirt once again bore unbearable pressure. He. Jianling just responded with a chuckle, which was the best answer. Just wait, this matter is not over. I will not let you off the hook. Dao Miao was so angry that she ran off. Jianling, with the joy of a victor, found Lin Chen, who had just put down his teacup. Brother Lin. Seeing Lin Chen, who made her feel triumphant, Jianling was in a very good mood and greeted him warmly. Lin Chen also greeted with a smile. Miss Jianling, why did you come so quickly? Jianling did not answer, but casually asked, Brother Lin, did someone from the Badeo Villa just find you to discuss something? Yes. Lin Chen nodded without hiding anything. What did they want to discuss with you? Jianling became alert at once upon hearing this, Her inner thoughts seemed to be coming true. They wanted to discuss cooperation with me, saying they could offer even better conditions to our Xinjiang villa. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Did you agree? Jian Ling's face filled with worry as she realized her moment of triumph at home might be short-lived if he agreed. What do you think? Lin Chen did not answer directly, but asked with a hint of mystery. After hesitating, Jian Ling shook her head. I believe Brother Lin is not someone who goes back on his word, so you must not have agreed. Well, thank you for your trust. Lin Chen smiled and said, I indeed did not agree with them, but I find it strange that they found out so quickly after we reached an agreement. Jian Ling fell silent upon hearing this. It was obvious that there was a traitor among them. Otherwise, how could they have swiftly come knocking on the door right after she returned home? Miss Jianling, I insist on cooperating with your Xinjiang villa because I trust you, but I also hope that such incidents will occur less in the future. I don't like being disturbed. Although Lin Xin didn't mind the exposure too much, he also didn't like being disturbed, which had to be mentioned. Brother Lin, rest assured, Jianling will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Jianling, this time, did not remain silent but showed determination in her assurance. Jian Lao also spoke up, Master Lin, I also assure you that there will not be a second time. That's for the best, after all, let's focus on our cooperation and avoid any complications. Seeing his reminder had an effect, Lin Chen nodded and didn't dwell on it further. With the heavy topic gone, the following conversation naturally became pleasant. Jian Ling first inquired if Lin Chen was comfortable living in the manor and if he needed any assistance. Lin Chen indicated that he was fine and currently did not require any help. Elder Jian, could you let second steward handle the follow-up sales coordination? I am not comfortable with strangers. I wonder if Elder Jian could fulfill this small request for me. Lin Chen values integrity in his dealings, mentioning the promise he made during a casual conversation. The old swordsman naturally had no objections to such a trivial matter and immediately agreed, saying, of course, as long as Master Lin is comfortable using it. Thank you, Master Jian. Lin Chen smiled and thanked him. After finalizing the details of their cooperation and leaving a deposit of 1,000 taels, Jian Ling took his leave. With a traitor in their midst this time, the artisans were displeased, naturally very angry, and now planned to return to handle the matter, to give Lin Chen, the artisan, an explanation. With competitors already emerging, including the rival Ba Dao Manor, they couldn't afford to be careless. With no one to disturb them, Lin Chen didn't dawdle, comforting his wives left at home and instructing the servants in the estate before setting off with his second wife, Su Xiaoxiao, and Wang Erxiao, the assistant, to his mother-in-law's house. There was a dedicated carriage in the estate left by Jian Ling, now gifted to Lin Chen for his use. Wang Erxiao hurried over with the ox cart, and although the carriage was slightly different, it was close enough, so they set off directly. It must be said that Wang Erxiao was quite talented. He handled the carriage as if he had done it before. They first went to the county town to buy some gifts, and the three of them set off amidst the clear sound of the horse bells. Su Xiaoxiao's maternal home was the Su family village, 80 li away from the county town, a bit farther than Wang family village. Fortunately, the Su family village was not small, being a relatively large village with a road leading directly to it. As they neared her hometown, Su Xiaoxiao became increasingly restless, her eyes reddening. What's wrong? Lin Chen naturally understood her homesickness and teasingly asked to cheer her up. Su Xiaoxiao didn't answer but instead hugged Lin Chen's waist and whispered, Husband, thank you so much for being willing to take me home. Thank you for being so good to me. Hearing the choked emotion and deep affection in his wife's words, Lin Chen couldn't help but gently stroke her hair with a touch of pity, softly saying, You are my wife, isn't this what I should do? Su Xiaoxiao was naturally moved again, wishing she could have a child with her husband right away. However, with Wang Erxiao outside driving the carriage, she couldn't say much more, just leaning against her husband's chest, unwilling to leave for a long time. Lin Chen was also happy to have his wife in his arms. After all, with the bumpy carriage and boring journey, who could resist a soft and fragrant pillow? Su family village was indeed a large village, bustling with people. However, due to its remote location, the economic conditions were not much different from Wang family village where Lin Chen resided. Perhaps due to this, when the luxurious double-horse carriage gifted by Jian Ling entered the village, it immediately caused a stir. Where did this grand carriage come from? Could it be that some important figure from the county town is visiting? Two tall horses pulling a large carriage, not something you see often even in the county town. Who could they be looking for? The villagers discussed, as such a grand carriage was rare even in the county town. Those who could match such a carriage were all important figures in the county town. In their poor and remote village, how could such an important figure come to visit? The villagers couldn't understand. Some daring children wanted to approach, but they were immediately stopped and scolded by the adults. Offending such an important figure would not lead to anything good. The village chief and elders of Su family village also received the information and hurried over. With an important figure visiting their village, they naturally couldn't afford to be negligent. Indeed, when they saw the two tall horses pulling the luxurious carriage, they immediately became respectful. With broader knowledge and experience, they knew that a real important figure was not worthy of such a carriage. Be smart, don't offend the nobleman. The village chief scolded the villagers, then led the elders forward to welcome them, regardless of the purpose of their visit. They were all waiting anxiously. Uncle Su, Grandpa Heir, why are you all here? Just as they were waiting for the important figure, a familiar voice came from inside the carriage, followed by a familiar figure, who, supported by a remarkable man, stepped down from the carriage, looking at them with confusion as they stood waiting for instructions on the side. The daughter of the Sanchue family? When they recognized the familiar figure, their eyes widened instantly. The person they thought was an important figure turned out to be a woman allocated by the government from the village. How could they not be surprised? Not only them, but the villagers around also exclaimed in unison when they saw Su Xiaoxiao. This reversal was like a thunderbolt in their mountain village. In the Great Long Dynasty, daughters allocated by the government were no different from water thrown out. Their status in their husband's family was quite low, almost like obedient slaves. Otherwise, women would not be allocated in such a way. In the Su family village, most families were of a similar nature. This was the tragedy of ancient women. Except for a very small number of wealthy families, the rest were all like this, humble and sorrowful. Unlike modern society, where women have already reached high positions and are still not satisfied, the majority of men are living in difficult situations. Any slight dissatisfaction could lead to warnings about having children. But now, in the ancient context, Su Xiaoxiao, who was allocated not long ago, had returned, and not only that, she came back accompanied by an important figure, riding in a luxurious carriage, returning in style. The various gifts brought out by the coachman from the carriage made their heads spin even more. It was clear that she had come back to visit. When could women allocated by the government receive such treatment? Are we seeing things? The elder of the clan standing beside them rubbed his cloudy eyes vigorously, thinking he must be seeing things. Otherwise, how could he see such a scene? Su girl, is it really you? The village chief couldn't believe it and spoke up. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the familiar elder, nodding excitedly, yes, it's me, you didn't mistake me. Once they confirmed it was her, the people of Su's village burst into another round of exclamations. I never expected that the daughter of the Sanchue family, Su Sanchue's girl, would soar to such heights. If Sanchue Quan knew, I believe he would smile even in the afterlife. The people in the village were all envious, especially the women, who were filled with longing. Unfortunately, it was just a longing. Not everyone was like Lin Chen, who not only had the means but also respected his wife enough. I never thought I would see you again. The village chief, after confirming it was her, couldn't help but sigh. When Su Xiaoxiao was allocated before, he had also seen her off, thinking it was a final farewell. After all, those who needed to wait for the government to allocate a wife were rough men from impoverished areas, and they would surely choose a woman who could work. A delicate woman like Su Xiaoxiao had no one daring to choose her. The pressure of life was so great. If they married a woman who couldn't endure hardship or work in the fields, the whole family could be dragged down. The head tax was no joke. Many men would rather remain unmarried than choose these women as wives. The most likely fate for these women was to end up in a brothel, generating income for the dynasty. It was very sad. But that was the current situation in the Great Long Dynasty, distorted to the point of being unbelievable. Su Xiaoxiao also felt grateful, especially towards her husband. If she hadn't met Lin Chen, she might not have returned home in such glory. She might have been humiliated in a brothel. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. The village chief murmured and then looked towards Lin Chen, asking cautiously, Su girl, could this be your husband? Su Xiaoxiao joyfully nodded in response, yes, Uncle Su, this is my husband Lin Chen, who accompanied me back today to visit my mother and my family. In their conversation, a strong sense of happiness permeated the air, causing envy to well up in the eyes of those women who were also assigned to marriage, their eyes turning slightly red with the desire to switch places. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. That burly figure with rough, callous skin was not to Lin Chen's taste. He wouldn't even accept it if it were given to him for free. Uncle Su, hello, Lin Chen politely greeted, showing respect to his wife's elder. Hello to you too, the village chief responded cautiously, not daring to assume any airs of superiority. Not to mention the luxurious carriage, just Lin Chen's extraordinary demeanor alone was not something he dared to disrespect. In this world, those in power held authority, and anyone who displeased them might not even know how they met their end. Uncle Su, there's no need to be so polite. Since you are my wife's elder, you are also mine, There's no need for such formality, Lin Chen gently spoke, showing that social class differences were of no concern to him. Or rather, he was just an ordinary person who happened to possess some advanced skills. However, the village chief across from him did not dare to think this way and continued to show respect. Seeing this, Lin Chen could only shake his head helplessly and decided not to say more. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but before she could, a choked voice came from the crowd. Has my little girl really come back? Come over here to me, mother. It was an elderly woman with white hair and simple attire, pushing through the onlookers, excitedly calling out. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked around, her gaze vacant, unable to see anything. Mother! Su Xiaoxiao saw the old woman and ran towards her, crying as she threw herself into her mother's arms. It's really my little girl, it's really my little girl. The old woman, hearing the familiar voice and feeling the touch of her beloved child, burst into tears. Initially too overwhelmed with emotion, Su Xiaoxiao had not noticed anything unusual about her mother. But as her emotions settled a bit, she realized something was off. Although her mother was very close, she couldn't see her until she spoke. The two embraced not with their eyes but with their hands. Realizing this, her heart sank. With trepidation, she looked into her mother's eyes and upon seeing the cloudy, lifeless gaze, she broke down. Mother! What's wrong with your eyes? What's wrong? Su Xiaoxiao cried, tears streaming down uncontrollably. It's nothing, just old age affecting my eyesight. You don't need to worry for me. I'm fine, the old woman reassured with a smile, wiping away her daughter's tears with a touch filled with maternal love. However, the more comforting she was, the more heartbroken Su Xiaoxiao felt at that moment. Uncle Su, what's the matter with my mother-in-law's eyes? Lin Chen immediately noticed that his mother-in-law had lost her sight and furrowed his brows, asking the village chief beside him. The village chief sighed in response. When Su's little girl was taken away and returned by someone who knew her, only to be rejected, it was highly likely she would be sent to a brothel. Su's third sister-in-law, upon hearing this news, wept daily, believing she had caused harm to her child, and eventually cried herself blind. Su Xiaoxiao had been raised so well, with delicate skin and tender flesh, clearly very pampered at home. But such pampering had ultimately harmed her child. How could she not regret it? If it weren't for Lin Chen's arrival from another time, Su Xiaoxiao's fate might have ended just as the information that was brought back suggested. Despite having a reason, the devoted mother still couldn't get over the guilt in her heart. Learning of the chain of events, Lin Chen fell silent. He thought his mother-in-law had hired someone who was being bullied, and he had already planned how to help retaliate. But it turned out to be something else. Such things used to be seen only in TV dramas, but now he witnessed it firsthand, and it was his own mother-in-law. At that moment, he didn't know what to say. They embraced each other and cried for a while, gradually calming down. It had come to this. No amount of crying would change anything. Guided by the village chief, Lin Chen arrived at his wife's mother's home. How to describe it? Just one word, poor. The small courtyard was made of mud and grass, a humble dwelling. As Lin Chen and the others arrived, in the low courtyard, a skinny child, timid yet curious, was peering at them from the wall. Su Xiaoxiao supported her mother, and when she saw the child on the wall, she exclaimed excitedly, Xiaowoyo, are you Aunt Xiao? Called by name, the child carefully examined Su Xiaoxiao, then hesitantly asked, Yes, I am Aunt Xiao. I didn't expect you to remember me. Su Xiaoxiao smiled when she saw the child recognize her, a hint of joy breaking through the gloom of her blind mother. Without Lin Chen asking, the village chief accompanying them made a detailed introduction once again. This timid child was Su Xiaoxiao's nephew, the son of her elder brother. According to seniority, Su Xiaoxiao was his aunt, Aunt Xiao. Confirming he hadn't mistaken, the child rushed out from the courtyard and hugged Su Xiaoxiao's leg. The child was small, thin, obviously malnourished, lacking strength in his limbs, but he held onto his aunt's leg tightly, afraid she would disappear if he let go. It was evident that Su Xiaoxiao had been very popular at home, as this little nephew clung to her affectionately. Uncle Su, why didn't you see my eldest uncle? Is he not at home? Lin Chen knew his wife's family had an elder brother, but he didn't see him now, so he casually asked the village chief. The village chief didn't answer directly but said, You'll know when you go inside. These days, there have been significant changes in Su Zayayatu's family. If you truly care for Su Zayayatu, you should show her more concern later. Lin Chen sensed something was amiss. It seemed that his mother-in-law going blind was not the most significant issue. Soon, this was confirmed as they entered the courtyard and smelled a strong herbal scent, with medicinal residue and a pot of medicine under the eaves. Where's my brother? Is he not at home? Su Xiaoxiao, holding her little nephew, saw what was under the eaves and asked her mother with a troubled expression. The old mother didn't answer but sighed silently, tears falling. For her, who had long lost her husband, the recent events were nothing short of a disaster. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao felt unsteady, her body swaying uncontrollably. If Lin Chen hadn't been prepared and quickly supported her, she might have fallen. Woyo, tell Aunt Xiao, what happened to your father? Feeling Lin Chen's warmth, Su Xiaoxiao regained some composure and asked her little nephew. The child, without much thought, replied directly, my father's leg is broken. He has applied a lot of medicine and is lying in bed in the room. His leg is broken? How did it happen? Su Xiaoxiao's face paled. In those days, unlike modern times, a broken leg was a serious matter without the option of a quick fix at the hospital. Those wealthy families are fine, but once a poor family breaks a bone, they might end up disabled for life, or even succumb to the inflammation and pain, never to return. Su Xiaoxiao never imagined that in just 3 short months away from home, such a major upheaval would occur. Her father had passed away years ago due to illness, but thankfully her elder brother had shouldered the responsibilities, and her resourceful mother, skilled with her hands, had been helping out with sewing jobs to earn some extra money for the household. Life wasn't perfect, but they were getting by. However, now with her pillar of support, her elder brother, breaking his leg, and her mother, who supplemented the family income with her skills, now blinded by tears, it was a disaster for a family already barely making ends meet. She couldn't bear to think about it. What if she had returned a little later? Would she never have the chance to see her family again? I don't know much. I just heard one day there was a commotion in the village, and my father went out with a hoe. He was carried back by some uncles, covered in blood. It was so scary. The child shook his head, clearly not privy to all the details as the adults. At this moment, even Su Xiaoxiao's mother was in tears, equally unable to ask anything. Lin Chen had to step in to help and look towards the accompanying village chief. The village chief, not hiding anything, sighed again and said, this is a long story, but let Su's eldest explain the specifics to you. All right. Lin Chen didn't push further, after all, it was just a broken leg for the elder brother, he was still alive. When they meet later, the truth of the matter wouldn't be so secretive. Xiao, bring Uncle Su a piece of fragrant deer meat as a gift. Without dwelling on the matter, Lin Chen instructed his companion Wang Xiao. Sure thing, Fan Gu. Wang Xiao had come to help out, and upon hearing the order, he immediately took out an exquisite gift box. Such a delicate gift box was only used by wealthy families to hold gifts, and just the box itself was valuable. Not to mention the fragrant deer meat inside, a delicacy enjoyed by the wealthy, each piece worth no less than 5 taels of silver. Not only was it highly nutritious, but it also had a great taste, highly popular among the upper class. Because deer symbolized good fortune, it was a preferred gift for many. Although the village chief had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs running. He had heard of fragrant deer meat as a luxury item, but had never tasted it in all his years. Even when he went to the county town, he had only seen it from a distance on the shop counters. Yet, here he was, receiving a portion as a mere gift for their meeting. Looking at the exquisite gift box in his hand, he was completely astonished, and his gaze towards Lin Chen became even more respectful. Such generosity. Only a true noble could afford such a gift. This is too valuable. Take it, it's just some meat for eating. The village chief wanted to decline, considering it too valuable, but before he could finish, Lin Chen waved his hand to interrupt. With the business dealings with the Divine Sword Villa, he no longer lacked such small sums of money. Moreover, the village chief could help take care of his wife's family in the future. A small favor. This investment was truly worthwhile. Seeing this, the village chief hesitated for a moment before accepting it. If a noble person sincerely gave a gift, repeatedly refusing would seem ungrateful. You all gather first, my house is by the big tree ahead. If you need anything, feel free to send someone to find me. The village chief respectfully said a few words, then left with the gift he had been given. When a daughter gets married and brings her husband back to her parents' home for the first time, there are naturally many things to say. His task was done, so he naturally didn't linger. The old mother was also very pleased. After all, not only was her daughter safe, but she had also married a good husband who not only came from a well-off family but also doted on her daughter. She didn't hesitate to make the effort to come from the county town, bringing many gifts, indicating the situation. But when she thought of her son's situation, she couldn't help but sigh deeply, a look of worry appearing on her face. Cough, cough. Just as they entered the house, they heard a weak cough. Big brother. Su Xiaoxiao knew it was her older brother and hurried into the room where the coughing was coming from. Lin Chen had Wang Xiao put down the gifts and followed inside. Inside, they saw a simple wooden bed with a pale-faced man lying on it. One of his legs was clamped with a bamboo board, wrapped in a layer of cloth emitting a strong herbal scent. Su Xiaoxiao, who had rushed in, was now squatting by the bed, crying with tears streaming down her face. First, her mother cried her eyes out, and now her brother's leg was broken. These repeated blows made her, who was already soft-hearted, completely unable to hold back. "Don't cry, big brother isn't dead, just a broken bone, it will heal in a while, no big deal. Seeing you doing well makes big brother happy." The man was momentarily stunned when he saw his sister, but upon seeing her dressed in fine clothes and adorned with precious jewelry, and seeing Lin Chen, who came in with an extraordinary demeanor, he understood roughly what was going on and smiled. During this time, his days had been very difficult. His sister was taken away by the authorities, his mother cried her eyes out, and he himself broke his leg. Everything in the family relied on his wife's support, which was truly unbearable. But now, seeing his sister doing well and not facing a tragic fate, his anguish of these days was instantly dispelled. "Uncle." Lin Chen also approached the bed and greeted his elder uncle with a smile. "Ah, you're Xiaoxiao's husband?" The man smiled and asked, showing that he had a good impression of Lin Chen. "Yes, thanks to Xiaoxiao's perseverance, we are now husband and wife." Lin Chen nodded with a smile, his gaze towards his wife filled with affection. "Then I'll have to trouble you with Xiaoxiao in the future. She had poor health as a child, and as her big brother, I never let her do any work, but in the end, it harmed her. Fortunately, she met you." The man sighed with emotion. He could see that Lin Chen did not have any disdain for his sister's condition. His occasional mentions were always filled with affection, which couldn't be faked. His worried sister had truly found a good husband. This finally lifted a heavy burden off his heart. "Uncle, without your help, how could I have married such a good wife?" Lin Chen shook his head in response. This answer surprised the man, but he soon smiled even more happily. Indeed, if his sister had been rough and tough, she would have been chosen by another man long ago. And Lin Chen, who clearly wasn't an ordinary person, must come from a well-off family. He wouldn't be interested in someone rough and tough, as he didn't have the pressure of life and pursued different things. His sister's condition had turned a bad situation into a good one. In this sense, he truly thanked his elder brother. "Little sister, stop crying. It's your husband's first time visiting our home, and you're making him stand. Brother and mother are not in a good condition right now, your sister-in-law is in the fields, you need to take care of things." Seeing his sister still crying, the man spoke up to shift her attention. This trick worked. Su Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this, forced back her tears, went to get a stool, and also boiled some hot water to drink, as she was thirsty after the journey. Lin Chen didn't refuse, as he had something to ask his elder uncle. Since his son-in-law had arrived, he naturally couldn't stand by and watch his daughter-in-law's family being bullied. Not to mention his own strength. Just the powerful partner of the Divine Sword Villa could solve most problems with a single word. "Woyo, go to the field and call your mother back, tell her there are guests at home." The man seemed to have noticed this too, so he sent his own child away. The old mother entertained Wang Erxiao outside, categorizing and storing the gifts that were brought. Now, with the two of them separated, the room was left with only two men. "Eldest uncle, what's the situation with your leg?" The village chief said it wasn't an accident. Lin Chen didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. The man sighed and said, "Nephew, I can see that you're not an ordinary person, and it seems like you want to help me out, but this matter is a bit complicated. Let's just treat it as an accident. I'm happy to see my little sister living well and don't want to cause trouble for you. Eldest uncle, if that's how you see it, then you're treating me like a stranger." Lin Chen spoke up, and although I may not have much ability, I do have the capability to stand up when my wife's family is being bullied. Seeing Lin Chen's determination, the man spoke slowly after a moment of silence. In fact, this matter couldn't be kept secret. As long as Lin Chen was interested, many people in the village knew about it. The village chief didn't speak directly, wanting the two to communicate about the matter. After listening to eldest uncle's account, Lin Chen gradually understood the situation. In the end, this was a common conflict in rural areas. In the downstream area of Su Family Village, there was another village called Li Family Village. 2 months ago, during the autumn planting season, a dispute over water rights erupted, leading to a brawl between the two villages. This was indeed quite common, even in modern rural areas, such incidents often occurred. Lin Chen vaguely remembered. When he was young, he had seen it several times, the whole village would get involved. However, in cases like this, both sides would try to restrain themselves, not letting things get out of hand, and the authorities would intervene quickly. The same was true for Su Family Village and Li Family Village. After the conflict, only a few people were slightly injured. They thought the matter had passed. But unexpectedly, a villager from Li Family Village who was injured somehow managed to get close to a big shot and sought their help. This villager had been injured by eldest uncle during the melee. Eldest uncle had almost forgotten about it. He had been injured by the other party as well, but it was minor, and he had quickly recovered and put it behind him. However, recently, the other party, accompanied by the influential figure, came looking for him directly. He had to resist forcefully to protect his family. However, the influential figure was no ordinary person, and even the henchmen with him were not ordinary people. In the face of this resistance, not only was his leg broken on the spot, but even the villagers who came to help were seriously injured. If the big shot hadn't looked down on him, he would have made things even more serious. Big shot? Lin Chen stroked his chin, surprised at how many people were involved in the incident. Even the followers were not ordinary people, they were skilled fighters, making them far superior to the villagers. This big shot was indeed not a simple existence. No wonder eldest uncle was reluctant to talk about it. To ordinary people, this was indeed a formidable presence. However, since Lin Chen had taken on this matter, he naturally had no fear. Wasn't the Divine Sword Villa supposed to be very strong? They even said not to hesitate when encountering problems and to trust them to handle it. This was a good opportunity to test their authenticity. With a decision in his heart, Lin Chen didn't mention the matter further. When he had the chance, he would ask the village chief who was causing trouble and leave it to the Divine Sword Villa to handle. There was no need to worry eldest uncle, who was injured. However, to his surprise, before he could act, the other party had already come looking for him. Or rather, they had come looking for eldest uncle again. Su Jianwu, have you prepared my medical expenses? If it can't be produced today, it won't be as simple as breaking a leg, but all 4 limbs will have to be broken. A domineering voice came from outside the house. Then the old courtyard door was kicked open, and a quirky young man with a few sturdy men in tough outfits walked in. These men had bulging temples and a fierce aura, clearly not ordinary characters. The eldest uncle had intended to say something to Lin Chen, but upon hearing the commotion, his expression changed drastically. Brother-in-law, quick, take little sister and hide. The eldest uncle anxiously urged, obviously aware of who was coming. However, Lin Chen did not move, or rather, it was too late to hide now, and he didn't need to hide. Although he didn't like to engage in conflicts with others, it didn't mean he was weak now. The king of the roaring mountains and forests had been defeated by him, and he had easily defeated the third-rate master Wang Wei. How could he be scared off by just anyone, leaving the eldest uncle behind and fleeing with his wife? Are these the guys who broke your leg? Lin Chen asked calmly. The eldest uncle knew there was no time left and nodded with a sigh. Yes, it's Li Li. I'll try to keep them stable later. Don't confront them head-on, they are not ordinary people. Alright, I have my own plan. You just rest, I'll handle it, Lin Chen said without objection, nodding before leaving the room. The eldest uncle wanted to speak but couldn't, so he tried to get up to help, but his leg was already broken. He couldn't even move to the side, let alone help. He could only lie down in despair. Outside, Su Xiaoxiao had been boiling water in the kitchen and walked out upon hearing the commotion. When she saw a group of fierce-looking people, her face paled slightly, but having seen a lot in recent days, she didn't panic too much. Oh, there's even a beauty? Could you be Su Jianwu's sister? I didn't expect that useless guy to have such a beautiful sister. What a waste. Lili, the leader who burst in, brightened up when he saw the well-dressed and charming Su Xiaoxiao, unable to take his eyes off her. Did you injure my brother? Su Xiaoxiao realized and glared angrily at him. This was her way of showing anger. But it only excited Li Li more, finding this kind of beauty even more charming. So what if I injured him? Li Li smirked. You. Su Xiaoxiao was furious, but being gentle by nature, she didn't know how to argue with others. Ha ha, what a lovely lady. Li Li laughed even more wildly, his lecherous gaze undisguised. He used to be just an ordinary person, toiling in the fields. But because he had a good sister who caught the eye of a big shot, he suddenly turned things around. This time, when the big shot accompanied his sister back to her family, upon learning that he had been injured, he immediately stepped in to help. As for who was right or wrong, it didn't matter to the big shot. Just a nobody, whoever was at fault, would be taken care of. In this situation, Li Li, who was already rebellious by nature, naturally went wild. He settled all past conflicts, especially with the eldest uncle, who not only had his leg broken but also had to compensate for previous medical expenses, far exceeding the actual costs. As for not being able to produce the money, it was a perfect opportunity to show his power by breaking all remaining limbs. With this show of strength, Li Li was convinced that no one in the nearby villages would dare to provoke him again. Just at the sight of him, they would immediately call him lordly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt invincible. Seeing a beauty like Su Xiaoxiao at this moment, he immediately had evil thoughts. As a lordly figure, he was already disinterested in the old wife at home. Beauty, your brother owes me medical expenses. If you don't want his limbs to be broken and become a cripple, then serve your masterly well. As long as the master is happy, everything will be fine. Li Li threatened with a lewd smile. You shameless. Su Xiaoxiao had never cursed anyone before, and this was the harshest thing she had ever said. This only made Li Li more excited. The more he looked at Su Xiaoxiao, the more he liked her and wanted to possess her. With a big shot backing him up, he thought it would be easy to force himself on a country girl. Is this shameless? You haven't seen true shamelessness yet, Li Li said triumphantly, then stepped forward, ready to act. But before he could get close, a fist the size of a cooking pot came at him. Bang! No frills, just a plain punch. But Li Li, who had been arrogant just moments ago, now had his face contorted in madness. The punch to his face knocked out his teeth, and blood gushed out. Ow! After rolling in the air a few times and falling to the ground, he finally let out a miserable howl. Husband! Seeing Lin Chen arrive, Su Xiaoxiao finally found her backbone. It's okay with me here. Lin Chen comforted her, gently patting her hand, then looked at the fallen Li Li with icy, murderous eyes. Speak, how do you want to die? His cold words held no emotion. What he hated most was anyone harboring ill intentions towards his wife. This was his bottom line. Or rather, it was the bottom line for all men. Ow. Li Li tried to say something, but nothing came out. His mouth was a mess. Angry Lin Chen wasn't joking around. If it weren't for not wanting to kill in front of his wife's family, he would have smashed the other's head with all his might. A punch that even a Tiger King couldn't withstand, far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Ha, kill him. Li Li's mouth was too damaged to speak clearly, but the general idea was still understandable. He wanted Lin Chen dead. The accomplice who had come along under orders from a big shot, after exchanging a glance, charged towards Lin Chen. They were here to help out, and now that their boss was being beaten, they naturally couldn't stand idly by. Regardless, they had to take down Lin Chen first. Humph, you're asking for death. Lin Chen knew without a doubt that these were the accomplices responsible for breaking his elder cousin's legs. Now, daring to act tough, he had no intention of being polite. With a cold snort, he clenched his fists and took the initiative to meet them. Bang! 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 4 punches in a row. 4 accomplices. 4 dull thuds echoed. In the blink of an eye, 4 people were lying on the ground. Get reinforcements, quickly. Each one was taken out with a single punch, and the accomplices knew they were facing a tough opponent, so they called for backup. One of the burly men nodded in pain, then quickly pulled out a signal arrow and shot it into the sky. Swish! A piercing sound rang out, audible for miles around. This was a signal arrow, a kind of communication tool in the martial world. In essence, it was similar to the signal fireworks used by the Axe Gang. Once the signal arrow was fired, there was a swift response from outside the village. Such a commotion naturally caught the attention of the villagers. The village chief had just returned home with gifts, excited to boast to his wife, but before he could say much, the jarring sound of the signal arrow outside startled him. What's going on? He had never heard this kind of martial world signal arrow before, but this disturbance instinctively gave him a bad feeling. Immediately, he thought of Lin Chen, the outsider who had just received something from him. He couldn't afford any trouble now. Without much hesitation, he told his wife and quickly put on his clothes before heading out. Other villagers did the same. Upon hearing the signal arrow, they too emerged from their homes. But before they could make any move, another luxurious carriage, escorted by a group of horsemen who clearly didn't look like ordinary people, drove into their village. A team of elite soldiers. Thousands of horses came to greet them. What's going on? Could it be that another family's daughter has returned home for a visit? The villagers, upon seeing this scene, recalled the previous visit of Lin Chen. In the past, such events were rare, but today they seemed to be happening one after another. The village chief came out and happened to see this convoy, instantly feeling a stronger sense of unease in his heart. This feeling was soon confirmed. As the group entered the village, they headed straight for Su Xiaoxiao's house. This. He was at a loss for words for a moment, only able to follow along as he ran towards Su Xiaoxiao's house. Regardless, Lin Chen was the son-in-law of the Su family, and he was very respectful towards this elder, even presenting a generous gift. If this group of people was really causing trouble for Lin Chen, he couldn't just turn a blind eye. Arrow, go gather all the men in the village and arm them. The village chief, upon seeing a man along the way, gave the order. Yes, Uncle Village Chief. Arrow, as he was called, heard the village chief's command and went to call the men. I hope I'm just overthinking things, the village chief murmured to himself. Soon, he arrived near Su Xiaoxiao's house. However, he couldn't enter because the entire courtyard was surrounded by burly men dressed in black, exuding a chilling aura. Then, under his gaze, the door curtain of the protected luxurious carriage slowly opened, and a man and a woman emerged, stepping down onto the ground. Leader, the courtyard is completely surrounded, not even a fly can escape. A burly man approached the man who had just gotten off the carriage, respectfully saluting. Well done. The man nodded slightly in approval, then asked, have any of our brothers been injured, and who are the ones who hurt them? The burly man saluted again and reporting to the leader, the injured brothers are not in serious condition, just some minor injuries. As for the ones who hurt them, it was the son-in-law of this household. Has my brother been injured? At this moment, the woman who had also descended from the carriage interjected. Her face was charming, with a dusty air, and her voice was sweet and tender. Her appearance was alluring, matching her seductive demeanor, appealing to many men. The burly man glanced up, then quickly lowered his head and replied, according to madam, your brother is seriously injured, with all his teeth knocked out, and he has fainted from the pain. What? The charming woman exploded in anger upon hearing this, her voice no longer sweet and tender, but sharp as she exclaimed, my brother had all his teeth knocked out and fainted? Yes. The burly man confirmed with a nod. Lulang, my brother is injured, you must help me, he's my only brother. Wowo, confirming the situation, the charming woman immediately burst into tears, using a woman's most powerful weapon. Beauty, don't cry, this leader will definitely stand up for your brother. Whoever it is, they will pay the price today. The man fell for it, picking up the charming woman's delicate hand and gently comforting her. Although she appeared to be a woman of the world, she was experienced and lively, which he found quite intriguing. He had spent a large sum to redeem her back to his side, and now during their honeymoon period, he naturally showered her with affection, even extending his care to her brother. Knowing that she had been bullied before, he had sent his men to help, and now that they were ready to return to the city, they had deliberately stopped at the village entrance to let the other party vent their anger before continuing their journey. If not for this, they wouldn't have received the distress signal and arrived so quickly. Seeing his beloved crying pitifully, he couldn't resist her charms. He was not immune to this kind of manipulation. Have the people been subdued yet? After comforting his delicate wife, the man turned to the burly man with a cold face and asked, what's the matter? The burly man hesitated a bit. What do you mean? Can't you even handle such a small matter? The man's expression darkened as soon as he saw this reaction. If he couldn't handle such a small matter, he was already planning to find a more competent assistant. In his eyes, the person in front of him was just a waste. Faced with the leader's anger, the burly man couldn't help but sweat, and nervously said, Leader, the person who committed the crime seems extraordinary. Not only does he have a luxurious carriage, but his demeanor is also remarkable. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Oh, my poor brother, a charming woman beside them whimpered upon hearing this, fearing that if she didn't speak up, no one would help her. The man comforted her once again and then coldly snorted at the burly man, Humph! How extraordinary! Can he compare to our Sisui gang? Without waiting for the burly man to answer, he continued with a grim face, whoever it is today, I, Lu Hong, will personally deal with them. Without paying the price, they won't leave smoothly. With that, he strode into the shabby courtyard with the woman by his side. Lili had already fainted, his mouth covered in blood, looking quite terrifying. The four accomplices who were knocked down were still groaning on the ground. The woman was Lili's sister, who had been rejected from the village women for not meeting the standards and ended up in a brothel. However, she was lucky to have met her current man, who captivated her. Not only did he redeem her, but he also took her home in a grand manner, making the villagers envious. With only one younger brother at home, she had been pampered since childhood. To help her brother, she had whispered in the right ears for quite some time. Seeing her brother's miserable state now, she couldn't help but scream again. Little brother! She cried out and rushed over, using a handkerchief to wipe her brother's blood. Lu Lang, help me kill the one who hurt my brother, you must kill him. The more she wiped the blood, the more distressed she became, shouting for help from her support. In the past, the man would have comforted her and then launched a fierce attack on the enemy. But now, when he saw the figure of the assailant, he was instantly stunned. You want to help her kill me? Lin Chen also looked at the man, not in panic or anger, but calmly inquired. However, the man who had been arrogant just now, to the astonishment of everyone present, knelt down in fear. Misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. His voice trembled as if he had seen something terrifying. In the courtyard, faced with this sudden turn of events, whether it was Su Xiaoxiao's family or the surrounding gang members, they were all dumbfounded. The important figure who had come to cause trouble not only didn't do so but knelt down instantly upon seeing someone, and knelt so thoroughly. He kept saying it was a misunderstanding, looking terrified as if he had seen something horrifying. Especially the woman who was screaming, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak, her mouth wide open in an astonishing size, as if she could swallow anything without obstruction. Only Lin Chen and Su Xiaoxiao's wife beside him remained calm at this moment, because the important figure in front of them was none other than the Sisui gang's protector who had knelt in their courtyard before and said the same words. However, this protector, for some reason, had now been promoted to deputy gang leader. Whether he was promoted or not, in Lin Shen's eyes, his status was meaningless. He didn't need to act personally, just a word to the swordmaster and the opponent would be doomed, not even a bubble would come out. The deputy gang leader Lu, who understood this point, knelt in fear without a second thought upon seeing who the assailant was. Others didn't know how he got promoted, but he himself was well aware. The former deputy gang leader was ousted because he offended the person in front of him. Now, it was his turn to take the position, the protector who had once begged for mercy and downplayed major issues. If he offended Lin Shen as well, he wouldn't fare any better than the previous deputy gang leader. How could he not feel terrified? If Lin Shen got angry, he would be finished, and finished very miserably. After all, last time they angered Swordmaster in the Sisui gang, and if it happened again, their gang leader, Taileg Shueishan Piao, would definitely kill to appease the situation. In matters of life and death, what did mere begging on the ground amount to? If he could avoid Lin Shen's blame, kneeling and licking his toes wouldn't be a problem. Misunderstanding. It seems like you've said it twice now, right? Could it be that there are so many misunderstandings? Or have you been doing this on purpose all along? Lin Shen looked expressionless at the other party. With just a casual word, he could decide the other's fate. With his own strength alone, he had no fear of the people from the Sisui gang in front of him. After all, the strongest among them were only third-rate experts, and he could easily handle them. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Lu Hong trembled with fear. This was a preparation to blame him. It's really a misunderstanding. If I had known it was you, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to offend you in the slightest. Lu Hong didn't want to give up on treatment. He felt he could still salvage the situation. My eldest uncle, your man broke my leg. Is that also a misunderstanding? Lin Shen smiled coldly. This smile made Lu Hong's scalp tingle. But to save his life, he had to explain with a stiff upper lip, this is indeed the fault of my men, but it's all because of that useless person. If it weren't for him, this wouldn't have happened. He pointed to the unconscious Lili. Not only did he want to stand up for the other party now, he even wished to kill him. Lu Lang. Lili's sister was instantly dumbfounded, never expecting the other party to act this way. Shut up! Who's your Lu Lang? You scum, you've made me suffer so much. Lu Hong glared, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at the other party. It was the woman in front of him who had caused the whole situation, leading him to offend someone he couldn't afford to offend. Now, not to mention showing mercy, he was reluctant to kill her immediately. Lili's sister instantly dared not speak, knowing her brother had caused a big trouble, provoking someone even she considered untouchable. Eldest uncle let Wang Erxiu help him out, just in time to witness this scene, and he was stunned. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see that Lu Hong was a big shot that ordinary people couldn't afford to provoke? Just the followers he had, numbering in the 20s or 30s, were all strong and fierce, resembling the martial heroes described in storytellers' tales. To lead so many martial heroes, his identity couldn't be simple. Yet, such a big shot was now kneeling before him, humbly begging not to be blamed, even hesitating to push his own woman aside. What kind of existence could do this? Eldest uncle couldn't figure it out, couldn't find the right words in his mind. All he knew was that the husband his sister had found was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Is there smoke rising from the Su family's ancestral grave? Eldest uncle murmured softly. Only if smoke rose from the ancestral grave could a woman from the Su family find such a big shot to be her husband. Fan Gu is amazing. Wang Erxiu also exclaimed, his eyes filled with fervor. This wave proved his intuition right. As long as he followed his Fan Gu, he would definitely make a name for himself in the future, breaking away from the ranks of the commoners. Although he was just a carriage driver now, in the future, he would probably still be running errands and driving carriages. But who didn't see that the carriage driver for the emperor was one of the 9 ministers? There's no need for these tricks. My eldest uncle's leg won't just be broken in vain. Lin Shen ignored the other's ruthlessness, just gazing indifferently at him. I'm willing to compensate. I'll compensate however much is needed. Lu Hong hastily spoke up, indicating his willingness to make amends for the losses. Eldest uncle, this person says he's willing to compensate you. What do you think? Lin Shen ignored Lu Hong and turned to look at his eldest uncle instead. Ha! The eldest uncle was taken aback by the sudden shift in focus onto himself. It's okay, feel free to express your opinion. No one dares to harm you in any way, Lin Shen reassured with a smile. Yes, feel free to speak, as long as I can do it, anything is possible, Lu Hong chimed in repeatedly from the side, knowing that his fate now rested in the hands of the rough man from the mountains whom he had never paid attention to before. At this point, he didn't care about anything else, not to mention compensation, he would even call him grandpa if needed. Well, The eldest uncle had never experienced such a situation before, and he started sweating profusely, unable to articulate his thoughts properly. In the end, he had to defer the decision back to Lin Chen. "Brother-in-law, I'm just a rough man from the mountains, I don't understand these things, you decide." He swallowed hard, the scene before him was too overwhelming. "Alright, I'll handle it." Lin Chen didn't make things difficult for the eldest uncle and nodded in response. Lu Hong became even more nervous, knowing that the moment to decide his fate had arrived. And indeed it had. Lin Chen took over without delay and stated, "The mastermind behind this incident, I don't want to see him harass my eldest uncle's family again, and for my eldest uncle's leg, 500 taels of medicinal soup expenses." 500 taels? Lu Hong was taken aback. The first part was manageable, Lily would deal with the trouble he caused without Lin Chen having to say anything. But the latter, 500 taels, calculated at 1,000 won per tael, that was a whopping 500,000 won. The living expenses for an ordinary family for a year were around 10 taels. This sum of 500 taels would cover the living expenses of an average family for 50 years. Compensating a whole family's 50 years of living expenses for a leg injury, was that leg made of gold? What, not willing? Lin Chen's expression turned indifferent once again. Lu Hong didn't dare to hesitate any longer and gritted his teeth as he agreed. "I'm willing to compensate." With that statement, 500 taels were settled. The eldest uncle was left dumbfounded upon receiving this compensation. 500 taels. Just before today, he would never have dared to imagine such a sum. But now, he held it in his hands. "Keep it, and later I'll have the best doctor come to help heal your leg soon," Lin Chen said with a smile upon seeing this. The eldest uncle took a deep breath, nodded without saying much, but he had already made a decision in his heart to take this money back home to give to his sister as part of her dowry. Lin Chen was a big shot, and his sister deserved a generous dowry. That was the eldest uncle's most sincere thought. "Sir, about this matter." Seeing all his hard-earned wealth being taken away, Lu Hong's heart was bleeding, but now he was more concerned about whether his trouble would be forgiven. As long as he was alive, he could continue to earn money in the future. But if he was gone, no amount of wealth would matter. "Take your people and leave, and as for the conditions mentioned earlier, don't make me handle it myself." Lin Chen glanced at him and waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. It was an extremely contemptuous gesture, but Lu Hong showed no anger. Instead, his tense body relaxed, and he smiled. "It's good to be alive." As for the conditions mentioned earlier, Lu Hong gave Lily a fierce look and assured Lin Chen, "Sir, rest assured, from today onwards, this world will no longer have this person." Although this matter was considered resolved, he had paid a huge price. Not only had he lost his dignity, but also all the wealth he had accumulated over the years was gone in an instant. The person responsible for all this had created a deep-seated enmity. "Lu Lang." Lily's sister spoke anxiously, but before she could finish, Lu Hong, who had finally been forgiven and allowed to stand up, strode forward and landed a hard slap on Lily's face. "Shut up, you despicable wench." Lu Hongsheng was afraid that the other party would speak and once again displease Lin Chen, so he directly interrupted. Lily's sister was completely dumbfounded. She never expected that the person who had showered her with affection would now turn into this. Instead of seeking comfort when in distress, she was slapped in the face. And all of this was because her brother had offended someone he shouldn't have. "You troublemaker." Thinking about how she had finally managed to live a good life, only to have it ruined, she couldn't hold back anymore and raised her hand to fiercely slap the unconscious Lily. The sentiment of being cherished since childhood was nowhere to be found at this moment. This sudden change was truly dramatic. Lily was abruptly awakened by the slaps, and when he saw that it was his loving sister hitting him, eyes red like an enemy's, continuously striking him, he was instantly bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't his sister the one who loved him the most? Why was she now standing up for him? Why was his enemy, who was being hit, just watching calmly while he was the one being struck? And what about his brother-in-law, who was supposed to support him? Why was he now blaring at him with such dangerous intent? What did all this mean? What was happening? Lily was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand what had happened during the time he was unconscious. And what he didn't know was that his tragic fate had only just begun. However, Lin Chen wasn't interested in all this. He waved his hand again, and Lu Hong obediently tidied up quickly, taking his men and leaving the village. Finally relieved, Lu Hong breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped once again. This was the second time, making him reflect that he must be a lucky star reincarnated, always managing to turn danger into safety. However, he was unaware that from the moment he entered the village, he had caught the attention of a pair of eyes. While he was relieved to have escaped, the owner of those eyes swiftly left the village. The light and agile movements indicated that this was no ordinary character. Lin Chen was unaware of this, as he was currently dealing with a group of lean and dark men holding various farming tools. These men were none other than the young villagers that the village chief had called upon. However, by the time they arrived, Lu Hong had already fled with his men, leaving them empty-handed. Thank you all for your help. Although they had missed their target, Lin Chen appreciated their intentions and thanked them. No need to be polite. Since you are the son-in-law of our Su family village, we won't stand by and watch you being bullied. Su Arrow, true to his name, was bold and straightforward, patting his chest in agreement. His words were rough but comforting to hear. Lin Chen glanced at him and nodded with a smile. In that case, I won't be polite. But as a son-in-law visiting for the first time, it wouldn't be right not to show some appreciation. Let's have a drink together. Drinks? Su Arrow swallowed hard at the mention of alcohol. In this era, alcohol was not common, especially in a poor mountain village where it was considered a luxury, as it required grains for brewing. With food scarcity being an issue, using grains for brewing was unthinkable. Only during the new year could one possibly have a taste. However, the numbing effect of alcohol could briefly make one forget their hardships, akin to spiritual sustenance. Many who had tasted alcohol were fond of this spiritual sustenance. Su Arrow was among them, but due to circumstances, he had to restrain himself. Now, hearing that Lin Chen wanted to treat them to drinks, how could he remain calm? Not only him, but most of the men present were subconsciously salivating. Clearly, they enjoyed drinking. Do you doubt me? Lin Chen feigned displeasure. Looking at their reactions and finding it amusing, he couldn't help but tease them. Of course we trust you. Su Arrow quickly shook his head. Although he didn't see the scene of Lu Hong begging for mercy in a sorry state, Lin Chen, riding in a luxurious carriage, exuded extraordinary demeanor that marked him as someone out of the ordinary at first glance. Not to mention inviting for drinks. Even if he hosted a feast, allowing everyone to eat and drink to their heart's content, he wouldn't find it strange. Village Chief Uncle, I'll trouble you with this matter. Arrange for someone to purchase some alcohol, and also buy some poultry and livestock from the villagers to cook dishes for everyone to enjoy with the drinks. Lin Chen smiled and nodded at Su Arrow, then handed a silver ingot to the village chief beside him. The silver wasn't much, just around 50 taels. But when the village chief felt its weight, his eyes widened. Was this 50 taels meant to buy all the poultry and livestock in the entire village? This wasn't just an invitation for drinks. It was a grand banquet. In fact, that was precisely Lin Chen's intention, to host a banquet and invite the entire Su family village. With his wife being so virtuous and obedient, he naturally wouldn't allow her to return to her parents' home for the first time and just brush it off. He wanted his wife to shine brightly, and also bring honor to her family. As for the expenses, it was just like forging a sword on a whim. However, this seemingly casual expenditure caused a stir throughout the Su family village, a rare event in a century. Husband, thank you. Su Xiaoxiao understood her husband's thoughtful intentions, and as she looked at Lin Chen, her eyes were filled with emotion. Lin Chen had no doubt that if he wished, the other party would be willing to give birth to a bunch of monkeys for him. A wealthy man truly exuded charm. In Tianfeng County, just as Lin Chen was preparing to host a grand banquet to showcase his wife and family in all their glory, a figure dressed in black with a masked face quietly arrived at an exquisite courtyard. Young master, the shadow guards seek an audience. The black-clad masked person entered the courtyard and respectfully bowed in front of a room. Creak. Not long after his words, the door of the room slowly opened, and a young woman in a red dress walked out from inside. Wei Wu, you're back so soon. Is there a situation with that person? The young woman was somewhat excited. The black-clad masked person nodded. Yes, young master, following your orders, I have been lurking around him. There were no incidents earlier, but yesterday, something happened. What happened? Tell me quickly. The young woman became even more excited, urging the other person to speak. Yes. The black-clad masked person respectfully nodded again, then slowly recounted the situation. The situation was none other than the conflict that erupted between Lin Chen and the deputy leader of the Sisui gang in the Su family village. Alright, I am aware of this matter. You go back and continue to lurk. Report immediately if there are any developments. The young woman nodded in satisfaction after hearing the report, then dismissed the black-clad masked person. Yes. The black-clad masked person left to carry out the orders. In front of the room, only the young woman remained. At this moment, she couldn't help but smirk in satisfaction. Genling, you just wait at home. Soon, your little secret will be exposed by this young master. The young woman revealed a smug smile, then strode out of the door with confidence. Drink, bring another cup. In the Su family village, Lin Chen was surrounded by a group of men, with Su Era taking the lead, holding a bowl of alcohol and offering a hearty toast to Lin Chen, whose clothes were already soaked. Alright, bring another cup. Lin Chen welcomed all who dared to offer him a bowl, and he would drink it all in one go. With a robust physique, not only could he ride 3 horses, but he could also engage in battle night after night. When it came to drinking, he was definitely at the level of a wine god. Especially in this era, where the alcohol wasn't distilled, its strength was similar to beer. Even without a robust physique, a seasoned drinker from the battlefield could easily down several large barrels. Although the men of the Su family village enjoyed their drinks, they were merely casual drinkers who might not even have a drink all year round. This untested alcohol capacity, not to mention competing with Lin Chen, who has a vigorous physique, even a modern young man could outdrink them easily. In reality, it was indeed the case. Lin Chen, even if he drank alone or with a group, never held back, finishing all the drinks. Although everyone got drunk, they all had a great time. The children were even happier than during New Year's, enjoying rare meat that was freely available at all times. They ate until they were full, some even ate until they vomited. This is not an exaggeration. Some children ate so much that they vomited forcibly. Some ate until they couldn't walk, their bellies swollen high, and if the adults didn't stop them in time, they would have gotten sick. Some elderly people even cried while eating, feeling that their past decades had been in vain. This meal today was better than all the previous ones combined. The Sanshui family's girl has found a good husband. Since today, her family has risen to prominence, an elderly person remarked. Although they didn't know the specifics, they were well aware that hosting such a grand feast would require unimaginable expenses, something even a wealthy landlord might not be able to afford. Even if they could afford it, a landlord wouldn't be willing to spend so extravagantly. After all, it's impossible to spend a large sum of money to entertain a group of commoners. Only the truly wealthy and influential individuals would be willing to do so, because what ordinary people consider a large sum of money is just pocket change to these influential figures. Yes, look at how radiant Sansa is smiling, even her blind eyes are shining. Ha, that's nothing. Look at Su Jianwu, that kid is smiling so much his mouth is about to split open. If his leg wasn't broken, he'd be flying by now. The older generation chatted while eating, their words filled with envy. Everyone had a great time at the banquet. Lin Chen's goal was achieved. From now on, the in-laws of his wife in this village would be respected, and no one would dare to look down on them. There was no need for explicit instructions, everyone present knew how to act accordingly. After the banquet dispersed, Lin Chen planned to return home after just one night. Unfortunately, living here was too inconvenient. Arrow, are you really determined to leave the village and work with me? Lin Chen asked Arrow, who had come to him in front of the carriage. He had planned to leave, but he didn't expect Arrow, who had just sobered up from the alcohol, to come and express his desire to work with him like Wang Erxiao. During the banquet, Arrow had a good chat with Wang Erxiao, and upon learning the situation, he became eager to join Lin Chen. Knowing that Lin Chen was about to leave, he couldn't sit still. However, this kind of request was a bit abrupt, and he was quite nervous in his words. When asked, he nodded hesitantly, yes. Yes, I don't know if you're willing to take me in. Rest assured, no matter what work it is, I, Arrow, will not be lazy and can do anything, he assured with a pat on his chest, fearing that Lin Chen might not agree. Compared to other mountain men who were lean, Su Arrow was quite sturdy, with muscles beneath his tan skin. Through the conversation at the banquet, Lin Chen also knew that because he came from a family of hunters, they could often go into the mountains to hunt for wild game to improve their diet, so his family was better off in this aspect compared to others. However, because of this, his mind was more active than other villagers, as living off the land no longer satisfied his young and restless heart. He wanted to see the world outside. And to achieve this, following a prominent figure was undoubtedly the best choice. It's not impossible to follow me, but you must have a skill, like Erxiao, who is clever and can drive a carriage, Lin Chen said, not immediately agreeing but asking the other person. He did need some help now, especially from someone reliable. However, not just anyone would do. If they didn't have a valuable skill, he wouldn't accept them, as he needed assistance, not someone who only knew how to eat. Su Arrow breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, glad that he wasn't directly rejected. As for his special skill, he had already thought about it when he came. If he didn't have his own strengths, he wouldn't dare to actively seek out tasks. Master, although I may not be as capable as second brother, I can drive your carriage, but I also have some skills. Su Arrow smiled and said, taking off the cloth bag slung over his shoulder, he opened it and took out a wooden longbow. Lin Chen saw the longbow and was not surprised. After all, the other party was a hunter. But what happened next surprised him, or rather, shocked him. Su Arrow nodded at Lin Chen, picked up 3 homemade arrows, slightly bent the bow with force, aimed at the sky in front of everyone, and released. The arrows shot out through the air. Then 3 birds that happened to fly by were shot down from the sky. Shooting birds with a bent bow. Bullseye every time. And it was a triple shot. The seemingly simple Suera turned out to be an ace archer. So amazing? Lin Chen's eyes widened slightly, realizing he had found a treasure. As long as he trained the other's strength further and equipped him with a good bow, he would have a ready-made powerful bodyguard. If anyone threatened Lin Chen, the other party could assassinate from a distance. Even the top experts in the martial world might not escape a sudden attack. Your skills are impressive, follow me from now on. Lin Chen restrained his inner excitement, nodded in agreement to the others following. Thank you, master. Suera was excited upon hearing this, unaware of his true value. At this moment, he was only excited. Excited that Suera could finally leave the mountain village. Lin Chen smiled at this. An invincible archer of the future was now under his command. This visit to his in-laws can be considered a complete success. Not only did he resolve his wife's family issues and fulfill her wishes, but he also gained a follower with great potential. In such a brutal era, one must have the strength to protect oneself. When leaving, Lin Chen invited his wife's family to stay with him and have some fun for a while, but he was politely declined. Obviously, they didn't want to cause trouble or belittle Su Xiaoxiao. The Su family was poor, but they had their pride. As for the 500 taels of dowry given by the eldest uncle, Lin Chen also refused it, as he didn't lack such things, and he asked them to keep it for their peace of mind. With matters settled, they began their journey back. The return journey was very smooth. Although there were some challenges along the way, they were easily handled by the newly joined Sueru. Among them, the most memorable was a group of hungry wolves. Before they could attack, Suero, comparable to an archery god, used his abundant hunting experience to find and shoot down the Wolf King with a single arrow. It must be said, he was a reliable protector. You don't need to call me master anymore, just call me Fan Go like second brother. I plan to form a bodyguard team, and I want you to lead it. Lin Chen, not stingy, seeing that the other didn't disappoint him, truly accepted him. Not only did he change the title to show closeness, but he also promoted him directly. Suera hadn't expected to be promoted before even arriving home, let alone being appointed as the leader of the bodyguard team representing closeness. This moment made him ecstatic, with a sense of willingness to die for a friend. Thank you, Big Fan Go, Suera said excitedly. Well, work hard, I have high hopes for you. Lin Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. Suera's loyalty was unquestionable, and considering he was Su Xiaoxiao's cousin, the two families had a close relationship. In feudal times, family ties were quite reliable. This was why many ancient famous generals appointed relatives to high positions. Just like Boss Chow. Although he had many generals, those who truly wielded power were from his own family. After all, in an era where morality reigns supreme, betraying family members is much worse than betraying outsiders. The whole family will be looked down upon. Just look at Lu Bu. After stabbing 3 adoptive fathers, he was cursed as a slave of 3 surnames, leaving a lasting infamy. Unlike the modern era of moral decay, betrayal among relatives is more common, with even more ruthless exploitation of family members' money than outsiders. Betrayal still leads to a carefree life. However, in Lin Chen's era, it is not a time of moral decay like today. With such blood ties, Suera was definitely more reliable than outsiders, as long as the capability is there. He doesn't mind lifting others up. I will definitely work hard. Suero nodded vigorously, patting his chest firmly. Go, in the future, my husband's safety will depend on you. You can't be careless. Su Xiaoxiao also spoke at this moment, communicating as a cousin. Suero once again assured her, his chest thumping. Cousin, rest assured, as long as Go is alive, no one can harm Fan Gu. Then I'll have to trouble you. Su Xiaoxiao thanked him with a smile. Go, you also have to protect me. Wang Erxiao, who was driving the carriage, also grinned. Leave it to you, Gu-hoo. The familiar thumping sound was heard again, a sincere expression of a straightforward person. Lin Chen didn't find it funny but rather reliable. No frills. Those who want to harm him must step over his dead body. Sitting in the carriage, Lin Chen stroked his chin and decided that when he returned, he would train Suero, the captain of the guard, well. Strengthen the body first, then personally forge a strong bow for him. Master-level blacksmith skills. Not just swords and knives. Any weapon is a piece of cake for him, even proficient in hidden weapons. Regular weapons like bows and arrows are child's play for him. Equipping Suero with a semi-divine bow and arrow would significantly increase his killing power. Even a top-notch expert would be vulnerable to his shooting. Top-notch experts are hard to deal with mainly due to their speed, making it difficult to lock onto them with a crossbow. But Suero was an arrow god, like Hawkeye, shooting moving targets effortlessly. With 3 arrows at once, he can shoot down birds in the sky. It's worth investing in. After spending most of the day, the group finally returned to the manor. When Suero saw the huge and luxurious estate, he was dumbfounded. He had expected that the master he followed was a big shot and would live in luxury, but he never imagined it would be to this extent. Just one estate was almost as big as his village. Even the entire Su family village could fit in, albeit a bit crowded. This is too big, Su Era said in astonishment. Wang Erxiao, seeing the estate for the first time, had a similar reaction. Seeing his new companion's reaction, he laughed cheerfully. Go Hu, calm down. As long as you follow Fan Ge well, this is just a small trick. Wang Erxiao patted Su Era's shoulder, looking like a little adult. Unfortunately, he was a bit short, so he had to jump to reach the shoulder, looking somewhat comical. However, Su Era nodded in agreement. Erxiao is right. In the future, Era must work hard to broaden his horizons. Yes, Wang Erxiao smiled at the words. He had been close to Lin Chen since childhood and had vowed to give his all since then. He didn't understand grand theories, but he instinctively helped gather people. Let's go in. We've been on the road for a long time and must be hungry. Let's eat well first, Lin Chen said, waving his hand and leading the way inside. Eating well is the true way. The old steward Hebo received the report from the servants early and welcomed the master of the house at the first opportunity, instructing the kitchen to prepare a meal quickly to welcome the master. Husband. The two daughters-in-law who stayed at home immediately threw themselves into Lin Chen's arms. Although it had been less than 3 days since they last saw him, they missed him dearly. Ha ha, do you miss your husband? Lin Chen embraced the two daughters-in-law, laughing heartily. Of course, we miss you. The two daughters-in-law blushed slightly, expressing their longing in unison. I miss you both too. Lin Chen also expressed his longing. Then, under the care of the three daughters-in-law, they began eating, drinking, and resting. As for Wang Erxiao and the newly joined Su Era, they were personally arranged by the old steward, with a large table of fish and meat set out for them, just slightly inferior to their master Lin Chen. Su Era was skilled in hunting, so meat was not scarce, but his cooking was nowhere near as good as a professional chef's. As they ate, their mouths were full of oil. Brother Fan is too good to us. I, Wang Erxiao, will follow Brother Fan wholeheartedly. Wang Erxiao pledged as he ate. Su Era also vowed, I, Eru, will do the same. As long as Brother Fan is willing to use me, I will work for him wholeheartedly. Whoever dares to trouble Brother Fan, Eru will shoot them down with an arrow. Ha ha, well said, Brother Hu. Wang Erxiao laughed heartily and continued to serve Su Era food and drink. Lin Chen was having a very pleasant time. However, the Sisui gang, which had had 2 misunderstandings with him, was not having such a good time. The Iron Leg Water Drifter, the former gang leader, once again wanted to kill someone today. The Iron Leg Water Drifter truly intended to kill someone, and that someone was the deputy gang leader of their own gang. But before that, he had to kneel and wait for his fate. It wasn't because he was weak or that second-rate experts were useless. It was because standing in front of him was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Master Dao, I truly had no knowledge of this. This matter has nothing to do with me. In recent years, I have grown old and have been in semi-retirement, rarely even leaving my home. Iron Chengfei wanted to cry at this moment, but he could only endure and explain. There was no choice. He truly couldn't afford to provoke the person in front of him. Dao Miao Miao, the young master of the Tyrant Blade Manor and the future heir of the Tyrant Blade Manor. Although both were part of the 4 supreme powers, the Tyrant Blade Manor was more fearsome compared to the Divine Sword Manor. Because the Tyrant Blade Manor's actions, just like its name, emphasized the word tyrant. Once provoked, the response would be absolutely tyrannical, leaving you disoriented. Even if it was just a second-rate Iron Leg Water Drifter, when facing the Tyrant Blade Manor, they had to be obedient and not dare to provoke even a bit. If one provoked them, a group of tyrannical experts wielding big blades would chase you all over the world. As the young master of the Tyrant Blade Manor, if he provoked them, would he still have his life? So, even though Iron Chengfei was in his 40s, when facing Dao Miao Miao, he knelt without hesitation. After all, it was a matter of life and death. You claim ignorance? Dressed in a red dress that accentuated her imposing presence, Dao Miao Miao glanced at him coldly and indifferently spoke. Having received the report from the shadow guards, she had come to confront him, not to listen to his excuses. If she wanted to improve relations, there was nothing more effective and efficient than helping to solve the other party's troubles. By doing so, the old gang leader of the Sisui gang was pitiful. I can swear to it. Facing the terrifying pressure, Iron Chengfei could only rack his brains to make a vow. Is swearing useful? What's the point of strength then? What's the point of the knife in your hand? Dao Miao Miao coldly snorted and gestured with the long knife in her hand, showing no change in response to his vow. Master Dao, just tell me straight, what do you want me to do? Tai Chengfei directly gave up treatment, showing a lack of interest on the spot, letting the other party give orders as they pleased. He could see it clearly. He had walked right into the trap, and nothing he said would make a difference. As for resisting, even if he had 10,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Even if he could beat Dao Miao Miao, he wouldn't dare entertain such a thought. Because if he did, not only would he have no place to be buried, but everyone related to him would also meet a bad end, all paying the price for his actions. It's not about what I want to do, but about what you will do. The people you are helping have not only offended my friend but also a distinguished guest of our Badeo villa. Dao Miao Miao said domineeringly. This sentence sounded familiar to Tai Chingfei, because not long ago, he had heard the same words. Is the friend you keep mentioning, young Master Dao, named Lin Chen? Tai Chingfei asked unconsciously. How do you know? Dao Miao Miao was taken aback by his words. She had come here this time to demand justice, wanting to achieve her goal by telling the other party that their deputy gang leader had offended her friend. She had never mentioned who this friend was or what their status was, but now, the other party had hit the nail on the head. As soon as Tai Chingfei heard this, he couldn't help but curse. It was indeed this person again. And was their deputy gang leader a fool? To provoke the same person again and again. Now he regretted appointing the previous protector as the deputy gang leader. He had thought that after the other party suffered losses, they wouldn't make the same mistake again, and he could retire in peace. But he hadn't expected. How long had it been? They had caused a big mess for him again, and this time, it was related to the same person. How could he not curse? Young Master Dao, please stop. I just want to cry my heart out now. Tai Chingfei felt defeated. At this moment he admitted defeat and didn't want to struggle anymore. If it wasn't destined, how could he fall twice in the same place in a short time? Tell me what happened. The other party admitted defeat and didn't want to struggle, but Dao Miao Miao became interested. Tai Chingfei dared not resist and could only recount what had happened last time. Learning that the previous deputy gang leader of the other party had also offended Lin Chen, and in the end, he had dealt with that deputy gang leader, considering it settled. The current one was newly appointed, but in just a few days, they had caused trouble again. Is the deputy gang leader of your Sisui gang deliberately picking a fight with you? Dao Miao Miao wanted to ask this question and did so. I also suspect, Tai Chingfei said with a bitter face. All right. Satisfied with her curiosity, Dao Miao Miao didn't press further and changed the subject, saying, regardless of your past actions, today I, as the current young master, have come here, and you must also give an account. I will comply with the young master's orders. Tai Chingfei accepted, albeit unwillingly. On the other side, having just dealt with his troublemaking younger brother, Lu Hong, the deputy gang leader, returned home exhausted. Thinking about the previous events, he was still at a loss. His entire fortune. Just as he was thinking of sending his men to the brothel to relax, a few mistresses to come over, the front door of his house was violently kicked open from the outside. Even the thick wooden door couldn't withstand it at this moment. The commotion startled Lu Hong, the deputy gang leader. He was already in a bad mood, and now, with this happening, his mood worsened. Damn it, who the hell is looking for trouble? Lu Hong couldn't contain his anger and rushed out. But before he could see who it was, a leg shining with a metallic luster moved at lightning speed and viciously slapped his face. Damn it! He instinctively tried to dodge, but then he recognized the leg. With this moment of hesitation, he took a solid blow and was sent flying out. Put! Blood sprayed in midair, and most of his teeth fell out instantly. He didn't dare to resist because he had confirmed that the familiar iron-legged man was none other than the leader of the Iron Leg Water Drifting Gang, Tai Chingfei. Leader, why are you hitting me? Lu Hong struggled to get up, his swollen face looking bewildered like a pig's head. I not only want to hit you, but today the leader also wants to kill you. Use your head as a chamber pot. It was indeed Tai Chingfei. His gaze towards Lu Hong was menacing. Lu Hong was almost scared out of his wits. He knew the reputation of his leader was not just talk but earned through sheer force. Not to mention killing a few people. At the peak of his power, he single-handedly wiped out an entire bandit den. Over 100 bandits. All of them had their heads kicked open by his two iron legs, a scene so bloody. It was this very battle that made him famous, gaining some reputation in the martial world. Lu Hong had no doubt about his words. He just didn't understand why he was suddenly being treated this way. Do you still think you're innocent? Tai Chingfei asked coldly, seeing Lu Hong's reaction. I really don't understand. Lu Hong pointed to his bloodied face, truly clueless. Tai Chingfei said indifferently, have you offended someone these past few days? When Lu Hong heard this, he instantly understood. Since you figured it out, there's no need for me to say more, right? Tai Chingfei's anger surged once again upon realizing the trouble he had caused. Lu Hong tried to explain, saying he had already apologized. But Tai Chingfei didn't even look at him after speaking. instead respectfully gazing at a figure behind him. Lu Hong followed his gaze. When he saw who it was, he knew he was in big trouble. Lin Chen said somewhat helplessly, planning to collect a batch of rare metals. However, that would have to wait. For now, he could only forge some defective products to use temporarily. But as the saying goes, the quality of the defective product depends on who forged it. Top-notch experts wouldn't dare. After all, such experts were already heroes in the martial world, moving high and low every day, entering the military, and could even serve as a powerful general, facing thousands of troops and horses with ease. But for those below the top-notch level, Lin Chen's defective products like the Storm Pear Blossom Needle could completely show the opponent its prowess. One look and you're done for. Just as Lin Chen began a new phase of forging, the old steward Hebo from the manor respectfully found his master. Master, the girl in the red dress who visited before is here again today, saying she has urgent matters to discuss with you. The steward's actions were meticulous, but he was extremely respectful when facing Lin Chen. The girl in the red dress? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned at the words, then it dawned on him after a while who it was. Among the visitors these days, only Dao Miao wore a red dress. Didn't she give up and leave last time? Why is she back so soon? Could there really be something urgent? Lin Chen couldn't imagine what it could be, as the matter had been made very clear during their last parting. However, the other party's identity was extraordinary, so there was no need to turn hostile. Where is she now? Lin Chen finally decided to meet her and see if she was up to something. She's in the reception hall, the old steward replied. She also realized that the other party's identity was not simple, so it was not appropriate to leave her waiting outside. As a senior steward, having such discernment was essential. All right, let's go. Lin Chen didn't dawdle, nodding at the words. He set aside what he was doing, wiped the sweat off his brow, and headed towards the reception hall. In the reception hall, a young maiden in a fitted red dress with a voluptuous figure was looking around boredly, occasionally pouting in displeasure. With her highly distinctive attire and fiery figure, it was clear even without seeing her face that she was Dao Miao, the young mistress of the Ba Dao Manor. Impatient by nature, she grew a bit disgruntled after waiting for a while, as her noble status usually had others waiting for her, so when had she ever been kept waiting, and for so long? But when she saw Lin Chen appear, she brightened up again, her quick temper coming and going swiftly. Young Mistress Dao, my steward said you have urgent matters to discuss with me. What is it? Lin Chen nodded at her, then inquired. Can't I come if it's not urgent? Seeing Lin Chen's indifferent reaction, Dao Miao grew even more displeased. I'm very busy, Lin Chen shrugged, saying he had a lot to do, and he hadn't even finished making the Storm Pear Blossom Needle for self-defense. And the other party's reaction seemed somewhat inexplicable to him. We're not that close, right? Isn't my response normal? What's there to be angry about? You! Dao Miao became even more displeased upon hearing this, her small mouth pouting high. Coming again this time, she had prepared a big gift for Lin Chen. Not only was she not warmly welcomed, but he also seemed perfunctory. How could she be happy? In terms of character, she and Jianling were indeed two extremes. I'm really busy, I was just busy by the furnace a moment ago. Faced with this tsundere little princess, Lin Chen also felt somewhat helpless, only able to point to his clothes soaked with sweat. Alright then. Dao Miao glanced at Lin Chen's drenched clothes, understanding that his words of being busy were not to brush her off. Without further ado, she returned to her cheerful demeanor from before. Lin Chen also tactfully didn't dwell on it, changing the subject. Young Mistress Dao, what urgent matter did you mention? Here, this is for you. Dao Miao didn't reply but pushed a brocade box towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the box in confusion, glanced at the other party, and slowly opened the brocade box. The box was not big. The contents inside were clear at a glance, visible as soon as it was opened. However, because of this, the look of confusion on Lin Chen's face became even more intense. Master Dao, what do you mean by this? Why would you randomly give me money? Lin Chen did not touch the contents inside the brocade box but frowned and asked the other party. Inside the brocade box were not anything else but several large silver bills of the grand long denomination. Each bill was worth 1,000 taels, and there were a total of 5 bills inside. In other words, the brocade box given by the other party contained a huge sum of 5,000 taels of silver. This was 5,000 taels, not 5,000 coins. No matter where it was placed, this amount was an unimaginable sum. 2 coins could buy a meat bun for a good meal. 1 tael could be exchanged for 1,000 coins, enough to buy 500 delicious meat buns. How much could these 5,000 taels be exchanged for? Giving money for no reason, especially such an unimaginable sum. Could the rich in this world really be so extravagant? The last time the sword spirit gave a large manor, now Dao Miao was giving 5,000 taels upon meeting. Even Lin Chen, who came from the modern era of information explosion, found it mind-blowing. Is there a problem with giving you money for no reason? Dao Miao said cheerfully. Seeing Lin Chen's bewildered expression, she couldn't help but laugh happily, her big eyes curving into crescents. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The thoughts of the rich were indeed different from ordinary people. No one could escape the law of receiving gifts from the rich. How many struggling youths wished to save themselves 30 years of hard work? However, no work, no pay. Lin Chen didn't want to owe anyone any favors, so he marveled for a moment before pushing the brocade box back. Master Dao, everyone likes money, but no work, no pay. Seeing Lin Chen's resolute refusal, Dao Miao was a bit surprised. However, after a moment, she smiled again and said, actually, this money is not from me, but from someone who has offended you, as a sincere apology. An apology? This time, Lin Chen was a bit stunned. He didn't expect someone who had offended him to offer such a large sum as an apology. After all, 5,000 taels. In an ordinary household, it would take 3 generations to finish spending it. How sincere was this apology? Indeed, it is someone who has offended you and is offering a sincere apology. Dao Miao nodded seriously. Master Dao, are you mistaken? Lin Chen furrowed his brows, certain that there was no one who had offended him in such a way. No mistake, Dao Miao nodded again, confirming that she was not mistaken. Lin Chen couldn't help but doubt for a moment whether someone had truly offended him and he had forgotten about it. Indeed, there is no mistake. The leader of the Sisui gang has repeatedly offended you, hasn't he? This 5,000 taels is the leader's way of apologizing, which I am conveying to you. Seeing Lin Chen's self-doubt, Dao Miao was very satisfied. This was exactly the effect she wanted to achieve with her visit this time. The leader of the Sisui gang? Upon hearing the explanation, Lin Chen finally understood who the apology was from. He knew who it was, but even with this knowledge, he still couldn't fully grasp the reason behind such a huge apology. After all, in his view, the conflict between them had already been resolved, and there was no need for the other party to offer such a price for an apology. Although the Sisui gang was powerful, such a large sum was not something to be taken lightly, considering the large number of people they had to support. That's right. Upon learning that you are a friend of our Ba Dao mountain villa, he felt extremely guilty for his mistake, unable to eat or sleep, feeling like every day was a year. This 5,000 taels is merely his way of apologizing, and he has already brought the person who offended you to come and explain in person, seeking your forgiveness. Dao Miao explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen finally understood what was going on. The other party found out that someone from the Sisui gang had offended him, so they pressured the Sisui gang to make amends, standing in for him. Although he didn't need this favor, the other party indeed did so. Faced with the dominant power of the 4 supreme forces in the martial arts world, the Ba Dao villa, a mere Sisui gang, was like a small ant. Not to mention that Dao Miao, the young master of the Ba Dao villa, personally intervened. Even if a core gang member came, the Sisui gang had to serve carefully. A hefty compensation of 5,000 taels was entirely out of fear for the Ba Dao villa. You mean the leader of the Sisui gang not only needs to show sincerity in compensation but also personally explain to me? After Lin Chen understood the situation, he noticed the words behind the other party. Of course, after all, you are a friend of our Ba Dao villa. It's not something that can be settled with just a bit of money, Dao Miao said proudly. In her eyes, the influential figures feared by countless people in Tianfeng County were just small fry. Giving the other party a chance to make amends was already a great favor. Even if they were killed, no one would dare to speak out. He is outside now, ready to explain to you in person at any time. Do you want to see him now? Dao Miao provided another piece of information. Not only did she bring a huge compensation, but she also brought people along. It had to be said that in terms of efficiency, Dao Miao was quite quick. However, Lin Chen shook his head and refused. After all, the person who offended him had already explained, and there was no need to be ruthless. Let the other party take their people back. As long as they don't provoke me again in the future, I won't pursue the previous matter, Lin Chen said, not intending to have the leader of the Sisui gang explain to him personally. Alright, it's your decision. Dao Miao naturally wouldn't refuse, as what she did this time was to make Lin Chen satisfied and show her sincerity. The desired effect had been achieved, so she wouldn't continue to hold on. The Sisui gang was just a prelude, not the outcome. The other party may not explain in person, but you should still accept this compensation, or else they won't be able to sleep when they return. Dao Miao pushed the brocade box back. Although her words seemed unreliable, it was indeed the truth. If he didn't accept it, the other party would really have trouble sleeping when they returned. Alright, then I'll accept it. The brocade box containing a large sum of money eventually returned to Lin Chen's hands. Accepting this huge sum would indeed put the other party at ease and prevent them from provoking him again in the future. After all, the price was enormous. If the other party came again, it would definitely lead to ruin. Well, I've finished the important matters this time. I wonder if you are satisfied. Dao Miao Miao clapped her hands and then looked at Lin Chen with a smile. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. I am satisfied. Thank you, Miss Dao, for your help. As long as you're satisfied. Upon hearing the words of gratitude, Dao Miao Miao smiled even more happily. It had to be said that when the other party smiled with big eyes and a small mouth, she looked really beautiful. Lin Chen also took another look. After all, which man didn't like beautiful women? Of course, there were exceptions. The two sat like this for a while, and the following conversation was quite pleasant. Lin Chen originally thought that the other party would raise some demands through this matter, as the target of what the other party did was very clear and straightforward. However, from the moment Dao Miao Miao arrived until she bid farewell, there was no intention to make any demands. It was as if the issue with the Sisui gang was as simple as a friend stepping in. It's quite interesting. Lin Chen naturally didn't think so. These little tricks couldn't escape his eyes. However, he didn't reject it either, as making friends with a giant like the Ba Dao Villa was only beneficial and had no downsides. In such a chaotic world of the martial arts, befriending various major powers was indeed advantageous for him. Leader of the Sisui gang, once again showing great sincerity in making amends, not daring to resist, personally coming with his men to explain. It's a very good proof. Otherwise, with Lin Chen's current strength, the other party would at most be unwilling to provoke further, but they wouldn't be afraid either. As a modern youth, he naturally understood the principle of borrowing strength. Both sides have value. This is the most stable relationship. However, all of this is external force. The real strength still needs to be honed. Lin Chen has witnessed the cruelty of this world with his own eyes, making him even more aware. After personally seeing off Miao Miao, he returned to the blacksmith shop to start working busily, preparing the self-defense storm pear blossom needles. Thank you for the 1666 reward from the Star of Remorse. I will update more when I return from my hometown, and I will also make up for the leave I took yesterday. Finally, thank you all for your support, and I wish you all a happy May Day. Finally done. Lin Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. Looking at the several metal cylinders, he breathed a sigh of relief. The storm pear blossom needles were not difficult for him to create, but they did take time. A lot of time indeed. After all, filling each of those special golden needles into their designated slots took a considerable amount of time. However, despite the trouble, they were very effective to use. Just a light press could cause significant damage up front, making it difficult for even a mouse to escape the fatal blow. Arrow, call Xiao, let's go fishing in the river behind the mountain. Lin Chen said to Su Arrow, who was guarding by the side. After being busy for so long, it was time to relax. He didn't have many hobbies, but fishing was one way he liked to unwind, specifically to soothe his mind. Okay. Su Arrow, now living a life he could never have imagined before, was extremely loyal to Lin Chen at this point, following orders without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Wang Erxiao naturally had no objections and began preparing the fishing gear. The spot where Lin Chen fished was in a small river behind the manor. Although the river was not large, it was quite long, stretching nearly 1,000 miles from the source to the end. The small river in Wangjia village, where Lin Chen was fishing now, was downstream of this river, nurturing many villages and towns along its course. In terms of resources, this river was extremely abundant, providing various fish, shellfish, and crabs that could be easily obtained with some effort. However, Lin Chen had no intention of relying on this for sustenance. Instead, he was just passing the time during his leisure. These kinds of days could be considered quite pleasant. However, he only managed to catch a few wild crushing carps before the steward from the manor arrived with 2 servants. Master, the young master of the Divine Sword Villa has come again, saying he wishes to visit you. The steward spoke, familiar with the young master of the Divine Sword Villa, as he had always served him. Jianling is here again? Lin Chen put down his fishing rod, looking somewhat puzzled at the steward who had just arrived. After being busy for a few days and planning to relax, it seemed that it was no longer possible. As for the reason for his visit again, it wasn't hard to guess. Yes, master, the young master has come to visit again, accompanied by the second shopkeeper and her personal maid. The steward respectfully nodded, providing all the information. Although he had been chosen as the steward by the other party in the past, being shrewd, he understood very well that circumstances change, and if one clings to old ideas, there would be no good outcome. It was precisely because of this that he positioned himself correctly, focusing on anything that revolved around his current master. Are they in the reception room? Knowing that an old friend had come again, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't ignore it, especially since this old friend had given him a significant gift. Moreover, they were partners. Yes, master. Let's go. Lin Chen didn't waste any time and nodded to his two younger brothers, saying, tidy up the fish here, and then take them back to your sister-in-law when you're done. Don't worry, Fangu, leave these things to us. Wang Erxiao and his companion, although not capable of handling big tasks yet, were quite competent in handling such small matters. Lin Chen nodded again and didn't linger in the place, returning with the old steward to the reception hall. Although the place was simple, it had welcomed several explosively influential figures in these days. The sword spirit from the Sword Peak Villa sat quietly on a wooden chair, dressed in a dark blue ancient long dress. Although not as grand as palace attire, the well-fitted design showcased her tall and graceful figure at that moment. Most notably, her bold and heroic temperament, distinct from a typical woman, never failed to capture attention. Besides the assistant shopkeeper leading the way, there was also the close maid Xiaoying, who was looking around. Miss, why hasn't young Master Lin arrived yet? Has he really decided to cooperate with the Barbarian Blade Villa and not continue working with our Sword Peak Villa? Xiaoying, frowning at the prolonged wait for Lin, expressed her concerns. They had rushed here upon receiving information that the young master of the Barbarian Blade Villa, Dao Miao Miao, was up to no good in their absence. Although the specifics were unclear, it was easy to guess the situation. After all, the two sides were archenemies, well aware of each other's characters. Xiaoying, how could you think like that? Brother Lin is a man of integrity and would never do such a thing. The sword spirit rebuked sharply upon hearing Xiaoying's words. Xiaoying dared not speak further but muttered under her breath, if not, why are we waiting for so long? It's been almost an hour. Are you feeling impatient? Such a subtle whisper would be hard for an ordinary person to catch, but the sword spirit was a skilled individual in the martial world, with sharp senses being a basic ability. Despite lacking in raw power, she could still hear clearly when someone spoke in her presence. Although she had hurried over upon hearing some troubling information, it was her own concern, not suspicion towards Lin Chen. She was only worried that she had not done well enough to satisfy her friend. There was nothing more to it from her side. Xiaoying was just venting, not holding any bias. So, upon hearing the Mrs. warning, she immediately straightened her face and remained silent. The assistant shopkeeper standing by their side didn't dare utter a word throughout, merely a background figure in front of the two. Miss Sword Spirit doesn't need to be so serious. Xiaoying's words weren't entirely wrong. I did come a bit late this time. At that moment, Lin Chen's familiar voice reached their ears. Brother Lin. Young Master Lin. Master Lin. As the words fell, the three individuals stood up from their seats, greeting him with different titles. Please, sit down, everyone. It's my fault for being late due to some matters. Lin Chen greeted them with a smile, taking his seat at the head. There's no need to blame anyone. Brother Lin, we're just glad you're here, the sword spirit said, straightforward in her temperament. They chatted for a while, both enjoying each other's company. When the atmosphere seemed right, the sword spirit explained the purpose of their visit. Brother Lin, we've come this time to settle the matter from last time. Settle another matter? Lin Chen heard these familiar words and couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. It hadn't been long since Dao Miao Miao had just given him an explanation through the Sea River Gang, and now someone else wanted to give him an explanation. Wasn't this too much of an explanation? Right. Jianling didn't think too much about it, just nodded and took out a brocade box. Lin Chen was initially just stunned, but when he saw the equally familiar brocade box, he couldn't help but freeze. This whole set of actions was too familiar, wasn't it? Familiar words, familiar actions, familiar brocade box. Lin Chen didn't know how to react for a moment, just staring blankly at Jianling. Lin Xiong, is there something dirty on my face? Faced with the direct gaze, even Jianling, with her cheerful personality, couldn't stay calm at this moment, slightly blushing as she touched her cheek and said, No, there's nothing dirty. Lin Chen shook his head, knowing he was being a bit rude, especially in ancient society. Staring at a girl was very impolite and could even be seen as lewd. Then what's the matter with you? Jianling didn't suspect anything, but still felt a bit puzzled. You might not believe it when I say this, but what you said and did today is exactly the same as what happened to me a few days ago. It's like it was all scripted. Lin Chen smiled bitterly and then recounted the incident with Dao Miao Miao. Such a trivial matter was nothing to hide. Jianling furrowed her brows slightly at his words, then spoke up. It does seem like a coincidence, but she is she, and I am me. Although they are similar, they are different. Of course, I just found it a bit too coincidental, nothing more. Lin Chen nodded and smiled. It was indeed just a surprising coincidence. Jianling didn't dwell on the topic and brought up the previous issue they had cooperated on. The information we worked on together was leaked. Indeed, there was a traitor in our Shinsword villa, but it has been dealt with, and such incidents will not happen again in the future. Jian Ling said. This was the explanation she came to give Lin Chen, to eliminate the unpleasantness caused by that incident. After explaining, she pointed to the brocade box she had taken out. As for this, it's a compensation for the trouble caused to you. I've already forgotten about the last incident. You don't need to worry about it, as long as it doesn't happen again in the future. Lin Chen shook his head. As for compensation, there's no need. After all, you wouldn't want such things to happen either. Thank you for your understanding, Lin Xiong. Jian Ling smiled, but this compensation is necessary, and it's also a token of Jian Ling's goodwill, a piece of rare metal from outer space. I hope you like it. Rare metal from outer space? Lin Chen was actually planning to refuse. Money and possessions were enough. There was no need to owe others favors because of this. But to his surprise, what the other party gave him was not money, but a piece of rare metal from outer space. Outer space rare metal, also known as celestial meteorite iron, a special metal that can withstand the burning when passing through the atmosphere. Many treasures are made from it. Lin Chen had originally planned to ask the other party to help him find some, so he could pay or contribute in exchange. But he didn't expect the other party to offer it without him asking. Was this a case of telepathy? Lin Chen muttered to himself, his gaze towards the other party showing some changes. Faced with this change in gaze, Jian Ling's cheeks blushed slightly again, but quickly recovered, smiling as she pushed the brocade box containing the celestial meteorite iron in front of Lin Chen. This piece of celestial meteorite iron was not large. At most it could forge a short sword, its surface pitted like a honeycomb. If not for the unique burn patterns and some distinct shine different from ordinary metals, it would go unnoticed even if thrown on the roadside. But Lin Chen just took one look and knew that this was a highly intense metal material, more than enough to craft the hidden weapon Storm Pear Blossom Needle. However, he felt it would be a waste to use it for that purpose and decided to create a larger deadly weapon instead. Thank you for your kindness. I really like this gift, so I won't be polite. Lin Chen did indeed need this piece of metal, so he didn't refuse the other party's goodwill and accepted the gift. As long as you like it. Seeing Lin Chen accept the gift, the sword spirit revealed a knowing smile. She felt that Lin Chen truly liked her, appreciating the gift she had prepared for a long time. Obtaining this piece of extraterrestrial meteorite had cost her a lot of effort, but now it seemed all worth it. For her, Lin Chen not only increased her influence at home but also saved her from her father's coercion. He was her lifesaver. Especially the latter, for a female warrior who aspired to uphold justice and righteousness, it was a crucial point. In this era, repaying a life-saving favor often involved a deeper commitment. Although she wasn't so casual, her gratitude towards Lin Chen was indeed very high. Every interaction between them made her feel very good, even a bit attached, which was why she had visited so many times in such a short period. It was not only due to circumstances but also her subconscious attachment. Of course, Lin Chen was unaware of the rich woman's thoughts. Now that he had received the carefully prepared gift from the other party, he began to contemplate what kind of deadly weapon would be most suitable. However, he didn't want to neglect the other party, so after some thought, he put it away and said to the sword spirit who had given him the gift, "Miss Sword Spirit, since you've come all this way and brought a gift, let's have a meal together at home today. Consider it my hospitality as the host." "That's no problem." The sword spirit nodded in agreement at the invitation to dine together. "Join us too." Lin Chen then turned to the maid Xiaoqing and the second shopkeeper in charge of coordination and invited them. "Thank you, Master Lin." The two naturally didn't refuse and thanked him with a bow, accepting the invitation to dine together. With esteemed guests coming for dinner, the three wives of Lin Chen prepared diligently. While Lin Chen's wives might have shortcomings in other aspects, they were very adept at being gentle and virtuous. Every time guests visited, they took care of everything very thoughtfully. The meal went smoothly without any disturbances, only laughter and conversation around the dining table. "This is for you, a return gift from me. It can be used for self-defense." After lunch, when Lin Chen personally escorted the sword spirit to the door, he handed her a well-crafted Storm Pear Blossom Needle. "What is this?" The sword spirit reached out and took the strange metal cylinder, asking. Lin Chen replied, "This is a hidden weapon, specifically called the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. It can release countless golden needles to cause damage within a range. Even a top-notch expert would be severely injured if caught off guard by this hidden weapon. Although it was a flawed product, with the blessing of a top-level craftsman, it could indeed inflict damage on top-notch experts when caught off guard. As for someone like Tai Leg floating on water, it could completely deliver a devastating blow. It can harm top-notch experts?" When she heard Lin Chen's explanation, the sword spirit's eyes lit up. Top-notch experts. In the martial world, they were already considered top-tier experts. Only the four supreme powers could surpass such great masters. Other forces had to be extremely cautious when facing this level of expert. Lin Chen's gift to himself could actually harm beings of this level. Although it would require catching them off guard, if used well, it would be a powerful weapon. In the future, when traveling the rivers and lakes, he would have a strong card for self-protection. Such a gift was not just a return gift but also carried heartfelt care and comfort. Thank you. Jianling smiled happily, like a brilliant summer flower. Lin Chen was slightly distracted, having to admit that her smile was more beautiful than the previous Diao Miao Miao's. However, it wasn't to say that Diao Miao Miao was lacking. In terms of physique, the other party was definitely superior. Ding dong! High facial value detected in this woman. If the host can marry her, special items beyond rewards will be provided. Just as Lin Chen was lost in Jianling's beautiful smile, the system prompt, which had been silent for a long time, rang again. Since Lin Chen didn't marry often and didn't covet the system's rewards, he didn't go around looking for a wife just for the rewards. The system had not prompted a second time since the initial alert. After all, he hadn't married again or had a wife bear children, so the system reward wouldn't be triggered, causing the system prompt to appear. However, he didn't expect that besides the previous two scenarios, his system's golden finger would be triggered by something else. Is this a hidden function? Faced with the sudden system prompt, Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss. High facial value could trigger something different, indicating that his system's golden finger had some unknown functions. One thing remained unchanged, whether it was a visible or hidden function. Lin Chen's system's golden finger guided him to marry more wives and, of course, have more children after marrying. Marry to become rich, more children for more blessings. This principle was truly thorough. While Lin Chen marveled at his system, Jianling blushed again. The sudden system prompt left Lin Chen dumbfounded once more, his eyes fixed on Jianling. The first and second times could be attributed to being distracted, but the subsequent times led to more speculation. Especially in the case of a man and a woman, it fueled further thoughts. Brother Lin, Jianling takes her leave. Jianling couldn't withstand the intense gaze, so she hurriedly left after a brief gesture. Miss, wait for me. Xiao Cheng called out anxiously, glanced at Lin Chen again, and hurriedly followed. Lin Chen finally came to his senses, feeling a bit embarrassed by the misunderstanding. However, he was also curious about the special reward mentioned in the system prompt. After all, the normal rewards had turned him from a sickly person with no future into a successful individual, even causing the four major forces in the martial world to fawn over him. If there were additional special rewards, what kind of situation would that lead to? Not exaggerating, it was indeed something to look forward to. However, between him and Jianling, it was more of a friendship, at most a partnership, but there was no romantic involvement. At least that's how he saw it. Without a romantic relationship, considering the power behind her, there wouldn't be a direct allocation of 3 wives. Beside him, the second shopkeeper's attention was always on Lin Chen, ensuring the best service at all times. It was because of this that he noticed all of Lin Chen's changes. Seeing Lin Chen watching his young lady leave and his subsequent reactions, his heart couldn't help but stir slightly. Judging by Master Lin's reaction, it seems like he has some thoughts about our young lady, and our young lady seems to feel the same. Should I report this to Sword Master? The second shopkeeper's gaze flickered slightly, feeling conflicted in this moment. Let's forget about it. These things are not my responsibility. I should focus on myself first. However, both parties were not ones he could afford to provoke. He didn't dare to make that decision, so he decided not to dwell on it for now. Master Lin, regarding the batch of orders you negotiated with the young miss earlier, can you help with the delivery now? The second shopkeeper collected his thoughts and believed it was best to focus on his own duties. With Lin Chen speaking up, the cooperation between both parties was under the direct supervision of the Swordmaster, so he naturally couldn't slack off. His potential success depended on how well he handled this matter. Even when he went to bed with his wife, he couldn't stop thinking about it. Lin Chen, hearing this, nodded and replied, I've taken care of it. Just instruct someone to come and collect it, and any other issues can be directly coordinated with Wang Erxiu later. The first batch of weapons ordered for cooperation were just some regular swords and blades. With ample materials at hand, for a skilled craftsman like him, forging a pile of them was effortless. Initially, it took nearly 2 days to forge a long sword, not because it was efficient, but because at that time, it was his first time forging and he was not used to it, plus the forging conditions were poor. The required metal had to be salvaged from rusty farm tools, the fuel for the fire was low-temperature charcoal, and even if left for too long, it would dampen. But now, the metal provided by the Divine Armory was of top quality, and the fuel was high-temperature premium coal. There were even assistants helping during the forging process. Under these conditions, Lin Chen's efficiency greatly improved. Even when he only forged in his spare time, he could easily produce 10 or more in a day. After so many days, a large pile had accumulated in the blacksmith shop. The second shopkeeper, upon hearing this, became excited. If this cooperation was successful, he would have achieved something. "Thank you, Master Lin, for your efforts. I will arrange for someone to come and collect it immediately." The second shopkeeper gratefully bowed, feeling that at this moment, the master before him was closer than his own father. "No need to be so polite. We are all just fulfilling our own needs," Lin Chen said without taking credit, as it was merely an exchange of needs. However, the second shopkeeper still felt grateful and continued to express his thanks. It wasn't until Lin Chen felt a bit helpless that the second shopkeeper hurriedly left to expedite the matter. This was a significant event for his future success, and not a moment could be wasted. Lin Chen didn't concern himself further with the matter. The remaining tasks would be handled by Wang Erxiao, his specially trained assistant. Such trivial matters didn't require his attention. Instead, he planned to focus on the system's rewards. He couldn't complete the additional rewards from the sword spirit immediately, but he could strive for the rewards for having children. With this in mind, his 3 wives at home were affectionate, and his monthly rest time was greatly reduced. In the following days, Lin Chen lived happily at home. In his spare time, he would craft small items, study his great weapons, and occasionally go fishing by the small river behind his house to relax and enjoy some wild river delicacies. It had to be said that the unpolluted river nurtured truly delicious river delicacies, incomparable to the polluted river delicacies of the modern era with their diesel or pig manure odors. Fishing like this lacks soul. You need to calmly and patiently catch fish with a fishing hook to get good river delicacies, Lin Chen said, setting down his fishing rod and looking somewhat helplessly at Su Arrow beside him. Whether it was instinct for hunting or some other reason, Su Arrow unexpectedly grasped the modern way of fishing with a bow and arrow. It involved attaching a thin hemp rope to the end of the arrow, shooting it through the fish, and pulling the fish up directly. With his divine archery talent, Su Arrow's fishing efficiency was quite high. Lin Chen hadn't even caught 2 fish yet, and Su Arrow had already caught a bucketful. How could this continue? Fango is right, Su Arrow scratched his head innocently. Although he didn't know what having no soul meant, it didn't stop him from listening to his eldest brother. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, unable to communicate with these rough men. Sending Su Arrow aside to not disturb his fishing, Lin Chen reattached the hook with a worm and cast it back into the water. But before the fish could bite, sounds of a scuffle came from upstream by the river, echoing with clanging and shouting. Upon hearing this commotion, it was clear that martial artists were fighting upstream in the river. Lin Chen initially wanted to ignore it, but upon seeing a familiar color, he halted his steps to leave. "Surrender quietly. Today, no one can save you." By the clear river, a group of figures in white robes, wielding long swords emitting a deep chill, fiercely surrounded a young woman. Faced with the intense siege of a group of burly men, the young woman was in a precarious situation, her clothes stained with blood, yet her spirit remained unyielding. Confronting the threat, she coldly rebuked, "You demons of the White Lotus sect, daring to set a trap against the young master of the Ba Dao Mountain Villa, my father will not let you go unpunished." Humph. Facing this threat, the white-robed figures opposite coldly snorted, "You Ba Dao Mountain Villa aid the tyrant, so the White Lotus sacred sect will not let you roam free. Even if your father, Blade Tyrant Tian, does not come for us, our sect will seek him out and slay him. I see death in your future." The young woman retorted, her extraordinary chest heaving with each breath. With such an extraordinary physique and the dialogue exchanged, the identity of this young woman was evident. She was none other than Dao Miao Miao, the young mistress of the Ba Dao Mountain Villa, a determined and ambitious figure. However, for some reason, she found herself under attack by a group of men in the wilderness. Moreover, these white-robed individuals were ruthless in their attacks, clearly intent on leaving no survivors. As the young mistress of the Ba Dao Mountain Villa, Dao Miao Miao was naturally strong, akin to the sword spirits of the Divine Sword Villa, reaching the level of a second-rate expert. Even facing a Tiger King, she could hold her own, proving herself as a true master. Although she had just entered the realm of second-rate experts and was not as renowned as the long-established second-rate experts in the martial world, at her age, she was considered a young talent. Dealing with more than 10 burly men, let alone being besieged, was a challenge. However, the white-robed individuals were not ordinary, each possessing the strength of third-rate experts and a mastery of some form of combined attack technique. By working together, they not only maintained a coordinated attack rhythm without confusion but also unleashed a stronger combined strength. In this situation, despite Dao Miao Miao's second-rate expert strength, she stood no chance against their coordinated assault. Furthermore, Dao Miao Miao was not in top form, her aura was chaotic, and every attempt to use the Badao Mountain Villa's ultimate techniques was noticeably sluggish. Due to these factors, despite her high morale and lack of fear in the face of overwhelming odds, her situation quickly deteriorated, becoming increasingly perilous. Don't hold back any longer, to prevent any unexpected variables. Today, no matter what, we must take the head of this villainous woman, so those who defy the tide know the consequences of aiding tyranny. One of the white-clad figures, possessing the strength of a third-rate peak, was the leader of this attack and a key participant in the siege. The target of the siege proved to be more resilient than expected, prompting a swift change in strategy as the leader instructed the others. Yes, the other white-clad figures nodded in agreement, intensifying their attacks. The chilling long swords swept up the fallen yellow leaves on the ground, exuding a solemn and murderous aura that silenced even the insects and birds in the vicinity. Dao Miaomia was already struggling to hold her ground, and with the sudden surge of strength from the opponent, she found herself unable to continue defending. Swinging her slender long knife became increasingly strenuous, her physical strength severely depleted, making every move 1,000 times more difficult than usual. Clang! In a direct confrontation, she was pushed back by a white-clad figure of only third-rate strength. Normally, opponents of this level would have been easily defeated by her, but now she found herself being suppressed. Frustrated and desperate, she realized that she was trapped in a deadly trap set by the enemy. Even if Dao Miaomia dies today, I will never let you wicked followers of the White Lotus sect off the hook. You will all meet your end. Dao Miaomia's character did not allow her to surrender easily. Facing adversity, she was determined to fight to the end, refusing to let the enemy have an easy victory. It's futile to struggle. The leader of the white-clad figures coldly smiled, showing no concern for her desperate resistance, clearly prepared for such a situation. They had planned meticulously for this deadly game, anticipating every possible outcome. Despite Dao Miaomia's desperate efforts, her opponent cleverly countered her moves with special techniques. After a fierce struggle, she not only failed to take down any opponents but also found herself in a worse condition, her iconic fiery red dress torn in multiple places by sharp blades. If not for the special armor she wore underneath, her situation would have been even more dire. Nevertheless, her efforts only delayed the inevitable. Alone, she had no chance of surviving the carefully orchestrated trap. The white-clad figures who set up the trap were well aware of this, evident in the victorious smiles on their faces. Continue to give it your all. Once this mission is completed, we will be greatly rewarded from above with treasures beyond measure, even sacred medicines to enhance our powers and break through our current limits. The leader of the white-clad figures knew it was a decisive moment and rallied his comrades. As expected, his words of encouragement ignited excitement among all the white-clad figures present. If we can truly obtain the sacred medicine to enhance our powers, then one of the white-clad figures began to fantasize, but before he could finish his thought, a black glowing arrow pierced through his temple without warning, causing blood to gush out, mingled with bits of artificial tofu. The white-clad figure, lost in his hopeful reverie, collapsed without a sound, struggling briefly before succumbing to death in front of everyone's eyes. The sudden turn of events startled the other white-clad figures. Before they could react, 2 more arrows shot out from the trees, seemingly ordinary but now impossible to evade. Another muffled sound followed as another white-clad figure, targeted by the arrows, followed in the footsteps of his fallen comrade. Only the leader in white, using his powerful strength, managed to split the arrowhead with a sword at the last moment. However, the arrow that grazed past still took half of his ear, leaving him with blood and pain, sending a shiver down his spine. If he had been a bit slower, his fate would have been the same as the 2 white-clad men lying on the ground. Who goes there? The remaining white-clad men finally reacted at this moment, coldly watching the forest where the hidden arrows came from, on guard. Who is it? Dao Miaomia, who had been in despair, brightened up at this moment, also looking towards the forest. The trees by the river were not dense, and with their skills as martial artists, they easily spotted 2 figures standing in the forest. It's actually that guy? Dao Miaomia was momentarily stunned when he recognized one of the figures. The familiar person to Dao Miaomia was naturally Lin Chen, who had heard the commotion here. Seeing his acquaintance, he couldn't just ignore it. After all, just before this, the other party had given him a generous gift of 5,000 taels. Even without considering anything else, just looking at this unimaginable sum of money, Lin Chen felt obliged to help out. As for the arrows that effortlessly killed the 2 white-clad men earlier, it was Su Arrow who had switched to powerful arrows. With the armor-piercing arrows, even a third-rate martial artist in the martial world would be shot dead on the spot if they were not careful. With his talent for hitting the mark every time, coupled with the specially crafted bow and arrows, Su Arrow truly displayed the terror of his skills. However, Su Arrow's physique had not been fully developed yet. If he had a stronger bow, even a top-notch martial artist would not escape the deadly arrows. Although it was just the beginning, it had already achieved quite a good effect. Lin Chen was very satisfied with this and nodded in approval to Suero, his capable assistant. However, when he heard Dao Miao Miao refer to him as that guy, his expression darkened a bit. "I'm helping you out here, is it appropriate for you to speak like that?" The term "that guy" in the other party's mouth was not a compliment, it was an insult. However, Dao Miao Miao didn't think much about it. Once she confirmed she hadn't mistaken the person, she smiled happily. With a skilled archer assisting her, she knew she had escaped disaster today. While she was happy, the white-clad men on the other side, as opponents, were not feeling joyful at all at this moment. Or rather, they were seething with anger. Their perfect ambush had been ruined, and 2 of their companions had been shot dead on the spot. How could they bear this? "You guys hold off the target, I'll go deal with that archer. Anyone who dares to meddle in the affairs of our White Lotus holy sect will find no place to hide in this world." The leading white-clad man knew very well that someone had to step up at this moment, or else the mission would truly fail. The white-clad men below couldn't withstand the might of Suera's arrows, only he could barely hold his ground, so he had to take action himself at this point. Yes, the white-clad men below naturally didn't resist this order, as they didn't want to meet the same fate as their 2 fallen comrades. "Brother Fan, you retreat first. This person can withstand my shots, so we can't confront him head-on, or we'll be in trouble." Suera's expression was serious as he spoke, wanting Lin Chen to leave the dangerous area. Although they hadn't known each other for long, his loyalty was unquestionable. However, Lin Chen didn't move, just calmly watching the leader of the white-clad men leaving the battlefield and quickly approaching him and the others. "Be careful." Dao Miao Miao wanted to stop the leader of the white-clad men from leaving, but with her energy running out and other white-clad men desperately engaging her, she couldn't do it, only able to remind them. Faced with another reminder, Lin Chen still didn't budge. From the outside, it seemed as if he had been scared silly and stood there motionless. But in reality, only he knew what was going on in his heart. Facing this situation, Suero could only repeatedly pull the bow and shoot arrows, trying to directly kill the danger and prevent harm to his follower. With a family relationship between the 2 sides, coupled with Wang Er's occasional brainwashing, he was already a loyal follower of Lin Chen. To harm Lin Chen, one would have to step over his dead body, not just mere words. However, his strength was insufficient. He couldn't fully draw the precious longbow provided by Lin Chen, failing to unleash its full power. Even with powerful armor-piercing arrows that could easily break through tough defenses, missing the target rendered them useless. "Humph! Daring to interfere with the affairs of my White Lotus sacred sect, you will die today," the leader of the white-clothed men said coldly, continuously dodging arrows to approach, his killing intent undisguised at this moment. Damn it! Suero was sweating profusely, regretting not honing his physique in the past, leading to his current lack of strength to kill the formidable enemy and protect his elder brother. White Lotus sect. I never thought there would be such a cult in this world. Lin Chen seemed oblivious to the threat. Hearing the opponent's menacing words, he even smiled and commented casually, "White Lotus sect." The name sounded very pure, as if it harbored lofty ideals and aspirations. But in reality, it operated under the guise of righteousness and benevolence, engaging in activities to satisfy certain individuals' desires. Although not familiar with this world, seeing the opponent's fanaticism, it was clear they were not to be trifled with. While he had only interacted with Dao Miao Miao a few times and didn't claim to know him well, he had some understanding. Leaving aside other matters, at least he was not a villain. Behind him was the Ba Dao Mountain Villa, a reputable and righteous sect in the martial world. Despite their somewhat overbearing methods, they acted in the name of justice, even donating money to aid disaster victims in times of need. Their disciples were often chivalrous and righteous, helping the weak and fighting the strong. Yet, the opponent had set up an ambush, ruthlessly targeting Dao Miao Miao, the young master of this minor sect, simply because he had infringed upon their interests. The situation was evident. They might not be as bad as imagined, but they were definitely not good people. Indeed, the White Lotus sect in this world was not to be underestimated. Despite claiming to bring purity, truth, and beauty to the world, they were extremely sinister and radical, willing to mercilessly eliminate anyone who stood in their way, regardless of their morality. When Lin Chen labeled them a cult, the leader of the white-clothed men angrily glared. These cultists were heavily brainwashed individuals, daring to slander the sacred sect. Today, not only will you be purified, but your family will also pay the price for your sins. The leader of the white-clothed men said viciously, redirecting his sword aimed at Suera directly towards Lin Chen. Indeed a cult, resorting to collective punishment. But if you think you can make me and my family pay the price, you're mistaken. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Such actions of collective punishment were characteristic of a cult. However, he paid it no mind, as there was nothing to discuss with the dead. The metallic long tube that had been held in his sleeve was gently rotated, then raised and aimed at the approaching leader of the white-clothed men. A slot was lightly pressed. Countless fine rain made of cold metal lit up in the forest. The leader of the white-clothed men, who had been advancing confidently, suddenly halted under the fine rain. As the fine rain dissipated, numerous red spots appeared on his body, followed by a look of confusion and fear. He collapsed in front of Lin Chen, sword in hand. The red spots continued to expand, a chilling sight as they were formed by the blood oozing from his body. The countless red spots made one's scalp tingle, sending shivers down their spine. Not bad in terms of power. Lin Chen smiled and put his hand down. This was naturally the effect of the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. It was the first time he used it. He directly killed a third-rate peak expert, and during the whole process, the opponent couldn't even react, let alone resist. As for evasion, it was impossible with the metallic iron curtain raining down at close range. Although it was a defective product, the damage it caused now shocked everyone present except him. This kind of eerie deadly weapon completely refreshed their understanding. Hidden weapons were not uncommon in the Great Long Dynasty, but they were mostly just small gadgets like sleeve arrows. More powerful ones utilized strong internal energy and special techniques to launch various hidden blades discreetly, such as throwing knives or the extinct divine needles like dongfang boobies. These hidden weapons were indeed formidable, not because of their complexity but due to the skillful use of powerful force by the wielder. The same item, in the hands of an ordinary person, would be completely powerless. For example, even if an ordinary person held Dongfang Booby's divine needle, they could only mend clothes with it, unable to do much else. Of course, if it fell into the hands of Roan Mama, it would have unexpected effects, like identifying villains, a skill exclusive to her. Although sleeve arrows were somewhat better, their power was limited. After all, how much power could a small crossbow arrow have? But now, with a seemingly inconspicuous metal tube that required no external force to propel it, just a light press, a figure almost reaching the level of a second-rate expert was instantly killed. The entire process left no room for resistance or even a gasp. The terrifying power turned the target into a beehive in an instant, with metal needles spreading out in a fan shape, shining coldly on the branches and stones nearby. This unique hidden weapon not only possessed terrifying killing power but was also the most chilling type of group attack. With a fan-shaped range of several zhang, if people stood close together, a wave of metal rain falling down could bring down countless individuals. The thought of this horror alone was chilling. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take out the remaining guys, Lin Chen's distinctive voice rang out as everyone stood stunned. Faced with these cultists, to avoid trouble, they had to eradicate them completely. Dao Miao Miao and Su Erwo, awakened as if from a dream by his words, saw that the remaining white-clothed men were frightened, presenting a perfect opportunity to strike. Dao Miao Miao once again wielded the long knife in his hand forcefully, living up to his reputation of being mocked for playing with a big knife, displaying excellent skills. With just one spin, a white-clothed man had his throat slit on the spot. Su Erwo's movements were swift too, bending his precious long bow once again to shoot an arrow. Another muffled sound rang out as another white-clothed man fell pierced on the field. The strong smell of blood stimulated the remaining white-clothed men, making them realize they were at a life-or-death moment. Although they were fanatical cultists, they valued their lives. Seeing the situation, they knew it was time to fight for their lives. But before they could act, Lin Chen pulled out another metal tube. Before encountering Lin Chen, they wouldn't have spared a glance at this item, as it was too inconspicuous. But now, just one look made them break out in a cold sweat, their souls shuddering as if in fear. They couldn't forget how their leader had died a tragic death just now. Even their leader, who was almost at the level of a second-rate expert, was killed without any resistance. Faced with these deadly weapons, what fate awaited these newly promoted third-rate rookies? Realizing this, their newly ignited fighting spirit was instantly shattered. Now they no longer wanted to fight desperately, but to leave this place, to escape this eerie killing tool that made them tremble with fear. However, the situation of attack and defense had already been reversed. If the other side fought desperately, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Without saying a word, turning around and running away, this could be said to have buried any chance of survival. After all, on Lin Chen's side, they not only possessed a strange deadly weapon but also a sharpshooter who never missed a shot. In this mountainous forest area, Su Arrow, who came from a hunter background, could be considered the home team advantage. Teamed up with the sharpshooter, it was too easy to shoot and kill. In reality, it was indeed so. With just a few arrows piercing through the air, the remaining few white-clothed cultists all met their end in the northwest direction. Oh, I'm so tired. With the crisis resolved, Dao Miao Miao could no longer hold on and sat down on the ground. A certain bouncy and elastic part clearly trembled a few times. She was dressed in a distinctive fiery red long dress, not the ancient palace-style long dress, but a specially designed slim-fit long dress suitable for combat. Her graceful figure, accentuated by the unique long dress, exuded an astonishing charm. It had to be said that Dao Miao Miao had a really good figure. Even in the modern era of explosive internet trends in various body types, Lin Chen had never seen a figure that matched Dao Miao Miao's standard. It was not the explosive fullness but a harmonious and delicate type that was irresistibly plump. Clearly a young girl, she had the figure of a mature woman, yet possessed the tightness unique to a young girl. This magical combination was simply a deadly poison for handsome men. With such a figure, you must be very fertile, right? Suddenly, a thought popped into Lin Chen's mind. Why are you just standing there? Can't you see that they are all injured? Just as Lin Chen had that thought, Dao Miao Miao's somewhat displeased voice came out. Although she wore soft armor and her vital parts were not injured, her arms had several cuts, with blood seeping out of her crystal-clear skin. For a young girl, such injuries were indeed not light. After all, in modern times, even a slight cut on a finger would make people cry and rush to the hospital without delay, fearing that the wound would not heal on its own. Dao Miao Miao had several cuts on her arms but continued to fight without changing her expression, which was quite impressive. However, Lin Chen just glanced at her and calmly replied, "You're injured. What's that got to do with me? It's not like I'm the one who hurt you. You rascal." Faced with this response, Dao Miao Miao was instantly infuriated, her temper flaring up. "Am I wrong?" Lin Chen glanced at her askance. "You rascal! How can you be so lacking in manners?" Dao Miao Miao huffed in annoyance. "I don't know about manners, but I do know that this time, in order to save you, I've gotten into big trouble and suffered huge losses." Lin Chen remained unfazed, his expression still calm as he spoke. "You suffered huge losses?" Dao Miao Miao looked incredulous. Getting into big trouble could be understood, as the fanatical members of the White Lotus sect were not to be trifled with, and provoking them would definitely lead to big trouble. But these losses? She didn't see them, as none of the cultists from the White Lotus sect had even come close to her before meeting their demise. "What about it?" Lin Chen picked up the previously used rainstorm pear blossom needle and said, "Don't you think this strange deadly weapon is just a common item found on the streets?" This, Dao Miao Miao wanted to retort, but upon seeing that, she was momentarily speechless. "Stop beating around the bush and think about how you're going to compensate me." Lin Chen didn't bother with anything else and directly asked her to compensate him. Faced with this demand for compensation, Dao Miao Miao once again found herself at a loss for words. After all, this compensation was not just about material losses but also about repaying the debt of saving her life. How could one repay a life-saving debt? In the small grove, Dao Miao Miao was troubled by the compensation. However, Lin Chen did not wait patiently for the other party's response. He just casually joked and then, with Su Arrow, began to deal with the bodies in the field. Although Lin Chen was not afraid of trouble, avoiding provoking cults was naturally something he tried his best to do. So after finishing the task, it was necessary to destroy the bodies. Also, collecting some spoils of war was equally important not to miss. Iconic weapons and items couldn't be taken, but some unmarked silver coins and bills could serve as hard-earned money. It was no wonder they were cultists, they carried quite a bit of money on them. Anyway, Su Arrow, responsible for searching the bodies, couldn't stop talking at this time. Originally, he didn't think cleaning up the disgusting mess was a bad job, but now he could only think of one thing to say: this is really something. Moving the bodies, he worked as hard and diligently as he did with his wife. After burying all the bodies in a deep pit, he couldn't help but say, "Fang Gu, if we encounter such good fortune frequently in the future, we will be rich." "What are you thinking?" Lin Chen glanced at him and admonished, "This kind of easy money comes quickly, but death comes even faster. When the time comes to make money, don't spend it recklessly." Hearing this, Su Arrow thought of the dangerous situation earlier and broke out in a cold sweat with hindsight. If Lin Chen hadn't had a terrifying weapon, the leader in white who had rushed forward to attack them could have caused them serious trouble. Even worse, this place could have become their burial ground. The harvest was indeed plentiful, but the danger was also extremely terrifying. This time was only out of necessity. In the future, if you encounter such a situation, stay as far away as possible to avoid it. As the leader, Lin Chen naturally needed to educate his subordinates properly. Otherwise, not only would the other party get into trouble, but it would also bring trouble to him. "Okay, Arrow understands." Su Arrow, aware of the danger, naturally wouldn't argue at this time and simply nodded in agreement. "After resting for so long, you should be almost recovered, right?" Lin Chen, with Su Arrow, swept away the traces on the scene, especially the ones caused by the two of them. Seeing Dao Miao Miao still sitting on the ground without any dignity, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. "What's this? Still trying to act pitiful?" Dao Miao Miao weakly said, "I was hit by the soft tendon powder of those White Lotus cult monsters, and now I really have no strength." "You were poisoned too?" Lin Chen's expression slightly changed upon hearing this. Dao Miao Miao shook her head and said, "It's not exactly poisoning, but a special drug that makes people lose all their strength." "Soft tendon powder?" Lin Chen noted this type of drug that could render people completely powerless. This kind of drug needed special attention. If one accidentally fell victim to it, it would be a real nightmare, and no matter how the situation was handled, it would be troublesome. Just like Dao Miao Miao now, in such a state, even if she was dealt with on the spot, she would only be able to cry out, "Can you walk now?" Knowing that the other party had been affected, Lin Chen couldn't continue to leave her hanging and stepped forward to help her up. Dao Miao Miao tried, but after just a few steps, she almost collapsed. If it weren't for Lin Chen's quick reflexes, reaching out to support her, she would have fallen. However, in doing so, she ended up almost entirely leaning against Lin Chen. The astonishing elasticity that belonged only to a young girl was instantly transmitted to Lin Chen. "I can't walk," Dao Miao Miao said pitifully. "I really owe you," Lin Chen said somewhat exasperatedly. Then he put her on his back and said, "Remember, you owe me again today. Think about how you can repay me." "Okay," Dao Miao Miao whispered softly, completely different from her usual fiery self, showing a completely different side of her. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she buried her face shyly in Lin Chen's shoulder. Despite her carefree personality, this was the first time she had such close contact with a man. This strange feeling left her a bit bewildered. She felt a bit shy, but she didn't resist. "Why are you not talking? You're not going to faint from poison, are you?" Lin Chen carried her on his back for a while and noticed that the usually talkative girl hadn't said a word for a while, so he couldn't help but ask. If he kept carrying her like this, she might as well turn into a corpse. If that really happened, it would be a disaster. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Upon hearing his words, Dao Miao Miao pouted and said, "What are you saying? Isn't it normal for a girl to be quiet? Look at how you're making it sound." Lin Chen almost burst out laughing at her words and said, "With your fierce demeanor, you still call yourself a girl? Who are you calling fierce?" Dao Miao Miao retorted angrily, lightly punching Lin Chen's shoulder with her clenched fist. "Am I wrong?" Lin Chen asked directly. "Definitely wrong," Dao Miao Miao retorted without hesitation. Although she was a bit hot-tempered and fiery in her actions, she was still very much a girl and had nothing to do with being fierce. "Alright then, since you're not fierce, think about how you can compensate me." Lin Chen tactfully avoided arguing with the girl and shifted the conversation to compensation. Dao Miao Miao, who was reluctant just a moment ago, fell silent again upon hearing this. She lay quietly on Lin Chen's back, her changing facial expressions and eyes revealing nothing about what was going on in her mind. Lin Chen didn't ask further. His mention of compensation was just to avoid arguing, not because he actually wanted anything in return. Willing to lend a helping hand meant treating the other person as a friend and acquaintance. Otherwise, even if there were great compensations, he wouldn't get involved. Soon, the group returned to the manor without informing anyone about the incident to avoid causing worry or leaks. They simply said that Dao Miao Miao had accidentally gotten injured and they brought her back home to recover. No one suspected anything. The three daughters-in-law helped arrange a resting room and applied medicine to Dao Miao Miao's injuries. Besides the soft tendon powder, which had no antidote and would fade away with time, the injuries were just superficial and only required some medicinal powder, no need to call a doctor. Dao Miao Miao stayed peacefully as if nothing had happened. However, outside was not as calm. The guards responsible for her safety, who were lured away, quickly discovered that their young mistress was missing. They couldn't find any trace of her and had to report back to the Ba Dao Manor swiftly. When this information reached them, the entire Ba Dao Manor was in an uproar. Inside the manor's guest room, Dao Miao Miao showed no concern for her own situation. She lay on the bed, displaying an astonishing posture, one hand supporting her chin, her slender legs swaying gently, humming an unknown tune. Her eyes seemed a bit dreamy, lost in thoughts, but from the slight smile on her lips, they were pleasant thoughts. Creak, the door opened, and Lin Chen walked in somewhat helplessly. "How many days have you been staying here? Do you plan on staying here forever?" Lin Chen looked at the relaxed woman with increasing helplessness. Initially, it could be said that she was injured, but now she was lively and showed no signs of any aftermath. Despite having recovered, she insisted she was uncomfortable here and there, unwilling to leave. Lingering around, eating and drinking for free every day. What was the meaning of this? Did she want to freeload off him? Most importantly, although I don't know what's going on at the Tyrant Blade Manor, the fact that the young master, as the heir, has disappeared like this, the other party will definitely not stay calm. If it leads to any misunderstandings, then the situation will be troublesome. It's precisely because of this that Lin Chen can only reluctantly prepare to seek help from a deity. But as the saying goes, it's easy to invite a god but hard to send them away, which perfectly sums it up. What's the big deal if someone injured stays at your place for a few days? Do you really need to come every day to urge them to leave? Dao Miaomio was asked to leave, but unlike before, she didn't get angry. Instead, she spoke softly, almost with a hint of coquettishness. Only those who have truly experienced the coquettishness of a fiery girl would understand. Lin Chen couldn't bear it and wanted to speak up to make her feel better. He still liked her fiery and straightforward demeanor. If you don't urge me to leave, should you at least inform your family? Otherwise, won't they worry about you? Dealing with such a stubborn person, Lin Chen had no good way unless he forcefully kicked her out, but he couldn't take too many other measures. After all, she wasn't an ordinary person, and he couldn't do much else. Don't worry about that. It's a good opportunity for my family to deal with those monsters from the White Lotus sect. They dared to set up an ambush to kill the young master of our manor. How can we let them off easily? Dao Miaomio seemed indifferent, showing no concern for her family's worries but rather wanting to use this to retaliate against the White Lotus sect. This was truly her father's good protection. If her old father knew about this, who knows what expression he would have. It would surely be quite a spectacle. You may not care, but my small frame can't handle this, Lin Chen said helplessly. If the Tyrant Blade Manor finds out I've hidden you here and they search all over the world, causing trouble for me when they finally find out? Just relax. I'll explain to my family when the time comes. Besides, they were poisoned by the monsters from the White Lotus sect, so it's normal not to be able to contact them. Dao Miaomio seemed determined to stay here and didn't seem to have a clear motive. Are you trying to avoid compensating me for my losses, so you're refusing to leave my house? Lin Chen asked her with a glance. Who's trying to avoid compensating you? I'm just not fully healed yet and want to rest a few more days at your place. Dao Miaomio pouted unwillingly, then pitifully said, You wouldn't be so heartless as to kick out an injured person, would you? I have considered it. Lin Chen replied seriously, knowing that trying to manipulate him with pity was out of the question. You rascal! Dao Miaomio was getting irritated again. Her temper that she had been trying to control these days was about to burst out at this moment. But before she could explode, the voice of the old steward Hebo came from outside the room, announcing a visitor. Master, there are distinguished guests here. What distinguished guests? Lin Chen turned to ask. The second shopkeeper of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the old man with a back knife from the Tyrant Blade Manor. The old steward replied respectfully, providing all the information about the guests. It's my grandpa Dao who's here. Dao Miaomio jumped up from the bed upon hearing the information provided by the old steward. Is it Senior Blade King? Lin Chen asked Dao Miaomio. She nodded and said, Only my grandpa Dao has the ability to have the Divine Weapon Pavilion lead the way as opponents. See, they've come knocking, Lin Chen said with a touch of annoyance, as the other party had indeed come to their door. Don't worry, my grandpa Dao dotes on me the most. I'll explain to him later, and as for the losses caused by your saving me, I'll have my grandpa Dao compensate you later. Faced with Lin Chen's reproach, Dao Miaomio assured him, patting her sturdy chest. Forget about compensating the losses, just don't cause me any more trouble. Lin Chen shook his head, feeling a bit wary of this fierce woman now. Without a word, they would just refuse to leave your house and ask if you can handle it. The grand hall for receiving guests. The Knife King from the Tyrant Blade Manor was already seated there waiting. Although the matter this time was urgent, facing a master craftsman, even with his status, he dared not be too presumptuous. As for the second shopkeeper of the Divine Weapon Pavilion who had become a lackey, he was just a small fry now, standing quietly on the side as a foil. Grandpa Knife. Just when the old man with the knife was getting a bit anxious, Knife Miaomio, dressed in red, rushed in from the door of the grand hall. Are you really here? The old man with the knife stood up abruptly when he saw the familiar figure. This visit was also traced through various clues, locking the location to this approximate position. But it was just an approximate location, not a guarantee that he would be there. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have come alone. Now that he had really found him here, his mood was naturally very excited. Like the sword master from the Divine Sword Manor, these guardians had no descendants and fought for themselves throughout their lives. It was because of this that they treated descendants like Knife Miaomio, whom they valued extremely, as if they were their own flesh and blood. Even more so, the only ones who could make them treat someone like this were usually just one person. Unlike parents who might have several or even dozens of biological children. When he learned that Knife Miaomio had set up a trap for the White Lotus sect and disappeared, he hadn't slept well for days. Every day was spent either searching or seeking revenge on the White Lotus sect disciples. Now that he finally saw her and she was unharmed, how could he not be happy? Seeing how worried his elder was because of his own willfulness, Meow Meow couldn't help but feel ashamed. Her father didn't seem to mind, but seeing her beloved grandfather like this, she truly couldn't help but feel regretful and ashamed. I'm sorry, Grandpa Knife, I made you worry. But rest assured, I'm fine, just a little injured, staying here to recuperate with Master Lin. With a sense of shame, Meow Meow turned around in place to show that she was fine. The old man with the knife also noticed this, finally letting go of the worry he had been holding onto, then turned to Lin Chen who had followed and said seriously, Master Lin, our tyrant blade manor owes you a favor, and if there's anything you need in the future, we won't refuse. After the divine sword manor, Lin Chen once again received a favor from another powerful force of the four extremities. Without needing to ask, they directly offered it. With two big backers, he could now establish himself in this world. In the days to come, he just wanted to live a happy life. It was also time to prioritize the various rewards from the system. As a time traveler, he definitely had to plan out a career. Underneath, the white-clothed individuals all began to plead guilty. Increase the manpower for investigation. Anyone who dares to disrupt our sacred teachings must pay the price. Also, with the current counterattack from the Ba Dao Manor, make sure to handle it as well. We cannot let the reputation of our sacred teachings be tarnished. If things go wrong again this time, all of you will be fed to the sacred insects. The first white-clothed person coldly issued the command. Yes, leader. The white-clothed individuals below responded loudly, swiftly leaving the secret chamber to carry out the orders. Feeding the sacred insects. This was the most terrifying punishment, and naturally, they were unwilling to meet such a fate. Humph. In the land of emptiness, those who dare to obstruct will ultimately belong to hell. The first white-clothed person watched as his subordinates left, slowly lifting his hidden head, revealing those merciless eyes. On the other side, the old Taoist from the Ba Dao Manor solemnly made his promise. Although he did not offer any money, this promise held more weight than mere riches. Lin Chen had no objections, and the two sides had a pleasant conversation. However, the old Taoist was not one to talk much. He belonged to the type who spoke little but acted decisively. After exchanging a few words, he indicated his intention to return first. The young master of the Ba Dao Manor, Dao Miao Miao, had been missing for a long time, causing great anxiety within the manor. Now that she had been found, it was only natural for her to return to report her safety. Moreover, now that she had been found, it was time to seek revenge on the troublemaking White Lotus sect with full force. The Ba Dao Manor had never been one to pick fights and then back down. I'll head back first. When I'm free, I'll come find you to play. Dao Miao Miao bid farewell to Lin Chen energetically at the doorstep. Are you here to freeload off me again? Lin Chen quirked an eyebrow in response. Lingering around, eating and drinking for free, and wanting to come back when convenient, she had it all planned out. You rascal! Originally about to part ways, Dao Miao Miao tried to maintain a ladylike image, but with just a few words from Lin Chen, she couldn't hold back, grinding her teeth as if wanting to pounce and bite. Fortunately, the old Taoist went to tend to the horses, and no one saw this sudden change in demeanor. What, am I wrong? Lin Chen smiled and asked, not knowing why, but he suddenly enjoyed teasing the young girl in front of him, finding her teeth grinding and foot stomping quite amusing. Perhaps he had a twisted sense of humor. That's what Lin Chen thought to himself. However, Dao Miao Miao was even more unwilling, scowling, why are you so petty? I only had a little bit of your food, and you're being so stingy about it. Just a little bit? You almost ate as much as my pig at home, even more than a pig. Do you think I'm a rich landlord who can afford your extravagance? Lin Chen looked at her disdainfully. How dare you call me a pig? Dao Miao Miao's eyes widened in anger, unable to maintain her ladylike image any longer. This behavior may have tarnished her image, but Lin Chen found himself liking her more in this state. Just like the tomato tycoon Wang Duoyu, who enjoyed the rebellious nature of the hotel manager. While he found it appealing, Dao Miao Miao couldn't contain herself any longer. How dare you call this lady a pig? I'll bite you to death. Enraged, Dao Miao Miao couldn't hold back and lunged forward to bite. Caught off guard, Lin Chen was bitten on the arm, causing him to wince in pain. This woman really meant it. Let go, you're a pig, not a dog. Lin Chen grimaced. I won't let go. Today, I'll be a dog and bite you, you annoying fellow. Dao Miao Miao refused to release her grip, even fearing that Lin Chen might break free. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, pressing their bodies close together. Ahem. The old Taoist returned with the horses and his face darkened upon seeing the scene. Hearing the cough, Dao Miao Miao also snapped out of her rage, quickly letting go and looking down at her toes, unable to see the embarrassment on her face. Lin Chen rubbed his bitten arm, not showing much change, and nodded in greeting to the old Taoist. Taking a deep breath, the old Taoist wanted to say something but ended up just nodding before handing the reins to Dao Miao Miao, effortlessly mounting the horse. Goodbye, goodbye. The two bid farewell with a bow, and the old man with the knife set off on horseback. Dao Miao Miao also mounted her horse, her graceful figure resembling a spirit in the flames. After running a few steps, she reined in her horse, turned to look back at Linshan, and said, "Next time, I'll bring my own food expenses. You can't call me a pig again." "All right." Linshan chuckled and waved his hand. Since the other party was about to leave, he naturally couldn't indulge in teasing. "All right, it's a deal." "Yes, it's a deal." Dao Miao Miao received the promise she wanted, happily spurred her horse to catch up with the old man with the knife, and they disappeared together at the end of the road, leaving only the slowly settling dust. After bidding farewell to the two, Linshan returned to the guest hall. Inside the hall, the second shopkeeper of the Divine Weapon Pavilion was waiting obediently. When Linshan escorted Dao Miao Miao out earlier, he had given him a meaningful look, so the shopkeeper naturally didn't dare to leave. "Do you know about the White Lotus sect?" Linshan indeed had something to ask the shopkeeper, so he inquired upon returning to the hall. "The White Lotus sect?" The shopkeeper was momentarily surprised at the question but quickly nodded in acknowledgement. As a member of the management of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, he naturally knew about various major forces in the Great Long Dynasty. The White Lotus sect dared to be mortal enemies with the Tyrant Blade Manor, indicating they were not to be trifled with. Coupled with their doctrines, almost anyone with a bit of knowledge had heard of this sect. "Tell me more." Linshan nodded, instructing the shopkeeper. "All right." Although the shopkeeper didn't understand why Linshan was asking about this, he proceeded to share all the information he knew like pouring out beans. In this regard, he was indeed very competent. As he continued to speak, Linshan gained a rough understanding of this sect. How should I put it? He had not misjudged them earlier. This was indeed a cult. They brainwashed their followers with twisted doctrines, causing trouble in various regions of the Great Long Dynasty. Anyone who dared to oppose them would face their wrath. Within the Great Long Dynasty, they were not only pursued by the martial envoys under the jurisdiction of the dynasty but also despised by most of the major forces in the martial world. However, cults had a characteristic of being extremely resilient, like rats in a sewer. You could kill 1 or 10 today, but more would emerge tomorrow. It was precisely because of this that, apart from the unavoidable pursuit by the martial envoys, most people were unwilling to provoke them. "All right, you may leave. Don't mention today's events to anyone else." Linshan lightly tapped the table with his fingers, not making any further comments. Having obtained the information he wanted, he calmly signaled for the shopkeeper to depart. "Master Lin, rest assured, I guarantee that no one else will know about your affairs unless you instruct me to speak," the shopkeeper hurriedly assured. "Very well, you may go." Linshan nodded slightly in understanding. "I take my leave." The shopkeeper respectfully bowed and then left. "It seems I need to hurry and forge my ultimate weapon," Linshan muttered softly and also left the guest hall. Clang clang. In the following days, Linshan spent a lot of time wielding the heavy hammer in the blacksmith's workshop. The ultimate weapon. This was no simple task. But once it was forged, it would show the world what true terror meant. A top-level divine craftsman, not only capable of forging weapons for others, but also equipping oneself with defensive items, making them even more formidable than forging weapons for others. Otherwise, they wouldn't command such respect. "Husband, don't tire yourself out too much. Have a bowl of sweet soup first and take a break. I personally brewed it for you." The eldest daughter-in-law, Ye Xiaoro, was the most considerate. Seeing her husband exhausted, she brought over the sweet soup she had brewed herself. "Thank you, wife." Linshan accepted the heartwarming sweet soup, sat down on a resting chair, and drank it with a smile. The cool lotus seed soup dispelled the heat in the blacksmith's workshop. Seeing this scene, Ye Xiaoro smiled happily, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped the sweat from Linshan's brow. The fragrant handkerchief, paired with her gentle hands, was truly a delightful indulgence. If it weren't for being covered in sweat, Linshan would have closed the door and let the furnace light dance wildly. "Husband, do you have something on your mind these days?" After wiping Linshan's sweat and placing the empty sugar water bowl aside, Ye Xiaoro asked softly. Among the 3 daughters-in-law, she was the most thoughtful and observant. Although Linshan hadn't said anything, she still sensed something. Linshan nodded and said, "Indeed, there is something going on. I have been preparing for it these days. Can you tell me what it is?" "I hope to share your worries," Ye Xiaoro asked gently, biting her lip and gently patting Linshan's shoulder. Linshan smiled and said, "It's not a big deal, just that someone might come looking for trouble, so I need to be prepared to deal with it." "Trouble coming to find us?" Ye Xiaoro's hand paused for a moment, but she quickly said firmly, "Husband, no matter what trouble comes our way, we will face it together with you." Yes, I believe so. Lin Chen held the jade hand on his shoulder, naturally trusting her on this. After a brief exchange, Lin Chen didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer, not wanting to worry his wives. The issue with the White Lotus sect was just precautionary, it was the Tyrant Blade manner that loomed ahead. His current preparations were simply to avoid being caught off guard. Whether trouble would come was still uncertain. Wife, you've never really told me about your family's situation. Can you tell me about it today? Lin Chen changed the subject and asked. Although he had a rough idea before, he knew that their family had fallen on hard times, and that was about it. At that time, due to his own lack of ability, Lin Chen didn't inquire further, knowing that with Yi Shiro's temperament and the grace she displayed, she was not from an ordinary family. It was disheartening to ask. However, now that he had two favors owed to him by formidable figures, coupled with the terror of the divine craftsman gradually emerging, he had the right to ask more deeply. Yi Shiro fell silent at his words, and after a long pause, she said with a heavy heart, "Husband, I didn't mean to hide my family's affairs. It's just that my family's situation is very complicated, and it's not easy to explain in a short time." "Then take your time." Lin Chen gently held his wife's hand, showing no impatience. Seeing her husband's resolute expression, Yi Shiro decided not to conceal anything further and slowly revealed her background. Lin Chen had long known that his eldest daughter-in-law's identity was definitely not simple. But what he didn't expect was that her identity was even more complex than he had imagined. Her father-in-law turned out to be a high-ranking official who had fallen out in a power struggle and ended up in prison. To avoid implicating his family, before going to prison, he arranged for his wife and daughter to escape the troubled area and live in seclusion to avoid guilt by association. However, without a formal status in the Great Long Dynasty, they were considered outcasts, worse off than commoners. Yi Shiro's frail mother-in-law, who was already in poor health, passed away within half a year, leaving Yi Shiro, a delicate woman, alone. When her true identity was exposed and she was caught by the authorities, she was treated like any other ordinary woman. The outcome was evident. Desperate, she was chosen by Lin Chen and given a home, where she could finally settle down and live peacefully. "Husband, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Shiro wouldn't have known how tragic her fate could have been." As she finished speaking, the eldest daughter-in-law shed tears, looking at Lin Chen with gratitude in her eyes. "You've been through a lot, but rest assured, you won't suffer anymore in the future. Also, our father-in-law was imprisoned due to a factional dispute, so it may not be as serious as it seems. I'll have someone look into it later," Lin Chen reassured her. "Really?" Yi Shiro was excited to hear this news. Besides Lin Chen, she had no one else left, and if her father was still alive, it would be a tremendous relief. Lin Chen nodded and replied, "There is a good chance. After all, factional disputes involve many factors. Unless one side completely falls, even if someone is temporarily imprisoned, it doesn't mean it's a dead end." "If that's the case, can I see my father again?" Yi Shiro became more excited. "Yes," Lin Chen affirmed. "As long as the father-in-law is still alive, with the help of the Ba Dao Mountain Villa's military connections, it shouldn't be too difficult to arrange a meeting, or even find a way to get him out. In the Great Long Dynasty, there are few things that money can't solve. If there are, just add more money." "Husband, thank you." Yi Shiro gratefully expressed her happiness. "How can I thank you?" Lin Chen smiled and asked. "You can thank me however you like." Yi Shiro's eyes were full of tenderness. "Then let's bathe together," Lin Chen teased with a mischievous smile. As you wish." Yi Shiro blushed but nodded in gratitude. Next, they naturally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Chen had Wang Erxiao summon the second shopkeeper of the Divine Arms Pavilion and instructed him to secretly investigate the current situation of his father-in-law. Only by understanding this could he proceed with the next step. The second shopkeeper took the order and promised to complete the task. With that arranged, Lin Chen continued to refine his ultimate weapon. Finally, after half a month, the ultimate weapon was completed. It was also a hidden weapon, but compared to the ordinary rainstorm pear blossom needle, this one was much more exquisite and magnificent. Made of extraterrestrial meteoric iron, it was assembled like a lotus bud waiting to bloom. Clearly visible layers gave it a special charm. This ultimate weapon was named the Peacock Feather. When activated in a special way, it would shoot out deadly feathers like a peacock spreading its tail. Not only did it have the ability to lock onto targets, but its penetrating power was unimaginable. Lin Chen had tested its power. One feather could easily penetrate a several-meter-wide granite block. This level of penetration was far more terrifying than a battle, and even the main battle tank's armor in the Great Long Dynasty might not withstand it. The martial power of the Great Long Dynasty was comparable to the levels in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Faced with such an ultimate weapon, even Zhang Wuji would have to kneel if he couldn't avoid it. Lin Chen gently wiped the butt of the ultimate weapon, revealing an expectant smile. With the ultimate weapon by his side, Lin Chen's sense of crisis was finally alleviated. In the days that followed, Lin Chen began the second phase, which was to train his two capable subordinates. Wang Erxiao, the first subordinate, was absolutely loyal, having become more clever since leaving his coward days, and he always completed his tasks well. Although Su Arrow lacked cleverness, his loyalty was unquestionable, and he had the talent of a sharpshooter, as proven in the previous battle by the river. Since there was nothing to teach them in their areas of expertise, this training focused on teaching them how to use hidden weapons, specifically the rainstorm pear blossom needle. If the cult really attacked, individual strength would be weak, so cooperation was essential. Fan Gu, is this the legendary hidden weapon? Its power is too terrifying. Beside the artificial lake, at the target range used for experiments, Wang Erxiao was amazed by the power of the rainstorm pear blossom needle. It swept across a large area, not even sparing the mice. If it hit a person, wouldn't it turn them into a hornet's nest? This is just a defective product. In the future, with better materials, it will be even more terrifying. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. Awesome. Wang Erxiao could only say one word about this, his signature phrase. Brother Fan, with so many hidden weapons, if the killing power you mentioned is lacking, it's just a matter of insufficient force. Can we poison the golden needles by soaking them in a potent venom before installing them? Su Arrow looked at the densely packed golden needles inserted in the ground, scratched his head, and said, "Poison the golden needles?" Lin Chen looked at him upon hearing this, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, unexpectedly feeling a bit impressed. Poisoning naturally crossed his mind. Coming from modern society and having watched plenty of TV dramas, he was well aware of the devastating power of various potent toxins. Poisoning weapons. When applied to hidden weapons, it would undoubtedly be a game changer. Especially for the storm pear blossom needles, with their large quantity, no matter how fast they were, there would always be one or two that couldn't be avoided. If poisoned, one could easily imagine the outcome. The reason they hadn't done it yet was that they hadn't found a suitable poison. But unexpectedly, Su Arrow also thought of it, and now he brought it up directly. However, considering the other party's identity as a hunter, it was very likely that he would also poison his arrows, so Lin Chen felt relieved. Since you've thought of poisoning, do you have any powerful toxins? Like the kind that seals one's fate upon drawing blood? Lin Chen asked directly. I do. Lin Chen had just asked casually, but Su Arrow nodded on the spot. Really? Lin Chen's interest was piqued. If these things truly existed, the storm pear blossom needles would be even more formidable. Indeed. Su Arrow nodded seriously. Due to my lack of arm strength, it's difficult for me to injure large ferocious beasts when I draw the bow, especially wild boars in the mountains. Their bodies are covered in pine resin and mud, harder than armor. A single arrow might only scratch their skin at most, unable to cause effective harm. So I thought of using poison against them. Finally, under my grandfather's guidance, I found a type of tree that, when pierced, would release a white liquid. Is the white liquid poisonous? Lin Chen locked onto this key point upon hearing the description. Yes and no. Su Arrow shook his head and then nodded. What do you mean? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. Su Arrow didn't want to keep him in suspense, so after a pause, he continued, although the sap of these trees contains some toxins, they are not very potent. At most, they can cause drowsiness. However, one time, I accidentally added the venom of a mountain forest poison frog, and it could seal one's fate upon drawing blood. Mixed poison? Lin Chen was truly surprised. He hadn't expected the simple-minded Su Arrow to be able to concoct a mixed poison, and judging by the effects he described, the mixture was quite successful. Can you still concoct it now? Lin Chen couldn't wait to ask. If this concoction could really be made, coating all the storm pear blossom needles with it, even a top-notch expert would have to kneel if things went wrong. After all, facing the densely packed golden needles, a top-notch expert could only avoid vital areas at most, neglecting some less important spots, which could easily be overlooked and thus injured by the golden needles. With the toxin that seals one's fate upon drawing blood, making a top-notch expert kneel was not impossible. Many renowned experts had fallen because of poison. The materials for these are all in the mountains. It will take some time to concoct them. Su Arrow gave a definite answer. Good. Lin Chen immediately instructed, you go handle this matter right away and concoct this poison as soon as possible. No problem. Seeing that he could help his big brother, Su Arrow suddenly became excited. Erxiao, you also help out during this period, focusing on this matter. Lin Chen instructed Wang Erxiao again. Okay, brother Fan. Wang Erxiao naturally had no objections. Compared to the simple-minded Su Arrow, he was more aware of the stakes involved. After sending the two little brothers to concoct the poison, Lin Chen continued to craft the storm pear blossom needles. Although he could only produce inferior quality ones for now, with the toxin that seals one's fate upon drawing blood added, their killing power compared to the complete ones was not inferior at all, and even their group attack power was greater. After all, when faced with the densely packed golden needles, a top-notch expert could only avoid vital areas at most. Some less important areas might be overlooked, leading to injuries from the golden needles. If the toxin that seals one's fate upon drawing blood was present, making a top-notch expert kneel was not impossible. Many renowned experts had fallen due to poison. This gift, if the White Lotus sect really comes looking, I believe they will like it very much. Lin Chen chuckled, his movements becoming more deft. Time passed like this for several days. The White Lotus sect did not show up, but instead, the sword spirit who had been home for a while came to visit. This time, she didn't bring anyone else, just her close mate Xia Qing. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't neglect this old friend. Upon learning of her visit, he set aside his work, changed into clean clothes, and went to the reception room. Both parties were familiar with each other, so there was no need for formalities. However, just as Lin Chen sat down and took a sip of tea to quench his thirst, the first words from the sword spirit in the conversation made him spray out the tea he had just drunk. Puff! Cough cough. Lin Chen was choked, staring at her wide-eyed. What did you say? You want to marry me? Yes. The sword spirit nodded seriously. I wonder if brother Lin is willing, or dare to marry me. Cough cough. Lin Chen still couldn't help but cough a bit, and after a while, he asked, Miss Sword Spirit, can you explain the reason? Why do you suddenly want to marry me? Is it because I'm handsome and you can't help yourself? Although the relationship between the two was good, it had not reached the point of discussing marriage. And even if they did, it should have been Lin Chen who proposed, given her status. But now, she came to him saying she wanted to marry. This was out of the blue, and asking him if he dared. What was going on? The sword spirit fell silent for a moment, but her maid Xia Qing explained the situation. After listening to Xia Qing's account, Lin Chen finally understood the situation. Forced marriage. The sword spirit was being forced into marriage by her old father again. This time it was extremely intense, even the objections of the elders of the Divine Sword Villa couldn't change his decision. In the end, he even used the privilege of the Villa Master to silence all the elders. Only the old man resisted, but he couldn't do it alone. Because the marriage partner had an astonishing background, the old man didn't dare to act recklessly. Seeing this situation, with the help of the old man, the sword spirit directly escaped. Knowing her father's determination, the sword spirit knew that hiding for a while this time would be useless. When they found her, she would be brought back and forced into marriage. If it were an ordinary woman, she might have resigned herself to the situation. But the sword spirit was not an ordinary woman, and the concept of resignation did not exist for her. Want me to marry a big shot? I'll marry someone else first. Let's see how you arrange a marriage then. Those who could be married into the Divine Sword Villa were naturally not simple individuals, and their reputation was extremely important. If the person was already married, such a marriage would be impossible. However, daring to marry someone against the odds required immense courage. That's why the sword spirit asked Lin Chen if he dared to marry her. If he did, she had a good impression of him and would marry him without hesitation. If he didn't, she would leave without looking back, wandering the world, or being forcibly married. People of the martial world, they don't hesitate so much. The choice was entirely in Lin Chen's hands now. It was because of this that, after understanding the situation, the sword spirit quietly watched Lin Chen, waiting for an answer. Lin Chen took a deep breath, quickly digesting this sudden and massive information. He had thought it was a normal visit, similar to the previous ones, but he had never expected this turn of events. Faced with this huge dilemma, what should he choose? Let the sword spirit be forced into marriage? Setting aside the system's additional rewards, just his own feelings towards her made him unwilling to see this scene. But if he went against the odds and married her, a terrifying storm might descend. You really don't want to marry her? Lin Chen didn't answer, but instead, he looked at her and asked. The sword spirit shook her head without hesitation. If I wanted to marry her, I wouldn't be here. So, do you really want to marry me? Lin Chen asked again. Well, it's not just about being forced into marriage, but I also kind of like being with you, Jianling nodded without hesitation. However, as she continued, her face blushed slightly. This was not a lie. If she didn't have feelings for him, why would she come here directly? Marrying someone who isn't getting married. As a systematic man, when a man expresses his feelings for a woman, if he still acts like a coward, there's no point in continuing. Moreover, if he can't handle the pressure of marrying a wife, then forget about this wife-taking system. The special reward that came with it, the system probably anticipated this. I do. Regardless of who you are, if you want me to give up the woman I like, that's absolutely impossible. Dealing with the matter of marriage, Lin Chen showed his determination. In the Great Long Dynasty, having multiple wives was accepted, even encouraged by the authorities to collect more taxes and boost their own achievements. Lin Chen's wives at home didn't object. In ancient times, expanding the family was crucial, and not allowing a husband to take concubines could lead to a bad reputation. Lin Chen's 3 wives had suggested he marry more sisters to strengthen the family. This was not an issue. Yes, sir, the old housekeeper quickly arranged everything upon hearing the order. Although he was puzzled by his master's sudden decision to marry, obedience was a qualified housekeeper's duty. Lin Chen didn't explain. This matter needed to be expedited. Otherwise, when Jianling's father arrived, it might be too late. The 3 wives were informed quickly and all expressed their welcome to Jianling, standing by her side as they knew she was being forced into marriage by her father. They had been forcibly separated by the authorities before, but their families never gave up on them. Jianling's father, despite having the power to prevent this, forced her into a marriage for his own selfish reasons. This was more hurtful than being forcibly separated. As women who had suffered similarly, they naturally stood by Jianling and resisted the pressure. This touched Jianling deeply, easing her last bit of worry. Following Lin Chen's orders, the entire estate sprang into action. In just half a day, the estate was decorated with red lanterns. Although they couldn't hold a grand banquet, some necessary gestures had to be made to honor the bride. Just like when Lin Chen married Yi Shiro, he slaughtered the only egg-laying hen in the house, showing his best. That night, Jianling, dressed in red and colorful attire, looked like a celestial maiden. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. No wonder the system gave a special reward. Jianling in her daughter's attire was truly beautiful. At that moment, Lin Chen was at a loss for words after 9 years of compulsory education, unable to find the right words to describe her beauty. Due to the rush of time, there was no way to inform the authorities to issue a marriage certificate, but in this era, the reality of husband and wife witnessed by family members is more useful than a marriage certificate. The system also acknowledges this. It was because of this that when Lin Chen gently laid down the sword spirit, put down the canopy beside the bed, accompanied by a soft groan, the system's prompt sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying, receiving the full-level medical skill reward. Ding dong! Detected that the host has married a wife with extremely high appearance, triggering a special reward, with an additional special reward, Dragon Blood Pill. The next day, it was barely dawn. After a night of madness, the two finally calmed down and lay in bed facing each other. Inexplicably, the two became husband and wife, and even went crazy all night. One dared to marry, the other dared to take a wife. It was all a blur. Both of them were momentarily at a loss. But it had to be said, a woman who practices martial arts has a different physique. Even with Lin Chen's vigorous body, he almost couldn't handle it. Linger, do you regret it? Lin Chen embraced the beauty in his arms. No matter what, she was now his wife. The sword spirit shook her head slightly. I don't regret it, but I might cause you trouble. What trouble or no trouble? We love each other. It's reasonable and legal. Even the martial emperor can't do anything about it. Lin Chen smiled and comforted, knowing exactly what his wife was worried about. Although he was just starting out now, he couldn't be taken lightly. Not to mention the new rewards from the system, just his identity as a divine craftsman, if revealed, who knows how many major forces would be willing to stand up for him, even the military might take action. After all, divine weapons are something every warrior wants to have. Some generals in the military often have to go to battle and a divine weapon is a necessity. With good weapons, they can cut down enemy generals in front of the formation, completely influencing the outcome of a local battle. There are also various hidden weapons. They are not to be taken lightly either. Linger had already decided on Lin Chen as her lifelong companion. Lin Chen didn't need to say more. As a man with cleanliness, he would never allow anyone else to touch his woman. 3 poles into the sunrise. Lin Chen finally emerged from the new room. As for the new bride, she had been completely conquered and could only tidy up in place. Young master. Just as he walked out of the room, Lin Chen met Linger's maid Xiaoying. Now that Lin Chen had become Linger's husband, this personal maid naturally had to address him as young master. You've been waiting here all night? Lin Chen saw the obvious dark circles under her eyes and nodded, asking. Xiaoying blushed slightly. Yes, young master, I am Mrs. Personal Maid, naturally at her service at all times, not allowed to leave Miss. In fact, she hadn't finished what she wanted to say. According to custom, as Linger's personal maid, she was supposed to accompany her mistress when she got married. That is, to serve in the inner chambers. When the mistress was not available to attend to the young master, this maid would take her place. Of course, Lin Chen was unaware of this, and upon hearing the explanation, he didn't say much, just found her blushing a bit strange. "Come over here." Lin Chen didn't dwell on this issue, but called her to walk towards a pavilion on the side. "Yes, young master." Xiao Ying, with some hesitation in her heart, followed his steps. The two arrived at the pavilion. Lin Chen asked, "Xiao Ying, do you know who your miss is marrying?" "I do." Xiao Ying obediently nodded, very different from her usual mischievous self. If it were a normal day, Lin Chen wouldn't mind teasing her, but now he didn't have the mood for it. Not wanting to ask Linger about her past, he didn't want her to recall unpleasant things, nor did he want her to mention information about important figures, which might make her feel guilty and pressured. But that didn't mean he would just sit there and wait, preparing only when the other party came to him. "Tell me more." Lin Chen gestured for her to sit opposite him, wanting to get a detailed understanding of this information. Xiao Cheng took a deep breath, organized her thoughts, and began to speak. "The young talent who was engaged to the young lady is a refined and elegant man who often has connections with the manor. He appears talented and refined, but the young lady does not like him, saying he is too hypocritical." Lin Chen nodded slightly, listening quietly. Xiao Cheng continued slowly. "However, he fell in love with the young lady at first sight and has been pursuing her. After being clearly rejected, he resorted to using his family's connections." "Forced marriage?" Lin Chen interjected, his face expressionless. "Almost," Xiao Cheng nodded. "He used his family's connections to propose a marriage alliance with the Divine Sword Manor. Not only did he offer conditions that the young lady's father couldn't refuse, but there was also a hint of threat. As you know, the young lady's father forced the marriage, but she refused and ran away." "What is his identity?" Lin Chen asked, getting to the most crucial point. Xiao Cheng replied solemnly, "He is a member of the royal family of the Dalong dynasty, the crown prince of the current wise king." "The prince?" Lin Chen thought the man's status must be significant to involve the Divine Sword Manor like this. However, he didn't expect it to be this serious. But so what if he's the prince? The current sword spirit is his wife, and they love each other. Even if it were the king himself, Lin Chen wouldn't back down because of his status. He could simply leave the Dalong dynasty. With his abilities, he would be welcomed anywhere. Moreover, with the new rewards from the system, he didn't need to run anywhere. "Alright, I understand the situation. Go back and attend to your young lady, prepare some nourishing food for her. If you need anything, just ask the steward." Hebo, Lin Chen waved Xiao Cheng away to take care of his new bride. After sending the maid away, Lin Chen turned his attention to the system rewards. This time, the system was generous, offering not only a marriage reward but also a special reward. One was mastery in medicine, similar to the previous mastery in blacksmithing. The other was the dragon blood pill, akin to the previous vitality pill but with some differences. Lin Chen didn't dwell on it and proceeded to claim the rewards. Following the same process, when Lin Chen acquired the mastery in medicine, the special illusion space reappeared. He immersed himself in numerous medical cases and tasted various herbs as if experiencing countless years in a short while. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, they reflected wisdom and the gentleness of a true healer. Looking at his hands, he could see the pathways of countless acupoints and meridians, like a detailed scan from a sophisticated instrument. This was the essence of medical mastery. Whether a patient was sick or not, what illness they had, and how to treat it could be discerned at a glance. However, reaching the level of an instrument required unimaginable experience and keen eyesight. Before mastering medicine, this was just the basics. The real skill lay not in diagnosing but in creating appropriate formulas based on a deep understanding of various medicines to address specific needs, whether for healing or strengthening the body. He could even refine elixirs. For instance, if he had the right ingredients, he could concoct elixirs to enhance a warrior's inner strength. Such elixirs were far more enticing than external weapons. It was no exaggeration to say that once Lin Chen demonstrated this ability, countless warriors would be at his service. As for forcibly controlling others or risking being poisoned by ingesting elixirs, one could attempt such feats. With the marriage reward being so generous, Lin Chen became even more eager about the rare special reward. The dragon blood pill was no ordinary item. In any world, anything related to dragons was never simple, unless it was merely a facade. Would the system resort to facades? Lin Chen, well aware of the system's nature, eagerly and without hesitation claimed the special reward. Just like its name, this is a crimson pill, the size of a thumb, exuding a strong bloody aura, with a faint sense of pressure occasionally emerging. Lin Chen stared at the pill fixedly, feeling as if a divine dragon was circling around it. Dragon blood pill, could it really be refined using the blood of a legendary dragon? Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder, as this thing didn't look like it was extracted from medicinal herbs. Instead, it resembled the blood Bodhi tree tainted with Qilin blood from the legends. The intense bloody aura was almost dazzling. Will consuming this lead to demonic possession? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, then swallowed it in one go. Boom! As soon as the dragon blood pill entered his mouth, it instantly dissolved, flooding Lin Chen with endless blood energy, faintly echoing with the roar of a dragon. Unlike when swallowing the live dragon and tiger pill, his body didn't swell or contract. From the outside, Lin Chen showed no changes, just a subtle aura of blood swirling around him. Unless observed up close, this phenomenon was invisible. However, within Lin Chen's body, a tremendous transformation was taking place. Every muscle and bone was enveloped in boundless energy and blood, even every strand of hair was undergoing a certain kind of metamorphosis. Crackling sounds echoed as Lin Chen unexpectedly grew taller, stopping only after gaining 5 centimeters in height. Lin Chen was already not short, but now he appeared even more slender. However, it was only his height that had changed, his physique remained the same, lacking robust muscles or a healthy flush of blood. Overall, he still looked like a weak scholar, fair-skinned and slender. Only he knew the true extent of his transformation. Upon completion of this metamorphosis, he felt a moment where he believed he could pierce the heavens. With a gentle twist, he broke off a corner of the stone table under the pavilion effortlessly. The entire process felt effortless. He then pressed his palm firmly on the stone table, leaving a clearly visible palm print that went 3 inches deep. If pressed on a person, it would surely crush them to a pulp. With such terrifying physical strength, he was confident he could knock out an elephant with a single punch, let alone a tiger. As for martial arts masters, he hadn't sparred with any true experts, but against the likes of Wang Wei, he could defeat them with a snap of his fingers. The special rewards given by the system were truly meant for him to handle crises. With maxed out skills in blacksmithing and medicine, and an invincible physique, he felt relieved that the crown prince was sensible. If anyone else persisted, he wouldn't mind letting them have a taste of his power. But with such a robust physique, how will my wives handle it? After experiencing his newfound strength, Lin Chen couldn't help but worry. Having a strong physique was a good thing, but how could his delicate wives withstand his antics? Unbreakable fields? He could dig several layers of soil for them. Helplessly, Lin Chen headed to the martial arts arena to familiarize himself with his enhanced physique. This place was specially arranged by Lin Chen, spacious with various fitness equipment for running and strength training. Su Arrow, the captain of the guard, was sweating profusely as he honed his physique. Although he had achieved remarkable results in the last battle, he felt he was still lacking. If it weren't for Lin Chen's intervention, he would have been in big trouble. All because his arm strength was too weak, wasting his talents and the divine bow bestowed by Lin Chen. If only his arm strength had been stronger from the start, pulling the divine bow to its full extent, he wouldn't have needed Lin Chen's help. As a captain of the guard, he considered this a major failure. That's why, early in the morning, he caught poisonous frogs in the mountains and then came to the martial arts arena to strengthen his physique, focusing particularly on his arm strength, repeatedly lifting a specially crafted grindstone. Lin Chen arrived and witnessed the scene, then walked towards the area where the millstones were placed. These millstones varied in size. The small ones weighed just over 10 kilograms, easy to carry with one hand for strength training. The medium-sized ones weighed tens of kilograms, suitable for arm strength training and squat exercises. There were also large ones weighing 1 to 200 kilograms for weightlifting, training overall physical strength and coordination. Su Arrow was working with the large ones, aiming to challenge himself. Seeing Lin Chen approaching, he smirked and flexed his muscles to show off his strength. With a good foundation and the recent high-quality diet, Su Arrow was much stronger in terms of muscles compared to Lin Chen, who was more of a scholarly type. His muscular arms were bulging with strength. The difference between the two was like night and day. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed. In the face of this display, he calmly walked to where the millstones were placed. These millstones were specially crafted, ranging in various sizes, forming a complete set. When not in use, they were placed on a large stone platform with matching slots to secure them in place and prevent rolling. Apart from the large millstone Su Arrow was carrying to show off, there were over a dozen other millstones of different sizes. Some were just over 10 kilograms, while others, similar in size to the one Su Arrow was carrying, weighed 2 to 300 kilograms. Altogether, including the large stones used for support, the weight exceeded a ton. Even a top-notch expert would find it challenging to move them, as it required lifting rather than explosive force to destroy them. However, when Lin Chen approached, he set his sights on this set of millstones and the accompanying stone platform. Su Arrow, who was flexing his muscles, was puzzled when he saw this. He knew Lin Chen was not weak and wielded a heavy hammer with strength. But even with all that strength, facing such a massive object was beyond his capabilities. He had tried before and couldn't even budge the stone platform used to hold the millstones, let alone lift it. It had taken 2 large horses to move this massive object to its current position. Now, Lin Chen was not only considering challenging it but also including the millstones in the challenge, leaving Suero incredulous. "Do you think I can't lift it?" Lin Chen glanced at the massive object and jokingly asked Suera standing nearby. Suera chuckled and scratched his head, not giving a direct answer but implying his thoughts. "Don't blink." Lin Chen didn't argue with those who doubted him. Instead, he maintained a smile and inserted his hands under the stone platform. The hard ground yielded like tofu as his hands clasped tightly underneath. Then, with a slight step forward, the seemingly immovable stone platform began to sway like a bridge pier. Suero's eyes widened as he witnessed this scene. And this was just the beginning. As Lin Chen exerted more force, the supposedly immovable stone platform, along with the millstones on top, began to rise slowly. There was no shaking during the lifting process, as if it was effortlessly done. How is this possible? Suero's mouth hung open in disbelief. He dropped the millstone he was holding, rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he was seeing things. In the martial arts arena, the effortless lifting of such a massive object surprised even Lin Chen himself. He knew his physical strength had greatly improved, but he hadn't expected it to reach this level. Lifting over a ton of weight without any leverage points, and doing so effortlessly, posed a much greater challenge than lifting weights like a professional weightlifter. Even after raising it above his head, he felt it was quite manageable, requiring minimal effort. After some thought, Lin Chen slowly retracted one hand, using only one hand as support for the lift. It was just an experiment, but to his surprise, even with just one hand, he could steadily lift the stone platform and the accompanying millstones, requiring just a bit more effort. Rumors have it that when the young Emperor Huangtian broke through the extreme, he could lift a giant tripod weighing 100,000 caddies with one hand. "I can lift a few thousand caddies with one hand. Can I have a match with Emperor Huangtian?" Lin Chen smiled at the thought. This terrifying physique truly surprised him. "Let's not talk about Emperor Huangtian. It's just a joke. But lifting thousands of caddies with one hand, even if it's Xiangyu from ancient times, it's impossible." Although the Dalong dynasty prospered in martial arts, the outstanding individuals excelled above the rest, surpassing the ordinary, but in terms of physical strength alone, they just broke through the limits of the human body. With Lin Chen's current physique, not to mention dominating the world, he was almost there. The extra reward from the sword spirit was truly a pleasant surprise for him. "Fan Gu, is this true?" Suera's voice of disbelief came. Even after a long time, he still couldn't believe it. Lifting 1,000 caddies with one hand. This was something only heard of in legends. But now someone had achieved it, right before his eyes. Could it be fake? Lin Chen smiled and glanced at him, then effortlessly set down the large stone platform. Thud! Although the action of setting it down was already light, as it hit the ground, it still made a dull sound, indicating its weight. Gulp! Suero couldn't help but swallow nervously. This was truly terrifying. Once he confirmed that what he saw was real, he couldn't help but feel envious. If he had such a physique, coupled with his talented archery skills, he would have the courage to challenge the heroes of the world and fight anyone who dared to oppose him. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. It was impossible to have such a physique through mere training. Envious? Lin Chen saw the look on his little brother's face and chuckled, asking, Suero nodded honestly. "Do you want to be this strong too?" Lin Chen asked with a smile. Of course. Suero didn't hesitate at all. He didn't just want it, he really wanted it badly. "You're just daydreaming." Unfortunately, Lin Chen didn't hold back, causing his face to turn bitter. "No need to look so glum. Although you can't reach my level, I can help you rapidly enhance your physique, far surpassing your current self, reaching the level of a martial arts master." Just as Suero raised his head in surprise, Lin Chen offered him hope once again. "Can it really be done?" Suero became hopeful once more. "Would I lie to you?" Lin Chen replied unkindly. With his mastery of medical skills, preparing some strengthening elixirs for the physique was no problem at all. As long as he found the right ingredients, he could prepare them at any time. Hee Suero grinned with a silly scratch of his head. "You silly boy." Lin Chen shook his head speechlessly. Was he silly? Sometimes he was quite clever. Was he not silly? Sometimes he acted like a fool. However, Lin Chen didn't mind. He continued, "Rest assured, I'm not deceiving you. In a few days, you'll see for yourself. But before that, you need to prepare the mixed poison for me and coat all the golden needles I gave you with poison to truly experience it." He wouldn't be stingy with good things, but he believed in a balance of rewards and punishments. This was exactly what Suero wanted to hear. Without saying a word, he patted his chest vigorously and said, "Fan Gu, you can rest assured, I've already got all the materials back, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Well done, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, patting Su Era's shoulder encouragingly. This was a normal gesture. However, due to the sudden surge in physique, he couldn't control his strength accurately for a moment. As he patted him, Su Era stumbled, grimacing in pain, almost falling to the ground. Sorry, Lin Chen apologized upon seeing this. It's okay, I was too weak. Su Era didn't dare let his big brother apologize, so he forced a smile, blaming himself for being too weak. Lin Chen chuckled again, subconsciously preparing to pat his shoulder for encouragement, but Su Era quickly dodged in fear. Faced with this situation, Lin Chen could only helplessly retract his hand. If he were to come again, Su Era, this big man, might really be beaten to tears. Practice well, Lin Chen could only encourage verbally, leaving the unchallenging martial arts arena. Through this incident, he became even more troubled by one thing. That is, with such a strong physique, how could the other three delicate daughters-in-law, besides the martial artist Jianling, withstand it? Not exaggerating, with his current physique, even if all three of them attacked together, it wouldn't be enough for him alone. I never thought that one day I would feel troubled because my physique is too strong. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. Modern men worry that they are not good enough, unable to tame the horses at home. Every time they need to use them, they blame themselves for being inadequate, only able to shake their heads in regret while holding a bottle of wolfberries. But here, he worries that he is too strong, and his own horses cannot withstand his antics. Lin Xiong, you still calling me Lin Xiong? Leaving the martial arts arena, Lin Chen ran into Jianling, who had just woken up. Jianling subconsciously used the previous form of address, but before she could finish, Lin Chen interrupted her. Husband. Jianling's face blushed slightly, but they were already a real couple, so there was no need to be timid. That's more like it. Lin Chen finally smiled with satisfaction. Let's go, since you're up, let's have a meal together. I believe you're hungry too. The two of them changed their way of addressing each other and walked towards the dining hall, chatting and laughing. Although Jianling was naturally carefree, after becoming a wife, she restrained herself and showed gentleness, as well as affection for her husband. This made Lin Chen even more fond of her. Fortunately, he didn't give up, otherwise, such a good daughter-in-law would belong to someone else. When they arrived at the dining hall, Yi Xiao and the other three daughters-in-law were already there. When they saw Lin Chen bringing Jianling over, they greeted them with smiles. Jianling, are you feeling better after resting? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nannan also smiled, without the competitiveness often seen in wealthy households. Yes, thank you for your concern, sister. Jianling blushed slightly and replied, showing that even martial artists have tender feelings and can be shy. Let's sit down quickly, the food has just been served hot. You should eat more today. Yi Xiao, as the eldest sister, took on the responsibility of welcoming the new member of the family, Jianling, and made her feel at ease. Jianling thanked her and sat next to Yi Xiao, and the whole family enjoyed the meal together. Lin Chen sat at the head of the table, smiling as he looked at the heart-warming scene before him, feeling a wave of happiness in his heart. Such a life is what many men dream of. Unfortunately, most men can only dream about it, and some don't even dare to dream. But Lin Chen has achieved it now. And this is just the beginning. Better days are still ahead. Let's eat. Lin Chen smiled, picked up his chopsticks, and started this happy family feast. While Lin Chen was happy here, the Sword God Villa was not so fortunate. Or rather, Jianling's father, Sword Tianfeng, was unable to be happy at this time. His daughter, who was supposed to be married, had run away, and the prospective son-in-law had come to establish a relationship, but they couldn't even get in touch. Rest assured, young master, no matter what, the marriage between our two families will not be cancelled. Sword Tianfeng suppressed his anger towards his daughter and comforted the young man in front of him. This young man had starry eyebrows and eyes, dressed extremely gorgeously, quite handsome, and exuded a scholarly aura. In modern terms, he was a perfect appa. This young man was none other than the crown prince who had set his sights on Jianling and wanted to marry her. Upon hearing Sword Tianfeng's words, he smiled and nodded. Uncle Tianfeng, you don't need to worry. I trust you, and as for Linger, please don't blame her too much. After all, our marriage was indeed rushed, and she couldn't adapt to it for a while, which is understandable. Young master is indeed magnanimous. It is my daughter's good fortune to have your favor. Sword Tianfeng also smiled and praised the crown prince in front of him. Meeting a unique woman like Linger is also my luck. The crown prince appeared humble, but his slightly smug gaze betrayed his inner thoughts. Just as the two were chatting happily, a disciple from the Divine Sword Villa rushed in. Master, urgent news. The disciple burst out. Sword Tianfeng, originally with a stern face ready to get angry, had a sudden change in expression upon hearing these words. In the Divine Sword Villa, anything referred to as urgent news could not be trivial. Uncle Tianfeng, should I excuse myself for now? The wise prince beside him, with a slight flicker in his eyes, spoke up. Sword Tianfeng hesitated for a moment and shook his head. You are not an outsider, no need to excuse yourself. This made the wise prince very pleased, revealing a hint of a knowing smile. Speak, what is the urgent news? Sword Tianfeng asked the disciple who came to report. The hesitant disciple glanced at the wise prince before gritting his teeth and reporting, urgent news from Tianfeng County stronghold. The young lady has appeared in the Tianfeng County and, moreover, 3 days ago, she got married to a man. Boom! Upon hearing the initial report, Sword Tianfeng and the wise prince both showed smiles, finally finding the sword spirit who left in anger. But when they heard the rest of the words, they were all shocked to the core. What did you say? Sword Tianfeng stood up abruptly. What did the young lady do in Tianfeng County? Miss. The reporting disciple struggled to swallow his saliva, finding it difficult to speak clearly. Speak quickly. What happened? Sword Tianfeng's hair stood on end, like a fierce tiger about to pounce on its prey. Faced with the pressure from the master, he could only continue reporting with a stiff upper lip. The young lady, 3 days ago, in Tianfeng County, got married to a man. Rebellious girl. Bang! Sword Tianfeng slammed the small table next to him, shattering it into pieces. The wise prince beside him remained silent, but his expression was terribly grim at that moment. Is this information true? After a while, the wise prince finally looked directly at the reporting disciple and spoke the first words. Absolutely true. The reporting disciple answered with his head down, clearly recognizing the identity of the wise prince. Prince, I will personally handle this matter. I will not let you be embarrassed. Sword Tianfeng was truly furious, never expecting his daughter to be so bold, knowing that the wise prince was to be engaged and still daring to marry someone else privately. This was not just defying parental orders but also a slap in the face to the wise prince's residence. This was not good. It could lead to a major incident. Uncle Tianfeng, I want to handle this matter personally, and I also want to see what kind of extraordinary man is worth Linger's unwavering commitment. The wise prince intercepted the enraged Sword Tianfeng, calmly making a request without showing any emotion on his face. It was said to be a request, but in reality, it was a command. Sword Tianfeng opened his mouth to say something. After all, no matter how rebellious the sword spirit was, she was still his daughter, and he still cared for her. Forcing her was just a last resort. He was naturally angry at sword spirit's behavior, but he didn't want any trouble either. But the wise prince had been cuckolded. Could he refuse the other party's request now? Despite appearing calm now, one misstep would definitely lead to a storm. The wise prince did indeed command, just saying one sentence, then left. Along with him leaving the Divine Sword Villa, there was also his personal guard as the prince. Sword Tianfeng stood at a high point in the Divine Sword Villa. Watching this scene, he could only sigh helplessly. Look at the mess you've made. If anything happens to Linger, you, this incompetent master, better abdicate and let the wise one take over. The old man with the sword appeared out of nowhere, looking coldly at Sword Tianfeng. Sword Tianfeng was speechless. On the other side, Lin Chen had no idea that big trouble was about to knock on his door, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, when he decided to marry Sword Spirit, he had already thought about this. Before, he didn't panic without any new rewards, but now with sharper abilities, he is even more composed. If needed, he could just eliminate his rivals and run away. Besides the Dalong dynasty, there are several other similar dynasties outside, where his abilities would definitely be appreciated. Anyway, he should eat and drink, and play some adult games with his wives when free. As expected, the 3 delicate wives couldn't withstand his advances. Only the sword spirit could barely resist. But it was just a temporary defense. If this continued, even the sword spirit wouldn't be able to hold on. Shao, how is the medicine you bought coming along? Lin Chen, feeling a bit frustrated from not being able to fully enjoy himself for several days, asked Wang Shao. Since his wives were weak and couldn't endure, the only solution was to strengthen their bodies. The strengthening potion promised to Su Er, who earlier had to be prepared soon. Wang Shao was quite efficient, collecting almost everything in just a few days. He nodded and said, Fangu, I've almost collected everything. The remaining 2 ingredients will be delivered by Zhuan Gue today. Good, once you have everything, bring it to me immediately. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Okay, understood, Wang Shao quickly agreed. After sending Wang Shao to gather the ingredients, Lin Chen prepared to find Su Erhu to check on the progress of the mixed poison and whether the needles had been poisoned. But before he could find Su Erhu, the old steward Hebo hurriedly found him. Master, a group of people has arrived outside the gate, saying they want to see you, the old steward said anxiously, lacking his usual calm demeanor. Who are they? Lin Chen frowned. I don't know. The old steward shook his head, panting, but they injured the gatekeeper as soon as they arrived. They seem hostile. Hostile? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes at the words, already having a rough idea in his mind. It had been almost a week, and it seemed like they were about to come knocking. These past few days had been busy, making up for the leave taken earlier. Thank you for your support. Outside the manor, the visitors were none other than the wise prince. He was riding a tall horse, surrounded by a group of armored guards, exuding an imposing aura. According to the usual routine, the guards would surround the manor. However, the manor was too large for his guards to encircle. Due to this, they resorted to injuring the gatekeeper to show their dominance and exert pressure. Seeing the gatekeeper bleeding, Lin Chen's expression darkened slightly. The gatekeeper was an honest and diligent old man, responsible for his duties without any negligence due to his age, always very amiable in his interactions. Lin Chen respected such an old man and had given him many privileges. But now, he had been beaten to the point of bleeding. Initially, he thought it was just a minor scuffle, considering it was an elderly person facing the prince. However, he didn't expect the prince to be so ruthless. Erhu, help Fu Bo down, I will personally treat him later. Lin Chen coldly glanced at the visitors and instructed Su Erhu beside him. Yes. Su Erhu acknowledged and was about to help the gatekeeper up from the ground. But before he could act, a burly guard on horseback shouted angrily, "How dare you? In front of His Highness, you commoners dare not kneel and greet? His Highness? I only see a group of ruffians. Where does this His Highness come from?" Lin Chen mocked, showing no fear despite the reprimand. "Erhu, carry out your orders," Lin Chen retorted sarcastically and ignored the situation, allowing Su Erhu to continue his task. In Su Erhu's world, Lin Chen was like a god, so when he gave another order, he didn't even spare a glance at the other person, striding forward to help the gatekeeper up. The scolding guard, ready to draw his sword, was stopped by the wise king's son. He had come here to deal with the troublemakers who dared to snatch his woman. Other irrelevant characters were not worth his time, only serving to highlight their pettiness. "Are you the one who married Linger?" The wise king's son stopped the guard and asked Lin Chen coldly. "Yes, Linger and I are in love. We got married a few days ago." Lin Chen met his gaze without backing down. "Do you know who Linger belongs to, and if you have the right to marry her?" The wise king's son's eyes grew colder, a sense of killing intent filling the air. The guards surrounding them had their swords halfway out of their sheaths, ready to strike down anyone who dared to provoke their master. Faced with this situation, Lin Chen smiled instead of backing down. "Your question is quite strange. Linger is naturally my woman, and by the way, this so-called prince, let me warn you, Linger's intimate name is not for you to call." The oppressive atmosphere did not make him flinch, but instead, he turned the tables with a warning. "Linger's name is not for you to call." When the wise king's son heard this, he could no longer contain himself. "Ha ha, a mere ant dares to warn this prince? What a joke, it's simply ridiculous. Who exactly are you, to have such courage?" The wise king's son laughed heartily, then stared coldly at Lin Chen, questioning him word by word. The guards beside him had all drawn their swords, the chilling gleam reflecting the fierce sunlight, sending shivers down one's spine. Even the experienced butler He Bo couldn't help trembling at this moment, trying hard not to weaken his master's aura, gritting his teeth to hold himself together. But Lin Chen, bearing the most pressure, remained unfazed, as if he were blind. "No one gave me courage, I just said what I should have said." Under countless pressures, Lin Chen spoke again, just as calmly as before. "Very well." The wise king's son looked at Lin Chen's expressionless face and coldly waved his hand. "Seize this ant for me, let him learn what should and should not be said." "Yes, sir." The guards responded in unison, preparing to take down Lin Chen, only to be interrupted by a sharp command. "Who dares?" The one who interrupted was the sword spirit, who floated in front of Lin Chen with her sword, the demigod longsword forged by Lin Chen already drawn. "Linger." Seeing the main character intervene, the wise king's son once again stopped his guards. "Only my husband and elders at home can call me Linger, please show some respect, Your Highness." The sword spirit corrected coldly, her words echoing Lin Chen's astonishingly. The wise king's son felt a sharp pang in his heart, his face contorting slightly. Lin Chen's words made him feel ridiculous, but the sword spirit's words made him feel even worse, almost unbearable, making it hard to maintain his composure. He truly liked the sword spirit, otherwise, after being explicitly rejected, he wouldn't have used his family's connections to forcibly keep her by his side. As the dignified wise king's son, such actions would be laughable. But even in this state, he persisted, showing that his feelings were genuine. But now, the woman he liked stood in front of another man, telling him to show restraint. "Linger, Your Highness, please call me by my full name. And we are truly not suitable for each other. I am already married now, I hope your highness will not bother me again in the future." The wise king's son wanted to say something, but was once again ruthlessly interrupted by the sword spirit. At this moment, the sword spirit's simple idea was to shift the pressure from the wise king's son onto herself. No matter what, she is still the daughter of the divine sword Villa, with a powerful backing. But would Lin Chen just stand by and watch? Letting his own wife come out to face the pressure, Lin Chen, whether now or in the future, would never allow it. At this moment, the words of the wise king's crown prince also came. "Lin Chen, are you just going to hide behind a woman, being a spineless waste?" The wise king's crown prince targeted Lin Chen instead of the sword spirit. On his way here, he had already had people investigate and learned about Lin Chen's background. Being able to live in the current manner was all thanks to the sword spirit, otherwise, he would still be in the mountains. Such a waste. Not to mention he is the wise king's crown prince, even an ordinary nobleman could easily manipulate him. As long as Lin Chen is disposed of, the sword spirit will naturally change her mind. "You, let me handle this." The sword spirit wanted to continue facing the pressure, but Lin Chen gently led her behind him. The sword spirit opened her mouth to say something, but seeing Lin Chen's resolute expression, she quieted down. He was the man she had chosen, and she naturally trusted her own judgment. Lin Chen smiled gently and then looked directly at the wise king's crown prince, his rival. "You said I'm a waste? Then draw a line today, and I'll accept the challenge." The crown prince's status was naturally lofty. It was no exaggeration to say that there were only a few in the entire Great Long Dynasty. But trying to intimidate Lin Chen with this status was impossible. The sword spirit was his wife, and anyone who dared to lay a finger on her would have that finger chopped off. "Your Highness, leave it to me to handle, I will make sure you are satisfied." A guard stepped forward, the captain of the guard, with a sturdy build and a strong aura, clearly not a simple character. But that was to be expected. To serve as the captain of a crown prince's guard, one must have the ability to do so. "No, this matter will be personally handled by this crown prince." Faced with this offer, the wise king's crown prince refused, intending to resolve it himself. "As you command." The captain of the guard respectfully withdrew. The sword spirit once said she wanted a partner with extraordinary martial arts skills. "Since you have been chosen, I believe your martial arts are not low. Let's not waste time and have a duel today." The wise king's crown prince dismissed his guard and looked indifferently at Lin Chen. "Duel with me?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the words. With his current strength capable of exerting tremendous force, someone actually dared to challenge him. Was this seeking death? But the sword spirit seemed to know something and interjected, "Husband, don't duel with him. Although his skills are only second-rate, he has mastered the royal family's ultimate techniques. Even against a top-notch expert, he can come out unscathed, let alone a second-rate one, who is no match for him." The Great Long Dynasty was built on martial arts, naturally possessing the highest level of martial arts techniques. The founding emperor of the Great Long Dynasty was a martial arts genius, capable of single-handedly facing thousands of troops. He led the Divine Dragon Army and overthrew the previous dynasty's rule, establishing the current Great Long Dynasty. As a direct descendant of the royal family, the wise king's crown prince was entitled to learn these ultimate techniques. Although his skills were not profound, they far surpassed those of ordinary martial artists. He dared not claim to be top tier, but he could easily crush those of second-rate caliber. "What's wrong? Aren't you the one who asked me to draw a line? Now that I have, are you afraid to accept?" The wise king's crown prince sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. If Lin Chen had been a coward, always hiding behind the sword spirit, it might have been troublesome to deal with. But daring to be so audacious, arrogantly challenging him, was simply seeking destruction. One thing the sword spirit had not mentioned was that Lin Chen's current level of skill had reached the peak of second-rate, making even an ordinary top-tier expert no match for him. Lin Chen, a rural commoner, if he dared to duel with him, he could easily defeat him with a single punch. "Husband, don't accept." The sword spirit shook her head again in warning. But Lin Chen did not heed her advice, smiled gently, and walked out slowly. "Your challenge has been accepted, but are you going to face me alone or with your men?" Lin Chen remained calm, appearing like a frog at the bottom of a well who didn't know the vastness of the sky and earth. "Dealing with you, this prince alone is enough." The wise prince replied with a condescending tone, then dismounted and walked forward. At this moment, the sword spirit wanted to intervene but could only pray that Lin Chen could hold on, at least for a while, so she would have an excuse to get involved. "Don't worry, your man is quite a handsome guy who can fight tigers." Lin Chen, seemingly oblivious to pressure, even had the leisure to turn back and tease his wife. "Be careful." Seeing this, the sword spirit didn't say more, just nodded and reminded him to be cautious. I will." Lin Chen smiled and nodded in response, naturally happy about his wife's concern. While he was enjoying himself, The wise prince on the other side felt like he had eaten shit again, his face as dark as charcoal. I will crush your bones bit by bit, then trample them into minced meat. Feed them to the wild dogs at the mass grave. The wise prince said viciously, his anger reaching its peak, unable to maintain his composure any longer. "Ha, I look forward to it." Lin Chan responded with a smile. This light-hearted reply further fueled the wise prince's rage. "You are asking for death." The infuriated wise prince couldn't hold back anymore, stomped the ground fiercely, leaped towards Lin Chen with unstoppable force. His hand turned into a claw, like the claw of a dragon, fiercely aiming for Lin Chen's skull. This was the royal family's ultimate skill, Dragon Claw Hand, cultivated to the extreme, capable of crushing everything in the world. If it landed solidly, the skull would definitely be cracked open. It was a ruthless and ultimate skill, showing how truly angry the wise prince was. This guy is finished, daring to provoke the prince, he will surely die a miserable death on the spot today. The guards watching couldn't help but smile, feeling that there would be no surprises. However, the sword spirit was worried, her hand gripping the sword hilt so tightly that veins popped up, but she didn't notice, her gaze fixed on the scene. Regardless, if Lin Chen couldn't hold on, she would intervene no matter what. Even if it meant death, she would die with Lin Chen. Not bad. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen's light-hearted words were spoken. Then, to the unbelieving eyes of the wise prince, he casually raised a hand and grabbed the Dragon Claw Hand, capable of crushing everything, in a reversal. The whole process seemed like he was deliberately offering it. How is this possible? The wise prince stared wide-eyed, completely unable to believe what was happening before him. Even the renowned experts in the martial world might not be able to withstand his royal family's ultimate skill, let alone do so casually. But now, this ant he looked down upon was resisting him so effortlessly. How could he believe it? Is that all? Lin Chen seemed to not understand, and then delivered a killing blow. "You're asking for death." Faced with this murderous statement, the wise prince was once again provoked, his pupils turning red with blood rushing to his head. With this kind of rage, he forcefully broke free from Lin Chen's restraint. Lin Chen didn't hold on, as he also wanted to see how powerful the true masters of this world were and to confirm the extent of his own strength. The blood-rushing wise prince indeed became more powerful, continuously displaying the royal family's ultimate skills. Dust rose in the arena. The blue stone slabs on the ground cracked one by one, unable to withstand the opponent's power. This terrifying strength even made the sword spirit, a second-rate expert, change her expression, knowing that if she stepped in, she would be defeated instantly. However, despite this, Lin Chen, as the one facing the attack, remained unfazed. The terrifying ultimate skills displayed by the opponent were neutralized by Lin Chen with simple moves every time, allowing the relentless attacks to be withstood like Mount Tai, unmoved. It was the valiant prince who appeared fierce but ended up panting heavily. "With such mediocre skills, you still think you're worthy of being Linger's companion? Are you even qualified?" With just one hand, Lin Chen could easily parry, shaking his head disdainfully. The formidable opponent in front of him indeed left him disappointed. "You." The valiant prince, already worked up, couldn't bear the blatant disdain and ended up spitting blood on the spot. Lin Chen hadn't even touched him, yet the opponent was defeated on his own. This defeat was utterly pitiful. "Your Highness." The guards, witnessing this scene, immediately surrounded Lin Chen, their long knives gleaming coldly, glaring fiercely at him. The situation became tense in an instant. The valiant prince was defeated. The situation grew even more intense. These guards were all elite soldiers specially trained by the royal family. No exaggeration. Even skilled individuals from the martial world wouldn't last long against them. Factions like the Sisui gang could easily be crushed by them. However, Lin Chen was fearless and even looked forward to facing the opponent. The skirmish with the valiant prince just now was merely a warm-up, he was itching for a real fight. But this was halted. "Stop." It was the valiant prince who stopped them, taking a deep breath and pushing away the guards' support. "As you command." These guards were specially trained to obey their master without question. Upon hearing his command, they all stopped their actions and sheathed their knives, stepping aside. However, their gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen, ready to strike at a moment's notice if ordered by their master. "I keep my word. Since I lost to you today, let's consider this matter settled." The valiant prince's expression was cold, but he chose not to go back on his word. Since they had agreed to resolve the issue through combat, with the outcome decided, it was settled. Continuing would only bring shame to the prince's household. "I concede." Lin Chen chuckled and gestured with his hand. "Humph, do as you wish." The valiant prince gave Lin Chen a deep look, then glanced sorrowfully at the sword spirit before mounting his horse with the assistance of the guards and leading his troops away. As they left the estate grounds, The valiant prince's expression could no longer contain his anger, contorting into a grimace. Lude, contact the leader of the White Lotus sect. I don't want to see this person in the world again. The valiant prince's expression twisted as he sternly ordered the captain of the guards beside him. Yes, your highness. Seeing the situation, the guard captain immediately complied, swiftly retrieving a carrier pigeon and starting to write a letter. Flap, flap, in no time, a snow-white carrier pigeon spread its wings and flew into the sky. Outside the estate gates, no one was aware of this situation. However, the sword spirit, knowing the opponent's nature, reminded, husband, the valiant prince may seem trustworthy, but he's actually a hypocrite, arrogant and self-serving. We need to be cautious in the future. I'll be careful. Lin Chen watched the path the opponent took as they left, briefly considering silencing them. However, given the opponent's status, unlike Wang Wei and others, if something happened to them, the royal family of Dalong would not rest until they found the culprit. Anyone suspected would face the royal family's reckoning. Compared to the entire royal family of Dalong, dealing with a prince was much easier. Regardless of the opponent's underhanded tactics, Lin Chen was prepared to face them head-on. Once the storm passed, if the opponent tried anything again, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. Husband, are you all right? At this moment, the other three wives rushed out, looking at Lin Chen with concern. Concerned about a direct conflict with the valiant prince that could harm the delicate wives, Lin Chen had instructed Wang Erxia to stop the wives and maidservants from coming out when he went out. Actually, Jian Ling was also stopped, but with martial arts skills, how could an ordinary person stop him? He easily broke through the obstruction. However, the other three daughters-in-law couldn't do the same. They could only worry inside the house until the crisis was resolved, then they could come out, each one extremely worried. Seeing the tearful daughters-in-law, Lin Chen hurriedly comforted them. Don't worry, you have a powerful husband, just a small matter, easily handled. What could go wrong? The three daughters-in-law were checked by Lin Chen from top to bottom, confirmed they were really fine, then they breathed a sigh of relief. This is all my fault. Jian Ling spoke guiltily. Yi Xiaorou and the other daughters-in-law were still worried, but upon hearing Jian Ling's words, they all said in unison, Linger, it's not your fault, we are all family, there's nothing to blame. Yes, didn't you hear what your husband just said? He's powerful, with him protecting us, nothing will happen, don't say that again in the future. Wang Nannan, lively in nature, went forward with a smile to reassure. Thank you, everyone. Jian Ling was very touched by their words. Alright, let's not stand outside anymore, let's go back inside and talk. Lin Chen smiled and said. Naturally, no one objected, they all went back to the manor chatting. After comforting the daughters-in-law, Lin Chen went to the room of the gatekeeper. Su Era was taking care of him, and when he saw Lin Chen coming, he quickly stood up and asked about the situation outside. We'll talk about it later. Lin Chen didn't reply, waved his hand, and went to the bedside of the gatekeeper. Fubo, are you feeling better? Lin Chen asked with concern. Fubo had already breathed a sigh of relief, looked much better, and respectfully replied, Thank you for your concern, sir, I'm much better, are you alright? Don't worry, the situation has been resolved. Lin Chen smiled reassuringly, not wanting the old man to worry about anything. That's good, that's good. Fubo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, very grateful to Lin Chen. There's some blood stasis in your body, I'll have someone make a decoction for you later, make sure to drink it all. Lin Chen glanced and roughly assessed Fubo's condition, instructing him. Thank you for your concern, sir. Fubo thanked him emotionally. You were injured because of me, it should be this way, no need to thank me, rest well. Lin Chen shook his head, gave a few more instructions, then left the room. Su Era followed him out, having received a signal from his elder brother just now. Arrow, as quickly as possible, poison all the golden needles, and the armor-piercing arrows I've been making for you these days, don't be polite, poison them all. Lin Chen ordered coldly, he had seen the malicious intent in the eyes of the crown prince when he left, even without Jian Ling's reminder, he knew the other party wouldn't give up. But whoever dared to cause trouble for him, would have to face the consequences. Storm Pear Blossom Needles. He not only equipped himself and his two younger brothers with them, but also all his daughters-in-law. It would be better if the other party didn't come. If they did, they shouldn't expect to leave again. Yes, brother Fan. Su Arrow had never seen his elder brother so serious, and immediately nodded solemnly in agreement. Go, try to get it done today. Lin Chen nodded slightly and didn't say much more. Su Arrow responded again and quickly left to carry out the task. It seems that I need to speed up the training of the people around me, otherwise, I may not be afraid of trouble myself, but it would be difficult to guard against if those around me are targeted. Lin Chen took a deep breath, realizing the current shortcomings. However, it wasn't a big deal. With his advanced medical skills, he could prepare enough strengthening potions to overcome his own weaknesses, and even support his backbone. Thinking of this, Lin Chen called Wang Erxiu and asked him to bring the second shopkeeper over. In a remote town, the streets were bustling with people, and there were many vendors along the way calling out their wares. This is a very common small town, and no one would have expected that it was actually the main altar of the White Lotus sect. As the leader of the White Lotus sect, the sect master naturally resided in this main altar. Today, the sect master of the White Lotus sect was sharpening his knife, intending to wipe out a convoy from the Tyrant Blade Manor as revenge. In the face of the Tyrant Blade Manor's counterattacks in recent days, the White Lotus sect had suffered heavy losses, with many branches being uprooted and losing many skilled members. Even a branch master had been personally dealt with by the Sword King. The sight of the bodies was truly gruesome, the losses were unbearable. How could the White Lotus sect endure such losses? Just as he was about to make arrangements, a messenger pigeon fluttered down beside him. This was a special messenger pigeon that could fly high and fast, but such a valuable asset was difficult to cultivate, worth a fortune, and had a short lifespan, making it almost impossible to use. The sect master of the White Lotus sect was well aware of this, and upon seeing the messenger pigeon, his expression changed instantly. He dismissed all his subordinates before solemnly retrieving the letter attached to the pigeon's leg. After reading the letter, he quickly summoned his most trusted confidant. Without delay, the confidant gathered a team of elite members from the main altar and hastily left the town. On the other side, under Lin Chen's command, the second shopkeeper hurried to the manor at top speed. Learning that Lin Chen had married the young lady of the house, he held Lin Chen in even higher regard, showing utmost respect. Master Lin, I have brought all the medicinal herbs you need, and I have prepared an extra set of each. The second shopkeeper reported respectfully. Well done, Lin Chen nodded in encouragement. It had to be said that having someone who knew how to handle things was beneficial. This is what I should do. The second shopkeeper's attitude became even more humble, placing himself in a subordinate position. But that was normal. Lin Chen was now the son-in-law of the Divine Sword Manor, with the revered sword master as his backer, and even staunch supporters. It was possible that the Divine Sword Manor would be led by Lin Chen in the future. With Lin Chen's status as a divine craftsman, the likelihood was high, and he would have many supporters. The medicinal herbs are all good, but not enough. Go back and intensify your efforts to purchase more. The more, the better. Deduct the expenses directly from the payment, and if you do well, I will reward you with a stroke of luck. Lin Chen inspected the medicinal herbs brought by the other party and nodded in satisfaction. However, these were not enough. He not only needed to concoct potions to strengthen the physique but also to refine elixirs to enhance his power. The sword spirit daughter-in-law was a martial arts genius, and he needed to focus on her training to cultivate a female warrior. When the time came, if trouble came looking for him, he could just send his wife to deal with it. It was amusing to think about. Without thinking too much, the second shopkeeper nodded in agreement to the new instructions. Master Lin, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. The second shopkeeper promised earnestly. I believe in your abilities, Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. Soon, the second shopkeeper left with the new instructions to begin his journey to find the medicinal herbs. Although he was originally a weapons dealer, he now seemed more like a herbalist. However, if he did well, Lin Chen would indeed reward him. But that was a story for another time. For now, Lin Chen had the medicinal herbs and began preparing the potions to strengthen the physique. After allocating the herbs, Lin Chen called for his servants to take them downstairs to brew, along with preparing hot water for bathing. The maids who stayed behind were all very diligent. Upon receiving the master's instructions, they immediately went downstairs to start working, supervised by the steward. With everything arranged, Lin Chen gathered his wives. The potions to strengthen the physique will be ready soon. Are you all prepared? Lin Chen looked at his 4 wives, each with her own unique qualities, and asked. We are ready. The wives had obviously already been informed of the matter and now responded firmly. The body became stronger, not only to better protect oneself, relieving the husband from worry, but also to address the current physical weakness and take good care of the husband. During this time, although Lin Chen didn't say anything, the inability to take care of her husband properly made them feel extremely guilty, self-blaming every night. Moreover, they all wanted to have Lin Chen's child. How could they withstand the attacks without it? Husband, will soaking in this medicinal solution really be very painful? Wang Nannan had been afraid of pain since she was a child and couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen smiled and said, it will definitely be a bit painful, but you don't need to worry. I will personally look after you all, and if there are any issues, I will handle them immediately. Will the husband watch us soak? The wives couldn't help but blush because soaking in the medicinal solution required them to undress. If he kept watching from the side, just the thought made their faces flush. What? We're an old married couple, are you still shy? Lin Chen chuckled at this sight, pretending to be flirtatious. The wives didn't reply, but their flushed cheeks indicated everything. Initially, Lin Chen didn't think much of it, he was genuinely just protecting his wives. However, seeing this situation, he suddenly had some ideas. Soaking in the medicinal solution would be painful. What if they engaged in some pleasurable activities during this process? Pain and joy. Would this be like experiencing both extremes? With this thought, Lin Chen became even more eager. Another 4 updates today, thank you for your support. The carefully selected servants in the manor were very efficient in their work. In no time, not only was the medicinal solution fully brewed, but several large buckets of hot water were also ready and placed in the extra-large bathroom in the inner courtyard. With Lin Chen's current physique, there was no need for any further enhancement with medicinal solutions. This level of medicinal solution was no longer useful to him. However, he was the first to arrive. Looking at the 4 large wooden tubs in the oversized bathroom, a hint of a knowing smile appeared on his lips. Before long, the 4 wives also changed into cool robes and arrived. When they saw the huge wooden tubs and Lin Chen standing there smiling, their cheeks all showed a tempting blush. Husband, do you really have to watch us soak in the medicinal solution here? The 4 wives were a bit hesitant, although they had been open with each other for a long time. The idea of being watched while bathing made them feel embarrassed. Of course, Lin Chen said seriously, although soaking in the medicinal solution is not dangerous, there may be adverse reactions due to individual constitution, and the process can be painful. As a husband who loves you deeply, I naturally have to be attentive in relieving your pain. Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, the wives blushed even more. It sounded strange when he said it, even though it was meant to reassure them. Don't worry. With the husband here watching, there will be absolutely no problem. Lin Chen reassured them once again, then widened his eyes to signal the wives to undress. The hot water in the large wooden tubs had already been mixed with a specific amount of medicinal solution, emitting a strong herbal scent. The 4 wives looked at the large wooden tubs, gently bit their lips, and immediately began to untie the ribbons on their waists. The following scene is not suitable for children. The sound of splashing water echoed as the beauties were submerged in the medicinal solution in the wooden tubs, leaving only their heads above the surface. Initially, the effects of the medicine had not yet taken hold, but as the scalding hot water opened their pores, the potent medicinal properties in the solution began to penetrate their bodies. Ah! The sudden pain caught the 4 wives off guard, making them scream in agony. Seeing their painful expressions, Lin Chen naturally felt very distressed. Without a second thought, he removed his defenses and one by one entered the wooden tubs to help relieve the pain for his wives. The process was too complex to describe in words. 10,000 words omitted here. The sun sets in the west. The sounds of pain inside the large bathhouse didn't stop until dusk. Half an hour later, Lin Chen adjusted his belt with both hands and whistled as he walked out. The 4 daughters-in-law were all dressed neatly. The enhancement of the medicine this time had greatly improved them, but the hot water might have been too hot as their faces were very red. Xiao Cheng, is the dinner arranged? Did the preparations I asked for get done? Lin Chen asked Xiao Cheng, the personal maid waiting outside. Jian Ling was now Lin Chen's daughter-in-law, and this personal maid who had been raised since childhood naturally became the head of the inner courtyard. Apart from Lin Chen and the daughters-in-law, she held great power in the manor. Even the old steward, He Bo, couldn't control this personal maid. The dinner has been arranged, sir. Various meats you asked for have been stewed in the kitchen, Xiao Cheng answered respectfully, her face slightly red, bowing her head. For some reason, her face often turned red. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, not delving into the matter. Well done, he encouraged, leading the daughters-in-law, who had been strengthened, to the dining room to start eating. Today, due to special preparations, there were not only the usual home-cooked dishes but also many hearty meat dishes. Some of them were game meat, very nourishing. In the past, the daughters-in-law didn't like such greasy dishes much, but with such good figures, there must be a reason. However, today, when they saw the table full of meat, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, showing a great appetite. This puzzled them, not knowing what was going on. Only Lin Chen knew that after their bodies were strengthened, all their bodily functions had been enhanced, and their energy intake needs had also greatly increased. In the martial world, some body training experts could even eat a whole calf in a day. Let's eat. I believe you must be hungry. Don't miss out on the delicacies specially prepared for you today. Lin Chen smiled and sat at the head of the table, urging the daughters-in-law, who were already salivating, to eat. They were indeed hungry and didn't show any restraint, sitting at their respective places and starting to eat. Lin Chen was also tired, feeling a bit hungry at the moment, so he picked up a fragrant leg of lamb and started eating. There was also wine soaked with tiger bones, which he gulped down half a caddy in one go. After a hearty meal, everyone went to bed early. The next morning, Lin Chen took the 4 daughters-in-law to the martial arts field specially designed for physical training. Su Arrow, a regular there, was absent as he was working overtime, tempering all the guys who needed to be poisoned. Linger, how much weight could you lift with your arm strength before? How heavy can you lift with just your physical strength? Lin Chen asked Jianling as they arrived at the martial arts field. Jianling replied, without using internal force, I can lift 300 caddies with both arms and over 100 caddies with one arm. Very good, Lin Chen nodded and praised her. Jianling was not like those martial artists who focused on external skills, and being naturally weak as a woman, having such physical strength was already impressive. It's okay, Jianling modestly smiled, but from the narrowed eyes, it was clear that she was also satisfied with her physical condition. Go try again, Lin Chen didn't say much but pointed to the largest millstone. Yesterday, he had arranged for a new batch of millstones to be brought in. The largest one weighed 500 caddies. This weight was difficult to lift, let alone without using a fulcrum. Directly lifting it was beyond imagination. Jianling, as a martial artist, had good eyesight. At a glance, she could see that this millstone exceeded her lifting limit. Husband, this millstone should weigh around 500 caddies, I can't lift it. They were already a married couple, so Jianling had no qualms about speaking her mind. Give it a try first, maybe you can lift it now, Lin Chen said with a smile. Jianling nodded slightly without saying more, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to grab the largest millstone. At first, she felt it was difficult to budge, as it was beyond her physical strength. But when she exerted force, she found it not as hard to lift as she had imagined. To her surprise, she managed to lift the 500 caddies heavy millstone. Although it was a bit of a struggle, she did it. Previously, she could only lift a millstone of just over 300 caddies with her arm strength. But now, she exceeded that by nearly 200 caddies. This increase might not seem exaggerated, just 100 or 200 caddies. However, through the specialized force techniques of martial artists and internal energy, this improvement was truly unimaginable. If she was considered a second-rate expert before, now she could fully unleash the strength of a top second-rate expert. Is it from the strengthening potion yesterday? Jianling widened her eyes slightly, thinking of something, and looked over at her smiling husband, Lin Chen. Lin Chen, with a brilliant smile, thought the strengthening potion had unexpectedly good effects. The full-level medical skill rewarded by the system was even more terrifying than he had imagined. With such a powerful formula, he could definitely create a group of formidable female warriors in the future. They would be true warriors who could accompany him in conquering all directions. The thought of it was beautiful. Husband, the potion you concocted is really too powerful, isn't it? Jianling had already put down the millstone, but she was still filled with amazement. Just one soak had increased her physical strength so much. If she did it a few more times, wouldn't she become invincible? It's not that exaggerated, the good effects only happen during the first soak, it will gradually diminish in the future. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. The strengthening potion he concocted was indeed impressive, but such a significant improvement only occurred during the first soak, and it would gradually decrease afterward. To reach a super high level, it would require continuous soaking for a long time. As for the level he was at now, no amount of soaking would make a difference. Even so, it's still amazing. I've never heard of such a powerful physical strengthening potion in all my life. Even the legendary holy medicine of the White Lotus sect pales in comparison, Jianling sighed, looking at her husband, Lin Chen, with admiration. She used to think Lin Chen was only skilled in blacksmithing, possessing exceptional forging skills. But now, she realized Lin Chen was not only incredibly strong but also effortlessly subdued the talented young prince. Now, concocting potions for them, the effects were equally powerful. The abilities he displayed time and time again were truly a boundless treasure trove. At this moment, she was grateful for her choice, finding the best partner in the world. Compared to Lin Chen, the young prince was nothing. Apart from being born lucky, he was utterly useless. Husband, since we also soaked in the potion, can we, like Linger, have our physical strength greatly enhanced? The other 3 daughters-in-law, who had also soaked in the potion yesterday, overheard their conversation and eagerly asked, "Why don't you try it and find out?" Lin Chen didn't answer but just smiled and let them try for themselves. Okay. The 3 daughters-in-law naturally wouldn't refuse and walked to the side of the millstone with anticipation. The millstones here were all matched, ranging from heavy to light, neatly arranged. With their physique, in the past, they struggled to lift a 20-caddy millstone, otherwise, they wouldn't have been criticized before. When they picked up the millstone that they couldn't lift before, it was effortlessly raised above their heads. Then came the 50 kilograms. equally without much pressure. It wasn't until they lifted 100 kilograms that they struggled a bit. Compared to the sword spirits with martial arts backgrounds, their improvement wasn't as significant, but it still increased their strength by several tens of kilograms. In terms of proportion, they could be said to have improved even more than the sword spirits. Are we this strong now? Looking at the 100-kilogram millstone being lifted, they were momentarily stunned. This is just the beginning. From now on, soak yourselves daily, and your physique will become even stronger. Lin Chen smiled and corrected, indicating that this was just the beginning. Will my husband personally oversee each soaking session in the future? Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao asked somewhat shyly, and the other three wives also looked over. Lin Chen replied without hesitation, naturally, in matters like this, even if it's done many times, one must not slack off. Hearing this, the faces of the four wives blushed. If they had heard this for the first time, they would have felt that something was off. But now, they were sure that something was indeed off. Pain and pleasure coexisted. It was indeed a very nice experience. But faced with such a situation, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed inside. However, with their husband caring so much for them, could they bear to refuse? Naturally not. And that different experience also made them somewhat infatuated. Linger, if you have time in the future, teach some martial arts to your sisters so they can adapt more quickly to their rapidly increasing strength without affecting their daily lives, Lin Chen said without hesitation, mentioning a plan to Sword Spirit. Naturally, Sword Spirit would not refuse this. The relationship between the sisters could be said to be quite good. Husband, rest assured, I will teach my sisters everything I know in the future, Sword Spirit immediately stated. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Chen reached out and patted the obedient wife's head, feeling very pleased with her obedience. As for teaching personally, it wasn't boasting. The martial arts he knew now were not something girls could learn. The fist technique for fighting tigers. Just by its name, one could tell it was a rough martial art that only men could learn. However, with the sword spirit from the four supreme powers, he didn't need to worry about this. Even though it wasn't as good as the martial arts given by the system, it was still top-notch in the martial world. From today on, the four beautiful women in his house had their own tasks. Su Arrow, after unremitting efforts, finally managed to handle his responsibilities well. The hidden weapon, Storm Pear Needle, was all poison and tested, truly capable of sealing the throat with blood. Even the wild boars in the mountains couldn't resist this terrifying poison. Lin Chen was very satisfied with this and rewarded him with strengthening elixirs that could enhance physique. Su Arrow's only shortcoming was that his physique was not strong enough, leading to a lack of strength in his arms, making it impossible to pull a stronger bow with greater killing power. Otherwise, with his talent for hitting the bullseye every time, his killing power would be absolutely terrifying. Now with the strengthening elixirs, he could finally make up for this shortcoming. Su Arrow was quite excited. When the first enhancement effect of his physique came out, he could finally pull the strong bow prepared by Lin Chen for him completely. In the past, peak third-rate experts could forcibly block the arrows he shot, but with the enhancement, even second-rate experts might not be able to block them. Not only did the strength increase, but the speed also became more terrifying. Thank you, Fan Gu. Faced with the significant improvement in himself, Su Arrow was extremely grateful to Lin Chen. Don't mention it, just don't disappoint me in the future. Lin Chen patted the other person's shoulder. This time, although the other person still grimaced, they could finally bear it. Not bad, Lin Chen faced the situation and complimented with a smile. Hee, Su Arrow grinned and scratched his head. Although he didn't say anything, he swore in his heart once again to protect his good big brother at all costs. Since following Lin Chen, not only had his living standard greatly improved, but he also occasionally received rewards in silver coins to supplement his family's expenses. Now, not only himself but even his family's life had improved significantly. With his strengthened physique now, how could he not give his life for Lin Chen? Go and call Xiao too. He has been working hard these days and deserves a break. Lin Chen didn't say much, believing actions spoke louder than words. I'll go now. Upon receiving the order, Su Arrow went down without a word to find his good companion. Inside the large manor, Lin Chen's wives and a few trusted assistants were steadily improving under the enhancement potion they were concocting. Given enough time, they would undoubtedly develop formidable strength. However, just a few days later, an unexpected group of visitors arrived at the manor. These visitors dressed in white, looking pure but exuding a certain sinister aura. Apart from the followers of the White Lotus sect, no one else could match this appearance and aura. After spending several days, the elite disciples dispatched by the White Lotus sect leader finally arrived at the edge of the manor where Lin Chen resided. This is the target's portrait. Make sure to remember it well. Today, we must bring back his head. One of the leading disciples took out a yellowed paper with a portrait of a young man on it. Yes, High Priest. The other white-clad disciples respectfully responded, taking the portrait to study. And the portrait depicted none other than Lin Chen himself. In the evening, Wang Nannan had eaten a bit too much for dinner and felt unwell. She left the room alone to use the restroom, a routine task she had done many times before. However, today, she quickly noticed something amiss. It was unusually quiet as she passed by the bamboo forest. Normally, at this time, a group of sparrows would return to roost in the sheltered bamboo forest. She had found it amusing before and had even told her husband about it. At that time, Lin Chen had suggested catching them all for a meal. If she hadn't protested, those sparrows would have been in trouble. This incident had left a deep impression on her regarding the sparrows in the bamboo forest. But today, the sparrows were nowhere to be seen. Occasionally, a sparrow would attempt to land but quickly fly away as if startled. Seeing this, her heart tightened as she remembered her husband's warning a few days ago. However, she remained composed on the surface and discreetly gripped the metal tube hidden in a special pocket inside her sleeve. It was the storm pear blossom needle. Covered by her long sleeve, this subtle movement went unnoticed from the outside. But if trouble arose, numerous deadly needles would shoot out. What a lovely young lady. She must be the target's woman. Should we capture her first and ask for some information? Inside the bamboo forest, the White Lotus sect disciples who had previously come were now lurking quietly. When they saw the petite and cute Wang Nannan, one pale-faced disciple couldn't help but suggest, "Are you sure it's just for information?" A companion beside him questioned with a disdainful look. "Of course, it's for information. Otherwise, how could we quickly locate our target in such a vast estate?" The White Lotus sect disciple who made the suggestion replied earnestly. He. The questioning disciple lightly asked. No one was clear about the specific situation at the scene. However, it had to be said that the delicate and petite Wang Nannan was indeed very likely to arouse evil intentions in some unscrupulous people. But they were not in charge, they were just followers in this operation. The real leader this time was the head of the incense. The head of the incense, who was already past middle age, did not have many hot-blooded ideas. However, the suggestion was indeed good. With the estate being so vast, it would be easy to alert the enemy if they blindly rushed in without knowing anything. Moreover, the disciples below were loyal and followed him diligently. Occasionally praising them would also benefit his future leadership. You two go out and capture this woman, make sure to act quickly and quietly, don't make any noise. After some consideration, the head of the incense made a decision. The two instructed were the disciples who had just made suggestions and asked questions. Upon receiving the order, they immediately showed a knowing smile that men understood. Rest assured, head of the incense, she's just a delicate beauty, even I alone can easily take her down, the disciple who made the suggestion confidently assured with a smile. Although the questioning disciple did not speak, his smile indicated a similar mindset. Without delay, after deciding to take action, the two instructed disciples disappeared into the bamboo forest. Utilizing their special skills, they moved almost silently, making almost no sound as they approached. Even if they walked up behind an ordinary person, the person wouldn't notice their approach. In the past, Wang Nannan would have been difficult to detect. However, after these days of multiple enhancements with strengthening elixirs, not only had her physique greatly improved, but she had also become more alert and perceptive. Even the slightest movement could not escape her ears at close range. Moreover, she had already sensed something amiss in the bamboo forest. Now, although the two disciples thought they were seamlessly approaching, she spotted them as soon as they emerged from the bamboo forest. However, she didn't act immediately. Instead, she waited until they were close enough before abruptly turning to face them. "Not good, we've been discovered." The two disciples in charge of the operation were surprised to see this scene. However, they quickly regained their composure. So what if she found out? At this close range, she won't have time to scream, the disciple who had made the suggestion earlier said with a lewd smile. That's true, the other disciple also smiled, looking at Wang Nannan up and down. Seeing these two disciples, Wang Nannan didn't need to ask to know that these two were not good people, most likely the individuals her husband had mentioned. It was for this reason that when they were feeling smug, she had already quietly aimed the metal tube of her stormy pear blossom needles at them and then pulled the trigger. The metallic rain appeared once again. The two White Lotus disciples who had made a move froze with lewd smiles on their faces. "Husband, come quickly." Wang Nannan swiftly took down the two villains and shouted, running at full speed towards Lin Chen's location. "Damn it! What are these two idiots doing? Why aren't they moving?" The head of the incense, upon seeing this scene, exploded in anger and began cursing loudly. The other disciples were also puzzled, not understanding why the two companions, who were clearly close enough to strike at any moment, were just standing there without making a move. As a result, the target was given a chance to breathe and issue a warning. However, this confusion only lasted for a moment, as they soon got their answer. The two disciples who had been scolded by the leader and stood still, slowly fell to the ground in a gust of night wind. Their bodies were covered in dense red spots that quickly turned black, looking extremely frightening. They were dead. The two disciples who had made a move died in a mysterious manner right before their eyes. Moreover, the way they died was extremely terrifying, not even a chance to groan from start to finish. What's going on? The remaining disciples felt their scalps tingle, a chill rising from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. It's a special hidden weapon. This woman has a special hidden weapon on her hands, but she has used it now. Hurry, chase after her for this incense master. Daring to kill our holy disciples, she must suffer the cruelest punishment today. As expected of the leader, he instantly saw through the situation. The remaining disciples had developed an instinct to obey orders, so upon hearing the leader's words, without a second thought, they shot out from the hidden bamboo forest and ran after Wang Nannan, who was running back. In the main bedroom of the inner courtyard, Lin Chen had just finished enjoying his wife's massage and was about to play some adult games. Suddenly, he heard his young wife's cry for help. He had been on guard these days, knowing that trouble was likely to come. Upon hearing his young wife's cry, he didn't hesitate and rushed out of his room at the fastest speed. Spirit Sword, protect your two sisters, and have your hidden weapons ready. Lin Chen quickly left, leaving only these words echoing in the room. Spirit Sword had already gotten up, taking her semi-divine long sword and activating the hidden weapons Lin Chen had provided for them. Although Yi Xiao and the other two wives were a bit slower in their reactions, they quickly activated their hidden weapons as well. In the corridor of the inner courtyard, Lin Chen rushed out of the room and saw his young wife calling for help continuously. When he saw his young wife being relentlessly chased by a group of people in white clothes, his expression instantly turned cold. You are seeking death. Husband, there are bad people. When she saw her husband appear, Wang Nannan hurriedly warned. In fact, there was no need for a warning, as Lin Chen already knew the situation. He thought the retaliation that came would be arranged by the Crown Prince's men, but he didn't expect it to be members of the White Lotus sect coming to their door. After so long had passed since the last incident, he thought they wouldn't come knocking again, assuming they hadn't discovered his presence. However, after all this time, they finally came. If he hadn't been vigilant enough, prepared early, and equipped his wives with the ability to protect themselves, the outcome would be unimaginable. You are seeking death. Angry, Lin Chen didn't immediately comfort his wives but burst out with terrifying speed towards the White Lotus disciples chasing closely behind. He hadn't learned any special speed-enhancing techniques, but with his superhuman physique and strength, he could unleash a speed faster than those specialized techniques. This was pure power. No fancy skills, just forcefully enhanced violence. Target identified. When they saw Lin Chen's appearance, the pursuing White Lotus disciples quickly recognized their target. Take down the target first. Without much hesitation, they swiftly shifted their focus to the intended target. This time they came with a deadly order. They must bring back the target's head, or else the mission would fail, and they would face a terrifying punishment. Husband, be careful. Wang Nannan escaped the danger, but the worry on her face deepened. Lin Chen didn't reply, but his fists did. With over 10,000 pounds of force, he directly bombarded a White Lotus disciple's chest. The impact of several tons was more terrifying than a regular small car collision. The force concentrated in a single fist. What kind of effect would it have? Didn't need words to explain. In just one strike, the disciple he hit had his chest collapse on the spot, with a noticeable bulge on the other side. Puff! Blood sprayed out like a high-pressure gun, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Without time to react, a White Lotus disciple was instantly killed. These White Lotus sect members were personally dispatched by the White Lotus sect leader, each one being the elite among elites. Even the weakest among them had reached the level of a second-rate master, making them top-notch fighters in the martial world. With just 2 or 3 of them working together, they could easily wipe out the Sisui gang. As for the Iron Leg Water Drifter, even under this strength, they had to swallow their pride. This was why, when they were silently and swiftly killed earlier, they felt a chill in their hearts. To silently kill a second-rate master, what kind of terrifying strength was needed to achieve that? However, it was later revealed that it was just a sneak attack with a special hidden weapon, which calmed their nerves and allowed them to continue their mission. But now, there were no more mysterious hidden weapons. Almost face to face, a second-rate master was killed on the spot with extreme brutality, shocking them all. They were so shocked that they momentarily forgot to surround Lin Chen. Facing this favorable situation, Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all. Without a word, he stomped heavily on the ground, unleashing a burst of terrifying power, propelling himself at extreme speed. Another punch. Vaguely, it seemed like fierce tigers were constantly falling under this punch, exuding a fierce king's aura all around. Boom! Like beating a drum, this punch landed on another White Lotus sect member. This time it hit the waist, resulting in an even more horrifying scene. The waist of the person hit by this punch was directly shattered by the terrifying force, almost splitting into two. Because he avoided vital points, this White Lotus sect member did not die immediately, but the pain was even worse than death. The strong smell of blood finally woke up the remaining White Lotus sect members as if from a dream. The target's strength is even stronger than the intelligence indicated. Everyone, go all out. With a shout, the remaining White Lotus sect members drew their soft swords from their waists and launched an attack. The moonlight reflected off the swords, flashing with a cold light in the corridor, filled with a chilling killing intent. These elite sect members' soft swords were forged at great expense, extremely deadly weapons, rare treasures. Although they were soft weapons, even if they clashed head-on with a thick-backed broadsword, they would easily cut a large gash. As the ancestor of weapon forging, Lin Chen could naturally see through their foundation at a glance. However, he didn't care. Faced with these sharp soft swords, he reached out his hand without flinching and grabbed them, seeking death. When they saw the scene, the sect members who went all out became furious. Daring to catch the sword barehanded was considered seeking death in their eyes. But as enemies, they wouldn't hold back. Instead, their attacks became even more fierce. Seeking death? Lin Chen coldly smiled, his palm unhesitatingly grabbing a soft sword. When the palm touched the sharp weapon, contrary to expectations, there was no splattering of blood. Instead, the soft sword was firmly held by 2 fingers, then twisted forcefully, turning it into a spiral. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the remaining White Lotus sect members were even more shocked than when they saw their 2 companions being killed earlier. However, losing focus in front of a master was akin to seeking death. And indeed, when such a situation occurred, another White Lotus sect member fell. Faced with Lin Chen's iron fist, they had no good outcome if they got hit. At that moment, they also understood that the seemingly frail figure in front of them contained unimaginable terrifying power. However, knowing this was of no use. Even the young talents like the Crown Prince's son, who could overpower first-rate masters, were easily dealt with by him. If it weren't for fearing the opponent's identity, they would have been killed on the spot. Although these elite sect members with second-rate strength were not weak, they were still far from a match for Lin Chen, who possessed the power of the Divine Dragon. All of you retreat. This person's strength has reached the level of a first-rate master, which you cannot handle. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to violently eliminate the remaining disciples, an order came from behind these disciples. It was the leader of the White Lotus sect, the chief incense master, a high-ranking member of this sect. Leading a group of second-rate experts, this incense master's strength had naturally reached the level of a first-rate expert long ago. And not just any first-rate expert. Seeing the strength of the target now, in order to avoid greater losses, he was prepared to take action himself. The remaining White Lotus disciples, already terrified, immediately left the battlefield upon hearing the command without a word. Lin Chen did not pursue them, he was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for them to stand together, forming a fan-shaped opportunity. Author's note, today there is another update at 4 in the morning. Seeing how hard the author is working, I hope everyone can support more, vote, give a 5-star rating, and it would be even better if you could tip. After all, writing diligently is also to make a living. Thank you for your support. The corridor. The space was not large to begin with. If the White Lotus disciples gathered together, they were almost in a straight line. In this situation, the deadly weapon, the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, could perfectly display its terror. As for real fighting, Lin Chen didn't have that much spare time. Young people don't need to talk about martial ethics. The result is what matters most. However, the White Lotus disciples on the other side were unaware that, under the orders of the leading incense master, they all retreated one after another, all the way back to the incense master who was about to make a move. This positioning. It was just in a straight line. The incense master who was about to make a move, according to the rules of the martial world, intended to say a few words of courtesy. But the next moment, his face changed drastically. Because on Lin Chen's hand, a metal cylinder had appeared at some point, aimed at them. This bizarre action made him immediately think of his 2 subordinates who had died inexplicably before. Not good. Get out of the way. The White Lotus incense master suddenly shouted. As an old hand in the martial world, his reaction was quite fast. But Lin Chen was faster. After all, he had planned it. Just as the opponent's words rang out, the mechanism of the Storm Pear Blossom Needle was pressed. The silent metal rain once again blossomed in the night. Vaguely, the specifics couldn't be seen, but a strong sense of an extreme killing intent could be clearly perceived. There was no need for a reminder. The remaining White Lotus disciples all started to flee for their lives, trying to avoid this killing intent. Unfortunately, it was too late. When they stood in a line, their fate was almost sealed. Although the storm pear blossom needle lacked materials and could only produce inferior products, it was impossible for second-rate experts to evade it, even at close range. In reality, this was the case. No matter how they tried to escape, they couldn't avoid the countless metal rain covering them. Only the White Lotus Incense Master, who had long been famous in the first-rate realm, had the ability to struggle under the cover of the metal rain. He erupted with an invisible force, like a hurricane, blowing the nearby golden needles askew, making it difficult for them to advance. This was the internal force of a true martial arts expert, erupting through special martial arts, forming an invisible shield that could block fatal golden needles at critical moments. Indeed, all the deadly golden needles were blown away. The long-established first-rate expert was truly not boasting. However, some insignificant golden needles were subconsciously ignored. This was unavoidable. There were simply too many golden needles, densely packed like hair. However, they were all in insignificant positions, just lightly scratching the skin, which was completely inconsequential. Not to mention a first-rate expert, even an ordinary person would not be affected by such minor injuries. The White Lotus Incense Master also thought so, considering these minor injuries as nothing. Back in the day, he had fought fiercely with the four supreme powers, almost having his stomach split open. That was what a real injury was like. Humph. Injuring people with hidden weapons is just a minor trick after all. Today I will kill you. The Incense Master forcefully blocked the storm pear blossom needle, his momentum becoming even more intense, intending to take down Lin Chen as planned. Just need to take down the target. This loss is also worth it. Is it? Lin Chen slowly retracted the empty metal cylinder and smiled as he looked at the other person. Of course. The Incense Master answered without hesitation, but his face suddenly changed the next moment. Hidden weapon. You actually used poison. He glared at Lin Chen fiercely. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Congratulations on guessing right, but there is no reward. Shameless. The Incense Master shouted in anger. Dealing with scoundrels like you, there is nothing too shameless. Lin Chen replied calmly, when dealing with your enemies, not only using poison, even setting traps and ambushes are all normal. One cannot just wait to die, right? You. The Incense Master wanted to say something out of unwillingness, but the poison gradually took effect, making him weaker. A mixed poison. Indeed exceptionally fierce. However, a top-notch expert is still a top-notch expert. Even under the influence of a mixed poison, one can endure for a long time. The wild boar used in the experiment fell after just a few squeals. The holy sect will not let you off. You will never know what you have offended. The fierce Incense Master finally couldn't hold on and collapsed in front of Lin Chen, but he remained defiant. That's what I wanted to say. Lin Chen's expression was indifferent as he walked up slowly and pointed at the Incense Master. The Incense Master, originally under the attack of the poison, was about to pass away, but under Lin Chen's touch, the poison was suddenly brought under control. Although still weak, the suffocating sensation from before was gone. Such methods can truly be described as turning decay into magic. You. The Incense Master was a bit confused, not understanding why Lin Chen did this. You are valuable alive. Facing the other's confusion, Lin Chen smiled kindly. Despite the seemingly kind smile, it sent shivers down the Incense Master's spine. He knew he was in big trouble. On the other side, with such a commotion here, Su Arrow, the captain of the guards, quickly rushed over. However, compared to Lin Chen, he was considerably slower, but there was no other way. After all, the inner courtyard was the master's residence, and no one could stay without orders. It was a bit late, but it didn't matter much. It was just right for Lin Chen to have something to discuss with him. He turned back and ordered, "You arrived just in time. Dispose of these bodies later, and take this guy down for confinement. You will personally guard him." No need for explanations. Su Arrow just took a glance and understood the situation in the field. Upon hearing the order, he naturally didn't hesitate and agreed with a nod. "Leave it to me, brother Fan. There will be no mistakes," Su Arrow assured. He had already dealt with the bodies of White Lotus cultists by the riverside before and gained some experience. This time, it was a familiar process, and there would be no issues. As for guarding the White Lotus Incense Master, he often caught wild animals for taming during hunting trips. In terms of confinement, he was also quite experienced. Although the one to be confined this time was a person, to him, there was no difference from dealing with beasts. This was right up his alley. "Brother Fan, are these the troublemakers?" Wang Erxiao also hurried over, having been informed of the trouble beforehand. Lin Chen nodded, "Yes, these people are the troublemakers." "Damn it!" Wang Erxiao gritted his teeth, wishing to dismember these bodies. Without saying much, Lin Chen took out a token and handed it to Wang Erxiao, saying, "Take this token to the nearest Tyrant Blade Pavilion and ask the owner of the token to come over, saying there is an urgent matter." This token was left by the old man of the Tyrant Blade Villa, and through the Tyrant Blade Pavilion, communication could be made. Since the White Lotus cult was causing trouble, he naturally wouldn't sit idly at home and wait for more trouble. The Tyrant Blade Villa was currently seeking revenge on the White Lotus cult, but due to their secretive nature, launching a large-scale retaliation was difficult, so they could only vent their anger on some small fries. Their most glorious achievement was destroying a branch. But with such a branch, given the size of the White Lotus sect, it could be replenished at any time. Although it hurt the White Lotus sect, it was not considered a significant loss. However, the main altar they had been searching for all this time still had no information available. This allowed the White Lotus sect to sit securely at the fishing platform, calmly facing the retaliation from the Tyrant Blade Manor. But if they had this information, could the White Lotus sect still sit securely at the fishing platform? Lin Chen smiled. He was very much looking forward to this question. The old master of the Tyrant Blade Manor had indeed been very angry these days. The losses inflicted by the White Lotus sect were not insignificant in his hands, but most of them were just small fry that did not harm the core of the White Lotus sect, just venting their anger. However, compared to the attack and killing of their young master, this kind of venting was completely disproportionate. If they didn't truly hurt the White Lotus sect, they would surely have the courage to continue causing trouble in the future. Thieves may last 1,000 days, but who can guard against them for 1,000 days? If they couldn't handle the White Lotus sect this time, with the conflict erupting between the two sides, once the other side regained their senses, they would definitely continue to cause trouble for the Tyrant Blade Manor. Unless the young disciples never left the house in the future, they would surely be targeted. It was like a poisonous snake in the dark, very difficult to guard against. So the old master chose to take action himself, catching a White Lotus sect member and cutting them down one by one, all the way from the southern to the northern regions of the Great Long Dynasty, relentlessly killing without blinking an eye. This was truly ruthless. Unfortunately, they couldn't find the White Lotus sect's main altar. As they cut their way through, they only eliminated some small fry. Not a single big fish was caught. How could he not be angry about this? The Tyrant Blade Manor had a violent temper, and this Blade King was naturally even more explosive, but he usually kept it in check and didn't show it. "Elder, there's a carrier pigeon message for you." At this moment, a disciple of the Tyrant Blade Manor walked over with a letter. "Carrier pigeon message?" The old master furrowed his brow slightly at the words, wondering who would send him a carrier pigeon message at this time. Nevertheless, he reached out and took the letter, opening it to read. After reading the contents of the letter, a look of confusion appeared on his face. "Instruct them to hold off on the next actions, I have to leave for a while." After a while, the old master put away his look of confusion and ordered the disciple below. "Yes, sir." The disciple below respectfully accepted the order. On the other side, while waiting for the old master to arrive, Lin Chen had prepared a set of silver needles for medical treatment. However, the first time he used them, it wasn't for medical purposes but to offer good fruits to the captured White Lotus sect incense master. "Ah, don't poke me, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." In the dark underground room, the incense master of the White Lotus sect was disheveled, no longer exuding his former aura. When he saw Lin Chen pull out a few silver needles again, he immediately started screaming frantically. "Can't you hold on a little longer? I haven't had enough fun yet." Lin Chen smiled and put down the silver needles, looking somewhat disappointed. "You're a devil." The incense master of the White Lotus sect had a rare look of fear in his eyes, gazing at Lin Chen. Before this, he would never have believed that someone could pry open his mouth with just a few silver needles. It wasn't his blindness but rather that the high-ranking members of the White Lotus sect had all received professional training to prevent the leakage of important information within the sect. Torture was child's play to them. However, when Lin Chen's silver needles pierced him, his previous professional training quickly crumbled. Who could have imagined that such small silver needles, when inserted into the body, could make you feel as if countless insects were crawling on you, gnawing at your flesh and bones, causing excruciating pain as if thousands of insects were devouring your heart? With another needle, the whole person couldn't move a muscle, only the consciousness was extremely active, making you feel as if you were in an endless void, with eternal solitude filling your mind, and various unexpected tricks. After experiencing just one cycle, he completely collapsed. What professional training? To hell with professional training, now I just want to be a low-level thug. Mastered medical skills. It's not just about healing and strengthening the body, but also about tormenting people. Various hidden special acupoints, stimulated with professional techniques, are more satisfying than 10 major tortures. Forget about professional training. Even if the pain receptors are removed, they can be reconnected to torture you. Enough nonsense, save your energy to answer questions, or else continue being an experimental subject. Lin Chen showed no mercy towards the other party. He never held back when dealing with his enemies. Whether it was Wang Wei and his brothers, Li Li who was bullied by his elder cousin, or the Sishui gang's protector, now facing the White Lotus sect, he wouldn't show any mercy either. I'll answer. The head of the White Lotus sect lowered his proud head and slowly began to answer questions. As a trusted subordinate of the White Lotus sect leader, he naturally knew a lot about the sect, including the location of the main altar and even the defense forces, all of which were crystal clear. Lin Chen silently noted down this information, waiting for Dao Laoran to come and give the other party a big gift. Outside the door, Dao Laoran, who had rushed over at the fastest speed, finally arrived at the entrance of the manor on the third day. The gatekeeper, Fu Bo, who had recovered from his injuries, quickly recognized him when he saw him, knowing that he was a distinguished guest of his master, so he immediately reported to the steward without saying a word. The steward didn't dare to delay, first arranging for Dao Laoran to have tea in the reception room, then quickly searching for the master of the house. Lin Chen had just come out of the basement when he met the steward looking for him. Upon learning that Dao Laoran had finally arrived, a hint of joy appeared on his face. With the information about the White Lotus sect now under control, as long as the Ba Dao Mountain Villa was strong enough, even with the cooperation of the military, it was possible to uproot the White Lotus sect. Master Lin, may I ask what important matter requires the old man's presence? Although Dao Laoran had been in a bad mood these days, he was still very polite to Lin Chen, who was a master craftsman. Lin Chen smiled and said, "This time, I troubled Dao Lao to make a trip because there is a big gift to be presented." "Oh, a big gift?" Dao Laoran's eyes lit up at the mention of a master craftsman's gift, which was definitely worth looking forward to. Although he didn't know why such a generous gift was being given for no reason, that didn't matter. What mattered was who was giving it. Indeed. Lin Chen nodded and took a sip of tea, saying, "To be honest, because I saved the young master of your villa before, I offended the White Lotus sect. Just a few days ago, they came looking for trouble. Those bastards are asking for trouble." Dao Laoran's anger flared up upon hearing this. Never did he expect that he would be in trouble, and the other party would still dare to be so arrogant. "Indeed they are asking for trouble, so I have made arrangements for them," Lin Chen acknowledged with a smile. "Master Lin, when you mentioned the big gift, is it related to the White Lotus sect?" Although Dao Laoran had a hot temper, he was shrewd, and instantly understood what was going on. Lin Chen nodded again. "Yes, this big gift I am about to give is indeed related to the White Lotus sect. I believe you will be very interested, Dao Lao. I am looking forward to it." Dao Laoran nodded in anticipation. Lin Chen didn't say much, but took out a densely written piece of paper. Dao Laoran was puzzled at first, but when Lin Chen handed him the paper to read, he quickly understood. The paper was densely filled with information about the White Lotus sect. From the locations of some hidden branches to the distribution of their experts, everything was detailed. And most importantly, the location of the White Lotus sect's main headquarters was also clearly written. "Is this information reliable?" Dao Laoran couldn't contain his excitement. Lin Chen nodded in response. "It's almost certain this information was obtained from a high-ranking White Lotus sect member. If this information is true, then this is indeed a great gift." Dao Laoran took a deep breath and said, "Master Lin, I will remember this gift from the Ba Dao Mountain Villa, and when I eliminate the White Lotus sect, I will come to thank you with this gift." "Dao Lao, you are too polite. Clearing out the White Lotus sect is beneficial to me as well. There is no need for any thanks." Lin Chen waved his hand, showing no intention of expecting anything in return. This is a win-win situation. However, Dao Laoran did not see it that way. In his view, the trouble Lin Chen faced this time was caused by saving his own heir, and they should be the ones to deal with it. Helping out now would surely be remembered as a favor. Nevertheless, he didn't say much and would act when the time came. Farewell. With the precise information in hand, Dao Laoran hurried to deal harshly with the White Lotus sect without lingering. Lin Chen also looked forward to this scene and naturally wouldn't delay, bidding polite farewells. The pressure ahead was now placed on the White Lotus sect. With the trouble of the White Lotus sect handed over to the Ba Dao Mountain Villa, it was unlikely they could cause any more trouble. After all, the Ba Dao Mountain Villa was one of the four great powers and had deep ties with the military, possessing formidable strength and being a significant presence outside the Great Long Dynasty. The reason the White Lotus sect dared to provoke was not that they were stronger than the Ba Dao Mountain Villa, but their secrecy and parasitic nature made them extremely difficult to eradicate. However, if you caught hold of their roots, they wouldn't be so troublesome. The help Lin Chen provided was like striking at their core, able to truly eliminate them. As long as the Ba Dao Mountain Villa acted decisively, they could be eradicated for good. With the weight off his mind, Lin Chen's days ahead became more peaceful. He either played games with his wives or worked in the blacksmith shop, replenishing his consumed hidden weapons and making fine weapons to support his family. Although he married a wealthy woman, it was a clandestine affair, and Lin Chen didn't like to freeload. The clinking and clanking sounds filled with rhythm echoed far within the estate. However, this peaceful life didn't last long as trouble came knocking at the door. It was the Sword Spirit's father, Lin Chen's father-in-law, who personally visited, accompanied by the Sword Elder, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Villa. Upon learning of this situation, Lin Chen set aside his work to receive the visitors. Despite not being fond of this father-in-law, he couldn't afford to be overly disrespectful since he was the Sword Spirit's father. Moreover, the presence of the respected Sword Elder made it even more imperative to show courtesy. However, upon hearing the news, the Sword Spirit didn't seem inclined to be as polite. As soon as Lin Chen entered the reception hall, he heard his wife's cold voice. "Why are you here? I have severed ties with you, don't bother me in the future." Her straightforward declaration of cutting ties showed her decisiveness as a female swordsman. Lin Chen rubbed his nose, unsure whether to enter or not. But in the end, he went in. Regardless of his wife's choice, he would stand by her side and support her unconditionally. Sword Tianfeng, the old father, was left speechless by the rebuke until he saw Lin Chen enter, which eased his tension. He looked Lin Chen up and down before finally exhaling and greeting him. Lin Chen remained unfazed, nodding to the father-in-law who wanted to sever ties as a form of greeting. Then, he turned to the Sword Elder beside him and politely greeted, "Elder Sword, you're here." As the grandfather of the Sword Spirit, he deserved such respect. "Yes, it's been a while." The Sword Elder nodded in response, his gaze towards Lin Chen somewhat complex. Although he had long noticed his granddaughter's interest in Lin Chen, he hadn't expected them to become husband and wife so quickly, without even time to react. Seeing that he was being given no face, Sword Tianfeng's expression darkened. However, considering his own actions, he sighed lightly and shook his head. "Since you two are already married, I won't say much. But your actions have completely offended the Crown Prince Xian, and with his character, he will not let it go easily." The old father sighed, having to accept that his little cotton-padded jacket was now someone else's affair. With both of them now married, even if he opposed it, what could he do? Moreover, Lin Chen, as a master craftsman, is absolutely worthy of being the son-in-law of the Divine Sword Villa in terms of status. Under normal circumstances, the Divine Sword Villa would even be eager for it. However, the wise king's manner is not to be trifled with. But now that it has become a reality, even if it's not good to provoke, they have to deal with it. They can't really sever ties, can they? If they were to do so, it wouldn't please anyone, and the sword master would also cause trouble. "You don't need to worry about it." The Sword Spirit turned away in annoyance, not giving any face to his old father. Lin Chen stood on his wife's side, but seeing his father-in-law soften, he couldn't show any displeasure. Gently patting his wife's hand for comfort, he turned to his father-in-law, Jian Tianfeng, and said, "You are Linger's father. No matter what, I should respect you. But I am a selfish person, especially when it comes to cherishing my wife. If Linger is unwilling to forgive you, then I'm sorry I can't fulfill my filial duty to you." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "As for the matter of the wise king's crown prince, since I know the situation and still dare to marry Linger, I naturally won't be afraid of these things. Thank you for your concern." Seeing the reactions of his daughter and son-in-law, Jian Tianfeng could only sigh deeply once again. This time, he was indeed at fault. But facing the threat of the wise king's manner, he sometimes had to compromise. After all, he was the master of the Divine Sword Villa, responsible not only for his own family but also for the entire Divine Sword Villa. If they offended the wise king's manner, would the Divine Sword Villa still be safe? No matter how powerful the forces in the martial world were, they were no match for a flourishing dynasty. Logically, the sword master should speak up, but he cherished Jian Ling the most in his life. Seeing her being forced to leave home multiple times, he had long wanted to scold Jian Tianfeng. At this moment, how could he speak up for him? Faced with this situation, Jian Tianfeng could only sigh and leave. On Jian Ling's side, although she stubbornly didn't watch her father leave, when he really left, her tears couldn't help but fall, wetting her cheeks. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly comforted her softly, "Let's not cry. Crying will make your face less beautiful." "Well, I just feel a little uncomfortable." Jian Ling obediently nodded. "It's not uncomfortable. If you feel it's not right, I'll go and bring your father back." Lin Chen continued to comfort her, naturally doting on his wife. "No need." Jian Ling still stubbornly shook her head. "Let him go. In his eyes, there is only the so-called great cause, never truly caring about the people around him. My mother back then." As if touching on a sad topic, her tears flowed once again. Faced with this situation, what else could Lin Chen say? Just console her. Fortunately, with the sword master, an elder, by their side, Jianling couldn't keep crying. Under Lin Chen's gentle reassurance, she quickly stopped her tears and composed herself. Grandpa Sword, I'm married now, to the person I love. After recovering, Jianling said to the elder sword master, her face filled with happiness. Grandpa can see that. Congratulations, my girl, you finally found your ideal husband. The sword master's face softened, no longer as stern as before. Thank you, Grandpa Sword. With the blessing of her elder, Jianling finally felt happy. Although she didn't regret her decision, she also wanted the blessing of her elders. Now that she had it, her mood naturally improved. With his wife's mood lifted, Lin Chen's mood naturally improved as well, immediately instructing the old steward to prepare a feast. When one's wife's elders formally visit, they must be properly entertained. The sword master did not refuse, but a sense of emotion appeared on his face. The friendship of a master craftsman. At this moment, it was indeed gained. But he didn't know if this kind of gain was a loss or a gain. After the banquet, the sword master left. However, when he left behind 30% ownership of the Divine Weapon Pavilion as Jianling's dowry. The Divine Weapon Pavilion was spread throughout the entire Great Long Dynasty, with an absolutely terrifying ability to accumulate wealth. 30% ownership. This was definitely an unimaginable fortune. Lin Chen had originally forged weapons to sell to the Divine Weapon Pavilion, but now he had become one of the owners. No wonder people say that marrying a wealthy beauty can save you 30 years of hard work. This is indeed not a lie. Lin Chen could only sigh at this moment. Jianling looked at the dowry left by her elders, speechless for a long time. This dowry was prepared by her father, who she left in anger, for Jianlao Run to deliver. Although she was angry at her father's actions, she couldn't calm down in the face of his warmth. Linger, should we accept it? Lin Chen was not dazzled by great wealth, but sought his wife's opinion. If she didn't want it, no matter how precious it was, he wouldn't accept it. Jianling, in a huff, said, why not accept it? I have a share here originally, why not leave it to him? Alright, then let's accept it. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't argue, as long as his wife was happy. After all, this was the dowry given by her family, he couldn't just return it, right? Wouldn't that be humiliating his own wife? Originally working hard at home to support the family, suddenly becoming financially free. With a 30% stake in the Divine Weapon Pavilion, even breaking a leg at home wouldn't exhaust the wealth. Not to mention, Lin Chen was planning to start some industries. By using his high-level medical skills to refine a batch of inner strength-enhancing elixirs, he could rake in a wave of wealth. Powerful martial arts experts were all wealthy, always robbing the rich to help the poor. If he used elixirs to lure in some unsuspecting victims, he could definitely make a big profit. The second shopkeeper, this purchasing agent, had been busy with this matter these days. Once the medicinal materials were ready, he could use the Divine Weapon Pavilion's channels to wield sharp sickles. Compared to weapons, elixirs were the real cash cow. After all, unlike the former, the latter was a consumable with much higher demand. However, with advanced skills, elixirs had much lower costs and could be sold at higher prices. The profits from this trade were unimaginable. Once he made a profit from this wave, the head tax in the future would be child's play. A man with a goal was definitely very motivated, roaring in everything he did. However, before he could even make an effort for 2 days, an unexpected guest arrived. But this time, it wasn't an enemy, but Dao Miao Miao, who had previously said she would come to play when she had time. When she saw Lin Chen, her eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. Why did you marry Jianling? As soon as they met, Dao Miao Miao, with red eyes, loudly questioned. Lin Chen was a bit stunned by this sudden question, and after a while, he said strangely, what does it have to do with you that I married her? Why do you look like you're going to oppose it? She's a talented man and a beautiful woman. Why would a demon like you oppose it? It does matter. Dao Miao Miao's emotions were quite intense. Lin Chen was amused and asked, then tell me, what does it have to do with you? Dao Miao Miao was suddenly at a loss for words, unable to speak for a moment. Yeah, what does it have to do with me? But as soon as she thought about it, she felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart, more aggrieved, her eyes redder. It does matter. Finally, she resorted to the ultimate fairy move, which was to be persistent. No matter what. If I say it matters, it does. Alright, it matters to you. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, then tell me, why do you oppose us? Dao Miao Miao hesitated again, but quickly said anxiously, Jianling is not good, you don't know. Her temper is very bad, and also, she rattled off a bunch of words, getting more and more excited as she spoke, but the core point in the end was that Jianling was not good, not compatible with you, you shouldn't marry her and so on. In the end, she even said casually, "You might as well marry me, she's not as good as me." Marry you instead? When he heard this, Lin Chen couldn't help but understand the situation. This little girl in front of him. She had fallen for him. She and Jianling were originally at odds, and now it was as if her beloved had been snatched away by her rival, naturally making her irritable, so as soon as she found out, she came knocking on the door. When Dao Miao was about to answer automatically, but her blunt nerves finally kicked in, realizing how harsh her words were, and her face turned red in an instant. "Even if you marry her, I'm still not happy, humph." Despite blushing, she stuck to her thoughts. "So what are you going to do? I've already married her, can't just kick her out, right?" Lin Chen smiled at her, understanding her thoughts, making things simpler. Well, Dao Miao fell silent again, conflicted. She didn't want her beloved thing taken by her rival, but being kind-hearted, she couldn't bear to see the spirit sword being cast out. That would be too cruel. But thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. "I don't know," sniffed Dao Miao, covered her head in distress, her face full of conflict. It took a while before she suddenly looked at Lin Chen and said, "Lin Chen, why don't you marry me too? Then I can be the eldest, and the spirit sword will be my little sister." Feeling clever, she chuckled proudly. If she became the eldest, she could protect the spirit sword from being bullied. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt, thinking she was truly wise. Lin Chen had an idea, but faced with her bold decision, he couldn't help but spit out the tea he was drinking. Cough cough, what did you say? Lin Chen asked wide-eyed. "Marry you, what? You don't want to?" Dao Miao pouted, unashamed of her boldness. This was a true bold move. Faced with such boldness, what could Lin Chen say? Not marry her? Just the thought of her causing a scene was unbearable. Just dealing with her was already a challenge. Moreover, despite her boldness, Lin Chen found himself quite fond of her after several encounters. A man wouldn't dislike such a daring personality. As for her explosive figure, no need to elaborate. Despite living two lives, Lin Chen still couldn't resist his weakness for a charming figure. The intoxicating scent, men who understand. Due to this situation, Lin Chen couldn't bring himself to refuse. But he still said, "I don't mind, but will this work out?" Lin Chen wanted to say it was too impulsive and hadn't informed their families yet, but Dao Miao interrupted, "No need for so many buts, if you're willing to marry me, that's enough." Fine, no need for more words. How could he refuse now? When should we inform our families? Lin Chen asked. Now that their wish was granted, they needed to follow the process. Although it was a bit rushed, it wasn't unexpected. Compared to the reserved spirit sword, Dao Miao had already shown her affection. Her refusal to leave before was a clear sign. Otherwise, why would an unmarried girl refuse to leave a man's house? Being bold didn't mean she had no shame. No need to inform our families, since the spirit sword decided for herself, I won't lose to her. Dao Miao waved arrogantly, indicating her decision was final. No need for family involvement. Alright, your call. Lin Chen had to let her have her way in everything related to the spirit sword. After all, she was now his wife. When the spirit sword learned of this, she was shocked to find out that Dao Miao, her rival, was about to marry her husband. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Humph, from now on, you're my little sister, so you better listen to your big sister. Dao Miao raised her head triumphantly, feeling like she was about to have the last laugh. He. The spirit sword quickly regained her composure, chuckling at the threat. Wanting to be the big sister? Quite a dream, who knows who will bully whom in the future. Seeing her rival unfazed, Dao Miao's sense of triumph faded a bit. But before she could say anything, Yi Xiao, the third daughter who had also received the news, arrived hand in hand with the others, warmly welcoming Dao Miao. During these days, although their bodies had been strengthened and they were no longer in a fragile state, Lin Chen, their husband, was just too powerful, like a human-shaped piledriver. Even with their strengthened bodies, they couldn't withstand it. But in order not to let their husband feel unfulfilled, they could only grit their teeth and persevere. It had been really tough for them these days. Now with a new sister joining in, especially one who practiced martial arts, how could they not welcome her? Dao Miao knew about Lin Chen's original 3 wives. Last time when she stayed behind, she had been taken care of by the 3 daughters, and their relationship was quite good. Perhaps because of this, when she was about to marry Lin Chen, she felt a bit embarrassed and worried about not being welcomed by the 3 daughters. But now, she found that she had worried too much. Sisters, you are so kind. Dao Miao was a typical reciprocator. If someone treated her well, she would do the same. The 3 daughters welcomed her joining without any jealousy, making her feel embarrassed and sincerely thanking them. No need to be polite, from now on, we are all sisters, taking care of our husband together. Yi Xiao, as the eldest sister, replied with a smile on behalf of everyone. Mm. Dao Miao obediently nodded in agreement, successfully integrating into the group. A few days later, the manor was once again adorned with red lanterns. Lin Chen became a groom again, but this time the bride was different. Dao Miao put on her red wedding dress, her towering chest pushing the neckline high. Sitting on the bed, she could barely see her knees, her line of sight greatly obstructed. But when Lin Chen lifted the red veil, she could soon see clearly, because that towering and undulating chest was quickly molded into the desired shape by Lin Chen. She had a fierce personality, but tonight she was more shy. Of course, there was still a lot of fiery passion. However, Lin Chen's current physique was like a dragon-slaying warrior, and even the hottest fire would turn into a lamb in front of him before long. In the end, the night concluded with the bed almost collapsing. The next day, Lin Chen woke up refreshed. Beside him, Dao Miao lay quietly like a little cat. Hearing him getting up, she pouted drowsily, pulling her little head back under the red blanket. This demeanor was completely different from her usual carefree self. Lin Chen shook his head and covered her with the blanket, then got up to receive the system rewards. Last night, Dao Miao had been too passionate, leaving him no time to check the rewards. Now that things had calmed down, he could finally take a look. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying, receiving the full-level mechanism arc reward. The system's prompt appeared in his mind, and Lin Chen immediately saw the reward. Another full-level ability. It had to be said that the system was very generous, providing full-level abilities as rewards. Previously, he had received full-level blacksmithing and medical skills, and now he had a full-level mechanism art ability. That made it 3 full-level abilities for Lin Chen. Mechanism art? Lin Chen stroked his chin, thinking of the animated series he watched as a child, Qin's Moon. The mechanism art in it was an invincible existence. Especially the complex mechanical beasts, with a single strike, could sweep through armies without a problem. There were also the creation of strongholds and various dangerous and mysterious mechanism arts that made intruders have no way out. Although Dao Miao didn't have additional rewards like the sword spirit, if this mechanism art was like the one in Qin's Moon, it would definitely be more powerful than the existing abilities. Not in terms of value, but in terms of current needs. If he set up large-scale killing mechanisms in the manor, would he still fear troublemakers? And the mechanical birds, if he made a lot of them and stationed them in the sky above the manor, they could serve as early warnings for any intruders. As long as he set all of these up, Lin Chen could rest easy. Receive the reward. Rubbing the young wife's face, Lin Chen accepted this reward. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed in his mind. Lin Chen once again entered the special space, where he began creating various mechanisms continuously, including terrifying mechanical beasts only seen in animations. Among them was a mechanical giant snake that rampaged through the army, its nearly all-metal body making it invincible in the age of cold weapons. There was also the mechanical Qiangqi, capable of not only ground combat but also aerial and underground maneuvers, with individual combat capabilities beyond imagination. All these terrifying creations came from Lin Chen's hands, or rather, the hands of a master of advanced mechanical arts. Time passed. Lin Chen had already left the special space but sat by the bed in silence for a long time. Advanced mechanical arts. It was truly like the mechanisms in Qin's Moon, and even at the highest level, he was a true master of mechanisms. If the White Lotus sect can withstand the reckoning of the Ba Dao Mountain Villa, I will give you a great gift in the future. As for the wise king's heir, as long as you don't provoke me, it's fine. But if you dare to come again, you will not return. Lin Chan's eyes gleamed with the same coldness as the mechanical beasts. At this moment, the capital he had accumulated gave him the strength to challenge these behemoths. Directly confronting the entire dynasty might be lacking, but clearly, these were not at that level. The fierce woman Dao Miao had indeed brought him a great gift. Faced with such a gift, what more could Lin Chen say? Naturally, he reciprocated. Dao Miao was once again sent to the sky in a daze by Lin Chen. This time, even the marriage bed could not withstand it. 3 poles into the sunrise. This new wedding night finally came to an end. In the dining hall, Lin Chen sat at the head of the table. The ranks of his wives at the dining table grew stronger, each one a fresh and beautiful young woman. Finding such women in modern times would be difficult, but he was forming an army of them. What a lofty ambition! Let's eat, Lin Chen announced with a smile, and a feast of indulgence began. Under martial arts training and strengthening potions, the whole family had become gluttons. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin Chen got busy. It had to be said that the efficiency of the second shopkeeper was getting higher and higher. He had already delivered the recently acquired medicinal herbs to Lin Chen, among which the ingredients for refining the inner strength enhancement pill were finally complete. One wild ginseng with 1,000 years of cultivation caught Lin Chen's eye. Where did you get such a treasure? Lin Chen asked in surprise. This kind of treasure could be used to refine the Grand Return pill, increasing the user's strength by half a century, a true holy medicine in the martial arts world. Even if not everyone could refine it, just swallowing it directly could still enhance one's power significantly. Whenever such a treasure appeared, it would quickly be bought at a high price by martial arts experts and even royal families, with no circulation in the market. Now, the second shopkeeper, this purchaser, had quietly brought one to Lin Chen. How could Lin Chen not be surprised? The second shopkeeper smiled proudly and said, "It's quite a coincidence. When I was purchasing herbs in the county town earlier, on my way back, I encountered an old ginseng digger who happened to be facing bandits seeking his life. I took pity on him and used the reputation of the Divine Sword Villa to scare off the bandits. In the end, to thank me for saving his life, the old ginseng digger gave me this freshly dug 1,000-year-old ginseng. Well done, well done. I'll remember your contribution this time, and I'll give you something good later," Lin Chen praised, acknowledging the second shopkeeper's merit. He had planned to give him the body-strengthening potion later, but now he could do it earlier. If he refined the Grand Return pill from this 1,000-year-old ginseng and gave it to the martial arts prodigies Jinling and Dao Miao Miao, it would definitely quickly produce two great experts. By then, the ranks of his wives would truly rise. If any troublemakers appeared, he could simply let these two women handle it, and Lin Chen would just need to silently support them. "Thank you, sir." The second shopkeeper was thrilled to receive a reward and bowed in gratitude. Now Lin Chen is not only a son-in-law, but also one of the bosses of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. This reward not only represents the ability to get good things but also a kind of recognition. The boss acknowledges himself. "Isn't it time to soar in the future? Work hard, there will be benefits for you in the future, as well as your ability. I think being a second shopkeeper is a waste of talent. In the future, be the head shopkeeper and work specifically for me." Lin Chen encouraged by patting the other person's shoulder, giving them what they truly wanted. The horse runs so fast, naturally, it needs to be fed well. After the second shopkeeper ate the grass, he was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood, his face flushed with excitement. After working so hard for so long, he finally gained the boss's appreciation. "Thank you for valuing me, I will not let you down. I am willing to die for your orders." The second shopkeeper, now the head shopkeeper, immediately swore allegiance to Lin Chen. If there were a sea of fire in front of him, he would definitely wade through it to show his loyalty. "I have something for you to do. I will go through fire and water for you, sir." Half an hour later, the head shopkeeper, filled with high spirits and strengthened by the body-enhancing potion rewarded by Lin Chen, left the manor. Lin Chen, now the head shopkeeper, used his master blacksmith skills to forge a special alchemy furnace for himself. Although the material might be lacking, the craftsmanship was absolutely perfect. It was enough to refine the elixirs to enhance his power. Upon learning that Lin Chen was going to refine elixirs, a quiet room was quickly cleared out and used as an alchemy room. After instructing a few maids, Lin Chen locked himself inside. Alchemy requires concentration, and he couldn't have the maids helping on the side. Otherwise, if they were fanning the flames now and then, how could he, as an alchemist, concentrate? In the alchemy room, following the routine, Lin Chen would first refine ordinary elixirs before moving on to refining major elixirs. However, Lin Chen did not hesitate and directly started refining major elixirs. Just major elixirs. In the special space of the system, he had no idea how many he had refined. Even with his eyes closed, he could refine them, provided there were no maids causing trouble on the side. The high-quality charcoal was quickly ignited, and the alchemy furnace was preheated. Next, various medicinal herbs were added. Instead of directly refining them in the alchemy furnace, they were heated to remove impurities at high temperatures, leaving behind the essence of the herbs themselves, followed by the kneading process. In the world of martial arts, alchemy was not like the remote operations of cultivating immortality, it was hands-on. Time passed slowly. 2 full days passed before the tightly closed alchemy room was opened, and a strong medicinal scent filled the air. Several maids were waiting outside, worried during the 2 days Lin Chen spent locked inside, fearing he might be hungry or thirsty, and working continuously without any assistance. Finally, the tightly closed door opened, and they finally saw the person they had been longing for and couldn't help but rush over. 5 maids. Lin Chen could only open his arms wide to barely hold them all. Having so many maids was indeed troublesome. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, but in reality, he was all smiles. A kiss from one maid, a kiss from another. 2 days without washing up. But his own maids didn't mind. It felt great. These past few days have indeed been tough. Alchemy is definitely hard work. Even if ordinary people know how to refine pills, they are not willing to endure such hardship regularly. But the hardship is worth it. This time, the Grand Huan-dan that was to be refined has been successfully produced, a total of 10 pills, each round and full, a top-quality pill. Lin Chen is very excited, wondering how much the two wives, Jian Ling and Dao Miao, will grow after taking these 10 Grand Huan-dan pills. Will his powerful ox head collapse in the fields again? Is this really the Grand Huan-dan? Dao Miao asked Lin Chen as she looked at the jade bottle in her hand. Jian Ling also looked over. The Grand Huan-dan. In the martial arts world, it is an unparalleled pill. Every time a Grand Huan-dan appears, it causes a huge sensation in the martial arts world. One pill can help a cultivator achieve great heights if used properly. Especially for those well-known experts, they can even further advance with this pill. One pill is already so powerful. But now, the two of them each have 5 pills. If they take them, even a pig could soar. Not to mention, both of them are rare martial arts geniuses. Can I still deceive you? Lin Chen joked as he pinched Dao Miao's cheek playfully. Husband, how far has your medical skills reached, to the extent that you are proficient in pills? Jian Ling couldn't help but ask, feeling extremely surprised by the previous body-enhancing medicine and now the legendary Grand Huan-dan that Lin Chen had successfully refined. It's not something that can be easily made with just materials. The conditions for refining it are beyond imagination. Many physicians refine pills for the convenience of treating illnesses, similar to the pills modern doctors prescribe. But refining the Grand Huan-dan requires more than just pill refining skills. It can be considered divine-level craftsmanship. My medical skills, naturally, have reached the pinnacle in this world, Lin Chen replied jokingly. Nonsense! Dao Miao wriggled free from his grip and stuck out her tongue, making a funny face. Jian Ling also thought it was a joke. Who dares to claim to be the best in the world? But was it really just a joke? Go ahead and take them. Both of you come from powerful backgrounds and possess top-notch skills. The only issue being your young age and lack of strength, which the Grand Huan-dan can help compensate for. Lin Chen didn't say much more. There was no point in explaining further. Although the two women thought their husband was bragging, the Grand Huan-dan was real. The faint medicinal fragrance emanating from it made their inner energy fluctuate just by smelling it. Alright, but we don't need this many. Taking 2 each should suffice, having more would be wasteful. You can keep the rest or take them yourself, husband, Jian Ling suggested, returning 3 of the 5 Grand Huan-dan pills she held. I agree, Dao Miao also returned 3 pills. These are of no use to me, but you're right, you can keep the remaining 3. No need to return them to me, you can distribute them as you wish. They belong to you now, Lin Chen said, waving his hand. In fact, when the Grand Huan-dan was produced, there were not just 10 pills but 11. One pill was used by him, the alchemist, for testing, to enhance his power. He was also curious. However, apart from feeling slightly more energetic, he had no other reaction after taking it. His body, already strengthened by the Dragon Spirit Pill and Dragon Blood Pill, was not affected much by the Grand Huan-dan. It was no different from taking a regular supplement. It could make the body slightly better, but that was it. For such a precious pill as the Grand Huan-dan, it was a huge waste. Of no use to you? Jian Ling was stunned and after a moment asked, Husband, what level has your strength reached now? How come even the Grand Huan-dan is of no use to you? Before the White Lotus sect came knocking, even second-rate experts were easily killed. She knew Lin Chen's strength was very strong, beyond her imagination. But now, it seems she has discovered a blind spot. I don't know either, Lin Chen shrugged and smiled. But if you take the Great Return Pill, you can help me test it out. Lin Chen, are you very strong? Dao Miao on the side listened to their conversation, feeling confused. In her impression, Lin Chen was a support talent, skilled in various arts, essentially a craftsman. Forging weapons, proficient in medical skills. Last time by the river when encountering the White Lotus sect, he also won using special hidden weapons. But now, through their exchange, it was said that Lin Chen possessed great strength. Husband, am I strong or not? Didn't you experience it on our wedding night? Lin Chen tapped Dao Miao's head playfully, then answered with a smile. You big rogue. Dao Miao blushed, clearly understanding the meaning behind his words. Am I a rogue? I'm just speaking the truth, okay? Lin Chen, thick-skinned as he was, had no shame. Go on. Dao Miao stomped her foot in embarrassment. Even though she was fierce, she was still a girl, not as shameless as Lin Chen. Ha ha! Lin Chen laughed triumphantly, enjoying teasing Dao Miao, his little wife. The sword spirit watched on the side, amused, but soon stopped laughing as Lin Chen reached out and dragged her into the fray. After a moment of joy, Lin Chen spoke, as for my strength, I truly don't know. But after you all try the Great Return Pill, perhaps it will become clear. Good. Both women expressed their anticipation, then went back to their rooms to cultivate. With the two martial arts practicing wives settled, Lin Chen enjoyed a hot bath under the care of his senior wife, Yi Xiao, and had a sumptuous dinner. After eating and drinking his fill, he began to assess the progress of the three wives' training, checking if their physical enhancement was on track. Life went on peacefully like this. On the other side, the White Lotus sect, firmly seated on the fishing platform, couldn't enjoy such peaceful days. First, their elite disciples sent out lost contact. The secret main hall, for some reason, leaked information, allowing the Ba Dao Mountain Villa to make a move. The elder known as the Blade King, personally led the charge, wielding a black blade that drank blood, cutting down the White Lotus sect's disciples left and right. Countless elite fighters from the Ba Dao Mountain Villa also went berserk, shouting and slashing with their big knives as if possessed, even cutting down any passing dogs that didn't run fast enough. As for the White Lotus sect disciples, they were chased upon sight and cut down upon capture. In just half a day, the White Lotus sect's main hall was breached, with numerous elite disciples dead or injured. Even a few guardian deities were cut down on the spot by the Ba Dao Mountain Villa's experts. Faced with this situation, the White Lotus sect leader was heartbroken, finding it hard to breathe. But he couldn't do much because he was targeted by the Blade King. A slight distraction could mean being cut in two. The Blade King, a towering figure in the martial world, could only be matched by the strongest of the four supreme powers, like the Swordmaster of the Divine Sword Villa, who were evenly matched. As the leader of the White Lotus sect, although his strength surpassed that of first-rate experts, he was still slightly inferior to these top-tier powerhouses and could only barely hold his ground. After all, their sect operated in the shadows, specializing in brainwashing and assassination, with direct confrontations being their weakness. They could defend themselves, but winning in battle required playing dirty, otherwise, it was impossible. Who leaked the information? This sect will tear them to pieces. The White Lotus sect leader's eyes turned red. This leak of information had dealt a severe blow to the White Lotus sect, even a devastating one. And the instigator of all this was the backwater by the small river brought upon him by the wise prince. Lin Chen was leisurely fishing with Su Arrow, the captain of the guard. He was unaware of what had happened to the White Lotus sect. Otherwise, he would have raised a toast to celebrate. But ignorance was bliss, allowing him to focus on fishing and cultivate his sentiments. Fangu, fishing every day is boring. How about we go hunting in the mountains? Su Arrow suddenly suggested. He preferred excitement over the dullness of fishing. Hunting in the mountains was definitely an exhilarating activity. Hunting in the mountains? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the idea, finding it indeed thrilling. Can you find prey? Lin Chen was intrigued, but hunting was not as simple as it seemed. Prey wouldn't just wait around to be found. Don't worry, Fangu, Su Arrow reassured. I've been hunting with my father in the mountains since I was 10. With 10 years of hunting experience, I may not boast about much, but I'm definitely skilled at finding prey, almost like finding chicks in our own chicken coop. Let's go take a look then. Lin Chen was convinced. Every man had a dream of hunting freely. For example, with a helicopter, a rifle, and a box of bullets, many men could spend a day hunting wild boars on the grasslands. Su Biao and Dongguan Zai were the biggest enthusiasts, often going for a few rounds. The two quickly entered the mountains. After crossing the river, they entered the dense forest, saving time on the journey. Su Arrow carried a bow and arrows, well equipped for hunting. However, Lin Chen only had a fishing rod, lacking in equipment. Nevertheless, Lin Chen didn't mind. With his current physique, picking up a few solid stones was the best hunting tool. As Su Arrow, with his rich hunting experience, spotted a roe deer drinking water, Lin Chen casually picked up a stone and threw it lightly, causing the roe deer to fall silently. This silent technique was even more efficient than using a sniper rifle. Fangu, awesome! Su Arrow exclaimed, impressed by the swift kill. Although he was familiar with hunting and had seen various hunting methods, this particular style was new to him. Involuntarily, he used a term from his childhood to praise Lin Chen. Well done, but no need to praise me next time. Lin Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. His assistant was a straightforward and practical person, and he felt quite helpless in this regard. Hee, Su Arrow chuckled awkwardly and prepared to approach the prey. However, before he could move, a thunderous roar echoed from the bushes by the river. A massive creature leaped out and swiftly snatched the roe deer, a tiger displaying incredible agility. It was a robust tiger, seizing the prey that Lin Chen had just taken down. This was a highway robbery. Damn, this big beast dares to steal the prey I hunted down. You're looking for trouble. In the past, facing the king of the forest, Su Arrow might have been intimidated, but now, with his enhanced physique and a stronger bow, he no longer feared the tiger before him, even if it was a tiger king larger than usual. However, before he could act, as the tiger that had come to rob them caught sight of a figure with a faint smile, its eyes suddenly narrowed. In Suera's bewildered gaze, the tiger dropped the roe deer from its mouth, tucked its tail, and ran off without daring to look back even once. It was as if it had encountered a terrifying presence, knowing that lingering meant certain death. What's going on? Could it be that I, Suero, have reached a level where even the Tiger King retreats at the slightest provocation? Suero scratched his head, muttering to himself involuntarily. The situation just now was that the Tiger King saw him about to make a move and was scared off, tucking its tail and running away. Amazing, my second tiger. From now on, don't call yourself second tiger anymore. Just call yourself Tiger King. You scared off the Tiger King directly. Lin Chen chuckled at this moment. He naturally knew how the Tiger King suddenly ran away. After all, he was quite familiar with this Tiger King. The last time he encountered this Tiger King when he was disguised as a male sword spirit, it was the same Tiger King as the one in front of him. Others might not recognize it, but Lin Chen immediately identified the faint fist mark on the brow. After all, he had made that fist mark himself. If the other party hadn't played dead, he would have skinned and sold it for money long ago. Tiger King, you're too ostentatious, and my dad doesn't agree with me changing my name. Suero scratched his head with a silly smile. Lin Chen's suggestion made him tempted, but in the end, he shook his head and didn't dare to accept it. Firstly, it was too ostentatious, and secondly, he was afraid of going back and getting beaten up by his old man. Seeing that the other party took it seriously, Lin Chen could only shake his head helplessly again. This guy was really straightforward. With no Tiger King to ambush them, Suero was able to deal with the prey smoothly. However, before they had gone far, Lin Chen stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Suero asked, puzzled, not noticing anything around them. Something is following us, Lin Chen said, looking back at the tall bushes. It was difficult to see clearly what was hidden in these tall bushes with the naked eye. However, Suero trusted his big brother Lin Chen absolutely. Without saying a word, he strung his longbow with an arrow. What is it? Prepared for action, Suero asked in a low voice. The big bug from earlier, Lin Chen replied with a smile. The big bug from earlier? Wow, it dares to come back. Suero's eyes widened, preparing to shoot the Tiger King from the highest point. With his talent for hitting the mark every time and the strong arm strength he now possessed, shooting down a Tiger King wasn't too difficult. If necessary, he could even use poison arrows. However, Lin Chen shook his head. Let's not act yet. Leave the deer for it. Ha! Suero was a bit puzzled. He didn't understand why he had to compromise with the Tiger King that he could handle, but he suppressed this doubt and obediently let the deer go. Once the deer was on the ground, Lin Chen led Suero away from the spot to a sheltered mountain forest. The distance was a bit far, but whether it was Lin Chen or Suero, this distance was within their shooting range. Fanga, are you planning to go fishing? Seeing Lin Chen's actions, Suero couldn't help but understand why. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word, but he picked up a sharp stone in his hand. A strong Tiger King was a rare and supreme tonic for a man. Indeed, it was the Tiger King following them, but the scene was different from what Lin Chen had imagined. When the Tiger King emerged from the bushes, it wasn't alone. Behind it were several cute and tender tiger cubs. These tiger cubs seemed hungry as they had not eaten for a long time. When they saw the fresh deer on the ground, they couldn't resist wanting to gnaw on it. However, the Tiger King slapped them away, not allowing them to approach, and carefully scanned the surroundings for any danger before letting the cubs eat. Roaring softly, the tiger cubs kept tearing and swallowing the deer meat, clearly famished. Instead of snatching the food, the Tiger King watched gently from the side, remaining vigilant. The majestic Tiger King turned out to be a gentle father. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen shook his head, smiled, and put down the sharp stone in his hand. Although the actions of Lin Chen and the others were subtle, the vigilant Tiger King still sensed it keenly, and its fierce eyes immediately focused on them. Oh, very alert indeed, Lin Chen laughed at the sight and said, turning to Suero, let's go out. Since we've been discovered, let's go out and play with this Tiger King who has cubs. Okay. Suero naturally wouldn't refuse, but the bowstring in his hand remained unloosed. A tiger protecting its cubs is absolutely the most dangerous, even bordering on madness. Whenever it senses a threat, it will fight the threat without hesitation. Roar! As expected, upon seeing Lin Chen, this formidable enemy once again, the Tiger King didn't flee but instead walked in front of the tiger cubs, issuing a warning roar, standing his ground. The tiger cubs were unaware of the danger approaching. They were either eating or casting curious glances at Lin Chen and Suero, the two-legged creatures. One particularly bold cub even tried to run past its tiger father to get a closer look at the two-legged creatures, but before it could reach them, the tiger father swatted it back. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm, or else you wouldn't have survived until now. Seeing the Tiger King's reaction, Lin Chen explained with a smile, regardless of whether they understood him or not. To their surprise, upon hearing this explanation, the Tiger King actually relaxed somewhat. Although still vigilant, it no longer had that desperate air of readiness to fight at any moment. Can this big beast understand human nature? Suaru beside him widened his eyes, astonished by the scene before him. As a hunter, he had seen countless wild animals and killed many prey. But animals understanding human nature was something he had only heard old people boast about in his childhood. He had never witnessed it firsthand. Seems like it. Lin Chen nodded in response. No wonder it played dead when it knew it was no match. Indeed, this was no ordinary tiger. Although not a demon, it had indeed grasped human nature. Roar! Although the Tiger King believed Lin Chen meant no harm, upon seeing the two men still approaching, it roared once more, warning them not to come any closer. Dare to threaten my brother, Fan? Suaru, feeling displeased, prepared to shoot down the Tiger King. With his current strength, killing a Tiger King was indeed not difficult. However, Lin Chen stopped him, not seeing any issue with it. Clearly, the Tiger King was a devoted father who naturally wouldn't want his child to be threatened. Lin Chen had not intended to disturb them further, but upon seeing one of the tiger cubs, relatively thin and lacking strength even when gnawing on meat, he paused. One of your cubs has a physical issue. If left unattended, it won't survive past infancy. Lin Chen addressed the Tiger King. Possessing advanced medical skills, he could not only treat humans but also animals. With just one glance, he identified the problem with the weak tiger cub. More humane than imagined, the Tiger King, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, looked towards the frail cub with a hint of sadness in its tiger eyes. Wild animals have strong instincts, and it had long been aware of its cub's issue. But it couldn't heal it. Even if it knew, what use would it be? It could only try to ensure the cub ate well. It had followed Lin Chen and the others this time at the risk of being discovered because the cub was too hungry, hoping to scavenge any leftovers from their hunt. Hunting with a cub, especially one as mischievous as this, trying to hunt on its own was too difficult. Roar! Unable to contain its sorrow, the Tiger King let out a mournful roar. At this moment, it wasn't a ferocious beast but a dutiful father. Contrary to the usual tiger behavior where male tigers are typically ruthless and female tigers care for the cubs, here, the Tiger King was doing the opposite, raising a group of tiger cubs on its own. Stop howling. If you trust me, I'll help treat your cub. Interrupting the Tiger King's mournful cries, Lin Chen prepared to lend a hand. The Tiger King looked at him skeptically, finding it hard to believe that humans could be so kind. If it hadn't been clever last time, it would have been skinned and tortured by Lin Chen. The excruciating pain it endured was still fresh in its memory. The wound on its forehead had yet to heal properly and often throbbed. Due to this, it had been hiding in the deep mountains recently, avoiding places frequented by humans. What's with that look? If you don't want to, forget it, they're not my cubs anyway. Lin Chen saw the other party actually doubting himself, so he immediately planned to leave. The Tiger King hesitated again when he saw the human in front of him about to leave, but ultimately seemed to make a decision and personally carried the problematic tiger cub to Lin Chen and set it down. Obviously, it chose to believe once more. Lin Chen did not disappoint it, nodded at it, and picked up the tiger cub. First, he felt around the cub's abdomen, then took out the silver needle he carried with him. This set of silver needles had been arranged for the White Lotus Sex Incense Master before, but this time it was indeed used for treatment. The Tiger King watched intently from the side. When it saw Lin Chen using the silver needle on its cub, its expression tensed up, and its tiger claws firmly gripped the ground. But it ultimately held back. Don't worry, it's just regular acupuncture. Haven't you seen humans treat illnesses before? Lin Chen explained as he needled. The Tiger King shook its head upon hearing this. As the ruler of the mountains and forests, it had no knowledge of human medical treatment. Understanding human speech was also due to living long enough and having some luck. All right. In the midst of the human-tiger conversation, Lin Chen quickly finished. After removing the silver needle that cleared the blood vessels, he gently pressed the tiger cub's abdomen, and a clot of blood gushed out of the cub's mouth. There had been a problem at birth, causing internal blockages. If not cleared, the larger the cub grew, the quicker it would die. But as long as it was cleared, there would be no issues. The Tiger King did not understand these principles, but seeing its cub become a bit more spirited after the treatment, it cast a grateful look at Lin Chen. You can eat slowly now. This roe deer is a gift for you, but remember, no more harming people in the future. Otherwise, if I see you again, I won't be so lenient. Lin Chen set down the treated tiger cub and admonished the Tiger King before leaving without waiting for a response, taking the bewildered Suero with him to continue hunting. The Tiger King watched Lin Chen leave with a steady gaze, lowered its head, lost in thought. On the other side, Suero regained his senses and praised his elder brother repeatedly, brother Fan is amazing. He can even treat wild animals. If we had this ability, we could handle all the oxen medical issues in the county, and we'd definitely live a good life in the future." After speaking, his face was full of longing, truly wanting to become a veterinarian. This was too promising. Lin Chen shook his head speechlessly. With his divine-level medical skills, you want him to be a veterinarian? What nonsense! Even if the emperor wanted him to treat him, it would require a huge sum of money. Otherwise, when administering medicine, using some slow-acting poisonous herbs would definitely have an effect on the other party. Ignoring the unambitious younger brother, Lin Chen began hunting seriously. It was not until the sun began to set that Lin Chen left the mountains, leading Suero, who was laden with prey, back home. With his sharp throwing skills, he could almost always successfully capture prey once found. This kind of hunting was truly an enjoyable activity. Wow! So much game. Lin Chen, did you go hunting in the mountains? Dao Miao exclaimed upon seeing a pile of game, getting excited. I told you to call me husband. Lin Chen tapped Dao Miao's head, correcting her once again. I won't. Dao Miao pouted, covering her head that had been tapped, unwilling to change, wanting to be independent. Lin Chen was somewhat helpless with this willful wife and could only change the subject, asking, You came out of seclusion so early, did you finish absorbing the Great Return pill? Of course, I'm a genius, not someone like a sword spirit can compare to. Dao Miao said proudly, lifting her delicate chin high. Although both of them were now Lin Chen's wives, they still had their own pride, and this situation did not make them get along peacefully. In everything they did, they had to compare. They even compared how many times they slept with Lin Chen from time to time. Lin Chen had once been troubled by this, until he angrily brought the two of them to a bed and directly initiated a 1-against-2 battle to settle the matter. Comparatively speaking, this was now child's play. However, before Lin Chen could make a move, a disdainful voice rang out. Dao Miao, besides being good at talking behind people's backs, what else can you do? It was Jianling who had arrived, clearly having completed her absorption of the Grand Return pill and exited seclusion. At this moment, her demeanor was restrained, the faint sword intent that was once visible had disappeared. But this didn't mean she had become weaker, on the contrary, she had become stronger, able to control this sword intent autonomously. This restrained demeanor made her appear more natural and even more captivating, truly deserving of the title of a peerless beauty recognized by the system. You little brat! Dao Miao gritted her teeth and turned around, beginning their daily banter. Suero sensibly carried the prey and ran off, leaving this place of conflict. However, Lin Chen didn't run, he just smiled and watched the two wives perform, even entertaining the wicked thought that if they started fighting each other, it would be even more fun to go up and spank them one by one. That's what life is all about. Lin Chen, are you really going to let the two of us attack together? Not to mention we didn't warn you, we are no longer the same as before. On the martial arts stage, Dao Miao said with a stern face. It had been agreed earlier that after absorbing the Grand Return pill, they would have a friendly match, and now it was happening. Lin Chen smiled and replied, What we are testing is indeed how much you two have improved. But let's make it clear, if you two together are still not a match for me, then you have to obediently listen to me. No problem. Dao Miao readily agreed. Although Jianling didn't speak, she nodded in acceptance of the challenge. After absorbing 2 Grand Return pills, although it didn't increase their strength by a century, it did add around 40 to 50 years of power, surpassing an average expert and even someone who had cultivated diligently for a lifetime. Coupled with their already formidable skills, they were indeed much stronger now. They didn't dare claim to be top-notch, but they were confident they could defeat the kind of top experts in the White Lotus sect. Despite Lin Chen displaying astonishing physical prowess, it was just that, physical strength. In a real battle, sheer physical strength alone wouldn't guarantee victory. Profound martial arts, superior combat skills, and experience were all decisive factors in determining the outcome. Although their physical strength wasn't exceptional, through the amplification of inner energy and the enhancement of their martial arts, they could unleash strength several times or even 10 times greater than their physical capabilities. Since there's no problem, draw your swords and let me see your true strength. Lin Chen remained composed, determined to show his 2 wives today how fierce he could be. The other 3 wives also came to watch, cheering for both sides. Xiao Qing, the maid, also joined in, cheerfully calling out to her mistress, Husband, let's skip using weapons, it wouldn't be good if someone got hurt accidentally. Just as they were about to start, Jianling put down her azure edge sword. Dao Miao did the same, placing her knife aside. Alright, but I must remind you, without weapons, your chances of winning are even lower. Lin Chen didn't object, as he was fine with anything. Don't underestimate us. Dao Miao immediately became displeased at the remark and charged forward with clenched fists. As one of the four supreme forces, the Tyrant Blade Manor primarily practiced blade techniques, but they also had martial arts skills, considering the possibility of weapon damage in close combat. The Divine Sword Villa was similar, collecting various techniques in this regard and being more comprehensive. Watching the two wives maneuvering their techniques like graceful elves approaching him, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and began his own performance. He had no special footwork and didn't bother to learn any. The aesthetics of violence were the most straightforward combination of speed and passion. I saw him exerting force on the ground, resembling a peregrine falcon swiftly flying in the sky, bursting with terrifying speed, effortlessly dodging the attacks of the two daughters-in-law. However, the two daughters-in-law had taken the Great Return pill, and indeed they were no longer what they used to be. Not only had their speed increased, but even their reaction time had multiplied several times at this moment. Lightly tapping the ground to stop his movement, they once again launched attacks towards Lin Chen. With palm strikes and punches, they unleashed crackling sounds, revealing the terrifying power and speed contained within. Seeing the daughters-in-law so powerful, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Instead of continuing to dodge swiftly, he stopped his steps, extending his two large palms to directly envelop the daughters-in-law's attacks. Dao Miaomiao threw punches, and Jianling used palm strikes, but they couldn't escape from Lin Chen's grasp. Caught by his grasp, the two naturally struggled with all their might. However, Lin Chen's hands were like large pincers. Although they didn't injure them, they couldn't break free even when exerting their strength or using internal energy shockwaves. Such terrifying force, if gripped tightly, would have definitely crippled their hands. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying their man's physical strength was. No wonder the 5 plots of land at home were not enough to cultivate. This old bull was just too fierce. Is this your current strength? Lin Chen directly locked onto the two daughters-in-law, asking with a playful smile. This doesn't count, we underestimated you. Let us go and try again. Dao Miaomiao protested indignantly, admitting that she had underestimated him and not dodged. Alright, let's go again. Lin Chen was generous, directly releasing the hands he held. He controlled the force well, and the owners of the two hands were unharmed, only slightly reddened from their own exertion. They had suffered a loss. Both women became more cautious. However, in the face of absolute strength, this caution was futile. After all, Lin Chen was not just brute strength. Although the old tiger fist sounded ordinary, it was actually a profound martial art that could enable an ordinary person to defeat a fierce tiger in the mountains. Various exquisite techniques and skills, even among similar top-notch martial arts, might not compare. After all, it was a product of the system, undoubtedly a high-quality one, not a trivial commodity. The only shortcoming was that Lin Chen was not proficient in body techniques. However, under the aesthetics of violence, he only lacked some flexibility and variation, but his speed was not slow. After a fierce battle, the two daughters-in-law, who had improved significantly, were all neatly dealt with. Humph. Lin Chen, your physical strength is too tricky. It's one thing to be strong, but you can also burst into speed with it. We can't even touch you, how can we fight? Dao Miaomiao complained unhappily. Although they had become strong, they were ultimately easily controlled by Lin Chen. It felt as if they hadn't become stronger but rather weaker. Jianling was also speechless. Today she had witnessed how strong her man was. In terms of physical strength alone, even Grandpa's sword is not your match. Only the predecessor, the boxing saint of the four absolutes, can compete with you. Jianling sighed. The boxing saint of the four absolutes? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this name, remembering it. Alright, the outcome is clear now. You won't renege on the deal, will you? Lin Chen noted the mentioned name and intended to claim the victory. Who would renege on the deal? Dao Miaomiao retorted stubbornly, but her cheeks were now flushed. It wasn't that she wasn't tough enough, but what Lin Chen wanted them to do was too embarrassing. Jianling's face also turned red, indicating she felt the same way. Both sat on the edge of the bed, understanding what was expected of them. Lin Chen paid no attention to this, laughing heartily as he achieved his goal. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Xiao Chang witnessed Lin Chen's bravery and couldn't help but step forward, her delicate and pretty face blushing with excitement. Of course. Lin Chen laughed and replied, pinching her blushing cheeks in passing. Xiao Qing was startled by the commotion, her face turning even redder. Let's go, let's eat. We brought back a lot of game today, let's have a good meal. Lin Chen patted his stomach and declared the start of today's feast. The strengthening potion was working continuously, and now the whole family had turned into foodies. The game he hunted himself did taste better. Lin Chen had already lost count of how many delicacies he had consumed. The wives did not disappoint either, eating heartily and deliciously. Eating wouldn't make them gain weight, but would enhance their physique, so they naturally indulged. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin arranged for a few wives to take a medicinal bath, while he went alone to the back mountain to cool off. Eating exotic delicacies every day and sometimes quietly enjoying the peace of mind felt good. However, an unexpected guest arrived at the back mountain today. While Lin Chen was relaxing and meditating, a huge black shadow slowly emerged from the trees. The massive black shadow moved very cautiously and quietly, but Lin Chen noticed it immediately. His powerful physique not only brought strength but also heightened his senses to an incredible level. He could catch even the slightest movements with his sharp hearing. However, Lin Chen did not act, but instead smiled and looked over. Because this stealthy black shadow had no malicious intent, instead, its eyes held a grateful look as it gazed at him. "Why have you come to my house? Don't you need to watch over your cub?" Lin Chen asked, as the unexpected visitor was none other than the Tiger King he had encountered while hunting during the day. The majestic tiger body looked even larger in the dark night, truly living up to its reputation as the King of Kings. The Tiger King did not reply but quietly placed something it was holding in its mouth in front of Lin Chen. The object was dark and resembled an expired cassava, with clear signs of being gnawed on. "Are you giving me something?" Lin Chen was not concerned about what it was but rather surprised by the tiger's gesture. He had shown kindness earlier in the day by helping the tiger cub with its ailment, and now, the Tiger King had come to repay the favor. It must be said that this seemingly fierce Tiger King was more adept at social etiquette than many humans and understood the concept of gratitude. In response to the inquiry, the Tiger King nodded, indicating that it was indeed a gift. With a nod, it lightly tapped the object it had brought with its paw, hoping to draw Lin Chen's attention. In this regard, it succeeded. Lin Chen's gaze was now fixed on the gift. Initially, he had not paid much attention, thinking that a wild beast's gift would not be anything valuable. At most, it would be some mountain herbs, which were common among wild animals as they would eat them when injured. Many wild dogs possessed this ability, and occasionally seeing them nibble on plants by the roadside was a common sight. However, after observing for a while, Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim softly. He then reached out and picked up the gift the Tiger King had brought him. "Is this Polygonum multiflorum?" Lin Chen examined it in the night, his advanced medical skills allowing him to identify herbs easily. Polygonum multiflorum was not rare, but its effects were quite good, nourishing blood and tonifying deficiency. However, aged Polygonum multiflorum was not easy to come by. The specimen in Lin Chen's hand, even though a portion had been bitten off and lost much of its medicinal properties, still retained the essence of a 1,000-year-old herb. Testing the quality of this essence required only a small sample to be taken and tasted. The more he observed, the more surprised Lin Chen became. Despite losing much of its potency, it still possessed the essence of a 1,000-year-old herb. If it had remained intact without any loss of potency, how many years old would it be? "Did you dig this?" Lin Chen was shocked and turned to look at the Tiger King crouching beside him. The Tiger King nodded slightly, indicating that he did indeed dig up this Polygonum multiflorum. Then he extended his claw again, lightly tapped the gnawed end, and then tapped his own big mouth. Even a fool could guess the meaning of this gesture. It meant that the other half of the Polygonum multiflorum had been eaten by itself. That was indeed the case. It could now understand human nature, even comprehend human speech, not only because it had lived for a long time and had frequent contact with humans in the past, but also because of the merit of gnawing on this half of the Polygonum multiflorum. The Polygonum multiflorum you dug up, could it have reached the level of a spiritual creature? Lin Chen naturally understood the implication and held the half of Polygonum multiflorum in silence. Just as there were powerful martial artists in this world, there were also various miraculous elixirs. Just like the blood bodhi that Niafone picked in the Qilin Cave in the Stormy Clouds movie. These were sacred medicines. Although the martial power in this world was lower, it was not impossible for some magical herbs to grow. It's a pity. If this Polygonum multiflorum were intact, without losing its medicinal properties, it could have been refined into a true elixir, enhancing the vitality of the user, strengthening the physique, and even having a certain effect on me now. Lin Chen shook his head regretfully. When this Polygonum multiflorum was just dug up, it was definitely an unimaginable existence, but now it had only retained about 1,000 years of potency. Although it was still very rare and could even cause numerous experts in the martial world to fight over it, it had ultimately lost its miraculous effects. The Tiger King didn't think much about it. Seeing the person he was grateful to and knowing the value of his gift, he grinned widely, as if he was very happy and laughing. "You, little tiger, have a good opportunity. No wonder you can understand human nature." Lin Chen also smiled at this unexpected gain, not needing to dwell on gains and losses. "I have received your gift and I like it. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to my house to find me." Lin Chen accepted the other party's gift, and the two of them had established a preliminary friendship. The Tiger King nodded with a grin, then leaped back into the mountains and disappeared into the dark night. Its cubs were still at home, and as a responsible father, it naturally couldn't stay away for too long. Watching the grateful Tiger King leave, Lin Chen held the half of Polygonum multiflorum and planned to go back to refine elixirs. Although much of its medicinal efficacy had been lost, he could still produce a great tonic to replenish blood for his wives. Since none of his wives had children for so long, he believed it was because his vitality was too strong, and this was a good opportunity to nourish them. As for his own issue, that was impossible. With the system's modification of 2 powerful elixirs, such a problem would not occur with him. The only possible issue was that his physique was too strong, or his level of life was too high, and his wives' eggs couldn't handle his strong little brothers. There were cases like this in medicine as well. While Lin Chen was preparing to refine the elixir to replenish blood for his wives with the gift from the Tiger King, on a small hill outside the manor, a group of figures stood high above, overlooking the vast estate spanning hundreds of acres. To build such a large estate, it's simply a waste of resources and a burden on the people. The owner of this place must be a heartless rich man. These figures were all riding on magnificent horses, and one of them, dressed in a white cloak and looking extremely flamboyant, coldly remarked at Lin Chen's estate. One of his companions nodded in agreement and said, "Brother Qingfeng is right. Such a wasteful and burdensome estate is definitely owned by a heartless villain. Today, our 13 bandits will make him understand the consequences of being heartless and wealthy." On the way here, I heard that the owner of this manor is very young, married to several beautiful young ladies. Since our 13 bandits have arrived today, we cannot allow this villain to continue to harm these women. Another companion spoke, his figure like a stick, his face unusually pale, eyes swollen and dark, clearly a debauched fellow. Alright, there's no need for more words. The town's martial officers are on our tail, we don't have much time to linger here. Swift and decisive, take the women and money and leave, of course, deal with this unscrupulous master as well. A burly figure occupying a prominent position also spoke at this moment. From his tone and stance, it was evident that he was the leader of this group. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the others fell silent. Next, with a wave of the leader's hand and a command to attack, they spurred their horses down the small hill they were on, heading swiftly towards the manor's gates adorned with 2 lanterns. Late at night, the servants in the manor were already fast asleep, resting to continue their busy work the next day. Only Suero, the captain of the guard, at this time, shouldered his responsibility, patrolling during the late hours to prevent any thieves from sneaking in unnoticed. It was because of this that when the sound of galloping hooves approached the gate, he noticed it immediately and furrowed his brow. Who would be riding a horse towards us at this late hour? Suero muttered in confusion, then drew an arrow from the quiver on his back and climbed up a tall tree near the manor gate. This tree was 30 meters high, allowing him to overlook most of the manor and even see far beyond the gate. As a skilled hunter, climbing trees was a necessary skill. With little effort, Suero reached the top of the tree. From this vantage point, the scene outside entered his sight. The 13 bandits rode tall horses, making no effort to conceal their movements, and were spotted immediately. In the moonlight, Suero saw that they were armed and wore cruel smiles, quickly realizing that these visitors were no good people. In the dead of night, such attire was hardly that of good individuals. It was for this reason that he put away the arrow he had taken out and retrieved another arrow that had been set aside. This arrow was poisoned, a weapon Suero rarely used unless facing a dangerous situation. By taking out these poison arrows, it was clear that his vigilance was at its peak. The 13 bandits outside were unaware that they had attracted danger. They rode to the gate, preparing to scale the wall and enter directly. To someone like Suero, who was not part of the martial world, the 13 bandits might not seem formidable. However, anyone who had roamed the martial world would have heard of their infamous reputation. Just like their name suggests, they were a gang of 13 bandits, each one a hardened criminal in the martial world, with hands stained by countless crimes. Anyone they targeted met a grim fate. Even some high-ranking officials had fallen victim to their brutality. This led to the entire Great Long Dynasty issuing a warrant for their arrest, and the martial officers dedicated to handling martial experts had listed them as their top priority target, constantly pursuing them. However, due to their cunning and mobility, they had evaded capture, spreading their notoriety far and wide, instilling fear in countless individuals who dreaded being targeted by them. Now that they have arrived here, they do not feel threatened by a remote small county. If it weren't for the tight pursuit by the town's martial officer, they could have roamed freely here without any issues. But is it really safe? Suero, the captain of the guard, remained silent. When he saw the other party attempting to climb over the wall, his long bow was slowly drawn. Swish! Without any hesitation, his innate talent for hitting the mark every time was activated, and a poison arrow was shot directly. Put! One of the leading thieves who attempted to climb over the wall couldn't even react before being pierced through the neck, falling from the wall with a look of horror. Not good. It's an ambush. Seeing this situation, they immediately realized it was an ambush. Why else would deadly arrows be shot at them the moment they were about to climb over the wall? Swish! Suare didn't care what the other party was thinking. At the moment they tried to forcefully break out by climbing over the wall. These people were nothing but a group of troublemakers to him as the captain of the guard. Anyone who threatened his elder brother and sister-in-law was his mortal enemy, and to harm them, one would have to step over his dead body. He meant every word he said. Damn it! These arrows are poisoned. This time, the 13 thieves were prepared. The one targeted managed to dodge the vital spot but still got shot in the arm. Although not fatal, it would only slightly affect their combat effectiveness. These thieves were all desperate characters, and these injuries were considered minor. However, soon after being hit, the wounded thief exclaimed as the blood from the arm wound visibly turned black at a rapid pace. These thieves, who could handle being besieged with ease, were not weaklings. The weakest among them were at the peak of the second-rate level. Most of them had reached the first-rate level, making them rare experts in the martial world. Yet, even such skilled individuals lost their combat abilities instantly after being hit by a poison arrow. Without swallowing an antidote pill at a critical moment, they would be doomed. Even in this state, they wouldn't be able to participate in the upcoming battle. We can't let him continue shooting. This guy's arrows are accurate and powerful. If we let him go on, we won't be able to escape. One observant thief spoke up, quickly analyzing the situation and proposing a solution. They couldn't allow the hidden marksman to continue wreaking havoc. The other thieves were astute as well and immediately understood the severity of the situation. The leader among them spoke up, "Bloodbat, your lightness skill is the best among us. We'll try to distract this marksman's attention, and you find a way to get close and deal with him. Even if you can't take him down, disrupt his rhythm." "No problem." The man who spoke earlier nodded in agreement upon hearing the instructions. Each of them had a name, but they mostly referred to each other by their aliases. For instance, the leader's alias in the martial world was Blackheart Tiger, known for his black tiger claw technique that intimidated numerous experts. However, facing a marksman hidden in the shadows, he couldn't use his usual brutal methods and had to resort to tactics. Nevertheless, this strategy proved effective, and Suaro, who lacked the same level of cunning, quickly fell into the enemy's trap. Although another thief was wounded by a poison arrow, rendering another person incapacitated, the Bloodbat dispatched swiftly, using his lightness skill to leap over the wall and dash towards the large tree where the marksman was positioned. Faced with this situation, Suaro had to abandon suppressing the others and focus on dealing with the approaching individual. While this action did drive the person coming towards him back, those outside who were being suppressed lost their restraint. In the blink of an eye, apart from one dead major thief, there were 2 other major thieves who had been poisoned by arrows and lost their combat effectiveness. The remaining 10 major thieves successfully scaled the wall and entered the manor. Faced with this situation, Suaro, although very angry, could only quickly slide down from the big tree and change his position. He was a long-range archer, and if he were to confront these experts head-on, he would definitely be crushed and even killed on the spot. After all, these 13 major thieves were not simple characters. Suaro had been able to suppress them for so long, successfully killing one and severely injuring 2 others, which was already something to be proud of. After all, these major thieves in front of him dared to go against the court. "Injure our brothers and think you can run? How is that possible? Just accept your death." The Bloodbat major thief with the fastest light skill said fiercely at this moment, quickly drawing the blood-colored long sword hanging from his waist, preparing to use his extreme speed to kill Suaro. Although Suaro's physique had been strengthened quite a bit during these days, facing such a long-standing expert in the martial world, he was still somewhat lacking, and he was quickly caught up to. At such a close distance, he didn't even have time to bend his bow and shoot an arrow. However, he remained calm, quickly grasping the long bow in his hand and pulling out a metal tube tied to his waist. This was the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. In a close-range ambush, even a top-notch expert would have to kneel at this moment. The major thief known as the Bloodbat had no idea how powerful this hidden weapon was, and he had never even heard of it before. It was because of this that when Suaro suddenly turned around, aimed the Storm Pear Blossom Needle launcher at him, and pressed it, he was directly hit. Even the prepared Lotus Sect Incense Master couldn't completely avoid the Storm Pear Blossom Needle's coverage. Now, with the opponent unprepared, the outcome was easy to imagine. As the metallic rain fell, another major thief fell at the hands of Suaro. Damn it! The other major thieves who caught up soon saw this situation and were all furious. Clearly, he was just an ordinary person skilled in archery, but their long-standing 13 major thieves were repeatedly being robbed. The leader, Blackheart Tiger, was grinding his teeth to dust. This loss was the biggest blow to him. However, an even bigger blow was yet to come. With their angry pursuit, they quickly arrived in the inner courtyard area. Then 2 flashes of cold light appeared, and 2 more major thieves lost their heads. The cause of all this was 2 figures holding swords. They were 2 young women, one with exquisite beauty and a tall figure, and the other with a voluptuous figure. Her towering curves were simply lethal weapons. These were Lin Chen's 2 daughters-in-law. One was the sword spirit from the Divine Sword Villa, and the other was the Blade Miao Miao from the Tyrant Blade Villa. As soon as they appeared, not only did they exude a domineering aura, they also instantly took out 2 major thieves. The sword and blade intent emanating from them made the remaining 13 major thieves not dare to act rashly. Isn't this a remote and backward small county? Why are there such experts here? Faced with the scene before him, Blackheart Tiger couldn't help but realize that he had encountered a tough opponent. He just couldn't understand why in a rundown small county, there was not only a terrifying master archer but also 2 monsters who had comprehended the sword and blade intent. This was something that many top-notch experts couldn't achieve. The sudden sword and blade attacks just now were fortunate not to have landed on him, otherwise, he wouldn't have been confident enough to dodge them in an instant. However, that was just a sudden attack. If it came to a direct confrontation, even if he alone was not a match, he had several equally powerful companions behind him, so he didn't panic because of it. Humph! Daring to invade my new home of Blade Miao Miao, you are seeking death. Blade Miao Miao had the most fiery temper, and facing these invading villains, she naturally had no intention of showing mercy. Jianling is relatively quiet by nature, but at this moment, a hint of killing intent flickered in her beautiful eyes. Who lives and who dies is still uncertain. Let me show you the prowess of the 13th Master Thief. With such significant losses this time, the remaining thieves were all ignited with real fire, so things naturally couldn't end so easily. This was exactly what the 2 women wanted, as they absorbed the power of the Grand Return Pill to increase their strength significantly. They also wanted to test their own abilities properly. As for the fear of losing, they had none at all, because behind them stood a man who was truly like a monster. With such confidence, the 2 women directly launched their attacks. A fierce confrontation began under the moonlight. The man standing behind them remained quietly in the corner, ready to dominate the scene at any moment. Today's 4 chapters exceed 10,000 words, seeking recommendations and positive reviews, and will continue to update tomorrow. Let's do it! Since there was no room for reconciliation, the next step naturally was to fight to the death. Although the 13th Master Thief suffered considerable losses, there were only 7 of them left with combat capabilities. However, these remaining ones were all outstanding, none of them below first-class level. In the martial arts world, they were all influential figures capable of dominating a region, easily wiping out roles like the Sisui gang. Now, with 7 of them joining forces, the terror they could unleash was unimaginable. The blue stone floor of the corridor instantly cracked under their force, unable to withstand their power. Especially the leader, Blackheart Tiger, whose strength had reached the peak of the first-class level. With just 1 step on the ground, the blue stone floor was forcefully dented, resembling a ferocious beast. Facing such formidable opponents, Jianling and Dao Miao Miao remained serious and cautious, not daring to be careless. However, fear was out of the question. Confronted with such fierce opponents, they wielded their swords and knives, launching a fierce attack. The glint of the blades and swords, although just cold weapons, emitted a chilling aura, with faint traces of sword energy swirling around, cutting open the surface of the pillars in the corridor. Faced with this kind of attack, the 13th Master Thief also did not dare to be careless, each displaying their unique skills in response. Lin Chen witnessed a real battle between martial arts experts for the first time. The scene of flashing blades and swords was far more impactful than watching a martial arts film with cheap effects, leaving him in awe. Although the 2 women were outnumbered, with the support of the Grand Return Pill, they possessed a robust strength that surpassed their opponents in terms of cultivation level. Coupled with the unique skills from the 4 supreme powers, even when facing 7 opponents alone, they were not at a disadvantage. On the contrary, as the intense battle continued, they became even more fierce. They were gradually adapting to their current strength. Boom! The solid corridor, constructed at great expense, finally could not withstand the intense battle between the 2 sides and collapsed with a deafening roar. However, this did not harm the true masters. Several figures quickly emerged from the dust, and their attacks against each other did not stop but intensified. Who are you people? Why do you possess the unique skills of the Divine Sword Villa and the Tyrant Blade Villa? Blackheart Tiger suddenly spoke, with 2 bloody gashes appearing on his body. The other thieves were also in a sorry state, their clothes full of holes, looking like beggars. You don't even know who we are, yet you dare to cause trouble. Who gave you the courage? Dao Miao fought even more bravely, dressed in a fiery red slim long dress, resembling a female war god. In response to the enemy's inquiry, she directly rebuked, exuding a powerful aura. Jianling remained silent in this regard, but her semi-divine weapon was even more fierce, having already severed the weapons of 2 of the master thieves. The 13th master thieves were all notorious bandits, committing all sorts of crimes from robbery to extortion, accumulating vast wealth. Naturally, their weapons were all meticulously crafted with heavy investment. In the past, when facing other experts, it was usually their opponent's weapons that were cut, but today, it was their turn, and their fine weapons were reduced to nothing. This was no exaggeration. Instead, in front of the demigods, their weapons were too fragile, like inferior goods. The demigods crafted by the master craftsmen were truly formidable. Without suitable weapons, their strength was greatly diminished, rendering them helpless. It was for this reason that although the sword spirit remained silent, its pressure on the 13 thieves was even greater. 13 thieves, you may commit crimes elsewhere, which we do not care about and cannot control. But since you dare target us here, you won't be leaving today. The sword spirit spoke for the first time, sending chills down the remaining thieves' spines. Initially, such words would have been a joke, but after the battle, they could no longer find it amusing. Outmatched in skill, surpassed in martial arts, and with inferior weapons, 2 of their comrades had already been disarmed, leaving them stranded on the sidelines. If this continued, they dared not think of the outcome. Suddenly, the observant leader of the thieves spoke up. Are you the young master of the Divine Sword Villa? And you, the young master of the Tyrant Blade Villa? Why are you both here together? What? Upon hearing this sudden revelation, the thieves present were all astonished. The heirs of 2 major powers were not unknown figures in the martial world. Although not everyone knew them, anyone with a bit of knowledge about the martial world would have some information about them, such as their appearance, personality, and current strength level. Achieving a second-rate level at a young age was already remarkable, and given time, they could easily reach first-rate or even top-tier levels. Such talent placed them at the pinnacle of the martial world, but that was in the future. Currently, despite their exceptional talent, they were still in the developmental stage and faced with top-tier experts in the martial world, they could only be bullied. Yet now, facing a group of people who were being suppressed in battle, this information did not align. I don't know for sure, but I'm certain I didn't mistake them. I saw them from a distance at a martial arts event before, and I couldn't have been mistaken. The observant leader of the thieves shook his head, indicating that he was unsure of the reason but was certain he hadn't made a mistake. This place is not right, let's leave first and figure it out later. Faced with the eerie situation, the leader of the thieves, Blackheart Tiger, decided to retreat. The others had no objections. Having lost several companions along the way and now facing a crisis themselves, they had no intention of lingering any longer. This place was indeed too strange. A rundown county town with a formidable divine archer was one thing, but having 2 heirs of major powers here, whose strength defied rumors, was another. Not only were they not at a second-rate level, but they could also overpower first-rate experts. Their profound and unending martial prowess surpassed many of the older generation. Continuing to engage would lead to unimaginable consequences. Leaving won't be so easy. The 2 women, seeing the thieves attempting to flee, unleashed even greater strength. They had been holding back earlier. Damn it! It seems we can't leave normally, we must come up with a plan. Faced with the fierce attacks, the 13 thieves had to halt their retreat. With unequal strength, they needed to work together to stand a chance. If they forcefully withdrew, they risked being picked off one by one. Brother, there's a person in the corner over there. We'll hold off the 2 women for now, and you find a way to control him. Once again, the observant leader of the thieves spoke, whispering to Blackheart Tiger on the side, proposing a solution. Why? Will that work? The treacherous tiger, puzzled by the words, asked, and the person standing in the corner nearby showed no intention of hiding. He naturally saw it too, but he didn't think that controlling one person could solve the problem. Ordinary people are naturally useless, but what about the owner of this estate? The observant master thief said. The owner of the estate? The treacherous tiger's eyes instantly brightened. Yes, on my way here, I asked passers-by who knew about this place. It's my habit. I learned about the general appearance of the owner of this estate, as well as the skilled archer from earlier, who is currently guarding him. Besides them, there are these 2 women who, before engaging with us, looked towards the person in the corner several times. The observant master thief nodded. In terms of observation, he was indeed quite terrifying. How certain are you? The treacherous tiger asked with a glance. More than 80%. The observant master thief replied. Good. The treacherous tiger gritted his teeth. You 2 hold off the 2 women for now. I will go and control the owner here. Seeing his weak appearance, aside from being handsome, with no martial arts foundation, I should be able to easily take him down. As long as they could capture an important figure from the estate, they could use it as a threat to ensure a safe retreat. This was not the first time their group of 13 thieves had done something like this. In the past, when they were caught in the net of the town martial bureau, they managed to escape by kidnapping a prominent figure and making threats. Now, doing something similar again was like a familiar road to them. As for the skilled archer guarding the estate, after so many years of notoriety, the treacherous tiger was not intimidated. Even up close, even if the archer was skilled, they couldn't stop his full-force approach. With the plan set, the 6 thieves began to fight desperately, firmly holding off the 2 sword spirits. With the treacherous tiger now free, he also shouted loudly and then rushed towards the figure in the corner at his fastest speed. The targeted figure in the corner was none other than the owner of the estate, Lin Chen. In the dark corridor corner, the treacherous tiger saw that he was rapidly approaching, yet the person in the corner remained clueless, further confirming his thoughts. An ordinary person, even with a skilled archer guarding them, was like a lamb to the slaughter in front of a top-notch expert like him. On the other side, the remaining 13 thieves, seeing how smoothly things were going, redoubled their efforts, fearing the 2 women might escape and interfere. However, to their surprise, the 2 women entangled in the fight showed no intention of leaving to support. What's going on? The observant master thief was somewhat puzzled by this scene, wondering if his observations and judgments were wrong. The treacherous tiger, who had made his move, was also puzzled at this moment. According to his plan, the skilled archer guarding the area would definitely try to stop him at this point. He had already prepared how to evade and quickly approach during this process. However, his preparations were completely useless at this moment. The skilled archer, who he thought would strike, not only did not attack but instead looked at him with a mocking smile. It felt like he was being treated like a clown. The treacherous tiger had roamed the Jianghu for many years. Even the violent institution of the Great Long Dynasty's town martial bureau couldn't do much to him. Was he now a clown? But what he was facing now seemed to be such treatment. Playing tricks. Faced with this situation, he could only suppress his negative thoughts, believing that it was just the other party playing tricks. It wasn't that he was being outsmarted, but in this situation, there seemed to be no other choice. If they continued to be entangled, they would slowly be worn down by the profound skills of the 2 women. Prepare to die. The treacherous tiger shouted, boosting his morale. Finally, he was close to his target, and the next moment would see his plan come to fruition. Facing this situation as the targeted master, Lin Chen could only smile and say, if there's a road to heaven, you won't take it. If there's no gate to hell, you'll barge in. Without any extra movements, when confronted with the opponent's famous skill, Black Tiger's heart extraction, he simply threw a punch casually. There was no fancy martial arts technique involved, just raw physical strength. Yet his punch packed a force of thousands of kilograms, capable of leaving a huge dent even on an armored vehicle. Even the renowned powerful boxer Tyson had a punch force of less than 400 pounds, roughly 200 kilograms, which was already considered a deadly weapon. And what about Lin Chen's punch force now? Even without proper technique, it was conservatively estimated to exceed 5,000 kilograms. This was tens of times stronger than Tyson. Just imagine, if this punch landed, even an elephant wouldn't be able to withstand it. With his immense physical strength, punching through an armored vehicle was not an exaggeration for him. Black Tiger, as a renowned expert, indeed possessed a formidable skill with Black Tiger's heart extraction, which was not just a mere name. But when the 2 clashed, a clear cracking sound echoed between them. Ah! Followed by a piercing scream. Black Tiger's proud killing move was not only broken face to face but even his specially trained tiger claws were shattered in the process. The 5 fingers that could crush gold and jade twisted irregularly, along with the wrist that lost its strength, now skewed to the side. In just one move, his strongest hand was rendered useless. How is this possible? This outcome far exceeded the expectations of the 13 great thieves, especially the self-proclaimed highly observant leader among them, who could hardly believe his eyes at that moment. But it was indeed true. The strongest among them, the leader, was defeated in just one move by a seemingly weak young man with no apparent martial arts foundation. Encountering a divine archer earlier, then facing someone who shouldn't be there, the inheritor of a power far exceeding the rumors of the 4 supreme forces, and now this, a seemingly bookish young man effortlessly disabling the infamous Black Tiger in the martial world. These bizarre encounters left them completely unnerved. This place is too eerie. Retreat immediately. Whoever can leave is lucky. Black Tiger finally regained his senses, facing the greatest strangeness. He was the most unnerved one, now caring less about whether the retreat process would be thwarted one by one. All he wanted was to escape as fast as possible. In his words, whoever could run was the lucky one. You're quite decisive, Lin Chen spoke for the first time, his gentle voice sounding like a well-read scholar. But this voice sent shivers down the spines of all the thieves present. But since my wife has spoken, asking you to come, then you shall not leave. So, all of you better stay. Lin Chen spoke again, his voice akin to the death knell. Before Black Tiger, who had lost a hand and couldn't even react, could comprehend, a heavy punch struck his chest. This punch was like a war chariot crashing on the battlefield, causing his eyes to black out, and blood gushed out uncontrollably from his mouth. Crack! A crisp sound rang out again, the ribs in his chest emitting a mournful cry. In just one move, Black Tiger, who was renowned in the martial world, was ruthlessly slammed to the ground by a punch, leaving a distinct human-shaped cavity in the ground. Second heavy blow. He instantly lost his combat ability, unable to even move a finger. Although the series of bizarre events had shattered his courage, this terrifying force of attack was something he couldn't resist even without those fears. Because this level of terrifying power far exceeded the standards of top-notch martial artists, the remaining 13 great thieves, witnessing their strongest leader being defeated in a single move, were so shocked that their souls seemed ready to leave their bodies. Looking at the two female sword spirits who were opponents, when they saw their husband fighting so bravely, their momentum increased, and their attacks became more fierce. As the saying goes, one side gains as the other loses. With the remaining bandits no longer willing to continue the fight, 2 more bandits were swiftly beheaded mercilessly. 13 bandits in total. Now only 4 are left standing. At this moment, Suero, the divine archer, also joined the fray. If these bandits were to confront him directly, he might not stand a chance, as they were all top-notch fighters. Despite his strength and physique and the fine longbow in his hands crafted by a master, the gap between them was still too vast. Decades of rigorous training couldn't be matched by a mere enhancement potion. The 2 sword spirits were able to hold their own because of their solid foundation, unlike Suero. However, facing these fleeing bandits was a different story. Just like a sniper in a shooting game, Suero knew that taking down these erratic opponents was the most comfortable task. Moreover, this young man was not one to play fair, his arrows were poisoned. It didn't take a fatal shot, just a scratch to yield results. The 2 sword spirits also pursued, determined to rid the world of this great menace once and for all. Coming from reputable and righteous backgrounds, they naturally harbored a sense of justice to eradicate evil. With these elements in play, the remaining bandits had no chance of escape. Except for one bandit who struggled briefly and almost managed to climb over the manor's wall to flee, the rest either perished or were captured. Lin Chen had no intention of letting these troublemakers live. He glanced at the black-hearted tiger he had personally subdued, ready to end him with a simple move. These fugitives were not just a nuisance but could also bring retaliation if left alive. As for forcefully subduing them, Lin Chen had no interest in keeping such societal trash. Sensing Lin Chen's resolve, the black-hearted tiger pleaded in fear, "Spare me, all the wealth I've accumulated over the years can be yours." Facing death, this notorious bandit abandoned all dignity, offering his wealth in exchange for his life. "If I kill you, wouldn't your wealth then be mine?" Lin Chen retorted coldly. The black-hearted tiger continued, "The wealth I've amassed over the years is not on me but hidden in a secret place. If you kill me, you'll never find it." "Is that so?" Lin Chen seemed slightly swayed by the words. However, before the bandit could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Chen chuckled, "Very tempting, but I have no interest in ill-gotten gains like yours. So, let's keep it simple, take your wealth to the afterlife." The black-hearted tiger, upon hearing this, lost all composure and exclaimed frantically, "I am the deputy head of the Jinwu boxing gym. If you kill me, my elder brother will never let you off." Deputy head of the Jinwu boxing gym? Lin Chen paused at the mention of this. The Jinwu boxing gym was no ordinary place. It was founded by the boxing saint of the Western Fist, one of the 4 paragons. While its heritage might not be as profound as the Divine Sword Villa, the boxing saint accepted disciples from all walks of life, honing their martial skills. In terms of overall strength, they were not far behind the Divine Sword Villa. This was indeed a strong card to play. It was unexpected that amidst the notorious 13 bandits, there was such a powerful trump card. No wonder they had evaded the imperial pursuit and remained at large. Besides their strength and cunning, their connections played a crucial role. Their accumulated wealth was likely used for bribes. Nevertheless, what did it matter? Lin Chen smiled and with a light step, crushed the bandit's throat. The various abilities rewarded for marrying a wife, besides enabling him to become wealthy, have greatly improved in terms of strength. He doesn't provoke trouble, but if the other party dares to cause a commotion, he doesn't mind confronting them. As a promoted purchaser, he will soon bring back various materials for making mechanical beasts. By then, if the other party causes trouble, there will be an object available for experimentation. The treacherous tiger did not expect that even after revealing his biggest trump card, the person in front of him would still act so decisively. Even the imperial court would give some face, not only based on their own strength but also due to various entangled relationships. However, now someone is completely indifferent. It was because of this that his eyes remained wide open in disbelief until his death, with an expression frozen in incredulity. Both wives from the four supreme powers, equally unconcerned, instead felt angry and planned to discuss the matter with their families upon returning home. Arrow, clean up the battlefield immediately and don't let this trash obstruct our view, Lin Chen instructed calmly and confidently to Su Arrow. Yes. Su Arrow, being well versed in such tasks, had done this more than once. It was time for the joyful process of looting treasures from the corpses, which he particularly enjoyed. However, just as he was about to start, the old steward, who had been instructed to prioritize his safety and hide if villains attacked, hurriedly approached with the gatekeeper. Upon seeing the corpses scattered around, he was first surprised, then took a deep breath to compose himself before reporting information to Lin Chen. Master, a group of people armed with weapons has arrived at the gate, claiming to be from the Imperial Martial Garrison and stating that they are pursuing the notorious pirate Jiang Yang and need to conduct a search inside. Imperial Martial Garrison? Upon hearing the steward's report, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The Imperial Martial Garrison, a violent organization personally established by the Martial Emperor of the Daolong dynasty, somewhat similar to the embroidered uniform guard of the Ming dynasty, was known as the Hounds of the Court. They did not oversee officials or military forces but focused solely on the martial world. If a major martial power threatened the court's rule, they would act as the court's hounds and fiercely attack. They also pursued and eliminated villains who collaborated with the pirates in the martial world. Given that martial experts in the martial world were far superior to ordinary people, such violent organizations were indeed necessary for restraint. It was not surprising that the 13 pirates were being pursued by them. However, just as he had dealt with the 13 pirates, their sudden arrival made him feel puzzled. The sharp-witted sword spirit also noticed this and remarked, "Husband, this is too coincidental." Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, but since they are specifically responsible for such matters, it is understandable for them to come after the 13 pirates without overthinking it for now, Lin Chen replied, nodding slightly. Well, regardless, there is no need to worry too much. I have someone in my household serving there, so even if they have any intentions, they wouldn't dare act recklessly, the sword spirit added after some thought. The indifferent blade Meow Mao chimed in, I'm not afraid of them. If they dare to cause trouble, I'll go find my uncle. Find your uncle? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the statement. The sword spirit quickly explained, her uncle holds an important position in the border army. The explanation was simple, but Lin Chen understood it immediately. Both of his wives had influential connections. It was no wonder their business had thrived, and it was no surprise that they remained so composed upon hearing about the Imperial Martial Garrison targeting major martial powers, showing no concern at all. Impressive, my esteemed wives. Faced with this situation, what else could Lin Chen say besides praising them? Outside the main gate, a group of figures dressed in black brocade, armed with various weapons, mounted on tall horses, stood gazing at the tightly closed gate. Sir, why don't we just charge in? We are officials from the town marshal office. Why do we need the approval of a rural gentry? A cold and indifferent young man, frowning at the front of the team, spoke to a tall, thin man. The tall, thin man had an ordinary face, nothing remarkable about him, but his sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, made people dare not meet his gaze, sending chills down their spines. He was the leader of this group from the town marshal office, not only holding a high position but also possessing skills surpassing top-notch standards. It was because of him that the formidable 13 bandits were being chased away, not daring to linger in one place for long, filled with fear. Due to their special imperial authorization, there was indeed nowhere they couldn't enter directly in this small county town. The subordinates found this current action somewhat strange. In response to the inquiry, he replied calmly, "This may be a remote and impoverished place, but the owner of this estate is not as simple as you think." The owner of this estate is not simple? Upon hearing this answer, everyone present was puzzled. The manor in front of them was indeed grand and magnificent, but such remote areas could not nurture anything extraordinary. They often moved around outside, so their information gathering was extensive, knowing many things unknown to ordinary people. For instance, they were aware of the whereabouts of prominent figures, to avoid offending them while carrying out official duties. Hoof! Seeing the reaction of his subordinates, the tall, thin man snorted lightly and said, "The young lady of the Divine Sword Manor recently married the owner here, and the master of the Divine Sword Manor, Sword Tianfeng, not only did not object but also granted her a third of the shares in the Divine Weapon Pavilion as part of her dowry." What? As this statement fell, all the town martial office personnel present were shocked. The Divine Sword Manor was a familiar name to them. Among the high-ranking officials of the town martial office, there was one who hailed from there, whose formidable strength earned the respect of all. In addition, officials from various regions had intricate ties with this major power. Even during the founding of the Great Prosperity Dynasty by the Emperor Taizu, the contemporary sword god of the Divine Sword Manor had contributed significantly to the dynasty's prosperity. Although many years had passed, these merits had faded into obscurity, yet they had shaped the uniqueness of this major power. Now they were informed that the young lady of this major power, even the heiress of the current generation, had married the owner of the estate before them. Not only did the master of the Divine Sword Manor not object, but he also acknowledged it and provided a third of the Divine Weapon Pavilion's shares as part of the dowry. The Divine Weapon Pavilion. Who in the Great Prosperity Dynasty did not know about it? It was a money-making machine. Are you shocked now? What if I tell you that even the young lady of the Tyrant Blade Manor secretly married the owner of this estate a few days ago? Would that surprise you even more? The tall, thin man sneered at this scene, dropping another bombshell. What? This was indeed a bombshell, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. The daughters of two major powers, even the heirs of the current generation, marrying one person was already a stroke of luck. Yet now, someone had directly married both of them. And the one behind all this was the owner of the estate they were investigating. Now they finally understood why their superiors, despite discovering the trail of the 13 bandits, had not forcefully intervened. To marry these two heiresses, gain approval from their elders, and receive exorbitant dowries, even a fool would know that this person was far from ordinary. Who is this estate owner? Could it be some noble of the dynasty that I am unaware of? The young man who had spoken earlier was now dumbfounded. I don't know either. The information about him is so simple that it's frightening. The expression of the tall, thin man changed for the first time as he gazed at the manor before him, filled with intense curiosity. Before he received this information, he couldn't believe it, thinking he had misread it. But in the end, after confirming multiple times, there was no mistake in this intelligence. However, the more it was like this, the more it made the officials of Jinwu Court not dare to take it lightly, dispatching more intelligence personnel to investigate. Matters outside the court were under the jurisdiction of their Jinwu Court, and now with the two heirs of the two major forces marrying the same person, they naturally had to investigate seriously. It was a perfect excuse to conduct a search now, which couldn't be better. Later, all of you put away your past arrogance. If you cause trouble, I won't cover for you. The tall, thin man issued a warning to prevent his subordinates from ruining his plans. Yes, sir. These subordinates had already been frightened, and even without this warning, they would have obediently put away their past arrogance. After all, the owner of the manor in front of them was a big shot. If they provoked him, there would be consequences. Creak. Just as they were talking, the tightly closed gates slowly opened. Then, a team led by Lin Chen walked out from inside. When they saw the sword spirits and blade mist accompanying them on both sides, the pupils of the officials from Jinwu Court present there slightly contracted, and their gazes were subconsciously drawn to Lin Chen sitting at the main seat. As an organization specialized in dealing with the martial world, the images of the heirs of the sword spirits and blade mist, the two major forces, had naturally been seen by these personnel long ago. Although it was night, with the eyesight of powerful warriors, aided by the moonlight, they could see clearly, without making mistakes. And how could they not be completely captivated by the presence that could make these beings willingly accompany him on both sides? As the other party assessed him, Lin Chen also assessed the other party. Then his gaze was drawn to the tall, thin man in the leading position. This man didn't look robust, he even appeared somewhat thin, but the faint aura emanating from him made Lin Chen feel a hint of danger at this moment. Although it was just a hint. But even the top-notch Blackheart Tiger from before couldn't give him that. The sword spirit introduced softly at this moment, this man is one of the 4 great divine capturers of Jinwu Court, known in the martial world by the nickname Iron-Blooded Pursuer of Life, extremely skilled in tracking. Countless villains in the martial world have been captured by him. His strength has reached a super first-class level. Looking at the entire martial world, there are not many who can match him. One of the 4 great divine capturers? Upon hearing his wife's introduction, Lin Chen finally understood the nature of this faint threatening aura. Jinwu Court had a commander-in-chief and a deputy commander-in-chief, overseeing the entire violent organization, directly accountable to the current emperor of the Dalong dynasty. Below them were the 4 great divine capturers. Each of them not only held a high position but also possessed extraordinary strength. Even the 2 major forces didn't dare to be negligent in front of them. The 13 Thieves Guild being chased around was quite normal. Since the last encounter with the wise prince seeking trouble, Lin Chen had been studying various information about the Dalong dynasty these days. It was also because of this that he was not unfamiliar with this violent organization. In order to deter experts from all over the world, this violent organization did not intend to hide its own strength. It was not difficult to find out. I didn't expect all 4 great divine capturers to come. It seems that these 13 thieves have more presence than I imagined. Learning the other party's identity, Lin Chen couldn't help but show a faint smile. Such legendary figures were not common. As he assessed the other party was also assessing him. Facing his smile at this moment, the other party nodded slightly and then clasped his hands, saying, "I am the divine capturer of Jinwu Court, pursuer of life. I have come to pursue the 13 thieves. I hope this friend can facilitate our actions. The Lord of Jinwu Court is polite. We, as law-abiding common people, will naturally cooperate with the government's official duties. The 13 thieves you are pursuing, if I'm not mistaken, are all in my manor now." Lin Chen also clasped his hands in return. His words were calm, but when they fell, the atmosphere on the other side became restless. The 13 master thieves are inside? Members of the Jinwu Bureau's pupils slightly contracted, even the leading 4 great divine captains, at this moment, their gaze also slightly condensed. Yes, but because they were up to no good, they were all killed by the town, and now they are indeed inside, but they have become corpses. It was a simple answer, but the members of the Jinwu Bureau on the other side found it even harder to remain calm. Even the 4 great divine captains couldn't stay calm, showing a look of shock. The 13 master thieves, who have roamed freely for years, really died here like this. He looked again at the large manor within reach and its owner, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. It really is the 13 master thieves. The members of the Jinwu Bureau were invited into the manor and saw all 13 of the executed master thieves. These notorious thieves, whom they had pursued for a long time, naturally would not make a mistake. "How did you manage to do it?" The young man who had spoken earlier couldn't help but ask. This was also what many members of the Jinwu Bureau wanted to ask. After all, the 13 master thieves were of what kind of strength and cunning? They had the absolute right to speak. If not, they would have wiped out the other party long ago. "Just normal resistance," Lin Chen smiled and replied. "Normal resistance?" When he heard this answer, the young man asking the question widened his eyes. This answer was too perfunctory. But Lin Chen didn't think so. After all, what he said was the truth. The 13 master thieves targeted his wealth, wanting to rob the rich to help the poor. He was unwilling to let them rob, so his family started to resist, and in self-defense, they managed to deal with the other party. Isn't this just normal resistance? Of course, in modern times, it's self-defense. The 13 master thieves, full of evil deeds, indeed deserved their fate. Master Lin has done a great deed. At this time, the leading divine captain, Chasing Life, defined the event, not allowing his subordinates to continue questioning anything about it. In front of him were the bodies of the Blackheart tigers, with a fatal blow through the chest and footprints crushing the throat, making his brow involuntarily twitch, unwilling to investigate further. Moreover, there was no point in investigating. No matter how the 13 master thieves died, as long as they were dead, it was good. Completing a mission that had taken so long, he could report back to his superiors and intimidate other evil experts in the martial world, making them think twice before doing evil. Otherwise, the fate of the 13 master thieves would be theirs. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? The 13 master thieves have committed many evils, and everyone should be punished. Lin Chen smiled. He just liked dealing with smart people. Obviously, this divine captain was a smart person. As for the young man who wanted to ask something, he obediently kept quiet when his superior spoke. "Master Lin is righteous." Divine Captain Chasing Life praised with a bow. "Divine Captain is too kind." Lin Chen also bowed modestly. The matter was resolved like this. The 13 master thieves became a thing of the past. But that didn't mean it was over. Lin Chen saw the other members of the Jinwu Bureau handling the bodies and spoke to Divine Captain Chasing Life. "Divine Captain, there is some information I feel is necessary to share with you." "Master Lin, please speak." Divine Captain Chasing Life had no airs. He had been polite from the beginning until now. He had a naturally keen perception, otherwise, he wouldn't have the title of Iron Blood Chasing Life. It was also because of this that he keenly sensed that the harmless-looking man in front of him was completely different from what he appeared on the surface, even more complicated than he had anticipated. Faced with such a presence, it was natural to be a little more polite. Showing airs would be seeking death. Lin Chen didn't know what the other party was thinking. He nodded and said, "The leader of the 13 master thieves, before he died, said he was the younger brother of the vice master of the Jinwu boxing gym, and if he perished, he would not rest." "Is this true?" Divine Captain Chasing Life's pupils slightly narrowed. If this was true, it was no small matter. Lin Chen smiled and replied, "This, let the Lord Godcatcher investigate, and we'll know, right? Driving away tigers and swallowing wolves. This has always been something he loved to do. If the other party has a clean background, it's fine, but if not, if it involves the 13 Great Thieves, or even if the two are linked by black gloves, then it gets interesting. The Town Martial Bureau supervises the martial forces of the world, and they are definitely interested in such matters. This is a great merit. Indeed, when he learned this information, the Godcatcher Chaser immediately had an idea. There is no reason not to act against the four great powers. After all, these entities are often complex and even have connections in the court. They are true behemoths. But with a reason, everything changes. Imperial authority allows for immediate action. This is no joke. Thank you, Master Lin, for informing me. The Godcatcher Chaser once again thanked him respectfully. However, Lin Chen shook his head and said, Lord Godcatcher, this is not true. It's clearly the leader of the 13 Great Thieves who hasn't died yet and has revealed this information himself. The Godcatcher Chaser was momentarily stunned at his words, but soon he smiled and nodded, saying, Indeed, this information was disclosed by the leader of the thieves himself, and there are some correspondence letters on him that must be thoroughly investigated to root out the cancer and give the people peace. Lord Godcatcher has a keen observation. Even hidden letters were discovered, Lin Chen sincerely praised, recognizing his expertise in dealing with violent organizations. Dealing with such individuals could be troublesome if offended, but maintaining good relations could help strike at enemies who dare to offend oneself. It was for this reason that Lin Chen eventually presented a gift. Both of my wives can testify to this, whether it's testimony or letters, they all come from the leader of the 13 Great Thieves, and of course, I am willing to testify as well. Lin Chen expressed his sincerity. In response to this sincerity, the Godcatcher Chaser also knew how to reciprocate. Thank you, Master Lin, here is my identity badge. In the future, if Master Lin encounters such matters again, you can directly bring this badge to any branch of the Town Martial Bureau to find me. Thank you, Lord Godcatcher. Master Lin, you're too polite. Both were intelligent individuals, and their relationship was established on mutual benefit. With this relationship, the matter of the 13 Great Thieves became less of a concern. Not only did they help clean up the bodies, but before parting, they were informed that the 13 Great Thieves had a hefty reward and would soon come knocking. Faced with such a windfall, Lin Chen naturally had no intention of refusing. Shao, arrange for the corridor to be repaired, and tomorrow, go remind the innkeeper to prepare the purchased items as soon as possible, send as much as is ready. Lin Chen instructed his assistant Wang Shao as he bid farewell to the Town Martial Bureau personnel. Wang Shao was too weak to help against strong enemies, so he could only arrange for the servants to prevent them from being killed by intruders and losing their lives in vain. However, while he couldn't help much in the face of a major threat, he was indeed skilled in logistics. Now that he had received his orders, he began to make arrangements overnight. Everything was in order. Lin Chen was confident in this and paid no further attention. At this moment, Suera walked up with a smirk, winking and saying, Brother Fan, we've hit the jackpot again. The 13 Great Thieves had nearly 10,000 taels of silver on them. Oh, they carried so much silver? Lin Chen was also somewhat surprised at the news. 10,000 taels of silver. This could be exchanged for a huge sum of wealth, a terrifying fortune no matter where it was. Before the Town Martial Bureau arrived, Su Arrow had been quietly searching the bodies, and the more he searched, the wider his grin became. Lin Chen thought it was a peculiar habit, but it turned out to be something like this. Who wouldn't smile at such a huge fortune? There really is so much, I didn't count exactly, but it's about this amount, all here. Su Arrow nodded repeatedly, then handed a large stack of silver notes to his big brother Lin Chen. Wow! The 13 Great Thieves are this wealthy? Blade Meow Meow was standing next to Lin Chen, and was also shocked to see a large amount of silver bills. The sword spirit also widened her beautiful eyes slightly, focusing on the silver bills. 10,000 taels of silver was not a small amount for the wealthy Divine Sword Villa. Now, with just 13 bandits carrying such a huge fortune, it was truly a case of reaping where they did not sow. No matter how one did business, it could never be as fast as directly robbing it. 13 bandits. They truly deserved to die. Lin Chen solemnly took the silver bills and then pulled out a large one to hand back to Su Arrow, saying, Your performance tonight did not disappoint me, this is a reward for you. 1,000 taels? Su Arrow took the silver bill and found it to be 1,000 taels, his eyes widening instantly. What? You think it's too little? Lin Chen teased upon seeing this. How could that be possible? Su Arrow shook his head vigorously, even his breathing becoming somewhat heavy. This is too much. I have today because of Brother Fan's guidance. What I did was only right. I can't take this. He tried to push it back. However, Lin Chen pushed it back to him, saying, Just take it, don't be so stubborn, this is just the beginning. But, Su Arrow held the huge sum in his arms, feeling a mix of emotions. I also want to reward you, you performed bravely tonight. Blade Meow Meow also hopped around, wanting a reward, looking like she had contributed as well. Her cute appearance was truly adorable. Alright, you get a reward too. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, pulling out another 1,000 taels of silver as a reward. Hee hee, so much pocket money. Blade Meow Meow received the reward and smiled happily. In fact, she was not lacking in money, but she enjoyed the process and her man's recognition of her. Linger, this is for you as a reward. Lin Chen also handed a bill to the sword spirit beside him, not wanting to treat her unfairly. However, the sword spirit did not take it, smiling gently. Linger has no place to keep the silver bills, so let husband keep them for Linger. When needed, Linger will ask you for them. Alright, that works too. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, the two wives having different personalities but both endearing. Faced with such endearing wives, Lin Chen did not suppress his thoughts and took everything to his own room. Tonight, he would reward his wives well. Life in the manor returned to calm, but the martial world outside could not stay calm. The 13 bandits were eliminated, implicating the true martial fist hall of the 4 supreme powers, with numerous martial arts experts from the town's martial arts office mobilizing. This was a huge event for the entire Dalong martial world, and the starting point of all this quickly caught the attention of the martial world. Tianfeng County, a seemingly ordinary place. But in these days, a group of martial arts experts and spies quietly infiltrated, causing the once dominant Sisui gang in the county to become insignificant, trembling every day. All gang members were now behaving cautiously. Who exactly is the master that has attracted so many fierce characters? The leader of the Sisui gang, Iron Lake Shui Shangpiao, after experiencing 2 setbacks, no longer appointed any useless vice leaders. Even he himself took a step back. As for the Sisui gang's foundation, it was managed collectively by the lower-level law enforcers and management team. If it could survive, it would continue. If not, it would be dismantled. In short, let it go to waste. After struggling for many years, Iron Lake Shui Shangpiao felt it was time to enjoy life. But before he could enjoy it for long, a group of martial arts experts arrived at his stronghold. Not to mention second-rate experts like him, even first-rate experts could occasionally be seen. There were also various spies, none of whom were simple, some even sent by the 4 supreme powers. None of them were opponents that Iron Lake Shui Shangpiao could afford to provoke. In the past, he was considered someone important. But now, he had become insignificant, having to smile and apologize even when encountering first-rate experts. This left him quite puzzled. Who exactly had attracted so many big shots? Leader, it has been confirmed that these various martial arts experts and spies from all over the rivers and lakes were all attracted by a certain master of the manor outside the city. Just as Iron Leader was puzzled, a spy from the Sisui gang rushed in to report. A master of the manor? When he heard this information, he suddenly thought of a certain figure. The spy nodded and confirmed, yes, I paid to acquire this information from several foreign experts. Do you know why they were hired? Iron Lake Shuasupio asked deeply. The spy hesitated for a moment before replying. It seems to be related to the 13 great thieves, as well as the true martial arts hall associated with the 4 supreme powers, and the Jinwu court. What? Iron Lake Shuasupio stood up abruptly. The 3 entities mentioned were all terrifying. Any one of them, once targeted by the Sisui gang, could be easily wiped out. He had already overestimated the scale of this major event, but he never expected it to be this severe. It was terrifying. Spread the word, all members of the Sisui gang are to return home immediately, each to their own home. As of today, the Sisui gang is disbanded. The old gang leader, whose legs were already trembling, could no longer bear the pressure and made a revolutionary decision on the spot. The gang was to disband right where they stood. It wasn't that he lacked courage, but these 3 entities were simply too formidable for him to confront. If the gang members below acted recklessly and clashed with them, it wouldn't be a matter of losing money to avoid disaster. He wanted to live a few more years. Some planned to enjoy life, and he also had to continue to cherish the courtesan he had redeemed from the brothel. He simply couldn't handle such high-stakes situations. If he couldn't handle it, then it was time to exit the game. What? The reporting spy was dumbfounded. Everything was fine when he arrived, but now they were all going to be homeless children. What the hell was going on? But Iron Lake Shuasupio was as resolute as his iron legs. Not only did he have no intention of changing his mind, but he also directly dismissed the reporting spy and announced his retirement from the martial world on the spot. From now on, there would be no Iron Lake Shuasupio in Tianfeng County, only an old man retiring at home. As for Lin Chen, who was at the center of this event vortex, he was unaware of all this. If he knew, he would have been speechless. How could someone with such little courage dare to venture into the martial world? Retiring from the martial world on the spot? Well, that settled it. Sir, many martial heroes and scouts from various martial forces have arrived in the county, seemingly attracted by the incident caused by you. Should we take any measures? The shopkeeper came to report upon hearing the news, and also brought the items purchased, once again. Lin Chen was meticulously working on some special knives, and upon hearing the report, he replied without looking up, "Don't worry about these people, just focus on your own tasks." "Yes, sir," the shopkeeper respectfully nodded. "Also, the new list of materials for purchase is on the table. Take it with you later, and make sure to allocate more manpower to search for the special metal I mentioned. It will be of great use to me," Lin Chen added before continuing to concentrate on his work. Seeing this, the shopkeeper sensibly picked up the list from the table and left. "Husband, why are you making so many iron lumps? They look strange, not like weapons or hidden weapons, but more like weird hooks that can't catch anything?" Wang Nannan, who was obedient and diligent, saw her husband busy in the blacksmith shop every day and took the initiative to help with the tasks like lighting fires and fetching things. Now, seeing Lin Chen creating piles of gears that looked peculiar, she couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen smiled and replied, "This thing is called a gear. When interlocked and rotated together, it can amplify the force at a certain fulcrum, as well as increase or decrease speed." "Is it that amazing?" Wang Nannan exclaimed in surprise. Such a small metal lump actually had such magical effects. "It's just a little toy." Lin Chen raised his hand to touch his wife's head, but seeing his dirty hand, he put it down. Wang Nannan quickly brought a basin of water, used a towel to wipe Lin Chen's hand clean, then put it on her own head, smiling and letting Lin Chen touch her head. "Husband, you're amazing," she enjoyed her husband's touch, praising him with a smile. This was her favorite compliment, not the first time she had said it, and it always came from the heart. Lin Chen gently touched her head, a hint of indulgence in his eyes as he nodded. "My dear wife, you are amazing too." Hee, Wang Nannan laughed even more happily. With the cooperation of the couple, a mechanical beast made of metal and wood appeared in Lin Chen's hand, showcasing his top-notch mechanical skills, making the beast come to life. It was an eagle-like mechanical beast, filled with intricate mechanisms inside, but from the outside, it looked almost like a real eagle, with eyes even emitting a fierce aura. It required no power, just the assistance of airflow passing through special cavities to soar in the sky. The top-level mechanical skills in the world of Qin's moon were truly extraordinary. The mechanical beast Lin Chen created had no combat power, but it could be used for warning and reconnaissance. The eyes emitting a fierce aura were actually special surveillance mechanisms. By controlling the mechanical beast, one could view the scenes captured by it, achieving a true panoramic view. "Husband, is this the mechanical beast?" Wang Nannan asked curiously, looking at the lifelike bird. Lin Chen nodded. "Yes, this is the mechanical beast, a truly magical existence." With these words, he threw the mechanical eagle into the sky, and it flapped its wings with the help of the wind, activating other mechanisms inside its body, circling above the manor. Controlling the flight range of the mechanical eagle and how long it would stay airborne before returning to its takeoff point was as simple as adjusting some internal mechanisms before releasing it. "Wow! It's really flying!" Wang Nannan, seeing something made of wood and iron not soaring in the sky, widened her eyes in amazement, shocked by the sight. "Husband, you are truly amazing." When she looked back from the sky, she excitedly jumped onto Lin Chen, her eyes filled with admiration. "You are amazing too," Lin Chen responded, holding his petite wife's slender waist, once again reciprocating her praise. Petite had its own charm. Those who understood. The mechanical beast had made a successful debut. In the following days, Lin Chen worked on various types of mechanical beasts and set up mechanisms throughout his estate, some for warning purposes and others with lethal intent. The servants in the manor were informed not to approach those areas and to be cautious. Those who could stay in the manor were obedient and honest servants, so such incidents did not occur. They followed the instructions of the master diligently. "Lin Chen, do you even understand mechanical skills?" Dao Miao liked to stick close to Lin Chen whenever she had free time. Lin Chen didn't find it annoying and replied with a smile, "Knowing a bit about mechanical skills is quite normal for your man, isn't it? You've taken it to the next level with these contraptions. Is that just knowing a bit? And some of the mechanisms you've set up in the estate, I dare not even touch them. How do you define knowing a bit?" Dao Miao felt he was brushing her off and couldn't help but speak up in dissatisfaction. "Indeed, it's just knowing a bit," Lin Chen nodded seriously. "At the pinnacle of technology, isn't knowing a bit the ultimate level?" Zhuge Liang's brilliant strategies were also just knowing a bit when asked by others. This knowing a bit was the highest realm, wasn't it? "You rascal." Dao Miao gritted her teeth but soon smiled again. "Lin Chen, you're really amazing. I've found that there are very few things you don't understand. The tonic pills you gave us to nourish our blood and chi a couple of days ago, after taking them for these 2 days, I feel much more comfortable, warm all over. Now you know you have a good eye, finding a treasure of a husband. Lin Chen chuckled and lightly tapped the other person's smooth forehead. Definitely. Dao Miao Miao proudly lifted her head. Alright, go play on the side. I need to adjust the mechanism here. Lin Chen waved his hand and continued tinkering with the pillar in the corridor, a mechanism he had carefully arranged. I won't. Dao Miao Miao pouted and refused to leave. I see you're feeling itchy, aren't you? Lin Chen saw no other way, disobedience couldn't be tolerated. Without a word, he put down what he was holding, held the other person down, and spanked them. Tianfeng County. While Lin Chen was at home spanking his wife, making her obedient, many skilled individuals from the martial world gathered in a courtyard. Everyone coming here this time must have their own tasks. I won't beat around the bush. Iron Knife Sect is here to listen to the rumors of these days and their depths. A man with a big iron knife on his shoulder, bare-chested, scanned the crowd. Oh, I wonder, how does Iron Knife Sect plan to listen? As the words fell, a thin old man with a hoarse voice, sounding like a broken bellows, asked, making everyone uncomfortable. Yet no one dared to challenge him, instead looking at him with awe. It wasn't that this thin old man was particularly strong, but his expertise in poison made it dangerous to provoke him. One could unknowingly be poisoned and not even know how they died. I didn't expect the senior of the 5 Poison Valley to be here. It seems that the waves caused this time are even bigger than imagined. This is getting more and more interesting. The man with the big knife didn't answer the question but smiled at the old man. How to listen was crucial to their plans, so it wouldn't be revealed easily. The thin old man noticed this and coldly snorted. 13 major thieves have fallen here, implicating the Jinwu boxing gym and the town martial office, mobilizing a large number of people. This is not a small matter for the entire martial world. Although the 5 Poison Valley usually minds its own business, we are not oblivious to worldly affairs. Ha ha, I didn't expect the friends from the 5 Poison Valley to be so well informed. The man with the iron knife laughed heartily at the words, seemingly enjoying the exchange. However, discerning eyes could see that the two sides were not on good terms. You two don't need to say more. Everyone here knows these things. I also think there's no need for further communication. Let's rely on our own abilities. Another man in a brocade robe spoke coldly, glanced around the courtyard, and left with a few similarly dressed people. Indeed, let's rely on our own abilities. Faced with this situation, others nodded and left. The man with the big knife and the thin old man exchanged a glance, snorted, and followed the crowd. Soon, only an old man and a young boy remained in the courtyard. Master, why did these experts from various martial sects come here? Even if a major event has occurred here, is it necessary for them to act like this? What are they after? The young and inexperienced boy couldn't help but ask. The old man, with white hair and looking somewhat frail, smiled and said, of course, they are after the wealth left by the 13 major thieves and the legendary treasure map they possessed. Treasure map? The young boy became even more curious upon hearing this. The wealth of the 13 major thieves was understandable, amassed through years of plunder. But the treasure map puzzled him. Not bad. It is rumored that the previous dynasty once gathered all martial arts in the world, hoping to create even stronger martial arts, but unfortunately, it ultimately failed. With the downfall of the previous dynasty, the place where all martial arts were stored lost its whereabouts. And this secret map is the guide to that place, the white-haired old man stated with a smile. I see, that explains a lot. After hearing this statement, the young man finally understood. Seeing this, the white-haired old man said no more and, explaining the reasons, led the young man towards another courtyard not far from where they were. The residents of this courtyard were none other than the former leader of the Iron Gang who had previously retired from the martial world. In the corridors of the manor, Lin Chen finished scolding his wives and continued to work busily. Regardless of the situation outside, as long as his own home was secure, there was nothing to worry about. As for the secret map, it was a confidential matter among various parties, and he was not aware of it. The items brought out by the 13 thieves did not include any maps. Apart from some essential items for daily life, there were only stacks of silver notes. Even if such items existed, given the circumstances of the 13 thieves, they would have to be handed over. The chances of keeping them were almost non-existent, to the point where they might deliberately attract attention to facilitate the search for the treasure. However, he would not panic about it. If they were not afraid of death, they could come. Lately, Suara seemed to have developed a habit of looting corpses, which could satisfy his cravings. It would be a waste not to use the many traps he had set up. Time passed like this. As night fell, the manor gradually became quiet. Of course, Lin Chen's room was not quiet. He worked hard every day to cultivate the land. His wives were all excellent at farming, and if they did not take care of it properly every day, wouldn't it be a waste? However, everywhere else was quiet, especially outside the walls, where even the sound of insects was scarce. This time, it's every man for himself. Before we proceed, I hope everyone will exercise restraint. A group of figures dressed in night attire suddenly appeared outside the quiet walls. The burly man who had appeared earlier was also present and spoke up. It should be so. The words were quickly echoed. This group of people were all martial artists who had gathered during the day, and their purpose in coming here was self-evident. There were no slogans. After a brief exchange of words, each figure dressed in night attire effortlessly scaled the walls, like birds in flight, easily crossing the walls that were 3 zhang high. The agile martial artists moved gracefully up and down, a perfect demonstration of skill. Woo woo woo! At the moment they scaled the walls, the sky suddenly echoed with the call of a night owl, a sound that made them feel unlucky, causing them to mutter about bad omens. Unbeknownst to them, this was actually a mechanical bird in the sky emitting a warning sound using air currents. As the warning sound rang out, a mechanism in a certain place was slowly activated. Inside the manor, numerous gears turned gently. However, these skilled individuals who had entered were all blinded by the wealth and secret map of the 13 thieves, unaware of these movements, using various means to stealthily infiltrate the inner courtyard. Before coming here, they had naturally investigated the layout, knowing there was a distinction between the inner and outer courtyards. With the downfall of the 13 thieves here, the items naturally fell into the hands of the owner of this place. As for the danger, where there is wealth, there is death. They had prepared for this before coming. However, what they did not expect was that death would come so quickly. As soon as they landed after scaling the wall, a few of them stepped on something, emitting a few sharp screams before falling silent. What's going on? Faced with this situation, the martial arts experts present all had their pupils slightly constricted. A few brave ones drew their weapons and slowly approached to investigate. They're dead, all dead. When a few of the brave ones approached, their faces turned pale instantly. What? Upon hearing these words, the experts present couldn't remain calm and cautiously approached. A terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. The person who had just screamed was now impaled by countless sharp spears emerging from the ground, forming a gruesome spectacle resembling candied haws, their eyes wide open in death. Blood flowed incessantly from massive wounds, quickly staining the surrounding ground red. There are traps here. This horrifying sight sent shivers down everyone's spines, making them even more vigilant. However, it was futile. Soon, another scream echoed. 2 individuals from the same sect, walking by the pond, triggered an unknown mechanism and fell into a pit. Sharp blades swiftly sliced through them, leaving them bisected. Intestines spilled out, causing onlookers to feel nauseous. Why are there so many traps? The remaining people gritted their teeth, growing fearful in the face of these deadly contraptions. Even as they retreated, more triggers were activated. Areas that seemed safe moments ago now revealed lethal traps upon revisiting. The once peaceful and serene estate now felt eerie and sinister, with no one knowing when their next move might trigger a trap, costing them their lives. No wonder it could defeat the 13 bandits. This place is truly extraordinary. We haven't even seen a single person, yet we, skilled individuals of the martial world, have suffered such great losses. A burly man wielding a large blade, at the peak of his strength, managed to withstand a trap triggered by his sect members. However, others succumbed, becoming mere spectators. The lean elder from the Valley of 5 Poisons wore a grim expression as his 2 disciples were shot dead by poison arrows after triggering a mechanism. Just some underhanded tricks, at most harming second-rate characters. Faced with us, top-tier experts, these so-called traps are nothing but paper tigers. The lean elder coldly snorted, underestimating the traps. Despite his words, he showed no intention of moving, seemingly goading others to take the risk. However, few present were foolish enough to fall for it, leading to a stalemate. Yet, this standoff didn't last long. A guard captain with a penchant for looting corpses silently positioned himself for the perfect shot, drawing his expertly crafted bow. Swish! A high-level expert about to speak fell to the ground as an arrow pierced his eye, silencing him instantly. Not good. Even standing still triggers the traps. The remaining individuals, still shaken by the previous traps, mistook the arrow attack for another trap, causing them to attack preemptively, unable to remain calm. Some sought cover, others fled, each displaying their unique abilities. The talk of the 13 bandits' vast wealth and hidden treasures vanished into thin air. They dare to provoke me, Fan Gu, courting death. Su Arrow, clad in black with a longbow in hand, lurking in the shadows, showcased his hunting prowess, becoming a reaper of souls. Under the intimidation of the newcomers, every arrow he released claimed a life. Each poison arrow, of the highest quality, rendered its target immobile even if they managed to avoid vital areas. Familiar with the estate's traps, Su Arrow had no fear of the intruders finding him. In fact, he anticipated their approach, as every step he took led them closer to deadly traps. And indeed, someone fell into this trap. Every time an arrow was shot, some clever experts noticed that it wasn't the mechanism attacking on its own, but rather a hidden divine archer in the darkness. However, individuals like this always met the most tragic end. When they tried to approach and eliminate the danger forcefully, terrifying mechanisms were triggered simultaneously. Countless poisonous needles flew chaotically, ground spikes that could emerge at any moment, and pitfalls ready to cut one's waist if stepped into, making one's soul shudder. From start to finish, Lin Chen and his wife did not make a move. Only Suero, the captain of the guard, along with numerous deadly mechanisms, exerted their strength tonight. Yet, even so, apart from a few powerful top-notch experts who managed to escape by facing the mechanisms and divine arrows, the rest of the martial arts experts were all left within the manor. One of them was a burly man wielding a large knife, but at this moment, he had lost his former fierce aura because a poisonous needle had struck his buttocks. He could only grit his teeth and cut off his own alluring buttocks with the knife, leaving his rear soaked in blood, walking with a limp, a pitiful sight. The lean old man from the Five Poison Valley also emerged, with a poison arrow piercing through his forearm. If he hadn't been skilled in poison making and using poison as a defense, he would have been left behind tonight. Besides them, there were 3 middle-aged men in distress who silently glanced at the calm manor behind them and swiftly fled without a word, not daring to linger for a moment. The remaining 2 rivals, without their usual confrontational demeanor, cast fearful glances at the manor behind them and promptly left the scene. Although dozens of people had arrived, only 5 top-notch experts were injured when they departed. Even with just a simple setup of conventional traps, the terror was enough to chill the hearts of martial arts experts. If given more time and access to higher-grade materials, if someone dared to intrude again, there would be no chance of survival. This was the pinnacle of mechanism art, where even a mere scratch was enough to create a den of danger. Time passed quietly until dawn broke. Lin Chen stretched lazily, got up from bed under the care of his wife, dressed himself, and walked into the messy garden. These martial arts experts who had sneaked into the garden area for secrecy had all met their end here. Fangge, we've hit the jackpot again. Upon seeing Suero, the captain of the guard, those familiar words resounded once more. Hit the jackpot again? Upon hearing these familiar words, Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, these guys are all rich as Croesus, although not as much as the 13 major thieves before, but together they add up to several thousand taels. Suero nodded emphatically, then raised a large bundle in his hand, his mouth almost splitting with a wide grin. These guys are like walking treasure troves. I wish more of them would come. This time, besides silver notes, there was also a considerable amount of silver ingots, slightly less in quantity compared to last time but more impactful in terms of value, truly delighting him with the profits. Lying at home and having wealth delivered to you regularly, how could one not be happy? It seems these guys truly deserved their fate. Lin Chen looked at the substantial sum of money, knowing that much of it was ill-gotten gains, as many of these individuals were not engaged in legitimate businesses, so the source of their wealth was evident. Their deaths were indeed well-deserved. Suero chuckled, fully agreeing with this sentiment. Next was the division of spoils, but this time Suero was reluctant to take his share, feeling that he was just doing his duty. Previously, receiving a portion could be considered a reward, but now it would be too much. Lin Chen didn't insist, knowing that as long as the other person followed him, there would never be a shortage of funds in the future. Have you taken care of those intruders from last night? Lin Chen inquired as he gathered the loot from the monsters they had slain. Suero replied, the ones who have already perished have been dealt with, but some are still alive. I've tied them up and left them in the garden. I suspect there must be a reason why so many of them came together, not just for the thieves' treasures, so I haven't disposed of them yet. Well done, Lin Chen praised with a smile, surprised by the intelligence hidden beneath the usually simple-minded captain of the guards. It's all thanks to Brother Fan's teachings. I just followed his guidance. Suero scratched his head modestly, looking quite humble. You're doing great, Eru. Your words are getting more pleasant to hear. Lin Chen chuckled upon hearing the modest words. Compared to his usual boastful self, Suero indeed sounded much better now. Of course. It's all thanks to Brother Fan's guidance. Suero beamed even brighter upon hearing this, his face almost splitting with joy. Alright, that's enough. But you really did a great job this time. Choosing you as the captain of the guards was a wise decision. Lin Chen nodded approvingly, genuinely impressed. Suero's expression turned serious, filled with determination. Brother Fan trusted me from the beginning. I can't let you down. Well said. Lin Chen patted his shoulder, and the two entered the garden. The area had been tidied up a bit, but dried bloodstains were still visible everywhere, emanating a strong smell of blood. Later, shut down all the traps and arrange for someone to clean up, Lin Chan ordered upon seeing the scene. Yes, Wang Erxiao, the assistant, who had joined them on their way to the garden, immediately noted down the task. With so many servants in the manor, this task wouldn't be difficult. After a brief instruction, Lin Chen followed Suero to a rockery in the garden. These rockeries had taken a lot of effort to build, not only occupying a considerable area but also featuring various oddly shaped rocks and several artificially carved caves. Suero had tied up all the still-breathing martial artists from the Jianghu and thrown them into these caves to serve as temporary holding cells. The traps set up by Lin Chen, along with the poison arrows shot by Suero, were all lethal. Those who survived were all highly skilled martial artists. The weakest among them were at the peak of the second-rate level, with many reaching first-rate proficiency. These martial artists were not weak in the Jianghu world. Despite knowing that the 13 bandits had met their end here, they still dared to intrude, showing their confidence in their abilities. However, now these martial arts experts were all bound and crammed into narrow caves like livestock, looking pitiful and miserable. Erxiao, take this badge and go to the branch of the town's martial office nearby. Ask for assistance from the pursuit godcatcher. Tell them I have an important matter to discuss, Lin Chen instructed Wang Erxiao after assessing the so-called martial arts experts with a slightly cold gaze, handing him an identity badge. This badge was left by the pursuit godcatcher from the town's martial office and could be used to contact them. With so many martial arts experts here, many of whom likely belonged to major sects in the Jianghu, he believed they would be interested. Just causing trouble for him wouldn't be enough, their backing forces must also pay the price. Only by doing so, would anyone think twice before causing trouble for him in the future. Although having the god of wealth by his side was good, constantly resorting to such methods, would it be sustainable in the long run? Yes. Wang Erxiao respectfully took the token. During these days, he had also been strengthened with body-enhancing elixirs. His thin and weak body had long since become much stronger, and there was absolutely no problem with running errands. Moreover, he had learned some martial arts from the two sister-in-laws of Sword Spirit. Wang Wei, that third-rate guy, now only deserved a beating in front of him. With these conditions in place, his efficiency in handling matters had greatly improved, becoming Lin Chen's true assistant. After arranging the follow-up matters, Lin Chen was prepared to instruct Suero to bring out 2 martial arts experts from the martial world for a thorough interrogation. With so many experts coming together, it was definitely not just about coveting the wealth of the 13 great thieves. However, before he could act, the old steward had already found his way to him. "Master, there are 3 guests outside the door, saying they want to visit you," the old steward respectfully spoke. These days, witnessing his master's iron-blooded methods, he had become even more awed. Especially last night, various miserable screams echoed throughout the night, keeping all the servants in the manor awake. This included him as well. 3 guests want to visit me? Do you know who they are? Lin Chen, unaware of what the old steward was thinking, asked in surprise. There had been no shortage of visitors during this period. The old steward replied, "One of them seems to be the leader of the Sisui gang in the city. When Lady Jianling stayed here before, he came to visit." The old slave recognized him, but the other 2, the old slave has not seen before. However, judging from their demeanor, they don't seem like ordinary people. The old leader of the Sisui gang? Lin Chen was once again surprised. He was naturally familiar with this old gang leader, having received a sincere apology from him before. However, he seemed to have never truly met the man. Now, with the old leader visiting on his own initiative and bringing 2 unusual individuals, he was completely puzzled. "Let them wait in the reception room, I will be there shortly." Lin Chen didn't think much about it. Regardless of who it was, meeting them once would clarify things. Outside the manor, 3 figures stood still, consisting of 2 old men and a young man. One of the old men was the old leader of the Sisui gang, wearing a troubled expression, looking somewhat doubtful about life. "Young master, I really don't know much about this master of the house. The only thing I know is that this master is not an ordinary person and has deep ties with the Badeo Mountain Villa," the old leader of the Sisui gang replied respectfully, despite his doubts about life, in response to the inquiries of the green young man beside him. "You established a gang that dominates this county, right? How come you don't even know such a small matter? How did you manage to survive?" The green young man said discontentedly, feeling that the other party was truly useless, behaving as if being a gang leader was just child's play. "It's my incompetence," the old leader of the Sisui gang said bitterly. In theory, he should indeed have known about these things, but before he could even find out, he was forced to open the door by someone he couldn't afford to provoke, and in the end, he clumsily paid a huge sum. In this situation, how could he have the courage to know anything? As for other information, since 2 disasters struck out of the blue, he had become more cautious. Some time ago, He even disbanded the gang on the spot and declared his true withdrawal from the martial world. If it weren't for the two people in front of him coming to his door, he would never have left his home. But there was no way, he couldn't afford to provoke the two people in front of him. Xiaofeng, don't be rude. Although your Uncle Tai has left our Tan family, he is still your elder. How can you speak like this? Apologize to your Uncle Tai immediately, another old man spoke up. He had white hair all over, looking somewhat frail, but when he spoke, the old leader of the Sisui gang seemed to bend down. However, this time it was not his fault, but the terrifying identity of the old man who spoke. In the Dalong River region, there were 4 absolutes. The white-haired old man in front of him was none other than the northern leg of the 4 absolutes, the patriarch of the Tan family. This 4 absolutes powerhouse was not based on the nature of martial arts sects but on a family. To stand among the 4 absolutes with the power of a family showcased just how formidable the strongest member of this family was. Now, this strongest member stood before him, making it impossible for him not to bow. The young man was unwilling, but he couldn't speak up to apologize to the Iron Gang leader at this moment. How could the Iron Gang leader dare? Although this young man was not particularly strong, he was the heir to the northern leg. Even if the other party slapped him in the face, he had to greet them with a smile. Seeing this scene, the white-haired old man intended to continue lecturing the young man. In this era, a master was not only about teaching skills but also about teaching character. However, before he could speak further, the tightly closed gates of the estate swung open. The steward, following the master's orders, politely invited the 3 inside. In the reception hall, after exchanging introductions, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to meet the northern leg of the 4 absolutes before encountering the western fist saint he had in mind. I didn't expect to meet Patriarch Tan in person. I have been disrespectful before, and I hope Patriarch Tan won't take offense, Lin Chen said, showing respect according to the other's status. Lin Manor Master, you are too polite. It is I who have come uninvited, causing the disturbance, the white-haired old man replied courteously. Despite being one of the 4 absolutes in the martial world, he was extremely gentle in nature and responded politely to Lin Chen's words. How could it be? Patriarch Tan's visit is an honor for me, Lin Chen replied, showing even more respect since the other party was so courteous. He was someone who preferred persuasion over force, especially towards an elder whom he should respect. After all, traditional virtues mattered. Of course, there was a condition: the other party shouldn't act unreasonably. If they did, Lin Chen wouldn't mind letting them experience the power of his carefully prepared weapon, the peacock feather. Both sides were tactful, and the conversation that followed was pleasant. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Chen directly asked, Patriarch Tan, you are a busy person. I believe this visit is not just for casual conversation, is it? While respect was due, there was no need to beat around the bush with an old man. It was best to get straight to the point. Facing this situation, the white-haired old man showed no signs of annoyance. He nodded with a smile and said, Lin Manor Master is straightforward. I did not come here just for casual conversation but for a specific matter. Please go ahead, Patriarch Tan, Lin Chen replied with a nod. Lin Manor Master, your estate was not very peaceful last night, was it? The white-haired old man asked with a smile, looking at Lin Chen kindly. Indeed, it was not very peaceful. Some ruffians came in the middle of the night, Lin Chen replied, his gaze flickering slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. The white-haired old man continued, I wonder what thoughts Lin Manor Master has about these ruffians and why they all entered your estate together. Lin Chen looked steadily at him, but his expression remained the same. It seems Lin Manor Master knows something, but I believe you are not yet aware of the true reason, the white-haired old man said, unperturbed by the response, and continued with a smile. Judging by Lin Manor Master's reaction, perhaps there are some hidden secrets? Lin Chen looked at him for a moment, sipped his tea, and smiled back, showing no change despite the old man's gradual questioning. Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, the white-haired old man raised an eyebrow slightly and continued with a gentle smile, Indeed, have you ever heard of the secret collection of martial arts from the previous dynasty? I have not, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. The white-haired old man had been in the rhythm, but he couldn't catch up with this. As one of the top 4 masters in the martial world, he wouldn't visit without a reason. Coming to this place was naturally for the secret treasure of the former dynasty, the treasure map on the 13th great thief. Unlike other martial artists, he didn't intend to snatch it by force but to cooperate with Lin Chen, who possessed the treasure map. The conversation was going well until Lin Chen's words threw him off balance. Even the green young man beside him couldn't help but say, not even knowing about the legendary treasure of the former dynasty in the martial world, are you still a martial artist? Lin Chen glanced at him and said, who told you I'm a martial artist? I'm just an ordinary person, a farmer's son. The young man who wanted to say more was left speechless. Even the white-haired old man didn't know what to say at that moment. From the words of the leader of the Iron Gang, they learned that the owner of this estate was extraordinary, coupled with the 13th Great Thief's presence here and the defeat of many martial arts experts last night. He had already concluded in his heart that the young man in front of him was not ordinary, perhaps even a great master. Even if he wasn't, there would be experts in his family or hidden masters. Otherwise, how could he accomplish all this? But to his surprise, Lin Chen claimed to be just an ordinary person, a farmer's son. How could they continue this conversation? At that moment, the white-haired old man could only look to the leader of the Iron Gang beside him, hoping for some help. However, the leader had already lowered his head deeply, avoiding any involvement. His gaze had no effect. Helpless, he had to break the rhythm himself and introduce Lin Chen to the martial arts treasure collected from the former dynasty. As a gesture of goodwill, he also revealed the treasure map carried by the 13th Great Thief. The 13th Great Thief still has such good things? No wonder so many people sneaked in last night. Lin Chen finally understood why so many martial arts experts had come in last night upon hearing the explanation. If this was true, it was indeed worth it for the major forces in the martial world to act this way. After all, the martial arts treasure of the former dynasty not only contained martial arts from all over the world but also various divine weapons collected inside. There were even rumors that after the overthrow of the former dynasty, the last batch of royal family's wealth was also hidden there, hoping for a comeback in the future. Unfortunately, over the years, the remnants of the former dynasty had long disappeared, let alone making a comeback with the treasure. However, these details were not important. For the major forces and various martial arts experts in the martial world, as long as these treasures were still there, it was enough. Unfortunately, there was no map of the former dynasty's treasure among the 13th Great Thief's legacy. Elder, the former dynasty's treasure you mentioned is indeed of interest to the younger generation, but it's a pity that the 13th Great Thief doesn't have the treasure map you mentioned. Lin Chen shook his head, not intending to hide anything in this regard. No treasure map? The white-haired old man's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. The impulsive young man couldn't hold back and said, "How could there be no treasure map? This has already spread in the martial world. Are you planning to keep the former dynasty's treasure all to yourself?" "Young man, although I am an ordinary farmer's son, I am not someone anyone can question repeatedly." Lin Chen looked at him, his calm gaze turning cold. If others were polite to him, he would reciprocate the same courtesy. But if others were not, he wouldn't show any kindness either. What if they were one of the top 4 major forces? His 2 families were also among the top 4 major forces, and with even more seniority and strength. Apart from that, is his identity as a divine craftsman, divine healer, and master of divine mechanical arts just a joke? If you really provoke him, you'll have to face the consequences. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Xiao Feng, behave yourself." The white-haired old man, seeing this scene, immediately rebuked in anger. If he had come with the intention of being tough, he wouldn't have politely visited. Although it was their first meeting, he always felt that this place was not simple. The 13th Great Thief's defeat was not a coincidence. The inexperienced youth had never seen his master so serious, and he was instantly scared into silence. "Apologize," the white-haired old man said with a mix of warmth and anger. "Master, I told you to apologize." The youth was initially unwilling, but he was interrupted by the white-haired old man before he could finish. The youth felt resentful, but still lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry. Master Lin, it's all because this old man's disciple lacks discipline. I apologize." After scolding his disciple, the white-haired old man sincerely apologized to Lin Chen with a bow. Lin Chen was initially a bit angry, but seeing the other party's gesture, he couldn't continue being upset and instead politely said, "Master, you're being too serious. It's just a small matter." Master Lin is magnanimous. The white-haired old man smiled again, praising lightly. However, after the recent incident, there was naturally nothing more to discuss, so both sides exchanged pleasantries and prepared to leave. However, Lin Chen stopped them. "Master, please wait. I indeed don't have the secret map you mentioned, but the younger generation knows where it might be." The white-haired old man was about to leave, but upon hearing this, he stopped in his tracks. "Is Master Lin's words true?" The white-haired old man turned back and asked. Lin Chen sipped his tea and said, "Of course, but it's just a possibility. Whether it's true or not, it's up to Master to evaluate." Upon hearing this, the white-haired old man sat back down. "Please tell me more." His gaze fixed on Lin Chen, showing his keen interest in the ancient secret mentioned, as this master of the 4 greats was truly invested in it. Whenever there was an opportunity, he wouldn't want to miss out. Lin Chen didn't hold back and directly recounted what he had previously told the town martial bureau to the white-haired old man. "The 13th Great Thief is very likely under the control of the true martial fist hall?" When he heard this information, the white-haired old man couldn't help but be surprised. He was naturally familiar with this peer-level existence. Indeed, this information came from the 13th great thief himself, as a threat before a life-or-death situation, so there is a high probability it's true. Lin Chen nodded. So, according to you, the secret map rumored to be on the 13th great thief is now in the True Martial Fist Hall? The white-haired old man was not dull but rather very astute. When Lin Chen mentioned this information, he understood the implication. If the 13th great thief didn't lie, there is a high probability, but I don't know much about the True Martial Fist Hall. It would require master's evaluation to confirm, Lin Chen said with a smile, subtly controlling the pace of the conversation. The white-haired old man didn't mind this situation and fell into contemplation. After a while, he spoke. If the person you mentioned is that boxer, it's absolutely impossible. Although that guy has a bad temper, he is very upright and has a sense of righteousness. He only wants to promote the boxing style he created and doesn't care about anything else. Lin Chen nodded slightly, gaining some insight into this unknown master of the four greats through the introduction of the boxing saint. Through the tone of the white-haired old man, he knew that the two were at odds. People say that fists and legs don't discriminate, but they do distinguish between high and low. Obviously, Western boxing and Northern leg techniques are archenemies. It's somewhat similar to the Swordmaster and the Knife King, who would engage in a few moves upon meeting. However, without saying anything, Lin Chen quietly listened to the white-haired old man's narrative. The white-haired old man had no intention of letting Lin Chen speak. He analyzed to himself for a while and continued, but it is indeed highly likely that the deputy head of the Jinwu boxing gym is involved. This deputy head, who usually takes care of the gym, often acts with selfish motives and is truly a person of questionable character. Although he appears righteous on the surface, he cannot escape the old man's scrutiny. Oh, so according to the old master, the one manipulating the 13 bandits behind the scenes is not the Jinwu boxing gym but this deputy head? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow after listening to the analysis. The white-haired old man nodded. Indeed, I have known the deputy head for decades and know what kind of person he is. He would not be involved in such matters. In that case, I believe the old master doesn't need to hear more from the younger generation, right? Lin Chen smiled and said, "Of course." The white-haired old man nodded again. At this point, there was no need for further words. Half an hour later, both parties finalized some details and made arrangements for the future. The three of them then left. Lin Chen personally saw them off, observing the courtesy expected of a junior. With the Jinwu Bureau and the Northern Leg getting involved, if this deputy head is not the brother of the Blackheart Tiger, then it's fine. But if he is, I believe the days ahead will be uncomfortable, Lin Chen said with a smile. He never liked to seek trouble, but if trouble came looking for him, he would usually take care of it in advance rather than wait at home. The efficiency of the Jinwu Bureau was remarkable, or rather, the efficiency of the Divine Catcher was swift. In just 3 days, the Divine Catcher arrived at the manor in a hurry. Divine Catcher, it's been a while. You look even more impressive than before. Seeing the disheveled appearance of the Divine Catcher, Lin Chen knew that upon receiving the message, he had rushed over immediately. He greeted him politely. The Divine Catcher shook his head with a wry smile. He hadn't even had time to bathe in these days, so much for an impressive appearance. However, such polite words were unnecessary, just a formality. Master Lin, you too have become more spirited in these few days. The Divine Catcher also returned the courtesy. This time, upon receiving the information and knowing why Lin Chen had called him over, he brought a team from the Jinwu Bureau along. Some of the team members were elderly and had experienced the previous incident, so they were not surprised by their leader's reaction. However, some newcomers, upon witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in astonishment. The Divine Catcher, known as the Iron-Blooded Divine Catcher, was never one for pleasant words or smiles, let alone being so accommodating. But now, they witnessed it firsthand. This left them extremely shocked, not understanding the true nature of the person before them who could make the Iron-Blooded Divine Catcher act this way. Involuntarily, their gazes turned to Lin Chen with a sense of awe, putting aside their previous arrogance in handling matters. Master Lin, in your letter, you mentioned a group of Jianghu bandits who recently invaded your home and looted. Could you provide more details on the situation? After exchanging pleasantries, the Divine Catcher couldn't wait to inquire. As Lin Chen had anticipated, the Iron-Blooded Divine Catcher was very interested in cases where martial law was violated by Jianghu individuals. Such incidents provided a good excuse for the Jinwu Bureau to suppress these Jianghu forces. Nowadays, the major powers in Jianghu were becoming increasingly restless, and even the emergence of cults like the White Lotus cult, aiming to overthrow the court. Naturally, the Jinwu Bureau had to crack down on them. If they handled it well, it would be a great achievement, leading to promotions and titles. Who wouldn't want to advance in rank and status, even someone like the iron-blooded divine catcher? Everyone needed to eat. Lin Chen understood this, so when dealing with troublemakers from Jianghu, he informed the authorities promptly. At this point, entering the main theme, he naturally wouldn't beat around the bush. Leading the other party, they directly arrived at the garden where martial artists were detained. Seeing a group of murmuring martial arts experts, many officials from the town martial bureau couldn't help but have their pupils slightly constrict at this moment. Because among these martial arts experts, many of them were familiar faces, some even under the surveillance of the town martial bureau. Those paid attention to by the town martial bureau were all top-notch martial artists in the martial world, with extraordinary influence. Now, these individuals, bound like animals waiting for slaughter, only able to murmur, how could they remain calm? Whether newcomers or veterans, at this moment, looking at the seemingly courteous garden owner, they became even more reverent. Not fearing your strength but fearing your unfathomable depth. The more you understand, the more unfathomable it becomes. Even the chief pursuer, a prominent figure in the town martial bureau, couldn't help but take a deep breath upon witnessing this scene. He knew Lin Chen was not simple, and his visit couldn't be trivial, but he never expected it to be such a big deal. Among these martial arts experts, a large portion came from various martial sects. Although not as powerful as the four supreme forces, they were not to be underestimated. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to thoroughly reorganize these major martial forces, it would definitely be a significant achievement. Faced with so many major martial forces, others might not dare to provoke, but the town martial bureau's livelihood depended on this line of work. If there was an excuse, even the four supreme forces would dare to assert dominance. The Jinwu boxing gym is now under investigation. Not even the boxing saint, a great master, can stop it. The current situation is not a trouble for him to help with, it's practically a gift. Facing this situation, he directly bowed to Lin Chen and said, Master Lin, I humbly accept this gift. I assure you that I will do my utmost to handle the events you have encountered, and make sure that the backers behind these bandits repent and compensate. Chief Pursuer, you're too kind. You don't find it troublesome. Lin Chen also smiled and responded with a bow. Dealing with smart people is good. The chief pursuer exchanged a few more pleasantries and then eagerly gestured to his subordinates. Take all these bandits away and let the prison staff take care of them properly. Yes. With a command, these martial arts experts cramped in a narrow stone cave finally found relief at that moment. However, the fate awaiting them was far from pleasant. The town martial bureau had never been lenient towards criminal martial artists. The chief pursuer didn't linger. With several achievements before him, he was indeed very busy. With everything settled, Lin Chen's life returned to tranquility. In his spare time, he forged iron, practiced alchemy, tinkered with traps, and at night, he played some adult games with his wife. With his own strength, the already turbulent martial world became even more turbulent. But in his domain, he remained unaffected. With a terrifying record, no one dared to cause trouble anymore. Later, news leaked that the treasure map of the former dynasty had long been mastered by the Jinwu boxing gym, attracting many martial artists and major forces. In this situation, Lin Chen's place naturally became even more peaceful. 1 month later, snowflakes drifted down. Lin Chen was forging iron in the blacksmith shop when he was suddenly informed of a major news. His newly wedded wife, Dao Miao Miao, was pregnant. Faced with this sudden news, the soon-to-be father Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. But soon he burst into laughter and rushed towards Dao Miao Miao's room at lightning speed. Dao Miao Miao was pregnant. Not only was he going to be a father, but the next function of the system's golden finger was finally going to come into play. In the room, Dao Miao Miao rubbed her still flat belly, her face filled with maternal love. Several wives were present, taking care of her wholeheartedly, their eyes filled with envy. They all married into the family earlier, so logically they should have been the first to get pregnant, but in the end, it was Dao Miao Miao, who came in last, who got pregnant. As a wife who truly loved her husband and wanted to bear his children, how could she not envy this moment? Miao Miao. Lin Chen burst into the room, quickly approaching the bed and grabbing the hand of his pregnant wife. As a divine doctor, he hadn't paid attention to this before, so he hadn't noticed his wife's pregnancy. But now that he did, he could tell at a glance. It was no wonder that his wife, with her ample figure, excelled in this aspect. Lin Chen, am I amazing? Seeing Lin Chen, Dao Miao Miao proudly said, even though she was soon to be a mother, she still had the personality of a young girl. Lin Chen indulgently replied, of course, you're the best. Hearing this praise, Dao Miao Miao smiled happily and even glanced at her rival Sword Spirit. The implication was clear. The Sword Spirit couldn't help but grit her teeth at this moment. She had indeed been surpassed. Even if she wanted to argue back, she couldn't at this moment. After all, the facts were there, and under the same conditions, she lost to the other. Even though she had counted meticulously and had more times than Dao Miao Miao, she still ended up losing. As for Yi Xioro and the other two wives, who had married into the family earlier and should have been the first to get pregnant, they all lost to the last one to marry in. This left them feeling frustrated but also more determined, looking at their husbands with a strange expression. Little did the joyous Lin Chen know, he would definitely have his hands full in the future. The four wives who had been surpassed were like wolves in sheep's clothing behind him. It remained to be seen if this old bull could handle this challenge. But that was a story for another time. Today, Dao Miao Miao was the main focus. Spread the word, prepare a 3-day feast throughout the manor to celebrate this joyous occasion. With joy, Lin Chen wanted to share this happiness with everyone in the manor. Yes, the maid in charge of serving Dao Miao Miao happily went to announce it. Her mistress had done well, so naturally, she was pleased. Over the next 3 days, the entire manor was filled with celebration. Even the lowest-ranking servants enjoyed lavish feasts and received rewards. They all sent their best wishes to their pregnant mistress and hoped that the other wives would also do well so they could enjoy the same benefits. Faced with the hopes of these servants, the other four wives secretly resolved once again to work hard. After these 3 days, Dao Miao Miao had thoroughly enjoyed herself and praised her pregnant belly for being so impressive. But before she could continue to revel in her joy, a piece of bad news threw her off balance, almost causing her to go into premature labor. Thankfully, with a divine doctor by her side, things didn't escalate. What did you say? Grandfather Dao has been poisoned and is now on the brink of death? Dao Miao Miao's expression changed drastically as she looked at the kneeling guard before her. These guards were loyal and dedicated covert forces trained by the Ba Dao Mountain Manor, each one trustworthy and responsible for gathering information and protecting important members. In this situation, the information they reported couldn't be false, but Dao Miao Miao couldn't believe it. Setting aside Grandfather Dao's strength, just a few days ago, she had received information that the White Lotus sect had been almost completely eradicated, and the remaining remnants would soon be eliminated. Upon learning that she had secretly married Lin Chen the divine craftsman, Grandfather Dao, as an elder, didn't blame her. He even helped comfort her father, who had lost Little Cotton Jacket, and had sent her a letter a few days ago, saying that once the remnants of the White Lotus sect were cleared, he would send her dowry over. The Divine Sword Mountain Manor was so generous, the Ba Dao Mountain Manor naturally couldn't fall behind. During this time, Dao Miao Miao had been in good spirits, planning to surprise her beloved grandfather when he arrived. It was also because of this that she did not inform the other party about her pregnancy. But she never expected that instead of waiting for the other party, she received devastating news. Poisoned, her life hanging by a thread. Under such a drastic blow, she lost her composure instantly, her emotions fluctuating intensely, tears flowing uncontrollably. Lin Chen, Wu Lin Chen happened to be by her side, and she directly threw herself into his arms, crying bitterly. Seeing that she was in distress, Lin Chen quickly supported her and comforted his wife. Don't cry, everything will be fine with me here. Although Master Dao has been poisoned, he is not dead, so it's not as bad as it seems. Lin Chen held his wife gently, reassuring her softly. With a child in her belly, she couldn't afford to be too emotionally unstable. Lin Chen, I remember you are skilled in medicine, right? Can you detoxify? Calming down a bit, Dao Miao Miao suddenly remembered Lin Chen's superb medical skills. Lin Chen smiled and said, "It seems you remembered. Rest assured, there is no poison in this world that your husband cannot cure." Really? Dao Miao Miao became excited. She naturally didn't want anything to happen to her beloved elder. Would I lie to you? Lin Chen gently wiped away her tears and smiled. Okay, let's hurry and go to detoxify Master Dao. Dao Miao Miao couldn't wait. With the situation being critical, there was no time to waste. However, Lin Chen shook his head and said, "I will go to detoxify. You are pregnant. It's not safe for you to rush around like this. No, I must go. I can't rest assured about my Master Dao." Dao Miao Miao insisted on going alone, unwilling to leave him alone. Seeing the situation, Lin Chen understood that if he left her at home, she would worry constantly and wouldn't know what might happen. So, he decided to let her accompany him, knowing that he could handle any unexpected situations. "You can come, but you must listen to me and not act recklessly." Understanding the situation, Lin Chen couldn't continue to refuse, but he set a condition. "Don't worry, I will listen." Dao Miao Miao nodded repeatedly to assure him. "Okay, then get ready. Meet me at the blacksmith's shop later." Lin Chen reminded her before hastily leaving the room. He also needed to prepare and inform the other wives about the situation. Obediently, Dao Miao Miao started to prepare, gathering some necessary items and asking the guards about the situation. Not long after, with a sense of urgency, Dao Miao Miao, accompanied by the guard carrying the items, arrived at the blacksmith's shop. As a skilled martial artist, even though she was pregnant, she was not as fragile as an ordinary person in various aspects. As long as her emotions didn't fluctuate drastically, it wouldn't affect the baby. However, upon arriving at the agreed location, she didn't see her husband. This made her anxious once again, looking around frantically. Just as she was about to call out, there was a heavy clanking sound coming from the widened warehouse of the blacksmith's shop. Following the gaze of her and the guard, a massive creature emitting a cold metallic hue emerged from inside. The heavy clanking sound was coming from this colossal creature. As it stepped out of the warehouse door, the creature revealed itself to the two. It was actually a metallic tiger, standing a full 12 feet tall with a length reaching nearly 30 feet, a true prehistoric behemoth compared to a person of just over a meter tall. Seeing this terrifying beast, the guard was dumbfounded. However, her training kicked in, and she instinctively drew her long sword, guarding in front of her young mistress. "Young mistress, you must go," she urged anxiously, wanting her mistress to leave first. But Dao Miao Miao, the young mistress, did not obediently leave. Instead, with a look of surprise, she walked towards the metallic tiger. "Husband, is this metallic tiger the mechanical beast you mentioned?" As they walked, she spoke as if she knew what was in front of her. Indeed, as her words fell, Lin Chen's voice quickly came out, coming from the mouth of the metal tiger. This is the mechanical beast, come up quickly." With Lin Chen's words, a ladder slowly extended from the side of the metal giant tiger's abdomen. Due to the lack of special materials, he was not able to create a flying mechanical beast, but he had managed to create one for traveling during these days. The metal tiger in front of them was one of them, not only with extremely fast movement speed and stable riding experience, but also possessing considerable combat power. Apart from claws and bites, he had installed many hidden weapon launchers on it. In case of a battle, these hidden weapons were all deadly weapons, similar to missiles on a fighter jet. This kind of mechanical beast, fast, stable, and with good combat power, was the best choice for traveling. Master Dao was in imminent danger now, so he couldn't afford to take a leisurely carriage ride. He actually wanted to pilot a flying mechanical beast, but due to the lack of materials, the current passenger-carrying mechanical beast still had risks, making it prone to accidents. He might be strong enough, but his pregnant wife couldn't handle it. "Wow! I thought you were just bragging, didn't expect you really made it." Dao Miao Miao lifted her skirt, stepped onto the ladder into the belly of the mechanical beast. When she saw Lin Chen sitting on the complex control panel, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Of course, when did your husband ever brag to you?" Lin Chen smiled and then pointed to a soft seat nearby. "You sit first, time is tight now, we can talk about other things on the way." "Okay." Dao Miao Miao naturally had no objections, this matter was urgent for her. As Dao Miao Miao's personal bodyguard, the shadow guard naturally followed suit. When she saw the various gears and mechanisms inside, her eyes widened in amazement. She had never seen or even heard of such things before. But before she could look more, Lin Chen spoke. "Do you see those two pedals at the back? Sit on the bench and help by continuously stepping on them." Lacking the core power source of the mechanical beast, the one they had now could only be driven by human power. However, with various complex gears and mechanisms, it didn't require much effort, just continuous operation. The shadow guard didn't understand, but facing her mistress's husband, she had to obediently sit on the bench and start stepping on the pedals with force. Everyone in position. Lin Chen pressed a button, and the open hatch slowly closed. Then he forcefully pulled down a main control lever, and the massive mechanical beast leaped into action. The speed was much faster than a galloping horse. Inside the cabin, there was an observation deck to look outside. When Dao Miao Miao saw the scenery outside getting farther and farther, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin Chen, you're amazing!" Dao Miao Miao exclaimed loudly, looking at Lin Chen with admiration. Under his almost godlike skills, no young woman could escape from admiring her husband Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly, indicating that what they were seeing was just child's play. When they got the right materials, the real mechanical beast was yet to come. The Great Long Dynasty was in the north. Winter's land, covered in endless snow. Except for a few places, everything was blanketed in snow, a beautiful sight everywhere. However, the biting cold wind made it difficult for people to enjoy these beautiful views. Only those with inner strength and strong physique, practitioners of martial arts, dared to admire these enchanting scenes in such weather. By the edge of a frozen lake, there was a group of young men and women, admiring the beautiful scenery, reciting poetry as if the winter cold didn't exist. Although the poetry recitation was more of a playful act, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Someone suggested breaking the ice on the lake for winter fishing, catching some fish for a barbecue, and hosting a winter barbecue feast. This suggestion was quickly seconded by others, but before they could act on it, a deafening roar suddenly came from the other end of the lake. What's that? This tremendous commotion instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Many energetic young people swiftly climbed the tall trees by the lake to look in the direction of the loud noise. It was this action that led them to witness a sight they would never forget. On the other end of the frozen lake, a vast expanse of white snow was being churned up into the sky, resembling an oncoming blizzard. Initially, the young onlookers thought the same, believing a blizzard had suddenly arrived. However, they soon realized something was amiss because this blizzard was swiftly moving upwards, not rolling continuously like a typical snowstorm. Instead, it seemed more like a colossal entity charging forward at great speed, creating this terrifying blizzard. Look down there! Suddenly, a sharp-eyed young person spotted something and pointed excitedly at the front of the blizzard. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the indicated spot. It was this moment that would stay with them forever. They saw a massive creature, emitting a cold black light in the snow, running on the thick ice surface, producing thunderous sounds akin to rolling thunder. The terrifying roar they heard was the result of this creature's rapid sprint. The snowstorm that connected the sky and earth was also caused by this creature, sweeping up all the snowflakes in its path. The creature's running carried a terrifying force that caused the ice to collapse continuously. However, by the time the ice completely shattered, the creature responsible for all this had already run far into the distance. That huge thing is coming towards us, run! These young people were all sons and daughters of wealthy families who had learned some martial arts using their family's wealth. While they could show off their skills in normal circumstances, facing off against such a terrifying creature was impossible. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the creature. Before they could escape the area of the frozen lake, the blizzard-carrying entity caught up with them from behind. Passing over them with a deafening roar, it headed towards the distance. Endless snowflakes enveloped them, but they paid no attention, staring blankly ahead, the image of the creature passing them frozen in their minds. Before that creature, they were like tiny ants. Although it didn't attack them, its icy presence made breathing difficult for them. Though the encounter was brief, it left an indelible mark on them. Lin Chen, did you see that? Those people were scared out of their wits just now. The creature was the mechanical tiger that had initiated its high-speed sprint, and the reactions of those young snow watchers had lightened the heavy-hearted Dao Miao Miao. Of course, I saw it, Lin Chen smiled and nodded. He had deliberately run towards those young people to amuse his wife. Although it was a bit underhanded, he had to apologize to keep his pregnant wife in good spirits. However, it wasn't a total loss for the young people who had witnessed the mechanical tiger up close. It was an eye-opening experience for them. Due to this idea, although the mechanical tiger only made brief appearances everywhere, it left behind various legends along its path. Under the indulgence and care of her husband, Dao Miao Miao's mood had indeed improved a lot. They hurried along the road, leaving a trail of legends behind them. Riding on the mechanical tiger, they finally arrived in the area where the Badeo Manor was located. As they neared the manor, Dao Miao Miao's heart couldn't help but feel heavy again. It's okay, I'm here. Dao Laoyi being poisoned is nothing to worry about, Lin Chen reassured her patiently. Dao Miao Miao nodded obediently, looking completely different from her usual lively self. Lin Chen couldn't do much about the situation, except to quickly find a solution to Dao Laoyi's poisoning. Once they resolved the root cause, everything would fall into place. What is that? Oh my god! Where did such a huge creature come from? Ring the alarm, a terrifying beast is attacking, quickly, quickly! Clang! 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 As the mechanical tiger entered the area of the Badeo Manor, disciples patrolling the mountains soon spotted a massive creature approaching them. Faced with such a huge creature and the terrifying phenomenon it caused as it ran, they, like the group of young people before them, were all shouting in fear. The piercing alarm bell was quickly sounded, a warning bell that only rang when a major threat was approaching. As the alarm sounded, the vast manor went on high alert, numerous experts emerging from all corners and heading towards the area where the alarm was raised. Dao Laoyi, the crucial figure in the situation, was critically poisoned, making it the most sensitive time for the Badeo Manor. Any sensitive issue could potentially trigger a major conflict. However, as the gathered experts arrived at the scene, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Standing over 10 feet tall with a length of over 30 feet, this terrifying creature was something they had never seen or heard of before. Is this really a creature? Why is it so huge? And the color on its surface is completely different from any creature. These experts from the Badeo Manor were all highly skilled warriors who had experienced countless major events. Things that could astonish them were few and far between in the entire Dalong dynasty. Yet now, they were truly shocked. Senior, can we confront this giant creature? Some young disciples were already feeling weak in the knees at this moment, overwhelmed by the imposing aura emanating from the mechanical tiger. The senior they asked remained silent. Faced with these unknown entities, only those who had truly faced them before would know. However, the Badeo Manor practiced a domineering path and wouldn't be easily frightened by unknown entities. They prepared for battle, but the massive creature, exuding a terrifying aura, stopped just before reaching the Badeo Manor. In their confusion, a familiar voice came from the mouth of the massive creature. "You don't need to be nervous, this is a mechanical beast created by my husband." The familiar voice belonged to Dao Miao Miao, the young mistress of the Badeo Manor. As the massive mechanical beast came to a halt, its belly hatch opened, and Dao Miao Miao, supported by Lin Chen, stepped out from inside. "Young mistress?" Seeing the young mistress emerge from the massive creature they had been wary of, they were all momentarily stunned. The secret guards also stepped forward to explain to the people of the Badeo Manor. This huge creature was actually created by human hands? Learning the true nature of the mechanical tiger left them all in awe, gazing up at it in disbelief. Some experts from the Badeo Manor glanced at Lin Chen. Many of the high-ranking members within the manor were already aware of their young mistress's sudden marriage, but they had been preoccupied with the White Lotus sect and hadn't had time to address the matter. With Dao Lao Yi personally speaking out, the matter didn't cause much of a stir. Now that this person has come on their own initiative, things naturally take a different turn. Some of the gazes still carry a hint of hostility at this moment. Lin Chen faced this situation without any fear, calmly locking eyes with these people, especially those with hostility, each of whom he noted down in his mind. It was fine as long as they didn't cause trouble, but if they did, he wouldn't mind speaking up. "Young Master Xiao, you're finally back. Elder Dao has been calling your name." A middle-aged man stepped forward, without as many ulterior motives as the others. "Grandpa Dao." When Dao Miao Miao heard these words, his eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Dear, don't cry for now. Let's first go and detoxify Grandpa Dao." Lin Chen softly comforted, gently wiping away the tears that fell once again. The intimate scene between the two sides intensified the previously hostile gazes, especially from a young man who seemed extraordinary, couldn't help but step forward at this moment, his hostility towards Lin Chen being the most intense. Just by looking at the situation, it was clear that there was a high probability of a love rival. This young man, exuding strong hostility, was indeed Dao Miao Miao's admirer and Lin Chen's love rival. Seeing the intimacy between the two, the young and spirited man couldn't contain himself any longer. "Just now, you mentioned detoxifying our Grand Elder. Do you even know what poison our Grand Elder is afflicted with to dare speak so arrogantly? Are you mocking our Ba Dao Mountain Villa?" The young man who spoke out was aggressive, immediately putting a label on Lin Chen. "Lu Hui, are you seeking death?" Dao Miao Miao, weakened by the critical condition of Elder Dao, became visibly upset when someone targeted her husband. He was a son of a high-ranking member, whom she had found annoying before, but due to their status, she hadn't said much. However, things were different now, as the other party dared to target her husband. If it weren't for the many elders present, she was ready to chop him down. Faced with this defense, the young man who spoke out looked at Lin Chen with even more hatred. Dao Miao Miao's anger flared up, but Lin Chen's words calmed her down. "I'll handle this." Lin Chen smiled reassuringly, then turned to the other party and said, "Your name is Lu Hui, right? Do you know where you got the idea that I can't detoxify?" Lu Hui sneered, "Physicians skilled in detoxification are all experienced and over 50. Looking at you, do you dare claim you understand detoxification? And you even boast that you can detoxify for our Grand Elder. What if I can?" Lin Chen remained calm. Since there was hostility, he didn't hesitate to speak up. Lu Hui was already furious and said without hesitation, "If you truly understand detoxification and can help our Grand Elder detoxify, I will kneel down and apologize to you." "Agreed." Lin Chen nodded, ready to face the consequences if the other party wanted to pick a fight. "And what if you can't?" Lu Hui asked coldly. "I'll kneel down to you as well." Lin Chen replied calmly. "Good." Lu Hui quickly agreed, afraid that Lin Chen might regret it the next moment. Originally, Lin Chen's arrival to help with the detoxification would have been known only to some high-ranking members of the villa. But with this commotion and the impact of the previous incident, the entire Ba Dao Mountain Villa now knew about it. The arrival of the husband of their young master, declaring to detoxify the Grand Elder who was on the brink of death from poison, and even setting a wager that if he failed, he would kneel and apologize to Lu Hui. Those who knew the situation understood that this was not just a wager but also a battle of dignity between two men in front of a woman. As they proceeded, Lin Chen noticed people whispering and pointing, but he paid no attention, calmly following the guards towards the courtyard where Elder Dao was receiving treatment. He came this time not to let his wife be sad and to help the elders. That's why he rushed to this place from afar, not to argue with anyone or prove anything. If it weren't for Lu Hui's provocation, he wouldn't have paid any attention. With various top-level abilities, except for the 4 masters and other significant figures, he might pay some attention, but the rest was just a matter of course. With Dao Miao Miao, the young master of the Dao family, there was no obstruction along the way. As the old father Dao Batian went out to find a famous doctor, he was not at home at the moment, being taken care of by a senior of the mountain villa. Seeing Dao Miao Miao, the young master of the Dao family, return, the senior was very happy. But when he saw Lin Chen, especially when he learned about the bet with Lu Hui, his brow furrowed. "Can you really detoxify?" the senior asked with a furrowed brow. Dao Lao's current condition was not good and couldn't withstand the meddling of amateurs. In this situation, the senior in charge of taking care naturally couldn't allow any recklessness. Lu Hui had a point. In this world, skilled doctors were all over 50 or even with white hair. "Uncle Hong, my husband's medical skills are truly remarkable, he can even refine elixirs." Dao Miao Miao could ignore the likes of Lu Hui, but when facing the elders at home, she had to care. If she couldn't get their approval, even if Lin Chen could detoxify, he wouldn't be able to get close. Unless by force. But both sides were her family, she naturally didn't want to see this happen. "Young master, this is not about targeting anyone, but the situation of the Grand Elder, indeed, cannot withstand any disturbance." The senior insisted. Even if Dao Miao Miao, the young master, spoke, it was not allowed. "Cough, let him try." Just as the situation was deadlocked, a cough sounded from inside, followed by the weak words of Dao Lao, coming out. "As you wish." The senior still hesitated, but in the face of Dao Lao's personal request, he dared not argue and had to step aside. "Grandpa Dao." Dao Miao Miao rushed in first, unable to hold back her tears once again. Lin Chen also followed in, accompanied by the senior in charge of care. Although Dao Lao personally spoke, he still wasn't at ease and wanted to watch from the side. Lin Chen didn't mind this and just followed along, as there would be a need for assistance later. Inside the room, the once spirited Dao Lao was now lying weakly on the bed. Not only was his breath extremely weak, but his face also showed signs of poisoning, reaching a critical point. However, even so, Dao Lao's expression remained very calm, comforting Dao Miao Miao, who was crying by the bedside, with a gentle smile. "Master Lin is here?" When he saw Lin Chen coming in, he forced a smile, obviously very satisfied with the son-in-law he had chosen. "Grandpa Dao, you flatter me. You are Miao Miao's elder, just call me Xiaolin, or my name is also fine," Lin Chen respectfully said. "Alright, I'll call you Lin Chen from now on, it's a nice name to say." Dao Lao smiled. Although his breath was weak, his demeanor remained the same. "It should be so." Lin Chen also smiled. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Dao Lao asked, "Lin Chen, do you really know the way of detoxification?" He absolutely believed in Lin Chen's abilities. After all, the legendary master craftsman was not just a mere rumor. But even if he was a master craftsman, he was only proficient in forging various divine weapons, not in treating illnesses or detoxifying. A person's energy was limited after all. How could one be proficient in everything? "I happen to know a little. It should be no problem to detoxify for Grandpa." Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Indeed, a person's energy was limited, and at his age, possessing the skills of a master craftsman was already remarkable, a genius among geniuses. But who made him have a system? As long as you keep marrying wives continuously, you can easily obtain various abilities, and each ability is at the highest level. When Dao Lao heard the answer in person, he didn't question anything further and nodded, saying, "Then please help me detoxify. It's not a trouble at all. This is what I, as a junior, should do." The other party genuinely loved his wife, and Lin Chen genuinely regarded the other party as an elder, so there was no need for formalities. After a simple examination of Dao Lao, Lin Chen took out a silver needle he carried with him and began detoxifying him. "Master?" The senior who followed in was buzzing in his head at this moment. The title of Master. This is a respectful title reserved for individuals highly recognized in a certain field. Dao Lao was a top expert in the martial world, a figure on par with the best in the martial arts world. Even when facing high-ranking officials, he would at most avoid trouble but wouldn't pay them any attention. As for the title of Master, that was impossible. But now, this title of Master was being used for a young man, and the earnest tone was not flattery but genuine recognition to use such a title. "What kind of husband has our young master found for our villa?" The senior was puzzled, his curiosity piqued by the young man who had just stopped him earlier. But no one paid him any attention. The other three present were focused on the detoxification process. Lin Chen possessed top-notch medical skills, so detoxifying was not a problem. However, the poison in Dao Lao's body was not as easy to deal with as imagined. It was not just one poison but a mixture of multiple highly toxic substances, more sophisticated than the mixture concocted by Suero by chance. The corrosion was in the flesh, blood, and even the bones, requiring a meticulous approach. Even a master like Dao Lao with profound internal strength could be brought down, and there was a reason for it. However, some parts were challenging to resolve, but in the face of top medical skills, no matter how sophisticated the poison, it would ultimately submit. With the stimulation of acupuncture points and special pressure, all the toxins in Dao Lao's body were forced to his left middle finger. Please bring a basin of water. After completing these tasks, Lin Chen turned to the senior standing there and instructed. Previously, this senior would never have obediently complied, but after the conversation just now, he went out and brought in a basin of water without a word. Here is the water you asked for, he said, his tone much less polite than before. Thank you. Lin Chen didn't say much. He didn't have time to engage with the other party now. The poison in Dao Lao's body was not a big deal for him, but it was indeed highly toxic. Every second of delay would cause more damage to Dao Lao, but since he was here now, it was not a problem. After placing the basin of water by the bed, Lin Chen took out a small knife and made a cut on the middle finger where the toxins were concentrated. Puff! As the middle finger was cut, black blood with a strong stench sprayed out from the incision and fell into the prepared basin of water. The large basin of clear water was quickly dyed dark green. Find a place to bury all this poisoned water, remember to dig a deep hole. Lin Chen instructed again, and the senior quickly nodded and went to do as told. When he returned, Dao Lao, who had been on the brink of death just now, was sitting up. Although still a bit pale, he no longer looked like he was on the verge of departing. Did this person really detoxify him? The senior was once again puzzled, not expecting the poison to be truly removed, and so quickly at that. He had only taken the time to handle a basin of water, and Dao Lao was already sitting up. But no one paid him any attention. At this moment, Dao Miaomia was in tears of joy, and Dao Lao, leaning against the bed, was full of sighs. He never expected that Lin Chen, this young man, was not only a master craftsman but also a divine healer. What kind of extraordinary person was he? Lin Chen next to him neatly put away the silver needles and slightly furrowed his brows, asking, "Old man, your poison is quite complex. Could you tell me how you were poisoned?" With the opponent's strength, being able to poison him with such a terrifying blend of toxins was definitely not ordinary. Dao Lao confirmed this point. It was indeed not something simple. The one who poisoned me this time is none other than the legendary White Lotus Sect Saintess. Dao Lao's expression turned serious, evidently preparing himself for this figure. The White Lotus Sect Saintess? Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of this name, which clearly indicated trouble. A seemingly simple title, yet the atmosphere suddenly quieted down as if this title held an inexplicable power. After a while, Dao Lao broke the silence, sighing, "During these days, our actions against the White Lotus sect have been very successful. Their main altar was breached on the first day, countless elite members were killed, even the White Lotus sect leader was severely injured. But just as we were about to annihilate them, this White Lotus Saintess appeared. Not only is her strength not inferior to the White Lotus sect leader, she is also well versed in the art of poison, and she wields a mysterious power that miraculously saved the crumbling White Lotus sect from destruction." This White Lotus Saintess is so powerful? Lin Chen knew it wouldn't be simple, but he didn't expect it to be this challenging. Single-handedly, she revived the shattered White Lotus sect, even putting Dao Lao, one of the four masters, in mortal danger with her poison. If it weren't for Lin Chen's treatment, Dao Lao might have succumbed to the poison in a few more days. This was beyond just being formidable, it was sheer terror. She is indeed powerful, especially the power she wields, which is extremely eerie and formidable. Compared to the elite members of the White Lotus sect, she stands a level above and can confront the elites of my Blade Mountain Villa. Dao Lao nodded, acknowledging her strength despite being sworn enemies. What does this White Lotus Saintess look like? Lin Chen fell silent for a moment before asking, intending to be more cautious of such a character in the future. Powerful, well-versed in the art of poison, and possessing a mysterious power, being targeted by her was no trivial matter. Given the enmity between them, Lin Chen was highly likely to become a target, as he was the one responsible for the White Lotus sect's recent downfall. It wouldn't be difficult for the White Lotus sect to figure this out, especially since the disappearance of the sect leader's confidant led to subsequent events. Dao Lao shook his head. No one has seen the appearance of the White Lotus Saintess, all we know is that she is a woman. When she faced me before, she wore a silver mask, concealing her face. Any distinctive features? Lin Chen persisted, unwilling to overlook such a character. Distinctive features? Dao Lao pondered for a moment before saying, "She exudes a cold aura, as if she practices a special technique that even when standing still, emits a chilling presence." A cold aura? Lin Chen made a mental note of this. Yes, such individuals are the most troublesome. You must be cautious in the future, Dao Lao warned. Understanding the vengeful nature of the White Lotus sect, he knew they wouldn't let this matter rest. Lin Chen nodded earnestly, rest assured, I will be vigilant. That's good. Seeing Lin Chen taking heed, Dao Lao smiled again and engaged in casual conversation with Dao Miao. Surviving this ordeal was also a form of enlightenment for him. His martial path had seemingly reached its end, but now he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Once his injuries healed, he might ascend to greater heights. This incident could be considered concluded. However, for some people, the event has just begun. The senior executives of the Badeo Manor next to them couldn't help but feel puzzled and hesitated before asking, Master Lin, do you really excel in the ways of medicine? Haven't you seen it all? Lin Chen didn't hold any grudges against the executive who interrupted him, but he didn't feel particularly fond either, just a normal response. However, the executive was undeterred and excitedly said, Master Lin, could I ask you to help cure my wife? She is also afflicted with a strange poison, as long as you can. I don't have time right now. Lin Chen directly refused. Although he was a master in medicine, he wasn't making a living as a doctor. The executive became anxious and pleaded, Master Lin, I was ignorant before, please don't be angry. I apologize to you. As long as you are willing to help, I can pay any price. Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly, not liking this kind of pestering behavior. But Dao Miao Miao felt a bit sorry and said, Lin Chen, why not help Uncle Hong? Auntie used to be very kind to me too, she used to give me delicious treats when I was young. Alright, since Miao Miao has spoken, I can help you this once. There's no need for apologies or anything, you were just doing your duty, I'm not that petty. Lin Chen gave face because it was his wife who spoke, especially since the other party had treated his wife well. Thank you, thank you. The executive bowed repeatedly in excitement. However, as Lin Chen walked out of Dao Lao's courtyard, a domineering figure blocked his way, surrounded by a group of people. Oh, weren't you supposed to detoxify? Why are you out so soon? This person was Lu Hui, who thought Lin Chen had failed since he came out so quickly. You're really persistent. Seeing the other's eager appearance, Lin Chen could only shake his head. Hee, are you scared now? Lu Hui sneered, remember our agreement? Shouldn't you be kneeling now? Are you sure you want to fulfill the bet? Lin Chen asked calmly without making any moves. Of course. Lu Hui laughed arrogantly. Are you thinking of backing out? Let me tell you, my father is. Rebel. Before the triumphant Lu Hui could finish, a stern shout rang out. Following that, the executive turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Lu Hui, raising a hand the size of a fan and slapped him hard across the face. Lu Hui didn't even react and was sent flying by the slap. Ow! After rolling on the ground for a few rounds, he finally let out a piercing scream. That slap was no joke. Lu Hui's once handsome face swelled into a pig's head at a visible speed. You rebel, I won't let you off today. Even in this sorry state, the executive didn't stop and continued to beat him up, making Lu Hui beg for mercy in a pitiful manner. This is getting interesting. Lin Chen watched the scene before him, his eyebrows slightly raised as he chuckled. Dao Miao Miao then came out and explained, Lu Hui is indeed Uncle Hong's son. He used to flaunt his father's status and now he's getting his comeuppance. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Relying on the backing of the past, only to be beaten up by the same person, wasn't this retribution? Alright, stop hitting him, that's enough. Don't actually kill him. Although Lin Chen found it satisfying to watch, since they were all family now, he couldn't bear to see someone being beaten to death. This was enough. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the executive stopped, but not before giving Lu Hui's mouth a hard slap, clearly afraid that his rebellious son would offend Lin Chen again. At this moment, Lin Chen, in his eyes, was not just the hope for his wife, but an extraordinary presence that even the Sword King respected, effortlessly breaking the holy poison of the White Lotus Saintess. Such a character. Even if not seeking help, one must treat him with respect. How dare his own son behave like this, he must be taught a lesson. Poor Lu Hui had no idea, being beaten by his old father, not only was he in pain all over, but also confused and wronged, tears streaming uncontrollably. Fall, what's going on? He struggled to ask, his cracked lips making it hard to speak properly. I'm hitting you, you disrespectful son, daring to disrespect Master Lin. The senior used to be kind to his son, after all, he only had one, but now he was getting angrier by the minute, even considering whether to create a new account in the future. Luckily, Lu Hui was unaware of this, otherwise, he would have cried out in pain. I'm not only beaten up badly, but I also have to give up my new account? Is this fair? Even though he didn't know, he was still confused. Disrespectful to master? Lu Hui was truly at a loss, completely unaware of what was going on. What the hell is happening? Why would his own father beat him up out of nowhere and accuse him of disrespecting some master? This is outrageous. Master Lin, I apologize for my son's misbehavior. Please don't take offense. After reprimanding his disobedient son, the senior turned to Lin Chen with a sincere apology. Forget it. Let's leave it at that. Lin Chen waved his hand, not wanting to pursue the matter further. Lu Hui, his rival in love. As long as he doesn't lose his mind, he probably won't dare to cause trouble again. Thank you for your generosity, Master Lin. The senior thanked respectfully, leaving everyone at the Ba Dao Mountain Villa astonished. They had come to witness a spectacle, the gamble between Lu Hui and Lin Chen. But now, the story had taken an unexpected turn. Lu Hui, who was about to win, was beaten up by his own father, now lying on the ground whimpering and shedding tears, questioning his life choices. The one who thought he would lose was calm and composed, being served with utmost care and respect by his own senior. What's going on? The onlookers couldn't help but wonder, but no one answered. As the victorious Lin Chen, led by the respectful senior, went to help detoxify the senior's wife. She was a woman with delicate features and a touch of elegance, once a beauty in her youth judging by her facial contours. However, now she appeared lifeless, carrying an air of death, able to move but with a lack of vitality, often needing servants to attend to her. When Lin Chen and the others arrived, she was sitting under a pavilion, gazing at the snow-covered artificial lake, lost in thought. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at this sight, realizing that she was not only poisoned but also burdened with some heavy thoughts. However, it was none of his concern, as he was here solely to detoxify her. Madam, why are you outside again? It's cold now, you shouldn't catch a cold. The senior quickly approached his wife, showing genuine concern, clearly loving his wife, while Lu Hui, the disobedient son, was just an accident. Hongbe is back, I'm fine, just bored staying indoors, so I came out for a while. The woman smiled faintly and said. Upon noticing Lin Chen and the others, she added, Young master, you're here too. And who is this? Hello, auntie. This is my husband, Lin Chen. He's here to help detoxify you this time, Dao Miao introduced proactively. I didn't expect you to be married already, time flies so fast. The woman sighed, then shook her head. This poison of mine is incurable, there's no need to waste time. Madam. The senior became anxious. Dao Miao also reassured, Auntie, please rest assured. My husband is very skilled in medicine, there's no poison he can't cure. Even Grandpa Dao was cured of the White Lotus sex poison by him. Can you cure the poison of the White Lotus Saintess? When she heard these words, the woman's murky eyes flickered slightly, but soon dimmed again. She smiled and said, So powerful, it seems little Miao Miao has found a good husband. Hearing the praise of her husband from the elders, Dao Miao smiled happily. As for the woman's change, she was indifferent and unaware. However, Lin Chen, with his sharp eyes, noticed it, but he didn't say anything. Using his advanced medical skills, he began to observe the woman's condition and identify the type of poison affecting her. Master Lin, how is it? The high-ranking official nervously asked as he stood by, waiting for Lin Chen to withdraw his gaze before holding his breath and inquiring. Madam has been poisoned by a rare chronic toxin. This poison won't be immediately fatal, but it will continuously erode the victim's vitality, nurturing a more terrifying poison within the body. Lin Chen nodded and replied. You can really tell? The woman, who had been expressionless, finally changed her demeanor upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Didn't you hear my wife say just now? I am very skilled in medicine, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Yes, my husband is amazing. Dao Miao chimed in happily, her eyes filled with pride. Can you cure it? The high-ranking official, seeing that Lin Chen had identified the root cause, became even more nervous. Naturally, Lin Chen calmly nodded, then turned to the woman and said, But there is a condition, you must be willing to let me cure you. Otherwise, even if I help, it will be of no use. The high-ranking official was stunned upon hearing this condition, and Dao Miao was also puzzled. How could someone be unwilling to be cured when they were poisoned? However, the woman remained silent and lowered her head, clearly understanding what Lin Chen meant. Madam, why? The high-ranking official was at a loss upon seeing his wife's reaction. Lin Chen, what's going on? Dao Miao walked up to Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen remained silent, just gazing at the woman who had lowered her head. He had not expected that what started as a request to help his wife with the antidote would lead to this situation. He could indeed cure the poison within her, but this poison was not inflicted by others, it was willingly taken by the woman herself to nurture a more potent toxin. The idea of nurturing a deadly poison with one's own life sounded unbelievable, yet it was the truth. The woman before him was nurturing a deadly poison with her life, waiting for the day when her life would be consumed entirely so that the terrifying poison could be born. Madam, why would you do this? Are you willing to sacrifice me and Uglier? The high-ranking official seemed to understand something and couldn't help but roar, but the woman remained silent. After a long time had passed and the high-ranking official had exhausted himself from shouting, he looked up at Lin Chen and said, I never expected to encounter someone who could see through the holy poison. Can you really cure the poison in my body? I can. Even if you nurture a stronger poison, I can still cure it. There is no poison in this world that I cannot unravel. Lin Chen nodded with a calm but unparalleled confidence. Even Dao Miao Miao, the young daughter-in-law, was in awe at this moment, her eyes filled with admiration. Then I will trouble you. With a sigh, the woman finally chose to let Lin Chen help her detoxify. Lin Chen nodded slightly without saying a word, taking out a silver needle he carried with him. However, unlike Dao Lao Ren's casual approach, in addition to the silver needle, Lin Chen also poured out a deep green pill from a small jade bottle he carried. This pill exuded a strong life force, and just by smelling it, one felt a surge of energy. There was no need for introductions. Everyone could tell it was extraordinary. Take this pill, and you don't need to do anything else. I will cure the poison for you. Lin Chen handed over the green pill and began the detoxification process. Once the woman made up her mind, she wasted no time. She deeply looked at the pill in her hand and then swallowed it without hesitation. Waiting for the medicine to take effect, a surge of vitality burst forth. Lin Chen's expression was solemn as he began acupuncture once the vitality surged. For a skilled physician like him, there was no need for the patient to undress. That was uncivilized behavior. In urban novels, so-called divine doctors did that just to take advantage of the female leads. Others watched nervously from the side, occasionally lending a hand. Half an hour later, as a colorful liquid was forced out, the woman's complexion visibly improved, her vitality turning her pale face rosy. Master Lin, is it successful? The high-ranking official held his breath. Lin Chen calmly nodded. Thankfully, the strange poison has been neutralized. Thank you, thank you. Upon hearing the news, the official almost kneeled in gratitude, but Lin Chen stopped him. He wasn't accustomed to such gestures. I never expected the poison to be neutralized so easily. Feeling the relief in her body, the woman couldn't help but smile wryly. Auntie, do you believe it now? My husband is amazing. Detoxifying is just a small feat. You don't know, he can even create giant mechanical beasts, huge ones. Dao Miao Miao boasted proudly, resembling a child showing off toys to friends, gesturing animatedly. Yes, your husband is truly remarkable. The woman earnestly nodded. All right, the poison has been neutralized. Just take care in the future. Our job here is done, we'll take our leave. Lin Chen had no intention of lingering. It didn't concern him if the other party got poisoned unless forced. With the other party's willingness to bear life-threatening toxins, there was nothing to be gained. However, as Lin Chen and his wife hadn't gone far, the woman called out to them. Miao Miao's husband, you can neutralize the poison of the current White Lotus Saintess. Given her character, she will definitely seek you out in the future, be cautious. The woman whispered to Lin Chen before retracting her gaze, as if her words were just a figment of imagination. She will come find me? Lin Chen paused briefly, then smiled again. I'll wait for her to come to me, to see whose poison is more potent, hers or my medical skills. Damn it! Damn it! In the temporary base of the White Lotus sect, the White Lotus sect leader, with one arm bandaged in white cloth, was furiously cursing and smashing everything in sight. The White Lotus disciples below trembled in fear, cowering. The sect leader vented his anger, his eyes scanning the frightened disciples, ready to lash out. After finally stabilizing the situation in recent days, he had begun to assess the losses. However, to his astonishment, the losses suffered by the White Lotus sect were even greater than anticipated. Not only was the main altar taken by the Hegemon Blade Manor, but other hidden branches were also seized by other major martial sects during the chaos. Evidently, when the Hegemon Blade Manor struck, they had enlisted the help of several other martial sects. The White Lotus sect was now in tatters. If not for the remaining disciples at the main altar, he would have been left with nothing. Learning of this dire situation, how could he not be furious and desire bloodshed? Is getting angry now of any use? Just as the White Lotus sect leader was about to unleash his fury, a cold voice interrupted. At some point, a figure in a snow-white robe, wearing a hood and a silver mask concealing their face, appeared at the entrance of the temporary White Lotus sect base. Although their appearance was indiscernible, their words halted the enraged sect leader's actions. After a moment, he spoke, I am furious. When has the holy sect ever suffered such losses? As I said, discussing this now is futile. Rebuilding the holy sect swiftly is what needs to be done. Faced with the continued struggle, the masked figure's voice turned even colder. Very well. The White Lotus sect leader took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Other White Lotus sect members, upon seeing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief. As they looked at the approaching masked figure, besides awe, there was also a strong sense of fanaticism. Only the legendary White Lotus Saintess could calm down the enraged sect leader, holding a position equal to the sect leader within the White Lotus sect. Especially this term Saintess, she was simply the greatest in the history of the White Lotus sect, with a position even more revered. Even the sect leader had to show her respect. It was this Saintess who intervened at the critical moment of the terrifying disaster, saving the almost doomed White Lotus sect and dealing a heavy blow to the formidable enemy. The White Lotus Saintess with a silver mask on her face paid no attention to the fervent believers below, coldly scanning the surroundings before taking a seat at the temporary headquarters top position. This was originally the sect leader's seat, but upon her arrival, the position was willingly given up. "Have we found out who leaked the sect's information?" the White Lotus Saintess asked indifferently, devoid of any emotional color in her words. The White Lotus sect leader was pushed to the side but dared not object. He replied, "The information obtained by the Blade Mountain Villa this time was provided by someone to the Blade King." "Who is this person?" the White Lotus Saintess asked with the same tone. The White Lotus sect leader said, "We haven't identified the provider, but the acolyte I sent out on a mission went missing just before the Blade King received this information." Hearing this, the White Lotus Saintess coldly glanced over and continued, "What mission was being carried out, and who was the contact person?" "It was the offspring of the one above, who passed on the task assigned to me," the White Lotus sect leader replied, detailing every aspect of the last mission, the target, and providing additional information. A bold individual? After listening to the recount, the White Lotus Saintess lightly tapped the armrest of the throne with her overly pale and slender fingers, gazing into the distance as if contemplating something. After a moment, she ordered, "Go personally and bring this person back alive." The White Lotus sect leader prepared to comply but was interrupted by a special messenger pigeon fluttering in through the window, landing beside the White Lotus Saintess. This was a precious messenger pigeon, not to be used lightly as it was worth a fortune. Its current use indicated a significant event had occurred. The White Lotus Saintess, with her eyes slightly narrowed behind the mask, reached out to retrieve the message from the pigeon. The letter was quickly opened, and after reading its contents, the White Lotus Saintess's hand trembled slightly, causing the letter to disintegrate into pieces and slowly fall to the ground. "Interesting, someone can actually neutralize my sacred poison, even if it's incomplete," the White Lotus Saintess chuckled softly, as if she had come across some intriguing information. However, none of the White Lotus sect members dared to lift their heads, all bowing down to the ground. They knew very well that while they might not fear their Saintess's indifference, her laughter always meant trouble for someone. Even the White Lotus sect leader refrained from making any unnecessary movements at this moment. "Forget what I said earlier, I will handle it personally," the White Lotus Saintess spoke up. "You will handle it personally?" The White Lotus sect leader was momentarily puzzled, not understanding the sudden change. Then he remembered the messenger pigeon. "No need to guess, it's because of this letter. Also, let me tell you something, the Blade King's poison has been neutralized, and the one who did it is your target from the mission," the White Lotus Saintess explained as if she could read minds. "What?" The White Lotus sect leader's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this explanation. The enemy's poison had been neutralized, and the person who detoxified turned out to be the target of the previous mission. This was simply a terrifying shock to him. "I am also somewhat surprised, but it makes sense. After all, how could someone who can make the holy priest of the holy religion reveal the secrets of the religion be easily dealt with?" The White Lotus Saintess smiled again, her ethereal laughter sounding very pleasant. "Badeo Mountain Villa." Dao Miao heard the advice of the woman when parting, and said with a stern face, "Lin Chen, rest assured, if that demon woman from the White Lotus sect dares to cause you trouble, I will help you by cutting her with one stroke." "All right." Lin Chen smiled at the words. She was already like a mother to him, yet still had the heart of a little girl. But he had no objections, instead finding this kind of future wife more interesting. "I'm serious, if she dares to come, I will definitely draw my sword to cut her," Dao Miao reiterated, indicating that she was not joking. Lin Chen nodded again. "Well, I believe you. I'm just afraid that if the White Lotus Saintess knows you're targeting her, she won't dare to come, and then you won't be able to cut her." "Right, let's not tell anyone, it's our secret," Dao Miao giggled. The two of them joked around like this, walking closely together on the tree-lined path of Badeo Mountain Villa. Many disciples of Badeo Mountain Villa looked at Lin Chen with awe in their eyes. Lu Hui, a high-ranking disciple, had offended Lin Chen and was personally reprimanded by his own father. He was still lying in bed, with several doctors shaking their heads after examining him. He wasn't dead, but he was beaten so badly, especially his mouth, which was almost beaten to a pulp. If it weren't for the wealth of Badeo Mountain Villa and their willingness to use good medicine, he would definitely be disfigured in the future. Apart from this, they also knew that their patriarch's poison had been cured, and the man who cured it was the man who had married their young master, Lin Chen. Knowing this, when they looked at Lin Chen with awe, there was also respect and gratitude in their eyes. The Sword King, the patriarch, was the pillar that kept Badeo Mountain Villa standing tall in the martial world. If something happened to him, it would be a huge disaster. At that time, those who coveted their interests would start to stir. Although Lin Chen was visiting for the first time, he had gained the approval of everyone in a short period of time. Even Lu Wei didn't dare to say he didn't approve at this moment. While Dao Miaomio was strolling around with Lin Chen at home, the former guards came to report that Dao Badian, the father who had gone to find the divine doctor, had returned and wanted to see them. Main hall of Badeo Mountain Villa. This was where the patriarch Dao Badian usually lived and worked, built magnificently with a grand and imposing presence. However, today Dao Badian was not here to work, but stood on the platform in the main hall with a stern face, looking expressionless at the entrance. As a burly man who wielded a big knife, he was nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging under his sturdy attire, exuding a fierce and bloodthirsty aura that made him look unapproachable. Even the former top-notch expert, the divine catcher Chasemind, seemed inadequate in front of him, showing a clear gap. When Lin Chen and his wife Dao Miaomio entered, they saw the appearance of their father-in-law and frowned. This was not a good sign. As expected, as soon as the two entered, Dao Badian coldly said, "Dao Miaomio, you've really grown some skills, being able to decide on your own to marry someone. Do you still have me, your father, in your eyes? Have I raised you for over 10 years in vain? Dad, don't be angry, can't I admit my mistake?" Dao Miaomio heard her father's words and immediately walked up with a playful smile. Compared to Jianling, her relationship with her father was obviously different, and their father-daughter relationship was very harmonious. "Don't try to act cute with me. I'm telling you, it won't work. In the past, I could overlook small matters, but this time, even if you act spoiled, it's useless. Even if I bring your mother, it's useless." Dao Baishan's face was stern, unmoved by his daughter's attempts to act spoiled. "Humph. You, Dao Badian, I found such a good husband for you, yet you still give me attitude. Watch me not go find your mother later, and also Dao Grandpa, let them teach you a lesson." Dao Miaomio saw that acting spoiled was futile, so she quickly changed her tune. "You little troublemaker." Dao Baishan's face darkened. Raising such a daughter was simply asking for trouble. The more Dao Badian thought about it, the angrier he became. Having a daughter with powerful connections, he had no good solution. He could only focus his attention on someone who had taken his daughter away. "No wonder my daughter was so infatuated that she eloped, he must have a good appearance." Dao Badian muttered to himself, somewhat impressed by Lin Chen's extraordinary looks, but only somewhat. Despite his exceptional son-in-law, he couldn't bring himself to be friendly. However, when he considered that his son-in-law was a legendary craftsman capable of forging divine weapons and seemed to be a divine healer who effortlessly cured the White Lotus Saintess of an incurable poison, he couldn't find fault. Damn it! Having such an outstanding son-in-law was also troublesome. The old man wanted to curse but found it difficult to cause trouble. In the past, such a thing would never have happened to him. Lin Chen, being a son-in-law who knew how to handle situations, naturally wouldn't make things difficult for his father-in-law. Seeing the old man's expression, Lin Chen respectfully greeted him, "Father-in-law, I offer my respects." Your name is Lin Chen, right? This matter concerning the elder is in your hands." Faced with an excellent son-in-law, Dao Badian ultimately chose not to cause trouble further. Lin Chen's diplomatic approach provided him with an opportunity to step back, and he nodded in agreement. Setting aside his daughter's stubbornness, the son-in-law they found was indeed quite exceptional, even perfect. A master craftsman, a divine healer. Having such abilities was truly remarkable. And now, they were all embodied in one person, and at such a young age, it was like a godsend. Where else could they find such a good son-in-law in the world? "Father-in-law, you're too kind. Mr. Dao, you are also my elder, and it's only right for me to do so," Lin Chen modestly replied. "Very well," Dao Badian said 3 times, looking at Lin Chen with satisfaction. "You suit my taste, Lin Chen. From now on, Miaomio will be in your care. I have never let her suffer, so you must treat her well. Otherwise, I won't spare you. Please rest assured, father-in-law. Miao Miao is my wife, and I will not let her suffer," Lin Chen assured sincerely. "Good, have a seat." Dao Badian was even more pleased, nodding towards a nearby chair. "Thank you, father-in-law." Lin Chen sat down without hesitation, expressing his gratitude and engaging in a conversation with the old man. Dao Badian was straightforward and, once he approved of someone, he found them very agreeable, straightforward, and easy to talk to. Lin Chen also liked this kind of father-in-law, so they chatted while enjoying tea. As a former handsome guy immersed in the online world, when it came to boasting and storytelling, he didn't need any special rewards, he was already a top-level player. After a round of boasting, Dao Batian laughed heartily, his gaze towards Lin Chen becoming even more approving. Dao Miao Miao accompanied them, happy to see her husband and father getting along so well. She rarely saw them so peaceful, and she quietly served them tea and water. "Dad, hasn't Mom come back yet?" After their conversation, Dao Miao Miao asked. Blade Overlord Tian Dao said, "Your mother has come back with me, but your grandpa Blade is still a bit weak. She's in the kitchen stewing soup herself to nourish your grandpa Blade and, by the way," glancing at Lin Chen with a hint of sourness, he continued, "to let her son-in-law taste her cooking. This tigress, I rarely get to taste her cooking," with a hint of resentment in his words. He. Faced with this situation, Lin Chen could only chuckle foolishly on the side. However, his first impression of his future mother-in-law, whom he had not yet met, was quite good. Mentioning the mother-in-law, the three of them did not continue the conversation. Led by the cheerful Blade Overlord Tian, the three of them arrived at the residential area behind the main hall. This was the Lord's private residence, where others were not allowed to enter freely. However, as a son-in-law, Lin Chen easily entered the place. "Mom!" Blade Miao Miao arrived and ran towards the kitchen emitting a fragrant smell. "Oh, my precious child, you're finally back." Upon hearing this shout, a voice of joy came from inside. Then, a woman in her 30s with a proud figure hurried out from the fragrant kitchen. Without the need for introductions, Lin Chen could tell at a glance that this was his future mother-in-law. It wasn't because of his sharp eyesight but because of her proud figure, which was almost identical to his wife's. No wonder she had raised such a magnificent and ambitious woman. There was indeed a reason for that. "Is this the husband you found?" After a brief embrace, the mother-in-law turned to Lin Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then smiled in satisfaction. Blade Miao Miao nodded and said, "Yes, see how good the husband our daughter found is, Mom. You don't know, he's quite capable." Just as she spoke, Blade Miao Miao couldn't help but boast, making Lin Chen feel embarrassed. Although he acknowledged his modest abilities, he only used them to make a living and didn't think much of them. But his wife saw it differently. She took pride in his abilities. Since returning home, whenever she met elders, she couldn't help but boast, having just boasted to Blade Overlord Tian a moment ago. Now, not long after, she started boasting to her mother-in-law. However, no one could deny that she had found a husband who could make her proud in front of any elder. "Yes, our Miao Miao is amazing," the mother-in-law praised with a smile, her eyes filled with deep affection. Blade Miao Miao had a stubborn temperament, and it was clear that there were many reasons for this mother-in-law's behavior. The stern father-in-law, who was just serious a moment ago, was now smiling obediently on the side. However, he was scolded by the mother-in-law. "What are you laughing at? Can't you see both your son-in-law and daughter are hungry? Hurry to the kitchen and serve the food. All you know is to laugh all day." Blade Overlord Tian felt that he needed to save face in front of his son-in-law, so he said with a serious face, "The son-in-law is still here. Can't you show me some respect, tigress?" "What did you say?" The mother-in-law's gaze turned dangerous. Nothing. I'll help serve the food. You've worked hard, my dear." Blade Overlord Tian wanted to maintain his dignity, but seeing the dangerous look in his daughter-in-law's eyes, he instantly backed down and went over to help. A nearly 2-meter-tall strong man was now acting like a considerate little daughter-in-law. Faced with this situation, Lin Chen could only scratch his head, chuckling on the side without speaking. At this moment, he understood that as long as he could handle his mother-in-law, his father-in-law would never dare to show him a bad attitude. There was no other way. He had to win over his mother-in-law today. Dealing with the mother-in-law was actually not difficult. Say some flattering words to please her, give her some things she likes, show your filial piety, and that should be enough. The only prerequisite was that she had to like you. Otherwise, everything would be in vain, as the mother-in-law was the most practical of all. Obviously, Lin Chen's mother-in-law found him very pleasing to the eye, showing a fondness for him, not to mention his outstanding qualities. "Mother-in-law, this is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you won't dislike it." Lin Chen handed over a small brocade box, which he had prepared to bring with him, made in his spare time using his advanced medical skills, serving as an experimental product. "What is this?" The mother-in-law reached out to take the small brocade box, blinking curiously as she asked. Lin Chen smiled and introduced, "This is a whitening cream I refined using medical skills. Once applied to the face, it can whiten the skin, make it more delicate, and delay aging." "So miraculous?" The mother-in-law's small mouth slightly opened in surprise, clearly impressed by this effect. In this world, there was no such thing as whitening cream. At most, women would apply some pearl powder for basic skincare. However, this was limited, as once women passed the age of 30, they would visibly age at a rapid rate, with very few exceptions. Although the mother-in-law in front of him came from a wealthy family and lived a privileged life, this was the reality of the era. Over the years, it had also left its mark on her. This whitening cream could be said to be just what she needed. Lin Chen nodded again. Mother-in-law, why don't you try it and see for yourself? Then I'll give it a try. The mother-in-law was already intrigued and opened the small brocade box, revealing a special wide-mouthed jade bottle. The bottle was sealed with a stopper, but for the martial arts-trained mother-in-law, it was easy to open, revealing a semi-solid milky white liquid inside. This was the whitening cream. It was refined with herbal extracts and added pearl powder, serving as a skincare product from another realm. Following Lin Chen's instructions, the mother-in-law took a bit and applied it to her face. It feels so refreshing, the mother-in-law expressed her experience. Lin Chen remained silent and asked his daughter-in-law, Dao Miao Miao, to bring a mirror. In the Great Long Dynasty, there were mirrors similar to glass, but they were quite expensive and not affordable for ordinary families. In the light from outside the door, the mother-in-law looked at herself in the mirror and indeed appeared much fairer. Even the fine lines at the corners of her eyes were now faintly concealed. Wow! It's really that amazing! The mother-in-law exclaimed as she saw her skin had improved, showing a similar enthusiasm to her daughter, Dao Miao Miao. Seeing this, Lin Chen introduced again, keep using it, and the effect will be even better. Right now, it's just a concealing effect. Whitening cream was nothing special in modern times. Women with some means would often have it on hand. However, in this era, it was considered high-tech, and very few women could resist it. Thank you, Xiaofan, I really like this gift, the mother-in-law said with satisfaction. As long as you like it, mother-in-law, Lin Chen also smiled, feeling accomplished. If she wanted more in the future, she wouldn't forget the kindness of her son-in-law. Lin Chen, when did you make this whitening cream? Why didn't you give it to me before? Dao Miao Miao pulled Lin Chen aside, pouting slightly in discontent. Lin Chen reached out and flicked his daughter-in-law's delicate nose, saying, You're still young and naturally beautiful, you don't need these things. Youth is the best skincare product. Really? Dao Miao Miao laughed upon hearing this. Absolutely. Lin Chen nodded earnestly. With this assurance, Dao Miao Miao's discontent vanished instantly, and she happily behaved like a child. Lin Chen couldn't help but think, could it be that pregnancy makes one silly for 3 years? Soon, the father-in-law brought all the dishes to the table, and the group of people, in good spirits, began to eat. It had to be said that the mother-in-law's cooking skills were truly excellent, with dishes that were both visually appealing and delicious. No wonder he was so confident in letting his son-in-law taste his own craftsmanship. He indeed had the assurance. Did Lin Chen bring you a gift? At the dinner table, when he learned that Lin Chen had brought a gift for his daughter-in-law, and he, as the old father, had nothing, his face immediately turned unpleasant. The mother-in-law ignored this and smiled. Of course, it's a whitening cream that you haven't seen before. Just a simple application can whiten the skin, and long-term use can delay aging. Look at my skin now, isn't it much better than before? She turned her face to show her cheek, asking her man to take a look. The old father-in-law replied sullenly, but his gaze shifted towards his son-in-law. What's this? Differential treatment? The mother-in-law is a person, so isn't he, the old father-in-law, a person too? Why didn't he have a gift? De Ba Tian didn't care about such things, but it was a matter of thoughtfulness and the level of attention in front of his son-in-law. It's like buying gifts for your children. When the mother has them, what does the father have? Can he be happy about it? That's the situation now. Lin Chen smiled at this and said, Actually, I also prepared a gift for my father-in-law, but it's a bit big and couldn't be carried around, so I left it outside. Did you also prepare a gift for me? De Ba Tian's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. Of course. Lin Chen nodded seriously. What is it? De Ba Tian asked cheerfully, his gaze towards Lin Chen turning satisfied again. It's a big guy. Lin Chen smiled and replied. Since they had finished eating, he suggested they go see it together. De Ba Tian naturally had no objections, he also wanted to see this gift. The mother-in-law was also curious about this big guy and followed along. Dao Miao Miao accompanied them, bouncing around, obviously knowing what the big guy was. In no time, the group arrived at a courtyard, which was a place for entertaining guests at the Ba Dao Mountain Villa. In the courtyard stood a huge object emitting a faint light. Wow! Is this the big guy you mentioned? De Ba Tian approached the courtyard, looking at the quiet and towering mechanical tiger, and couldn't help but gasp. Big enough, right? Lin Chen chuckled and asked. Big enough? De Ba Tian nodded vigorously. He was nearly 2 meters tall, but in front of the mechanical tiger, he was just a tiny dot. After all, just the shoulder height was a zhang, not to mention the raised tiger head in body length, reaching 3 zhang in total, which was taller than a 3-story building. This was indeed big enough. On the way back, I heard many people mention that a shocking giant insect appeared in the southern region, moving like thunder, fierce as the wind. Could it be the one in front of us? Ba Tian widened his eyes. He had just returned from outside and hadn't seen Lin Chen driving the mechanical tiger to the door, but he had heard many rumors on the way back and was planning to investigate. After all, the rumors outside were sensational, and many eyewitnesses were scared stiff. The Ba Dao Mountain Villa happened to be located in the south, so they couldn't remain indifferent. But what he didn't expect was that this sensational rumor belonged to his own son-in-law. No, it was his now. Does this thing really move? Ba Tian stepped forward and knocked on the mechanical tiger. The hard metal material made it hard for him to imagine that this thing could move and move swiftly. Lin Chen replied, "You'll know when you try it later, father-in-law. And moving is just the basic function. Its main function is to fight and charge into enemy lines." Are you not exaggerating? Ba Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing this introduction. Later, I'll drive it, and you can experience it firsthand outside. It's more intuitive than just talking about it. Lin Chen smiled and said, planning to use his father-in-law as a test target. Alright, I'll experience it myself. Ba Tian didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. He didn't know that the oppression from a colossal creature was about to descend upon him. Let's start with a chapter this morning. Can't write anymore. Father-in-law, aren't you using any weapons? This big guy is no joke, Lin Chen said, looking at his proud father-in-law standing tall in the wilderness behind the Bad Blade Manor. To avoid causing a disturbance, this trial was placed in a deserted area. As a renowned expert, Blade Tyrant confidently replied, although you are big, you may look intimidating, but I have been practicing martial arts for decades. My strength has long surpassed top-notch levels. Even without using weapons, I can defeat most top-notch fighters with my bare hands. Just do your best. Alright, since you are so confident, father-in-law, I won't say much more, Lin Chen replied without further ado. As he switched to combat mode, the entire mechanical tiger's momentum changed instantly, with joints cracking as they moved. Compared to travel mode, combat mode reduced speed in straight-line running. However, in short-distance sprints and agility, it excelled to another level. Lin Chen, go for it. Make my dad cry and let him know the power of the great tiger. Blade Miao cheered on the side, urging Lin Chen to make his own father cry. You little girl. The father-in-law's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, feeling exposed and vulnerable. He had been living off others for over a decade. Lin Chen couldn't respond to this, but his movements became more agile. Without any terrifying roars, the mechanical tiger exuding a cold aura, under Lin Chen's control, crouched and leaped, creating 4 large craters upon landing. With a body exceeding 3 zhang in height, it soared into the air, casting a shadow over everything. Such terrifying weight could not be powered by human strength alone without the extraordinary skill of mechanical arts. Seeing this scene, Blade Tyrant's brow twitched, realizing he might have been too boastful. But since the words were spoken, he couldn't retract them. Facing the terrifying mechanical tiger, he glared and shouted, "Bring it on!" His profound inner strength surged, exuding a fierce aura. Compared to the 2 daughters-in-law enhanced by the Grand Pill, the father-in-law before him had cultivated his strength through talent and hard work, with an extremely solid foundation. Now erupting like a beast, he was awe-inspiring. This was a true master. Lin Chen, controlling the mechanical tiger, seeing his father-in-law's ferocity, abandoned any restraint. The mechanical tiger leaped high, raising its powerful front paws for a mid-air strike. In response to this ferocious attack, Blade Tyrant, following his aggressive style, instinctively tried to confront it head-on, but seeing the colossal creature blocking out the sky, he chose to evade sideways using his agility. Clearly, this was the right choice. As the mechanical tiger's giant paw descended, accompanied by a loud bang, a crater over a zhang in diameter appeared where Blade Tyrant had stood moments before, with sand and stones flying everywhere. Blade Tyrant leaped to the side, effortlessly dispersing the debris with his inner strength, but witnessing the destructive power of the mechanical tiger, his eyes widened in shock. He felt a bit scared. If he hadn't dodged at the last moment, he would have been crushed underneath. Damn! Is it this powerful? He exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, somewhat intimidated by the terrifying destructive force. If this landed among ordinary people, it could turn a group into minced meat in an instant. No wonder it was said to be able to charge through enemy lines. This colossal creature on the battlefield was truly a nightmare for the enemy. However, for a top-notch expert, such intensity couldn't scare him. At most, he would avoid a direct confrontation with the mechanical tiger. Agility and adaptability, this was the terrifying aspect of martial artists. Dao Badian understood this in his heart. Although he was shocked, his movements were not slow. Seizing the opportunity to dodge to the side, he aimed at the joint of the mechanical tiger's front paw and struck. Vigorous internal force burst forth, making his fist carry a huge shadow, resembling an illusory armor. With a loud shout, the impact heavily landed on the mechanical tiger's front paw joint, releasing internal force externally to enhance the destructive power. This was the ability of a top-notch master. This strike, whether in timing or position, was executed perfectly, truly befitting a seasoned top-tier expert. Even without using his best swordsmanship, his martial arts skills were extremely profound. Bang! The mechanical tiger's front paw was hit, emitting a metallic clanging sound. The terrifying power carried by the fist shadow caused the mechanical tiger's body to move slightly, but just a slight movement. Dao Badian had anticipated the front limb being knocked askew or directly down, but that did not happen. Only a faint fist-shaped indentation appeared at the point of impact. Such a tough iron lump. Dao Badian was truly astonished this time. He knew that his punch just now had not held back, containing decades of his profound power. Even a sturdy city gate could be cracked open by him. 2 years ago, when the enemy invaded, he went to the front lines to support, and during the counterattack, he used his fist to forcefully break open a city gate. These city gates were all built with thick iron plates. If he could crack open city gates, one could imagine the extent of his destructive power. However, now, his strike that could open city gates only left a small indentation on the mechanical tiger. If not for keen eyesight, one wouldn't even be able to see this mark. Lin Chen's mouth slightly curved upwards upon hearing this. The outer armor of this mechanical tiger was forged using the thousand forging method, creating a special plate that almost reached the level of a demigod in terms of hardness. Although it lacked the characteristics of a demigod weapon to amplify the wielder's internal force destruction and did not possess the terrifying sharpness, solely in terms of hardness, the two were indeed comparable. In this situation, trying to destroy it with brute force was even more difficult than smashing a main battle tank. The divine craftsman blessing the divine mechanical arts, this effect was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Old father-in-law, you've gotten younger. Dao Badian was unaware of this. Since his first strike had no effect, he was unwilling to try again. However, the massive mechanical tiger was not as sluggish as he thought. Instead, it was extremely agile. The divine level of skill was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The mechanical tiger's limbs joints lightly turned, completing a swift turn. The claw, brimming with terrifying destructive power, swept across with an unstoppable force. The powerful kinetic energy brought an unimaginable speed, startling Dao Badian into ceasing his attack and swiftly using his body technique to narrowly evade. The claw's passing created a strong wind that rustled Dao Badian's clothes. If struck, even with Dao Badian's physique, he would have to lie down on the ground. This strike somewhat frightened Dao Badian. Using his body technique to quickly create distance, he decided to observe and maneuver cautiously. The strength of the mechanical tiger exceeded his expectations, and he dared not be careless any longer. However, as soon as he moved away, Lin Chen controlled the mechanical tiger to chase after him, leaping into the air and once again displaying a sky-obscuring claw. Not giving you a chance to catch your breath, huh? Dao Badian stared wide-eyed, feeling increasingly pressured with each step. Understanding the danger, he no longer dared to think of directly confronting it, using his body technique once again to leave the area he intended to observe. It was a raised stone he had intended to use for observation, to find the mechanical tiger's weakness. But in the next moment, this poor stone was directly shattered by the mechanical tiger's massive claw. Fragments of stone flew everywhere, the terrifying force making these shards akin to bullets. Although Dao Badian shattered all the punches, he was also in an extremely sorry state, covered in dust and dirt. I'm not fighting anymore. I can't fight this big guy. Not only is he as tough as a tortoise shell, but his strength is also terrifying. If I get hit, even I would have to lie down. Although Dao Badian was not injured, he didn't want to continue fighting. Just as he said, the mechanical tiger was impossible to fight. Its outer armor was terrifyingly tough. He estimated that even if he used the demigod sword he inherited as the master, it wouldn't be easy to split this thing open. After all, the mechanical tiger wasn't just standing there to be split, and its attack power was terrifyingly swift. A casual swipe would create a big pit, and a strong pat would shatter boulders. If he accidentally got hit, he didn't need to think to know the outcome. However, Dao Badian, who called for a stop, was not discouraged. Instead, he was excited, not even bothering to dust himself off as he approached the mechanical tiger, treating it like his own daughter-in-law. Good, good, good. What a good treasure. The father-in-law was very pleased with the gift from his son-in-law and laughed heartily. Lin Chen opened the hatch in the abdomen and came down, saying, Father-in-law, just now I only used the close combat ability, I haven't used the long-range attack yet. There's still long-range attack capability? Dao Beishan's eyes widened again. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, of course, otherwise how could I charge into battle? With that, he climbed up again. He gently pulled down a lever, and the head of the mechanical tiger moved, aiming at a larger protruding rock ahead. Then, with a buzzing sound, a dark purple light flew out of the mechanical tiger's mouth. Boom! Before Dao Badian could understand what was happening, a huge boulder in the distance rumbled. Then, in his stunned gaze, a large chunk of the huge rock was blasted away, with a giant crossbow arrow emitting a black-purple light deeply embedded in the rock, leaving only a small tail. Is this the long-range attack? Dao Badian asked somewhat absent-mindedly. Lin Chen came down again, smiling and nodding. Yes, father-in-law, what do you think? Awesome. The father-in-law silently raised his thumb. In fact, this is just one of the long-range methods. In close to medium-range situations, there is also group killing ability, and even in the future, with the right materials for upgrades, it can fly into the sky. Lin Chen dropped a bombshell. Fly into the sky? This time, the father-in-law was completely stunned.